William started reading cultivation novels recently. He liked them enough to binge chapters for hours, even though he skimmed the chapters in most parts of the story. There were only so many of the flowery words he could consume before he was lulled to sleep. Still, it was enough for him to vaguely grasp the similarities between most of these novels. Even though it felt like he was reading the same novel repeatedly, it didn't stop him from spending far more time on it than was reasonable. Enough that it was affecting his work. William's boss was already on his ass for his deteriorating work ethic, and if he didn't drop his recent obsession that was making it worse, it would make his currently working ass suddenly become an unemployed ass. William flinched in his chair and straightened his back while trying to look busy. He didn't need his boss to see him distracted this early in the day again. As much as he slacked off at his job, he still needed it with the way the economy was. "Hey Jeremy," William tried to sound more awake than he was. "Morning. I need you to stay late to put in some numbers for me. We won't get them until the guys in the main branch finish their part." William couldn't help the weary sigh that escaped him, but he quickly put on a smile when Jeremy narrowed his eyes. "Sure thing, I'd be happy to help." He kept up the smile until Jeremy nodded and walked away. He groaned softly, reclined in his chair, and rubbed his eyes. This was something he brought on himself, so it wasn't something he could blame his boss for, not that the sound logic stopped him from doing that anyway. William stretched in his chair and let out a small groan in relief. If he was going to have a long day at work today, he might as well get himself a cup of coffee. With the building having a coffee shop in the lobby, all it would take was a short trip on the elevator. William walked past the rest of the drones that were working in the office. An unfair description, especially since he is one of them, but it is the truth nonetheless. Was it a wonder why William frequently got lost in reading fantasy novels when this was his life? Even when he was younger, the habit wasn't much different. He was obsessed with games of the role-playing variety. If finances weren't an issue, he would have happily kept playing into adulthood. Learning the cost of owning a computer capable of playing games quickly broke him of the habit. He couldn't exactly ask his parents to buy him a gaming computer after graduating high school. He wasn't that shameless. Luckily, the novels had come to his rescue, and he had never thought about going back to games since then. William pressed the button to summon the elevator, cursing lightly when he saw it was 20 floors away. Another thing he hated about his workplace, other than the seemingly meaningless work, was that it was in a skyscraper with what might be the world's slowest elevators. It took over a minute to reach his floor from the lobby. Ding. William blinked in surprise when the elevator's door opened, wondering if it sped up because he was insulting it in his mind. With a shrug, he stepped inside and pressed the button to take him to the lobby. He just hoped there wouldn't be any stops on other floors to slow his trip. William sighed as he closed his eyes, wanting to get in a quick rest in the couple-minute-long ride, and leaned on the metal wall. A cup of coffee sounded better and better by the moment. That boy is waking up. "Yang Hua, can't you even dose a kid properly?" William frowned and tried to open his eyes, but it felt like his eyelids were clamped shut. The last thing he remembered was getting on the elevator, and he had been alone at the time. Did he fall asleep? "I did, I promise. Look at all the others. They're still unconscious." William realized that his hands were tied behind his back and he was lying on the floor. What the hell was going on? His first thought was that he had been kidnapped, but the more rational part of his brain told him nobody would kidnap an office drone, especially not from a secure building like his office. "I don't care. If it wasn't for Master telling me to bring you along, you wouldn't even be here. Take care of the kid, Yang Hua." William started to struggle when he heard footsteps getting closer to him. Something told him that he had to escape or he wouldn't live much longer. However, the same thing made him freeze in shock, since when had he ever thought his life was in danger? The sudden presence of other people, the vague conversation with a Chinese name uttered, and William's inability to open his eyes made him think of another possibility. He was dreaming. It hadn't been the first time William dreamt that he was personally experiencing being present in a cultivation novel. Still, it was undoubtedly the most realistic yet. He had heard of these types of dreams. Lucid dreams, it was called. William's frown turned into a smile as he imagined getting godlike powers and killing his captors like the main character. Since this was a lucid dream, his thoughts should control the dream world. "Tusk, what a freak. You should be crying, kid, not smiling." William's ears perked up at the voice coming directly above him. "Well, I guess it's better if you didn't cry. Senior Sister Gia would snap your neck, and we'd have to waste time summoning another sacrifice." William felt a sharp pain on the back of his neck before he lost consciousness. No, William woke up to a shrill, high-pitched scream that seemed to penetrate directly to the center of his brain. This time he was able to see, and he really wished he couldn't. It was something straight from a horror movie. No, even a horror movie would be better than what he was seeing. William's legs shook in fear, losing all ability to keep him standing if that had mattered. He was tied to a pole, just like all the kids in the room, waiting for their turn to be butchered by the human-shaped monsters. There was a pile of small, dried-up husks that used to be children carelessly thrown to the side of the room as a woman added to it slowly. William wanted to wake up. He wanted to go back to his tedious job and boring life. He would stop reading cultivation novels if this was what his brain came up with as a dream, and it had to be a dream, no matter how real it seemed. It had to be a dream. AHHHHH. A new kid shrieked as something translucent was pulled out of her and entered the woman. William shut his eyes as tightly as he could and chomped on his tongue, almost slicing through it with the force he put into the bite. The only thing that got him was intense pain as tears appeared in his eyes. He would have taken it gladly if it had successfully woken him from this hell. It didn't. He screamed in fear, or at least attempted to, because no sound left his lips. However, that didn't stop him trying to scream until his throat felt as dry as a desert, and he physically couldn't keep up the effort any longer. William couldn't do anything but watch child after child get killed by whatever that woman did to them. As terrible as it sounded, the screams blended together as he tried to block them out. That was the only way he could keep himself sane, even if this was definitely a dream and nothing else. No, not a dream. Rather, a night terror would be a more accurate name for what he was experiencing. Another thought appeared in William's mind that he wasn't proud of. Why would they pick an adult like him when the rest were kids? Why didn't they get another kid instead of him? What made him special? Sister Gia, there's only one left. William stared at the woman with dead eyes, happy that he was next and he would be able to get out of this hell. The woman licked her lips. Tell the others to summon 50 more. This batch helped, but my cultivation still has room to increase. Yes, senior sister. William watched two men rush out of the room. At the same time, the remaining man untied him and pushed him toward the woman who had to be a demoness with the evil she had just committed. Be honored, the woman smiled. You are a child that will help me break through mortal limits. William blinked and looked down at himself. He hadn't realized he was a child in this nightmare. It only made sense, he supposed. No matter, it would all end. William looked back at the woman called Sister Gia and waited for his fate. A gasp of pain escaped William's lips before he gritted his teeth. The moment she touched his head, it felt like someone had taken a chisel and started to hammer it into his skull. If he was going to die to this bitch, it wouldn't be screaming. That surely counted for something, right? That'll show his fucked up brain for creating this nightmare. In fact, the first thing William would do when he woke up was take the day off work and go to a therapist. He must have some serious issues if he could imagine all this in such vivid detail. William had brave intentions, but those intentions flew out the window the moment the pain increased by another magnitude. The screech of pain he let out was a sound he didn't even know he was capable of making. Tears were running down his face as he tried to glare the woman to death, still unable to believe what he was feeling. Ha, you have courage, boy. The woman cackled. I would have chopped you up and fed you to the pigs if you weren't my nourishment. At this point, William thought he would prefer that to whatever the hell she was doing. He couldn't explain it, but it felt like he was losing something more important than life itself. It was like he was being ripped apart from something that had always been with him, and he didn't mean just in this lifetime. Who would dare disturb me? William collapsed to his knees when the woman stopped what she was doing, her attention going to the door. He really should be doing anything to escape. He tried his best to will his body to move, but nothing responded. He could barely find the energy to keep breathing, just a foundation establishment brat, and already so vicious. William shuddered at hearing the new voice. It was a man that obviously had some authority since the demonic woman hadn't made a sound in response. The pressure that came along with the man's voice did no good for his damaged state. Who are you? Please spare me. My master is the one that asked me to do this. I was forced to, I swear. A master that teaches soul absorption. Such techniques should be eradicated from this plane. And no, William heard a soft thud, similar to a ball hitting the floor. He supposed that this was where the dream would come to an end. The only thing he wished was that the man had come earlier to save everyone else. There was no doubt that the screams would haunt his sleep for the foreseeable future. Even with all the horror he had gone through, William smiled without humor at the thought of being the first to get PTSD from a damn dream. He wearily opened his eyes when he felt a hand touch his head gently. William looked up at the figure before him and felt a shiver run down his spine. The old man was ancient, his face lined with wrinkles and his hair as white as snow. He wore a shimmering purple robe that had intricate golden embroidery, but despite his age, he exuded a palpable sense of power and authority that made it clear he was no ordinary person. He was a cultivator and a powerful one at that. If William was in a better state of mind, he would immediately file the man into the old monster category. Ho, you can still speak in your state. The old man stroked his beard. Your soul is damaged to an extent that it should leave you a fool. William assumed that was what he felt being removed from him by the woman. As helpful as it was to get more information about what on earth this dream was about, he wanted to wake up. End. No, the old man denied him. You cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation in this state. There's a way for your soul to be healed, but it will depend on your capabilities. William saw the old man take out a small rectangular object made of smooth, green jade. The old man fondly stroked the jade's surface before looking at him with a complicated expression. My master left her cultivation manual in this jade. In the thousands of years I've searched for a successor, none have been accepted by the Jade. It is fate for us to meet, so I will let you have a chance." William watched the old man flick his hand and felt himself rise from the ground. The old man tapped the card-sized green jade on his forehead without wasting time. Initializing user detected. William stared blankly at the blue text that hovered before him, wondering what was happening now. Checking host requirements, general knowledge of RPG mechanics found. At this point, William questioned whether he had been drugged before falling asleep on the elevator. This dream was too strange to consider anything else. Checking aptitude error, soul damage. Attempting restoration error, user level inadequate. Booting into safe mode. William blinked when the floating blue text disappeared. The old man sighed in disappointment. "It seems that the Jade has rejected you. I have a pill that can stabilize your soul for you to live a mortal life, but nothing more. We have some karma between us, so this could be considered as me severing it." William wasn't sure what that meant exactly. Still, from the novels he had read, some high-level cultivators ensured they weren't burdened by obligations. Perhaps this was what the old man meant. "Here is the pill, little friend." The old man paused. "All this, and I don't know your name. What is it?" William. Wei Liang, the old man nodded. "A good name." William wondered if he had slurred his name that bad. No matter, that wasn't important since he wouldn't be here for much longer anyway. The old man was about to speak again when he heard a soft crack. He looked at his hand incredulously as the jade shattered before his eyes. William didn't notice the old man's shock since his focus was pulled back to the blue text that reappeared. Traits, soul damage major, will reduce all base stats to 1 randomly. Main quest, restore your soul. Reach level 10 to enable the system to restore your soul back to its complete state. Side quests, N.A. What's going on? The old man roared with laughter. "That, little Wei Liang, is you becoming the true successor of my master's cultivation method. For thousands of years, I've been searching, delaying my ascension, and I find the successor when I decide to kill a vicious brat on a whim." William didn't particularly like that his name was suddenly changed without his permission, and that this system had popped up out of nowhere, and seemingly agreed with the name change. "You don't need this pill anymore. It will do more harm than good since you gained my master's cultivation manual." The blue text moved to the corner of his vision and stopped blocking his sight. That was when William saw more text hovering above the old man. Name, level. It was immediately apparent that whoever the old man was, William was too weak to know anything about him. This should be weak enough. The old man tossed a pill into William's mouth. "It's the lowest grade vitality restoration pill I possess. If the grade was higher, your body wouldn't be able to handle it." William groaned in relief as he felt a rush of soothing energy circulate through his body and erase any signs of exhaustion while also healing the wounds caused by the woman. His curiosity to see if he was fully healed pulled the health stat back in front of his vision. Health, 1010. The screen disappeared when William was done with it. He was in perfect health, if not for the concerning trait that said he had soul damage. However, there was something he was even more worried about. William was finally starting to accept he wasn't dreaming. William had almost forgotten that he was floating in the air until he was moved into a standing position and set on his feet. Good. The old man was full of smiles as he observed him. "It looks like there aren't any negative side effects." The old man might be happy to talk to William as if everything was normal, but that couldn't be said to be the same for him. In fact, it was more than a little horrifying. William hadn't focused on the surroundings since he had been staring up at the ceiling most of the time. With him being able to stand with his own power, the sight of the happy old man surrounded by bodies of dead children and a headless woman was seared into his mind. The old man noticed the hollow look in William's eyes and quickly understood the reason. With a casual wave of his hand, the hellish room changed into a paradise. In place of the dead bodies and blood-stained walls, William saw a pristine beach with fine white sand as far as his eyes could see. The sun was setting on the horizon, casting a golden glow on the sand as waves gently lapped against the shore. It was like a balm on his soul and a much-needed respite after hearing the desperate screams of the children for hours on end. "Is this real?" William asked with his eyes closed, enjoying the fresh air with relish. His question wasn't just about the beach paradise. He wanted to know if everything was real. As unlikely as it seemed, did he somehow get placed in a world that should only exist in novels? The old man stared at William with pity. While he didn't know the exact circumstances needed to be able to learn his master's cultivation manual, he knew enough to know that Wei Liang was more than he seemed. The cultivators that practiced the soul-absorbing art were hunted down centuries ago after an agreement between the top sects in the world. He had occasionally lent a hand when a reclusive hermit was discovered and others couldn't handle them. Ultimately, the true masters of the soul-absorbing art were destroyed, with a few low-level disciples escaping. However, the survivors had the intelligence to act discreetly, so they were able to exist in the present day. They abandoned the thought of using the cultivators from this plane as targets and instead chose an odd new method. They would kidnap scores of mortal children and summon a spirit from outside their world to occupy their bodies. A truly ingenious way to get similar benefits. However, it still had limits due to the quality of the sacrifices. It would lead to the soul-absorbing art having a ceiling of a nascent soul cultivator. A far cry from their glory days when spirit-severing cultivators were common, with one even having reached Tao-seeking, the level the old man was currently at. When an illusion becomes indistinguishable from reality, does that question matter? The old man asked casually, so I might still be able to. William couldn't help but still hope for the possibility that he might wake up on the elevator floor. No, the old man shut it down. My master often spoke of a peaceful world with no cultivation and where the rule of law ruled the land. Her dream was to turn this world into what she had in her memories. William was staring at him intently. Did she succeed? Somewhat, the old man replied. When she was present, none could challenge her position in the world. But it has been millennia since those days. The problem with being too strong is that you will be forced to leave this plane and ascend after becoming an immortal. William felt his heart move. Wasn't the journey of becoming immortal what he dreamt about while binging those novels? That gained your interest. The old man smiled. Good. You will need that to get the full potential out of Master's cultivation method. The old man moved his pointing finger up slightly to straighten William from his bow. There is no need for that, little Wei Liang. You may call me Taoist Chen. Like I said, it was on a whim. But if you want to repay me, use my master's cultivation method and become strong. I'll stay on this plane for 10 more years before ascending. Become a nascent soul cultivator before then, and I'll give you a parting gift. Side quest added, Taoist Chen has challenged you to become a nascent soul cultivator within 10 years. William blinked at the interruption by the system. However, shouldn't there be a prompt asking him if he wanted to accept or decline? It had been a while since he had played an RPG, but he was sure that was a standard option. The option to accept or reject a quest is available when there are penalties for failure. William was surprised to see that he actually got an answer from the system. He mentally asked if an AI was attached, excited by the possibilities that could open, but was disappointed when no new text appeared. Taoist Chen chuckled. This brings back memories. My master often got lost in her thoughts in her earlier days. Ah, William felt sheepish. Sorry. You're too quick to apologize. Little Wei Liang, Taoist Chen shook his head. You will be taken advantage of if it becomes a habit. Explore the cultivation method carefully. I am not aware of all the details, but my master had once told me that it will give the practitioner a chance to cultivate to perfection if done correctly. William thought that Taoist Chen almost looked envious and soon found that he was, if only the requirements weren't so strict. William thoughtfully ignored that comment since it seemed like Taoist Chen was speaking to himself. Plus, he was aware that this was a man that could squash him like a bug by accident. Even though he was surrounded by paradise, William hadn't forgotten how unaffected Taoist Chen seemed to be by the numerous bodies surrounding them a few minutes ago. He had been able to laugh like they didn't exist. Taoist Chen might be benevolent when considering he was a cultivator. However, he was still terrifying to someone like William, who came from a mostly peaceful country. I wish it was possible to help you gain a foundation, but with your cultivation method, any external help will only stagnate you. Taoist Chen already did more than enough. William bowed again to hide his disappointment. Good, Taoist Chen laughed. You are already learning to know when to hide your true feelings. My master never did that, even after becoming a half-step immortal. William's face flushed with embarrassment at being seen through. Find me when you reach the nascent soul stage, little Wei Liang. I would be disappointed if I couldn't see your progress before I ascend. In the next instant, William found himself standing on a dirt road with endless grassy plains on either side. Taoist Chen had disappeared, and thankfully he had taken him out of the place where he was moments away from dying. By this point, William was convinced that this wasn't a dream. But even if he was wrong, Taoist Chen was right. If this was a dream, it was indistinguishable from reality, so why did it matter? Plus 25 XP. William frowned at the unexpected notification. He didn't think he did anything to earn those experience points. More text appeared with detailed information, like a response to his confusion. Accept your place in this world, plus 25 XP. William stared at the blue text before scratching his head in confusion. Maybe this was one of those easy points for a simple task at the beginning of an RPG, like kicking 10 chickens or something similar. Main Quest S, Restore Your Soul. Reach level 10 to enable the system to restore your soul back to its complete state. Side Quest S, Taoist Chen has challenged you to become a nascent soul cultivator within 10 years. It had been a while since William had delved into an RPG. Still, he was reasonably confident that stamina and strength were the most important to spend points on early on. He hoped so, at least. However, there was a glaring issue with the trait he currently possessed. It could become a disaster if William went about leveling up and spent his precious stat points like normal. Getting his hard-earned points erased randomly was almost game-breaking, even more so when his future growth depended on it. Rather than game-breaking, it would be life-ending. The most obvious choice here would be to bank all the points he would earn, but it was unlikely he could get to level 10 with his base stats all at once. Hey, brat, move out of the way. Name Wang Xiaoling level 3. The first thing William's eyes went to was the blue text hovering above the woman careening far too quickly toward him. He wasted a precious second gaping at the out-of-control wagon before tripping over his feet in his attempt to escape. William was barely able to get off the road, escaping death once more, and collapsed on the soft grass to slow his rapidly beating heart. What the hell are you doing, William? You can't die because a horse trampled on you. An old monster's expecting you to become an immortal cultivator. William scolded himself. He heard loud curses coming from the direction the wagon had gone and was surprised to see it stopped on the side of the road. He was even more surprised to see the woman, Wang Xiaoling, storming toward him with a clenched fist. Rather than surprised, the proper word would be terrified. She was 2 levels above him, and as far as William knew, it could be an insurmountable advantage. He had no idea what these levels quantified. William tried to ask the system information about Wang Xiaoling's base stats, his probability of winning, and many other questions that he received no answer to. In the end, the system only replied to him screaming the word tutorial in his mind. Safe mode has turned off the tutorial for the user's safety. Don't look like you're scared, brat. Wang Xiaoling cannot be scammed. I won't be tricked by the likes of you urchins. Where are your friends hiding? I'll beat you all up. William blinked stupidly at the raging woman, wondering what in the world she was talking about. She was the one that almost ran him over and he was supposed to be the victim, not the other way around. What? Are you mute? Wang Xiaoling growled, scared to talk now that you got caught. At this point, even William, who was generally passive, was royally pissed. He had been taken from his old world, not knowing how he left but suspecting it wasn't good with how these things usually went in novels. His introduction to the new world was to be shown horrors that he was desperately trying to block mentally so he wouldn't break down. And after he had been saved by Taoist Chen, a terrifying old monster, a horse-drawn wagon almost ended his new life. Shut up. William roared in anger as he swung a poorly formed fist at Wang Xiaoling's leg, the only part of her that he could reach with him on the ground. That was a mistake. 6 HP. A rush of air left William's lungs as he flew back a few meters from a kick that felt like it broke a couple of his ribs. He wheezed in oxygen as he lay flat on his back, painfully reminded that he was the equivalent of an early game character that would have an epic fight against a fluffy bunny. This wasn't a scam. Did I, Wang Xiaoling, just kick an innocent but idiotic brat? William gritted his teeth and glared at the woman who was foolishly pointing a finger at herself. Maybe that was something you should have thought about before kicking me. Wang Xiaoling looked guilty as she walked to William. You look fine. It was just a kick from a little girl. Don't try to play it up and try to get compensation from me. William looked at the little girl with an even harsher glare. She looked at least 5 to 7 years older than his current body. This meant Wang Xiaoling had long passed the age where she could call herself a little girl. I don't care, William said before groaning from the pain, wondering if it would have been too much for Taoist Chen to leave some vitality pills with him. Leave me be before you do something worse. Wang Xiaoling looked like she was waiting for him to suggest that since she moved as if she couldn't get away fast enough. William sighed in relief and laid his head on the grass, glad he was left alone. He still needed to figure out how this system worked and wasn't in the mood to meet others. Health, 410. William closed his eyes in frustration at over half his health being taken away by a casual kick. He was certain that another old monster wouldn't randomly pop up out of nowhere and gift him another pill to restore his health. He was also certain that staying in the middle of nowhere couldn't be of any help. Perhaps this hardship was another test given to him by Taoist Chen. William didn't know if that was true, but that would definitely be his truth, so he didn't have ungrateful thoughts toward the man that saved his life. Thoughts that suggested there could be better areas William could have been placed. William figured that his best bet was to go in the direction where that crazy woman was going. With the little he saw of the wagon, there were plenty of sealed barrels and boxes packed tightly in the back. The crazy woman was obviously a merchant, so there must be a city or town in the direction she was going. Hey, are you still alive? William's eyes shot open and he stared incredulously at Wang Xiaoling, who was standing over him with a worried look on her face. What are you still doing here? William exploded as his repressed rage came back with a vengeance. I didn't want to leave a brat like you to die here. Even the stupid deserve to live, you know. William was tempted to tell Wang Xiaoling to fuck off, but while that would feel good at the moment, he would still be left with the same issue, stranded and hopelessly lost. Besides, even if Wang Xiaoling was a crazy bitch, he didn't think she had any bad intentions other than injuring him greatly based on mere suspicion. No, it wasn't her intentions that worried him, but her judgment. You're not going to attack me again, are you? Wang Xiaoling chuckled awkwardly and said, "You can only blame yourself, brat. You can't expect to punch someone and not get punched back." It was William's turn to feel sheepish. That fact was true in his old world, let alone a world where strength was everything. Maybe they had got off on the wrong foot. "Sorry," William muttered as he looked away. Wang Xiaoling looked at him strangely. "You really are an idiot. What's there to apologize about? I already kicked you anyway, so we're even." William wanted to point out that his punch and her kick were in no way equal, but he understood what she meant. "Right, so how about I give you a ride to the city? I don't want another honest merchant like me mistaking you for a scammer. I'm not a scammer." "I know that now." Wang Xiaoling rolled her eyes. "But what was I supposed to think when you stood in the middle of the road? Only scammers do that." Wang Xiaoling smiled and said, "No problem, brat. You can entertain me on the way there." It's still more than half a day's travel to Xuanjing City. William was struggling to his feet when he heard the name of a city for the first time. That reminded him that besides learning the best way to use the system, his next priority was to figure out the situation in this region. "This is painful to watch," Wang Xiaoling muttered to herself before suddenly hoisting William over her shoulder. William gasped in pain when her shoulder dug into his most likely broken ribs. He would have said something, but there was a chance she would try to lessen the pain and unintentionally hurt him even more than she already was. At least his health wasn't affected by this. 1 HP. Wang Xiaoling was going to kill him. In the hour that William had been on the bumpy wagon, he hadn't been able to make the system show him anything other than his stats. As much as he loved to see that he only had 3 hit points left, he didn't need to constantly be reminded of that fact. "Hey brat, do you know it's rude to not introduce yourself?" William was surprised to hear Wang Xiaoling speak to him. He had expected to have his ears talked off when he agreed to her offer for a ride, but the opposite happened. Wang Xiaoling had quieted down and seemed to be on high alert as she drove the wagon. William followed her actions and refrained from asking the questions that were bubbling inside him. He wondered how the power hierarchy was set up in this world. Was it controlled by kingdoms and empires, or were the cultivator sects the ones that were pulling the strings? It might be neither, but William doubted that with how cultivation worlds generally followed the strong. "It's William," he replied before saying, "You know you haven't told me your name either." William might be able to see Wang Xiaoling's name floating above her head and heard her talking in the third person. Still, none of that could be considered an introduction. Wang Xiaoling looked away from the road momentarily to stare at him before turning back. "Do you not know how to say your name? It's not Wei Liang. It's Wei Liang. It's too good of a name for you to butcher, brat." William wondered if this was worth correcting constantly. It seemed that if he told anyone his actual name in this world, they would think it was Wei Liang, but he was just horrible at pronouncing it. He didn't relish the thought of explaining to random strangers that his name wasn't a badly pronounced Wei Liang. With Taoist Chen already assuming his name was Wei Liang and the system apparently agreeing, William decided to do what some Chinese classmates in university did. While they had an English name, he would have the opposite. "Right, it's Wei Liang." William pretended to correct himself. "You still haven't told me your name. I'm Wang Xiaoling, the greatest merchant in the Tangxia Empire." "Really?" William gave her a look filled with disbelief. Wang Xiaoling's smile grew stiff as she flicked the reins, encouraging the horses to run at a brisker pace. She cleared her throat and said, "I'm getting there. At least I'm doing something productive with my time, rather than scamming honest people like you are." William rolled his eyes at her insistence on calling him a scammer. "What were you doing there anyway? There's no town close by. You must have been walking for hours." When William didn't answer, Wang Xiaoling thought he was too embarrassed to say. However, he didn't know how to tell her something believable. It wasn't like he could tell her that an old monster saved him from becoming a cultivator's nourishment. "Were you kicked out by your clan?" Wang Xiaoling asked with pity. It was a common occurrence for the disappointing descendants to be cut out. When William looked at her blankly, Wang Xiaoling thought her assumption was correct. "Don't worry, Wei Liang." Wang Xiaoling patted his shoulder a little too roughly. "I was like you at your age. Of course, I didn't try to scam people, but we are similar enough. Will you stop saying I'm a scammer? I could use a little help with my business." Wang Xiaoling ignored William's protest. "Why don't you stick with me for now? I won't have to hire a helper to unload my goods, and you'll learn how to do some honest work." William's first instinct was to say no, but after thinking over Wang Xiaoling's offer, he had to admit it was highly convenient. It would give him time to heal his damaged soul while also providing a way to earn money. With all the excitement William had experienced, he had completely forgotten that he was a mortal, with all the mortal needs that come along with that. Before he could start his cultivation journey, he needed to be able to eat and find a place to sleep to live till then. Perhaps Taoist Chen had foreseen this and left him in the middle of the road for a reason. Meeting Wang Xiaoling might not have been a chance encounter if that was the case. "Okay, what was that, brat?" Wang Xiaoling gave him a stink eye. "Why do you sound depressed while you're agreeing?" "Okay." William gave Wang Xiaoling the brightest smile he could until a hard push almost knocked him off the wagon. "Stop that." Wang Xiaoling shuddered. That smile was too fake. How can you try to be a scammer when you don't even have a convincing smile? William glared at Wang Xiaoling while holding tightly onto the wagon's side. He wouldn't let go until they reached their destination. Who knew when Wang Xiaoling would decide to playfully push him off the wagon? Have you ever been to Xuanjing City, brat? William's eyes lit up in curiosity as he shook his head. No, I never left my village before. It'll be a new world for you then. The number of people in the city will initially seem impossible to you. I know that's how I felt when I saw a city. William was sure he would be impressed, but not because of the people. He doubted that Xuanjing City could match the millions that were common in his old world. Still, he pretended to be amazed and asked how many people lived there. The last count had the number at over 50 million. Wang Xiaoling smirked at his shocked face. Amazing, right? More importantly, that means the city is a perfect place for an aspiring number one merchant like me. Are all cities this big? William wondered if this city was an anomaly or a common occurrence. Of course not, Wang Xiaoling laughed. Only 3 cities are this size in the Tianxia Empire. The rest have less than 10 million people. Oh, William felt that this empire was similar to his world's China in terms of population. However, the fact that there was something called the Tianxia Empire meant that there was land that the empire didn't control. He used his village bumpkin image to his advantage. What's the Tianxia Empire? Wang Xiaoling sighed at his apparent ignorance. You must have come from one of those backwater villages. Wei Liang, it might be your fortune to be expelled from such a place. Maybe William shrugged, accepting the insult to his made-up village, but really, what's the Tianxia Empire? Is it powerful? Wang Xiaoling glanced at him and said severely, don't say such things near the city guards. If you doubt the empire's stability, that's enough reason for them to harass you. All I asked was if it was powerful. Well, don't. You don't know what mood the people around you are in. It's better to avoid speaking about the empire unless you're praising it. William frowned in distaste. Knowing that he would have to choose his words carefully was far different from being told to do so. The empire used to be an overlord in the northern region, but the neighboring kingdoms show signs of rebellion. I'm not an expert, but I think the Tianxia Empire is weaker than ever but still the strongest compared to the kingdoms that could threaten it. At least that's what the merchants near the borders say. Oh, William nodded dumbly. That made sense, he supposed. Coming to a world where the empire might crumble would be perfect for encouraging growth. But where did the cultivators fall in the hierarchy if the empire was so powerful? Who rules the Tianxia Empire? Wang Xiaoling. William winced when Wang Xiaoling rubbed his head roughly, wondering why everything she did had to be so extra. You really are an idiot, Wei Liang. It might be better if I seal your mouth shut. You'll implicate me with your talking. Who else rules the Tianxia Empire other than the emperor? For now, William refrained from asking more questions, even though he still had plenty in mind. The more irritated Wang Xiaoling looked, the more he feared for his remaining 3 health points. William rubbed his stomach as the hunger pangs started to grow stronger. The previously inaudible growls were getting loud enough that Wang Xiaoling could hear them. You're strange, Wei Liang, Wang Xiaoling commented when she heard his stomach growl again. Most brats your age would be whining about wanting food by now. William didn't doubt that, but he wasn't a 13-year-old mentally. That did bring up a thought that he had been ignoring all this while. What happened to the boy that owned this body? There wasn't any phenomenon of suddenly gaining a decade's worth of memories when he arrived in this world. If that had happened, William would have come to terms with the reality of being a transmigrator much faster than he actually did. William vaguely remembered a man mentioning that he had been summoned for the sacrifice when he first gained consciousness. Yang Hua was his name, if William recalled correctly. If that memory was accurate, it was likely that the original soul inside this body had long been eradicated. William was strangely relieved by that. He didn't know if he was ruthless enough to steal a kid's body from him if there happened to be a fight. Then again, didn't that make him seem even worse? Hey, Wei Liang, are you ignoring me? William blinked and could barely dodge the hand aiming for his head. I didn't mean to. What did you say? Wang Xiaoling pointed at a tiny dot in the distance. We're almost at Xuanjing City. Since you're working for me, I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate when we arrive. A meal? William asked as another growl emanated from his stomach. Sounds good, but I hope you haven't forgot to pay for the medical fees. Wang Xiaoling pursed her lips and lightly touched her coin pouch. Her guilt pushed her to assure Wei Liang that she would cover his medical costs. Still, the merchant in her was whispering ways to avoid the unnecessary expense. What are you thinking? William asked warily when Wang Xiaoling started to get a weird look in her eyes. I won't be able to work if I'm not healed. That seemed to erase whatever thoughts Wang Xiaoling had. Fine, Wang Xiaoling sighed, but you better work hard for me. William nodded, happy that moving around wouldn't be torture soon. He wondered if regular food would increase his health like in an RPG, and if a good night's sleep would fully heal him. If the tutorial was available, William was sure he would already have the answers to those questions. Safe mode has turned off the tutorial for the user's safety. William impatiently erased the alert from his vision. He had already received that canned answer before and didn't need to be reminded of it again. As the dot that was Xuanjing City grew larger, Wang Zioling pestered William with repeated instructions on how to act with the guards at the entrance. Most of her advice was to shut his mouth and behave like a mute, but William wasn't offended. He was blatantly unfamiliar with the culture in this world, let alone the Tianxia Empire. The pestering tapered off as the grand archway into Xuanjing City came into view. William expected the buildings in this world to stun him due to the fact that cultivators that strived for immortality walked the land. If they wished for something grandiose, it would be unmatched with their powers. However, William didn't expect to be stunned by a structure built by what he had assumed to be an empire controlled by mortals. The grand archway was made of white marble, with intricate carvings of mythical beasts and golden accents adorning the arch itself. The two pillars had golden dragons coiling around them before their heads extended away to glare at all who entered the city. Even at this distance, William could see the incredible detail put into the carving of the dragons. The scales almost looked lifelike as they glinted gold from the light shining off them. If he didn't know better, William would have thought that two real dragons were protecting the city. On second thought, he didn't know enough to know better. Wang Zioling, what is it, brat? Wang Zioling replied between yelling at the increasing number of people to get out of the way. The road was no longer as clear as it was in the countryside. The proximity of the city crowded it greatly. Are those dragons real? Wang Zioling looked away from the road in confusion before laughing when she saw what William was pointing at. They're just statues, Wei Liang. Then why does it feel like I'm being stared at? William felt a shiver run through his body every time he met either of the dragon statue's eyes. It was like he was being looked at by a predator. The Empire's experts are said to keep a close watch over the city. There's a reason Xuanjing City is the trading center of the Empire. As long as you pay the proper fees, all transactions are guaranteed by the officials, no matter who you are. William's interest stirred. This was the first time Wang Zioling mentioned anything about experts existing within the Empire. Perhaps the cultivating world wasn't hidden like he had assumed. Experts. William didn't hide his curiosity. Wang Zioling hummed in confirmation as she went back to directing the wagon to the long line that looked to be for merchants. The experts are the true power behind the Empire, and it's rumored that the Emperor himself is the strongest. Oh, William frowned, so you've never seen any experts yourself. The day I see them is the day I lose my little life. Wang Zioling glared at William. Wei Liang, haven't I told you to act like a mute? What good reason would an honest merchant like me meet an honored expert? I didn't mean anything by it. William raised his palms in surrender until Wang Zioling calmed down. HMPH, Wang Zioling snorted lightly and muttered, this must be karma for injuring you. Who told you to be so weak? William felt his ribs throb in pain as if to emphasize how injured he was due to Wang Zioling. He noticed how slow-moving the line was and estimated that it would take at least a few hours to get to where the guards were running security checks. Is this going to take as long as it looks? William asked as he stared into the distance. Welcome to the life of a lowly independent merchant, Wei Liang. Without powerful backing, it's best to follow the rules and avoid trying to cut corners. The benefits aren't worth the risks. William might have got off to a terrible start with Wang Zioling, but the more she shared about herself and how she viewed the world, the more he respected and liked her personality. She might be an ill-tempered hothead and possibly a bit too naive, but she kept proving to him that she was knowledgeable where it mattered. Wang Zioling noticed that William was staring at her and assumed he was worried about not getting to the clinic in time. Relax, Wei Liang. Your injury won't worsen if we're delayed by a few hours. William nodded when he realized he had been looking at Wang Zioling with unblinking eyes. He didn't mention why he was really staring at her. Even if he now had a higher opinion of her, that didn't mean she still wasn't ill-tempered. The real problem will be where you can sleep. I don't want to pay for another room just for you. Wang Zioling tapped her chin thoughtfully before her eyes lit up. Wei Liang, I think one of your responsibilities will be to look after my goods during the night. No, William denied flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. I'll pay you extra coppers. Wang Zioling threw what she thought was an ignorant kid a bone. William didn't know how much coppers were worth, but if Wang Zioling was willing to pay him that instead of getting another room, it couldn't be much. Are you going to force me to do it anyway if I say no? William asked with a raised eyebrow, wondering if Wang Zioling was stingy enough to do so. The look she gave him wasn't promising for his sleeping situation. When Wang Zioling opened her mouth to reply, William conveniently found something that would distract her while also giving him a healthy dose of nervousness. Wang Zioling, why is that guard walking right to us? Names Li Jai level 9. This was the highest level William had seen, not including Taoist Chen, of course. The old man's status was hidden anyway, so did it really count? That was something to think about at a different time since William was worried that this was one of those situations where a guard would harass someone who looked weak. If that was the case, this Li Jai picked a suitable wagon as his target. William was completely useless with his level 1 strength. While Wang Zioling could easily injure him with her greater strength, he was sure she would fare no better than him against this guard. Wang Zioling, I was worried you wouldn't come to Xuanjing City. Li Jai, Wang Zioling asked with surprise, why are you on patrol? I thought you were promoted the last time I was here. Ah, it's a favor for a friend of mine. I'm taking his place for today. Tusk, Wang Zioling shook her head. That's what you always say. You're always on patrol when I arrive, and you always say you're picking up an extra shift. Li Jai, that might be okay when you were a patrol guard yourself, but it's wrong of them to ask you when you're their boss. William looked between the two and blinked at Wang Zioling's impassioned lecture. It was obvious that they were familiar with each other, and it was also obvious that Li Jai was trying to pursue Wang Zioling. William looked at her with a disappointed look, barely believing that she didn't see the feelings the guard held for her. It made him wonder why anyone would like the crazy woman like that. He couldn't bear the thought of having to tiptoe around her volatile personality. I understand, Li Jai sighed. This will be the last time, Wang Zioling. I promise. You also always say that. Li Jai laughed sheepishly and looked away from Wang Zioling in embarrassment. That brought his attention to William. He had been so focused on Wang Zioling that he hadn't noticed the young boy sitting beside her. William narrowed his eyes as he stared at Wang Zioling and tried to figure out what the guard saw in her. It certainly couldn't be her appearance since she was a scruffy mess from having been on the road for so long. Even when William first saw her, she wasn't in the best of states with her unkempt hair and dirtied face. Perhaps when Wang Zioling was cleaned up, it was a different story. Hey, brat. What are you looking at? Wang Zioling asked with an annoyed growl. Wang Zioling, who's this little brother? He looks hurt. Ah, that Wang Zioling chuckled nervously. I thought he was a scammer, so I kicked him a little too hard. It's okay, though. He's working for me now. What is this little brother's name? Li Jai asked William while looking like he was apologizing for Wang Zioling's actions. William floundered briefly before dipping his head slightly and said, Hello, I'm Wei Liang. His eye twitched in irritation when Wang Zioling burst out in laughter and slapped his shoulder, making it throb in pain. Don't be fooled, Li Jai, Wang Zioling said between chuckles. This brat isn't this polite at all. All he's been doing so far is causing me trouble. Li Jai doubted that when looking at William's frail body. In fact, he suspected that the boy had been bullied the whole way with how sorry he looked. I see, Li Jai said as he looked on with pity. Little brother Wei Liang seems to need medical attention. Come, I'll let you skip the line as an emergency. William looked down at himself and saw nothing that would be an emergency. Not that he didn't appreciate the favor, of course. I thought you said you didn't have any connections. William whispered to Wang Zioling as she stirred the horses to follow Li Jai. Connections, Wang Zioling repeated with confusion. This is just Li Jai, a friend of mine. Wei Liang, you don't use friends as connections unless you don't treasure them as such. William noticed the slight smile on Li Jai's lips and looked at Wang Zioling with a bit of admiration. Either she was a genius manipulator and said that because she knew Li Jai would overhear, or she really meant that. William would bet on the latter. Captain, the guards at the gate saluted Li Jai and stood to attention until he waved them off. Check the goods and let them through, Li Jai ordered as he pointed at Wang Zioling's wagon. William was looking at each of the guards carefully to observe the levels they were at and was surprised at what he saw. There were plenty more, but the levels were all similar. It gave William more of a clue about each level's strength. With Li Jai being a guard captain, he was likely much stronger than most mortals. That brought William's attention to a rather significant issue that became even more troublesome. The blue text appeared in his vision again. Traits, Soul Damage Major will reduce all base stats to 1 randomly. Main Quest S, Restore Your Soul. Reach level 10 to enable the system to restore your soul back to its complete state. Level 10 was no longer a simple matter to achieve from what he had seen with the guards. Other than Li Jai, they were all well into their adulthood. William hoped he was wrong, but he had a feeling it would be more challenging than he expected to preserve those precious stat points. His soul damage trait would be a headache to deal with. While William fretted over his future, the guards hastily did the barest of cursory checks before waving them through the gates. Let's leave little brother Wei Liang at the Jade Healing Clinic, Li Jai suggested as he led them through the crowd. He'll be fully healed by tomorrow. That's unnecessary, Wang Zioling shook her head rapidly. A pharmacy is fine, Li Jai. The clinic is too expensive, and Wei Liang's injury is too minor to be worth the expense. The elder there will treat him for free as a favor to me, Li Jai replied with a smile. Since little brother Wei Liang is with Wang Zioling, he has to get the best treatment. You're too kind, Li Jai, Wang Zioling sighed in resignation. William ignored what he would consider an almost unbearable public display of affection between the overly helpful Li Jai and an oblivious Wang Zioling. He had far more exciting things to pay attention to. Entering Xuanjing City seemed like traveling back in time to William. It reminded him of the historical dramas in his old world. The moment they stepped past the grand archway, the road broadened into a spacious avenue flanked by trees and unlit lanterns. From his seat on the wagon, the sea of people seemed unending, with each busily going about their business. The low murmur of chatter was a constant in the background, with the occasional yells of merchants trying to advertise their wares. William loved the atmosphere, and it was evident by the broad smile on his face. "Looks like this is little brother Wei Liang's first time inside a city," Li Jai commented when he saw him looking everywhere. "He's from a backward village," Wang Xiaoling helpfully explained. "He's pretty much a country bumpkin." Wang Xiaoling saying that could be hurtful to him. Wang Xiaoling blinked and turned to William as if confirming what Li Jai said was true. "Is that true, Wei Liang?" "Yes, I'm very hurt," William replied blandly. Oh, Wang Xiaoling shrugged before saying to Li Jai, "I don't believe him." William rolled his eyes when Li Jai smiled at Wang Xiaoling deferentially. He blocked them out to take in the sights and eventually noticed that the buildings started to get slightly taller and far more ornate. "Here we are." Li Jai stopped in front of a small building with a jade-green exterior, Jade Healing Clinic. William climbed down from the wagon with a wince when Li Jai motioned for him to follow. "Take this token and show it to the attendant." Li Jai handed William a small jade piece with an engraved eagle. "They'll heal you without taking payment." As he walked inside, Wang Xiaoling yelled, "I'll have a stall set up in the market. Find me there after you're done." "Welcome to Jade Healing Clinic, dear customer." William stared blankly at the girl with the cheery smile behind a plain counter. She was pretty, exceptionally so. If she was to be described in one of his beloved novels, it would no doubt include plenty of words similar to being able to squeeze water by pinching her skin and other such nonsense. William had a much simpler way to describe her: a monster. Name, Li Xinyu, level 93. William didn't care if this girl was the most attractive he had ever seen. He wouldn't care if she was the ugliest either. All he wanted to do was try his best not to irritate her in any way. Too bad William had already failed at that. "Master, there's another bumpkin that keeps staring at me. Can I kill this one?" "Wait." William's suddenly clammy hands fumbled with the jade token the guard gave him before shakily handing it to her. "I was sent here for healing." William blinked when he found the token in the girl's hands. He looked at his own and saw that he was holding onto air. "That guard gave this to you." William nodded quickly, hoping to get this girl's thought as far from killing him as possible. "Strange, I thought he was saving this for the merchant girl." William's ears perked up, happy that he could attach himself to someone the girl knew. "Wang Xiaoling is my boss." "Who's Wang Xiaoling?" Li Xinyu asked with a confused look. "The merchant girl you mentioned." "Wang Xiaoling is her name." William didn't dare have thoughts of ridicule to the girl's obliviousness. "You don't think badly about monsters. You also don't wonder how a level 9 guard had a token to a clinic with a monster as an attendant." "I see." Li Xinyu nodded and shattered the jade token with a squeeze of her fingers. William flinched, thinking it was over as the girl sauntered toward him with a sneer. The cultivators in the novels sometimes killed mortals for seemingly random reasons. If one of the reasons were to include staring at them for too long, it wouldn't be a stretch. Using Master's token to heal a mortal's broken ribs, what an idiot. 1 HP. William wheezed in pain when Li Xinyu's hands blurred and poked at his broken ribs, likely making it worse if the notification was anything to go by. It looked like the girl was a sadist and would not kill him painlessly. Still, William felt far worse with the demonic woman trying to suck out his soul. This was nothing. 1 HP. William spat out a mouthful of blood. It should have splattered on Li Xinyu's pristine clothes, but it seemed to phase through her and added a red decoration to the floor. 1 hit point left until William's second life ended prematurely. Li Xinyu frowned at the deathly aura that surged from William's body. "You can't even handle the adjustment of your ribs without almost dying." William glared at her, barely able to believe that this was the result of her attempting to heal him. He should have just slept it off instead of insisting on getting professional help. There was even a thought that appeared in his mind that Li Jai was scheming to get rid of him for some strange reason. "You," Li Xinyu pointed a finger at William angrily, "if you didn't have Master's token, I would have plucked your eyes out for this disrespect." "You." Li Xinyu froze for a second before all the disdain left her expression. William had the metaphorical front row seat to the change. He had to admire how quickly she went from an arrogant cultivator to innocent maiden. "Master," he looked at me lustfully. "What? No, I didn't," William protested. "Name, Huang Jingyi, level." William's heart skipped a beat. He knew it wasn't the best time to be thinking about levels when there was a little bitch trying to frame him, but the question mark where the level should be made him curious. Since Li Xinyu's level could be seen, at what point did it become hidden? Why could he see Huang Jingyi's name and not Taoist Chen's? And how do cultivation levels equate to the levels he could see? Safe mode has disabled data on cultivation levels. William wasn't as frustrated as usual at the alert. It wasn't necessary to have that information at the moment, and it was nice to find out that it would eventually be available. "Enough, Yuer." William flinched at the stern voice right in front of him. Was this what Taoist Chen meant when he said his master had a habit of getting distracted? If so, William knew he had to get rid of it before he got himself killed by standing still like an idiot. No matter who enters this clinic, they must be treated respectfully. Don't force me to take the recipes away again. William shivered when Li Xinyu looked at him resentfully as if he was the cause of all her problems. As if a 13-year-old mortal could do anything to a monstrous girl who had to be near 20. As for you, Huang Jingyi glared at William. Consider yourself lucky that you carried that token, or I would have flayed you alive for staring at my disciple. William had assumed that the old man was someone reasonable when he had started to scold the girl, who knew that he was a hypocrite. That wasn't the end of the man's warning. William's breath choked off as the pressure of the old man's power surrounded him. He was tired of having his life threatened, and he hated that there was no way to turn the situation around. All of a sudden, William understood why the main characters in most cultivation novels became psychotic killers with death as the solution to most things. It seemed ridiculous while reading it, but experiencing the needless torment gave him a different perspective. Just when the darkness started to seep into William's vision, the pressure suddenly disappeared, leaving him to gasp in much-needed air. I'll see to the boy. Go to the back and watch the cauldron you wear. William was vaguely aware of Li Xinyu saying something before walking away, but he was busy trying his best to stamp down the rage that filled him. Since it seemed these were the type of cultivators that were clearly unreasonable, any sign of defiance would undoubtedly result in death. Now, let's get you healed. William hadn't realized that he had fallen onto the floor until he was lifted to his feet. It was the second time today that a cultivator had moved him without touching him. Muir was on the right track, but she didn't consider that you were so weak. William kept his mouth shut, knowing that the man was talking to himself. Unfortunately, you'll need an immortal pill. Huang Jingyi sighed, what a waste of a pill. No matter, since that boy used the token, I'll heal you regardless of the cost. William's mouth was forced open before a pill was thrown inside. He immediately recognized it as the Vitality Restoration pill with the rush of healing energy that filled his body. Plus 9 HP. William had no intention of getting injured by the old man because of something as silly as dignity. Besides, he had decided to borrow from the psychotic main characters to vow revenge once he was strong enough. Side quest added, return to Jade Healing Clinic and make Huang Jingyi kneel with your superior cultivation. William erased the alert and wondered what the point of these quests were. With it being automatically added, it had no penalties for failure. Still, he never got an explanation of what the reward was for success. Safe mode has disabled details for user-generated quests. Very interesting, Huang Jingyi stroked his beard. You show signs of already having used a vitality restoration pill, and it was one of a higher grade considering how much your body resisted my pill. William's eyes widened in surprise, not knowing it could be so easily discovered. Luckily, the man didn't seem to hold any ill intent. It only took the briefest of moments for him to decide that revealing Taoist Chen wouldn't be of any harm. Especially since keeping it to himself obviously wasn't an option with the way Huang Jingyi stared at him curiously. Besides, it may even get William some sort of benefit, though what that could be he didn't know. A cultivator saved me and gave me the pill, William admitted truthfully. Really? Huang Jingyi's wizened face formed a smile. What's your name, boy? It's Wei Liang. Wei Liang, Huang Jingyi repeated slowly, same as the Wei clan from Qingyun City. William shook his head warily, worried his new surname might cause problems. That's a surprise, Huang Jingyi muttered. The Wei clan is full of wastrels, so it wouldn't surprise me that they used immortal pills in this manner. I never heard of the Wei clan before, William insisted again, this time verbally. I believe you, Huang Jingyi started to stroke his beard again. That makes what you claim even more curious. Tell me, what did this cultivator look like? What did he save you from? William hesitated, wondering if this could be considered as betraying Taoist Chen's confidence, but that thought didn't last long. With Taoist Chen's level of cultivation, William doubted that there was anything he could do that would get his disapproval, unless it was wasting the potential of his master's cultivation method. William was sure Taoist Chen would erase him from existence in anger after how long it had taken to find a successor. William started to tell the story of Taoist Chen swooping in and saving the day while leaving out some critical information. He wasn't stupid enough to utter a word about the system he now possessed, and certainly didn't say anything about being a transmigrator. Who knew if saying those things could lead to disaster? However, William made sure to emphasize the kindness Taoist Chen showed him, and the time he spent personally making sure William was left in a safe spot if being put in the path of Wang Xiaoling's wagon was considered safe. Huang Jingyi's heart rate had increased, but he remained composed as he hummed thoughtfully. From what was described, he could immediately tell that the mysterious cultivator was a senior. Not once did Huang Jingyi think William was fabricating the story, since he would never believe a mortal would dare to lie to someone like him. Besides, it also made sense why William was able to stare directly at his disciple. With the aura that one with Li Xinyu's constitution exuded, only 3 types of people could look at her. Cultivators, mortals with extraordinary potential on the path to immortality, and mortals with exceptional potential to be lustful wretches. With William not falling into the former two categories, Huang Jingyi couldn't be blamed when he assumed that William was a lustful wretch. However, it seemed that Huang Jingyi had wronged him with that assumption. Not only that, but there was something in him that a wandering senior saw that made it worthwhile to part with a vitality restoration pill. Still, there was one thing that he didn't understand. Wei Liang was it? Did that senior say anything when he gave you the pill? William knew this was the chance to show off Taoist Chen's apparent wealth and in turn make himself seem more important. I'm not too sure. Huang Jingyi sighed, disappointed at the answer, but not at all surprised considering the near-death experience the mortal went through. It was already surprising that the boy remembered what he did. That was until William continued speaking. I think I heard him say that he didn't have a lower-grade pill to give me. Maybe he was disappointed he had to give me something that valuable. Huang Jingyi thought the opposite. If the lowest grade vitality restoration pill the senior possessed was of the third grade, it hinted at his high cultivation. A core formation elder like Huang Jingyi himself would have pills of the first and second grades purely for convenience and cost-effectiveness, but once a cultivator ascended into the nascent soul stage, those pills would be useless. Whoever the senior was, Huang Jingyi could comfortably assume that he was in the nascent soul stage at the least. You've made my day a little more interesting. Wei Liang, Huang Jingyi said loftily, I feel that you deserve something in return. William blinked, not expecting any benefits from his storytelling. The most he hoped for was to be allowed to leave without harm. That's not necessary, William said politely. Getting my injuries healed is more than I deserve. Nonsense. Huang Jingyi frowned. If I say one deserves a reward, who would dare decline? Huang Jingyi reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a jade token that William recognized. It was similar to what the guard Li Jai had handed him before entering the clinic. However, there was a fundamental difference. The token Li Jai handed him was made of dull green jade. Huang Jingyi was offering William one that was lavender in color. The token you had previously only allows for a one-time visit, but this will allow you to visit the clinic whenever you wish. William stared at the valuable jade token blankly, wondering what was happening. Didn't the old man threaten to flay him alive a few minutes ago, or was that his overactive imagination? Side quests 2. Return to Jade Healing Clinic and make Huang Jingyi kneel with your superior cultivation. No, that side quest confirmed that William was still supposed to come back and humiliate Huang Jingyi in the far future. As if he had heard William's doubts, Huang Jingyi sighed regretfully. You must be thinking about Yuer. Her actions were too aggressive. Good, Huang Jingyi smiled. You can give Yuer some company. Not many people in the city are qualified to visit my clinic. William kept his mouth shut, swallowing the protest of being that monstrous girl's playmate. He didn't want to deny the equally monstrous master. 2 or 3 times a week should be fine, Huang Jingyi said casually with a wave of his hand. Off you go. I spent too long chatting with you. Side quest added, visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. The smile on Huang Jingyi's face stayed until he saw the boy leave the clinic. After that, it dropped off to be replaced with a pondering expression. Master, why did you give that boy another token? You saw that he looked at me. Hush, Yuer. Huang Jingyi turned to pat his disciple's head. The boy isn't a lecher. Wei Liang had an encounter that could be the start of his destiny. That was the only reason he was able to look at you. It will do no harm to give him a small visiting token. Li Xinyu pouted and huffed at having to see the mortal again. But why did you say that he could give me company? I rather read pill recipes than talk to the stupid boy. Huang Jingyi sighed at his disciple's protest. Nothing was wrong with what she said, and most masters would love to have a disciple so dedicated to cultivation. Still, he was coming to recognize that Li Xinyu was socially deficient. No matter how talented she was at cultivation, what was the point if she didn't have anyone to share it with? Huang Jingyi didn't think he was ready to see his beloved disciple with a Dao companion. However, a beloved friend would be perfect. That was where Wei Liang came in. If Wei Liang was favored by destiny like Huang Jingyi, suspected with the interest the senior had in him, the boy would serve as a good, long-term friend for his disciple. If that wasn't the case, Wei Liang would be a mortal who would teach Yuer how to form a friendship before she moved on to people with real worth. Either of those options would be acceptable for Huang Jingyi. Yuer, Huang Jingyi said sternly, take this as an order. When Wei Liang returns, I expect you to do your best to talk to him. Understand, he had to fight the urge to backtrack when his beloved disciple looked at him with teary eyes. Yuer might be socially deficient, but she had perfected the art of manipulating her master. However, Huang Jingyi wouldn't fall for it this time. Fine, Li Xinyu agreed through clenched teeth before turning around to ignore her master. Huang Jingyi didn't mind her antics and smiled, glancing at Wei Liang's figure walking out of sight in the distance. He couldn't deny that he was eager to see if his suspicions were true. William still wasn't sure what had just happened. The trip to Jade Healing Clinic was far more eventful than needed, and while it somehow ended in William's favor, the whole thing left a bad taste in his mouth. He understood that he was a weakling even among mortals, but why was it necessary to get curbed, stomped by people who were far more powerful? It would be a nice change of pace if some child would insult him, so William could proceed to do some classic face slapping to get experience points. That fact hadn't escaped his notice. The only experience points he had earned was because of some nonsensical reason of accepting his place in the world. William doubted that could be repeated. The status screen or HUD, whatever it was, didn't show him what to do to get more experience. Safe mode has disabled the discovery of side quests. William let out an exasperated sigh. With all the restrictions with this safe mode, it had made the point of having the HUD almost negligible. It made him wonder why having a damaged soul was so limiting to this strange power. The most obvious answer was that it was somehow powered by his soul, though if that was true, he couldn't understand how. William put his hand in his pocket for the umpteenth time to rub the smooth surface of the jade token Huang Jingyi gave him. This was another unneeded thing he received from his visit to Jade Healing Clinic. He wasn't keen on returning to where two temperamental cultivators worked, especially since they made it blatantly aware that they didn't like the sight of him. Well, at least at the start. The story William told Huang Jingyi lessened the old man's anger considerably, or if not that, made him interested enough in William to give him a token and practically order him to visit the clinic. That was both a good and bad thing. William would have to watch his actions carefully in order to keep himself alive and well during those visits. Still, on the other hand, it gave him what was possibly the easiest source of experience points. Side Quests 3, visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. The HUD refused to show the rewards William could get by completing it, but it surely had to be 25 points at minimum. He got that for the highly arduous task of accepting his place in this world, so it wasn't a stretch to use it as a base. William grunted when he was shoved to the side. Watch where you're going. William rubbed his shoulder and scowled at the man who walked into him. All he saw was the back of the man's head since he was already hurrying somewhere in a rush. It wasn't the first time William was bumped into, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. The market was packed to the brim, even more than what William saw at the city entrance. There were temporary stalls set up between permanent storefronts, making the choices for prospective buyers practically unlimited. It was a sight to see at the start, but it was quickly getting old. William had been searching for Wang Zioling for over an hour without luck. If it wasn't for the fact that he was penniless and felt indebted to Li Jai for the jade token, no matter how terrible the experience in the clinic was, William would have given up looking. It made him scold himself for being stupid enough to walk away from Wang Zioling without getting more details on where she would be. He wondered if her unreliableness had already infected him. At the least, William should have glanced at the goods she would sell so he would have an idea of what to look for. Instead, he was wandering around like a suspicious person, drawing looks from the stall owners when he passed by multiple times. William groaned loudly in frustration, getting the people around him to warily move away. He didn't pay them any mind and pouted like a true 13-year-old. Are you Wei Liang? William winced when a meaty hand clamped down on his shoulder. He looked up to see what might be the largest man he had ever seen in either of his lives, and it wasn't even close. It was a miracle that the mountain of meat could even walk around. Who are you? William shook off the hand and moved a few steps away. He learned his lesson of being in striking distance of strangers, especially one that could trip and kill him by falling on him. William never understood the nickname Fatty that some characters in cultivation novels had, but maybe it was because he didn't imagine them right. He always thought of those characters as jolly, pleasant-looking people who were slightly on the heavier side. This Fatty Sue destroyed that image. William winced when the lumbering man's body made far too many noises as he slowly turned around and waddled off. William might be wary of this Fatty Sue, but the mention of Wang Zioling was enough of a lure to discard that hesitance. However, there was one thing that still seemed highly suspicious. Fatty Sue described Wang Zioling as noble and elegant. Unless those words mean something different in this world, Fatty Sue was talking about someone else, or he was as hopeless for the crazy woman as Li Jai. William frowned when Fatty Sue shoved his way toward the most crowded stall in the whole market. He had painstakingly navigated through this crowd on his second trip around the market. It had obviously been a failure since he continued searching for Wang Zioling. William followed Fatty Sue comfortably with a shrug since the man's bulk created enough space for him in the crowd. Even if the guy was unscrupulous, too many people were around for anything serious to happen. Sister Wang, Sister Wang. Fatty Sue's yells were like foghorns with the sheer volume he was able to produce. Annoying Sue, what do you want now? I'm too busy to talk to you. William perked up at the familiar voice and moved around Fatty Sue's bulk to peer around him. He expected to see Wang Zioling squeezed in the crowd, more frazzled than usual with an angry look on her face. William was mostly right. Wang Zioling was there with an angry look on her face, but that was the only thing he was right about. She wasn't squeezed in the crowd and definitely wasn't frazzled. In fact, Wang Xiaoling was nearly unrecognizable. Sister Wang, I found Wei Liang, really. Wang Xiaoling narrowed her eyes to see the small figure overshadowed by Fatty Sue's large body. Finally, Wei Liang, get up here. The crowd leading up to the stall parted to let William through, not that he noticed. He was too busy staring at Wang Xiaoling. What happened to you? William stared at the completely transformed woman in shock. William's question was ignored as Wang Xiaoling studied him closely. You're healed. Good, you can start working immediately. Help me take the orders. We only have a few more hours before my stall permit expires. Side quest, added help Wang Xiaoling sell her goods. William immediately put aside his shock at how attractive Wang Xiaoling looked when she tried to look her best. There was no time to care about such frivolities. Experience points were within reach, and he sorely needed them. William pulled up the full HUD for the first time in a while. Main Quest S, Restore Your Soul. Reach level 10 to enable the system to restore your soul back to its complete state. Side Quests 4-1. Taoist Chen has challenged you to become a nascent soul cultivator in 10 years for a reward 2. Return to Jade Healing Clinic and make Huang Jingyi kneel with your superior cultivation 3. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable 4. Help Wang Xiaoling sell her goods. Of all the quests available, helping Wang Xiaoling was the only one that could be worked on immediately. Tell me what you need me to do. William's eyes gleamed with desire, surprising Wang Xiaoling at the intensity. Good, that's exactly what I want to hear from my best employee. 5 dragon fruits, 2 sunberries. Kid, give me 20 spirit fruits. William was like a well-oiled machine. After learning the price of the goods Wang Xiaoling had for sale, he didn't miss completing an order. He never thought that the fast food job at Burger Emperor would come in handy, but here he was. However, one thing made this different from one of the lowest-paying jobs in his old world: the food he was selling. Working in the fast food industry made William swear off that garbage for life after seeing how it was made, but right now, all he wanted to do was take a bite out of every fruit he touched. They looked mouth-watering, and the scent they gave off was enough for William to start drooling. In fact, the only reason he hadn't started salivating like a hungry animal was his single-minded concentration. No matter how much William wanted to gobble up the fruits he was selling, the experience points were more important, and William was sure that Wang Xiaoling might snap his hand in anger at the lost coin if he sampled a fruit. He wasn't sure how much he would be paid for his help, but with her hesitance to pay for a room for the night, he knew it wouldn't be much. Wang Xiaoling had the penny or copper in this world pinching mindset that had made most business people successful. With William's expected low pay and the price of the fruits, he didn't think his wages would pay for more than a couple. 5 copper. William shoved 5 dragon fruits into the offered basket. 1 silver. 2 sunberries were placed into waiting hands. 2 gold. This order was more than usual, and Wang Xiaoling had specially made baskets for these. William swiped the payments off the counter and dumped the coins into the bag beside him. He was already moving on to the next batch of customers yelling their orders. Wang Xiaoling wasn't moving any slower than William. She had been serious about the permit expiring, so she wanted to sell as much of the goods she brought with her as possible. An extra benefit came in handy with this type of work for William. He was able to quickly understand the way currency worked in the Tianxia Empire. William had been more than a little worried that it would be something ridiculous, like some odd-numbered denomination equaling one of another, but it was all surprisingly ordered. 10 copper equaled 1 silver, and 10 silver equaled 1 gold. As for anything higher, William obviously hadn't encountered them, if they existed at all. From the short time he had been selling the in-demand fruits, 1 gold was greatly desired with the way most people stared at said coin in greed. Incidentally, it also let William know that Wang Xiaoling was quite the moneymaker. If he wasn't doing this work for the experience points, he might make more of a fuss for better pay. Get me 40 spirit fruits. William's eyes twitched as he grabbed 2 baskets and yelled, 4 gold. He wondered what the profit margins were on these things. It was becoming increasingly apparent that Taoist Chen likely meant for him to meet Wang Xiaoling. How lucky would it be if he met someone like her by coincidence? The next hour was a blur as the fruits available for sale slowly emptied. When only a couple of damaged dragon fruits were left, Wang Xiaoling closed the stall. Wei Liang, you have a gift, Wang Xiaoling praised with a gleam in her eyes. Stick with me, and I promise you'll go places. William stared at the miser suspiciously. It was likely she was thinking of making him some sort of permanent indentured servant. More worryingly, he hadn't received his experience points despite completing the quest. Perhaps there needed to be some sort of finishing action. So you're saying I did a good job? William asked leadingly. Of course. Wang Xiaoling seemed too thrilled to notice anything. The fruits I sell are always in demand, but I rarely sell everything because I don't have decent help. You were great, so I guess you'll pay me well then. How much am I getting? William asked with his hand out. Wang Xiaoling froze and her smile slowly became strained. Well, you see, Wei Liang, it costs a lot to buy these. I didn't make much this time. All I can pay you is 1 silver. She dropped a silver coin in William's outstretched hands and looked away, looking for something to use as an excuse to get away. It was then that she remembered the bags filled with coins from her sales. There was no way to take them with her. Oh, that's right. Wang Xiaoling pretended to remember. Wei Liang, I wanted to give the remaining dragon fruits to you. They're delicious and really good for your health. She offered the unsold fruits to William and became even more nervous when he didn't look at them. And I got you a room for the night. Aren't I generous? William didn't ignore Wang Xiaoling on purpose, and he wasn't even aware that the compensation for the work he had done was slowly becoming greater the more he ignored her. Completed help Wang Xiaoling sell her goods, plus 50 XP. Hidden bonus sell 20 gold worth of goods, plus 50 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. William's breath hitched in excitement. He hadn't expected to get enough points to get to the next level, and the hidden bonus motivated him to be a try-hard in future quests with how generous it rewarded him. Main Quest S, Restore Your Soul. Reach level 10 to enable the system to restore your soul back to its complete state. Side Quests 3, 1. Taoist Chen has challenged you to become a nascent soul cultivator in 10 years for a reward 2. Return to Jade Healing Clinic and make Huang Jingyi kneel with your superior cultivation 3. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. William didn't like that he now needed 250 experience points to reach the next level. That didn't bode well for the points required for higher levels. Still, as long as the visits to Jade Healing Clinic rewarded him sufficiently, level 10 was well within reach. More importantly, it was looking highly likely that William would have no risk whatsoever in the process. That would do wonders for his precious stat points. The devastating side effect of having soul damage would never be an issue as long as William patiently grinded experience points in the city. Speaking of stat points, he did wonder why he had received 5 points when there were only 4 attributes to spend it on. He wasn't complaining about it, though. With how vital stat points generally were, the more the better. Fine, you can have 2 silver. If you want more, you can forget about working for me. William expected her hand to fly toward his head and jumped back in time to get out of reach. His promise to himself to stay uninjured wouldn't be broken so soon. I never cheat anyone, Wang Xiaoling declared righteously before turning around with a red face. She grunted while picking up the heavy coin-filled bags and said, "Let's go. I'll drop you off at the hotel before heading to the bank." William followed behind her and pocketed the silver before licking his lips while staring at the dragon fruits. They were slightly damaged, which only made the delicious scent more apparent. The dragon fruits were similar in looks to the ones in his old world, but they were far different from how he had seen people eating them. William moved one of the fruits into his other hand and ran his finger over the spikes before biting into it like an apple. An embarrassingly loud moan left his lips as he devoured the delicious fruit like a man who hadn't eaten for days. It was gone in less than a minute. +1 strength. William's jaw dropped in shock at the alert. He stared at the remaining 2 fruits like they were the key to immortality. Disregarding his full stomach, he tore into another dragon fruit greedily, eagerly anticipating the extra attribute point. After William finished it, he was disappointed when he didn't see the alert he expected. He figured it would have been too good to be true for such an easy way to gain points. Still, gaining a strength point for eating the fruit was already good enough. Soul damage trait activated all base stats, reset to 1. "What's wrong with you, brat?" Wang Xiaoling asked with concern. "You look like you're about to hurt yourself." William sighed and tried to look more excited, a hard thing to do when it felt like his emotions were played with. At least he hadn't done anything foolish like spending his stat points and getting that wiped out too. "Let Wu Chang know my name and tell him I'll pay for your room. He'll get you settled." "Wait, who's Wu Cha?" William cut himself off when Wang Xiaoling rode away quickly, suspiciously quickly. He narrowed his eyes before eventually facing the building he was dropped off at. The Golden Lotus. That was what the sign said in gold lettering. The building was a strange mix of traditional Chinese design and something familiar. It was at the edge of William's mind, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Still, with the attractive, bright yellow facade and the hotel's location in the heart of Chuanjing City, William wondered if he had misread Wang Xiaoling. This did not look cheap. Maybe she was stingy in all aspects except where she slept. William had known people like that before. A small bell rang when William entered the hotel, announcing that the door had opened. The lobby was small but welcoming, with walls decorated in colorful tapestries and a few comfortable chairs near the reception. "Welcome to the Golden Lotus," a middle-aged man with a kind face greeted William with a warm smile. "Hi," William replied awkwardly, not ready for someone to speak to him normally for the first time since he got here. Well, unless Li Jai counted, which he didn't. The guard was more focused on Wang Xiaoling than anything else. "Hello," the man chuckled. "Are you looking for a room?" "Yes," Wang Xiaoling said. "She'll pay for my room." Wang Xiaoling. William shifted in his spot, sensing that something wasn't right. Are you talking about the self-proclaimed #1 traitor, that Wang Zioling? That's the one. William tried to be optimistic, but the way the man looked at him didn't help. She told me someone called Wu Chang would help me. I am Wu Chang. William stared at the man for a second before sighing. Let me guess, you think I'm lying about her paying for me. Wang Zioling is careful with money. I'm afraid you'll have to make a deposit for the room. I'll return it to you if she settles your bill. Right, William rubbed his brow in frustration and asked, how much is it for one night? It'll be 5 copper. William winced at the price and reluctantly pulled out a silver before handing it to Wu Chang. The rate for one night was 25% of his current net worth. That told more about how poor he was rather than the cost of the room, but still, Wei Liang. That was said in a low grumble as William pocketed the change. He was mentally berating himself for being foolish enough to believe Wang Zioling about spending money after what he knew about her. Again, welcome to the Golden Lotus, Wei Liang. There aren't many guests for the night, so if you need a quiet, larger area, there is a communal area where guests can relax. As for food, there are plenty of restaurants within a short distance. You can find me in the lobby if you want any recommendations. William came to a stop as Wu Chang fiddled with the door to a room. It was open to reveal a sparsely furnished room, but one that was good enough for a night's rest. I hope the room is to your liking. Do you have any questions for me? Wu Chang asked from the doorway. When William shook his head, he said, then I'll be in the lobby if you need me. William waited for the door to close before sitting roughly on the bed. He sighed in relief at having something soft to sit on and stared at the remaining dragon fruit. If this was the type of food Wang Zioling had access to, it made sense why she seemed to be so freakishly strong. It made William wonder what the effects of the other fruits were. William could understand why eating the second dragon fruit did nothing for him. It would have been ridiculous if all he had to do was gorge himself on them to increase the strength attribute. However, he really hoped that eating the dragon fruit wouldn't disqualify him from gaining the benefit of the other fruits, if they had any. If only his soul-damaged state hadn't ruined the surprise discovery of the dragon fruit. What William hated more than having that trait itself was the vagueness of its effect. Traits, soul damage major, will reduce all base stats to 1 randomly. William frowned at the word, randomly. Who exactly was deciding the randomness? And was it really random, or would he eventually find that the system had some sort of vendetta against him? The latter was a thought that appeared in his mind frequently on the ride to the hotel. It was highly convenient that the trait randomly activated the moment he received an attribute point. The easiest way to test it was to spend one of the stat points he received and use it on an attribute, but William wasn't desperate enough to risk that. Still, it would be nice if he could get more details on how it worked. Visible RNG for soul damage major effect enabled. Current chance of soul damage major effect activating, 5. Activation numbers, 150. Total numbers, 1000. Previous result, 43. William stared at the info dump in surprise. He expected the HUD to show something, but he certainly didn't expect it to be what he wished. With how common the occurrence had been, he was sure he would have gotten an alert about safe mode blocking it for his own good. It was a little comforting that a random number generator controlled this, but that was as long as the RNG was genuinely random, as the name implied. William couldn't exactly confirm if it was true. However, something was better than nothing. William grunted as he pushed off the bed and put the dragon fruit on the table. He didn't think it would be edible for much longer with how damaged it was, but even if he ate it now, it would be useless. It obviously wouldn't help with increasing his strength attribute, nor would it ease his hunger since he had a full stomach from the past 2 dragon fruits he had eaten. William stretched his hands above his head and groaned at the pops in his back. He gave the room another glance, and if he didn't know better, it would have fooled him into thinking that he was in his old world. There were differently sized, folded towels on the counter near the bathroom, along with small bottles of what must be some sort of body wash or something similar. Honestly, everything was eerily similar to what a hotel room looked like in his old world. With Taoist Chen's master likely to be a transmigrator, or at least have some memory of his old world, it wasn't that big of a surprise that some similarities could be seen. Not that William expected to see it in a hotel room of all places. However, the similarity gave him a sense of calm that William didn't even know he needed. He locked the door, purely out of habit, not expecting it to do anything for safety, and climbed back into bed. It would be nice to shut his eyes and let his mind reset from the insane hell he had been through today. William wearily rubbed his face in an attempt to wipe the tiredness off it. The faster he could get to the coffee, the better. William forced his eyes open and saw that he was already halfway to the lobby. He frowned and wondered if he had dozed off for half a minute to miss the elevator going down over 30 floors. He had never been exhausted to quite that extent before. Perhaps that was just a problem with him not being in his teens anymore. This was his body telling him to stop being an idiot and stop the unnecessary all-nighters. The elevator suddenly made a loud grinding noise combined with a piercing metal screech before it halted. All signs of sleep disappeared from William's eyes as they grew wide in fear. This was what he had nightmares of as a kid, getting trapped in an elevator for hours on end while helplessly waiting for rescue. William didn't dare press any of the buttons assigned to a floor due to fear, but he mashed the one for emergencies and held it down. This is maintenance. Was this an accidental press? The woman answering sounded as if she wanted to be doing anything else. It was strangely soothing to William, who could barely hold off the panic building within him. No, something's wrong with the elevator. I'm stuck inside. William was proud of how his voice didn't shake. Got it. I'll send a couple people over. William pressed his lips together when the call disconnected. It would have been nice if she had stayed on the line. No matter. He just had to relax and wait for them to get him out. Plenty of redundant features in modern elevators made them extremely safe. In fact, William hadn't heard of anyone that had died due to this issue in the country. As if to prove his self-reassurances wrong, the elevator lurched and dropped a few meters before stopping harshly. William hissed in pain as his legs took the full brunt of the unexpected movement, and it felt like his bones were screaming in protest. He gripped the railing tightly and stayed as still as possible. As far as he knew, what just happened shouldn't have been possible. A safety feature must have failed. William held his breath as if that would help stabilize the elevator and listened nervously to the metallic groans around him. His heart sank. He knew that he was in trouble, and it was unlikely there would be a good ending to this. A sickening jolt made William's hand turn white as he tried to crush the railing with his grip. He prepared himself for the worst. Fuck, William yelled as his feet left the elevator's floor and his head banged into the ceiling. That was immediately followed by him crashing to the floor head first. William could barely think straight with the repeated hits to the head, but he could feel a throbbing pain in his legs similar to when he had broken a bone as a kid. If by some miracle he survived this, he would need a lengthy hospital stay to recover. It felt like William had been in the free-falling elevator for far longer than the few seconds it had been. Just as the thought of lifting his body off the elevator floor entered his mind, there was a loud, deafening noise. It was a strange feeling. Being able to think clearly after knowing he had been in a horrible accident, William had nothing he could call a body, nor could he explain how he could think and see, not that there was anything worth seeing at the moment. It was all just darkness, just dark, darky darkness. William wondered how long he had been here to lose his mind and think that sentence. He imagined his real body was in a coma since he could still think. If that was true, his parents might have stopped arguing about everything and anything to visit their middle child in the hospital. It would be an excellent bonding experience for them probably. William would have snorted at the thought if he had a face. Still, he was bored out of his mind. He hoped he wouldn't be stuck in this place for much longer. A faint light appeared in the distance as if the darkness was listening to his thoughts. It reminded William of those movies and how it generally meant it was a way out. The only difference was that he couldn't move toward the light even if he wanted to. It was like he was tied in place. William shrugged and assumed that he would be free when it was time to go. What was the point of fighting against it? He stared at the light getting brighter and brighter before he could finally feel himself moving. Either that or the light itself was getting closer. William supposed it was the same either way. At the very least, there was something to look at other than the darkness. William was soon surrounded by unending light that should have blinded him if he had eyes. Thankfully, that didn't last too long. Unfortunately, it was replaced by something even worse. He was forced to observe the nauseating burst of colors that blurred and merged around him. It would have been awe-inspiring if the sudden feeling of a terrifying suction didn't pull at his entire being. William assumed it was similar to the feeling of being pulled in 20 different directions at once, only somehow exponentially worse. He caught glimpses of fantastical beings in places where the mess of colors didn't exist, making William think he was in a strange dream. Why else would he see dragons, strange humanoid cat people, and even a man who seemed to have the power of a god? Suddenly, the nauseating surroundings disappeared in a snap, revealing him to be hurtling forward recklessly in a dark cave. Even if this should have been terrifying, it was almost a comfort compared to what he was seeing before. The last thing William saw was the dead-looking eyes of a young boy before the world went black. William sat up in the bed with a loud gasp, sweat dripping down his face. He grimaced and threw the sweat-soaked blanket off him. He got off the bed and grabbed a towel to wipe his face before looking out the window. At least it looked like he slept through the night since the sun was peeking over the horizon. That wasn't a dream. It was the memory of how he had got to this world, and of his death. William wasn't sure what disturbed him more, the memory of how he died, or the image of the dead eyes of the body that was now his. He looked at the small mirror hung on the wall and shuddered before quickly avoiding it. Seeing those eyes was not something he wanted to deal with right now. William forced himself to put aside the memory and thought about what to do for the day. If Wang Xiaoling didn't have any work for him, which was likely since everything was sold yesterday, he intended to visit Jade Healing Clinic. Since he was already resolved to do it, there was no point in delaying. but first he needed to wash himself and get a change of clothes. William was about to head to the bathroom, or washroom, whatever it was called, when his stomach announced its presence with a loud growl. Luckily, he still had a dragon fruit to sate his hunger until he could get some real food. William quickly finished the fruit and licked his fingers clean. +1 strength. RNG activated. William blinked in surprise at the unexpected attribute increase before his excitement was crushed by the second alert. He knew the chance of having the soul damage affect him was only 5%, but it had already happened once before. Result, 746. William let out a puff of air in relief. He giggled, sounding hysterical as he pulled up his base stats. William would worry later about how and why the RNG was activated. He would do the same with why the dragon fruit could bless him with an attribute point when it failed yesterday. Right now, he would revel in the success and wash the sweat off his body. I wonder who works for who. How did I become your personal shopper? You didn't, William said dryly. I'm pretty sure he did. Hey, Wang Zioling slapped the back of William's head. Don't be rude. Call him Brother Li, brat. William rubbed the back of his head and glanced at the amused Li Jai. Sorry, Brother Li, I didn't mean to have you buy me clothes. It was no problem. Li Jai smiled. Besides, I needed to buy some things myself. William looked at Li Jai's empty hands and raised an eyebrow at him, getting an embarrassed smile in return. He shrugged and let the white lie go. William wasn't one to be a cockblock without an extremely good reason. At the very least, he understood why Li Jai liked the crazy woman. While Wang Zioling didn't match the beauty of the monstrous girl in the Jade Healing Clinic, she came surprisingly close. I'm going to take the cost of the clothes out of your next payment, Wang Zioling helpfully added. No need to thank me. William narrowed his eyes, wondering if she was trying to fleece him. How much did they cost? Li Jai found it for a bargain. Only 6 copper. Silk of this quality is usually priced in silver. I wish I had the luck Li Jai has with finding the good stuff. William gave another knowing look to the blushing guard and wondered what his background was. It surely wasn't simple. Even if he hadn't known that Li Jai would buy expensive gifts for Wang Zioling and claim he had got them for a bargain, having a token to get treated in the Jade Healing Clinic needed a good background. At least, that's what William assumed from the exclusivity Huang Jingyi mentioned. William wondered if Li Jai was a hidden boss experiencing life as a mortal, but immediately threw that out of his mind. If that was true, there was no reason to go to this length to get Wang Zioling's affection. That does sound like a good deal, William agreed, adding maybe you should go with Brother Li and see if you get lucky. Wang Zioling stared intently at Li Jai before smiling widely. Good idea, Wei Liang. Let's go. Ah, wait. Wang Zioling, does eating a dragon fruit do something to you? I feel a little stronger than before. You don't know. Wang Zioling muttered before slapping her forehead. I forgot you were a country bumpkin. The fruits I sell are the rejected harvest for a minor sect. Even if it's trash for them, it's good for people like us. Oh, William wondered how she had got into business with a sect. And didn't she tell him that an honest merchant like her would never meet experts? So is that how you got so strong? What was that? Wang Zioling growled. Did you say I'm manly? William shook his head rapidly as she threatened him with a closed fist. He forgot he had to watch his words with her short temper. Wang Zioling sniffed and said, That's what I thought. Besides, eating a dragon fruit only works a few times. After that, it's just something delicious. Anyway, let's go, Li Jai. You too, Wei Liang. You can help with holding the things I'll buy. Right, William stepped back. As much as I would love to go with you, I have to go back to the Jade Healing Clinic. You do. Li Jai interjected with a furrowed brow. Did they not heal you yesterday? They did, but Elder Huang wanted me to come again. I'm not sure why. Li Jai gained a sharp look in his eyes that William might have missed if it didn't feel like cold water had been dumped on his head. He shivered involuntarily and tried to seem unaffected, though when Li Jai looked at him sheepishly, it probably didn't work. You're being given a rare opportunity, Li Jai said earnestly. Be sure to grasp it with both hands, and always be sure to be respectful in the clinic. It is something that could decide your life. Li Jai, stop scaring the brat. Let's get annoying Sue. We can take him along instead of Wei Liang to be my pack mule. William watched the annoyance wash over Li Jai's face before a comforting smile replaced it. The image of Fatty Sue would be something that could occupy William's mind, if not for how casual Wang Zioling seemed to be with what was being discussed. Perhaps he was the naive one to believe that she was nothing more than what she had revealed so far. She was somehow a merchant that sold the rejected harvest from a sect. She knew someone like Li Jai who had secrets of his own, and she didn't blink an eye at what Li Jai said about the Jade Healing Clinic. Those were all the traits of a hidden big shot, right? It might be a stretch, but there was a chance. William knew there must be a reason Taoist Chen dropped him in front of Zioling's wagon. Her skill in making money might not be the most significant factor. He resolved to stick to her like glue to get all the benefits he could. Of course, if necessary, William would sometimes separate from the suspected hidden big shot Wang Zioling. He needed to visit the Jade Healing Clinic, where blatantly visible big shots worked. William observed Li Jai suck up to Wang Zioling in his own particular way and decided it wouldn't hurt to do the same. He figured the easiest way to do that was to change how he addressed her. He could call her sister Wang, but that would lump him together with Fatty Sue, so that was thrown out. That left only one other option. Sister Zioling, could you drop me off at the clinic? William tried to make himself look as innocent as possible when Wang Zioling stared at him suspiciously. He had to stop his instinctual reaction to step back when she moved closer to him. Did soaking in the tub get you sick? Wang Zioling asked as she pressed a hand to William's forehead. Li Jai, let's drop the brat off at the clinic. He's talking weirdly all of a sudden. Maybe they can fix him. William didn't even know he was tense until Wang Zioling stormed away. He guessed the trauma of her kick still lingered for longer than he expected. Li Jai chuckled as he slapped William's back lightly. Little brother Wei Liang, you're smarter than I guessed, but don't go too far. William wondered if that was a threat since it certainly sounded like it was. However, he would give Li Jai a pass and assume it was a misunderstanding due to how friendly he had been so far. Because if it wasn't, William's liking of the man would drop tremendously for threatening a 13-year-old. That would reek of insecurity. Wei Liang, Wang Zioling yelled from the wagon, hurry up. I don't want to waste any time. Let go, brother Li. You don't want to waste the chance I gave you with Sister Zioling, do you? The short ride to the Jade Healing Clinic let William see some interesting shops he wanted to look at. But given his current weakness, he was prime material for another abduction. Sister Zioling, is it safe for me to walk back to the hotel? Wang Zioling gave William another confused look, still not used to the familiar way he addressed her. You should be fine as long as it's not late. Wei Liang, I'm not sure what's wrong with you, but you better go back to normal when I see you later. Wang Zioling huffed and made the horses tap their hooves to kick up some dirt before leaving William behind. He coughed as he waved his hand ineffectively to try and clear the air. He wasn't sure if Wang Zioling really was a big shot or not, but even if it was the latter, his near future depended on her grace. William wanted Wang Zioling. No. He wanted Sister Zioling to see him as something more than cheap help, even if it was only upgraded to extremely precious cheap help that couldn't be replaced. He patted his new silk clothes to get the dust off them before taking a deep breath and prepared himself to greet Li Xinyu. 3 keywords were repeating in his mind: respect, sincerity, and agreeability. If he showed all 3, the temperamental cultivator wouldn't threaten to kill him probably. Welcome to Jade Healing. Oh, it's you. William had hoped that since Li Xinyu's master sent him off with a smile yesterday, she would lessen her hostility toward him. In a way, that was correct. It didn't look like she wanted to kill him, but he wouldn't say she was pleased to see him. Why are you here already? Are you that eager to make me waste my time? William wasn't sure what Li Xinyu was talking about. Still, since he would be spending considerable time with the girl in the future, his first and only priority was getting her to like him, or if that wasn't possible, tolerating him at the least. Taoist Chen said that he apologized too quickly, but he didn't see another way to diffuse that irritation in Li Xinyu. I'm sorry, William tried to look like a kicked puppy. He didn't think it worked since Li Xinyu was unmoved. Elder Huang was kind enough to give me something called an immortal pill. That must have been really valuable, so I wanted to repay him. William was happy to see that Li Xinyu softened just a little bit. Huang Jingyi might be a way to get into her good graces, but it would take more than that. Well, at least you aren't ungrateful, Li Xinyu muttered before sighing in resignation. All right, Wei Liang. Master told me to talk to you, so let's get it over with. How much time do you think it will take? William stared blankly at Li Xinyu's earnest face, wondering if this was some sort of joke. It was already a strange question, but even more so when a girl closer to 20 asked a 13-year-old. I never really set a time limit when I talked to people, William said with a confused look. Why did Elder Huang want you to do this? William shuddered at the sudden glare shot his way. It's not for you to guess why my master does anything. He nodded rapidly, wondering how he had already stepped into a landmine. Maybe we can start by introducing ourselves. I already know your name. It's Wei Liang. William had to stop the urge to show his frustration at the oblivious girl. Talking with her was like trying to draw blood from a stone. It was no wonder Huang Jingyi wanted her to speak to him. He had thought he interested the old man with his story, but it looked like he was just a convenient body for his disciple to practice on. Still, that didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. No matter why William came to the Jade Healing Clinic, it would still count toward his mandatory visits for his side quest. But I don't know your name, William replied. Li Xinyu blinked, looking like she hadn't realized reciprocating was necessary. She looked reluctant as she said, you can call me Sister Li. Sister Li, what did you mean by wasting your time? William was using the age-old formula to make friends. The first step was to figure out their likes and talk about them. Li Xinyu's eyes grew bright. I'm on the cusp of becoming an apprentice alchemist. Master already says that I can pass the test given by the Imperial Alchemist Association, but I need to reach the Foundation establishment realm before I am allowed to even try. Li Xinyu paused when she saw the wide-eyed look on his face. She had forgotten that she wasn't talking to a fellow cultivator in her excitement. That sounds really impressive, Sister Lei, William said with an amazed tone. He didn't even have to fake it since alchemists were the rarest type of cultivators due to the amount of dedication it required. At least that was true in most novels. Are you about to reach this foundation establishment realm soon? Yes, Li Xinyu nodded. Her excitement cooled off considerably since in her mind, he didn't truly understand what she was saying. I should break through in a few months at most. Sooner if I spend all my time cultivating. Name, Li Xinyu level 94. William glanced at the blue text above her and didn't doubt what she said. She had been at level 93 yesterday and had already leveled up. She was most likely at the edge for some time, so he wasn't expecting her to increase to a higher level tomorrow. Still, with what she had said and what he could see, it could be assumed that level 100 was the limit for whatever realm she was in. I don't want to delay you from something so important, Sister Li. Why don't I tell Elder Huang that we talked for a long time and you can do what you must? Oh, Li Xinyu's stance toward him softened even further. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she admitted, well, it won't make much difference right now. I have to stay here in case someone comes to the clinic. I usually read alchemy recipes to pass the time. That caught William's attention and he decided to try his luck. Then you can do that, Sister Lei. If you think Elder Huang might not be satisfied, maybe I can read with you. Impossible, Li Xinyu shot it down immediately. You should never study higher-level alchemic material if you don't have a foundation. That is often the cause of disasters. William sighed, already having expected that it wouldn't be so easy, until Li Xinyu added something surprising. Wait here, I have something a beginner like you can study. William blinked when Li Xinyu turned into a blur and disappeared for a second before she was in front of him again. This time, there was a small stack of papers in her hands. This is the introduction to alchemy. Master first gave this to me when I broke into the Qi-gathering realm. William was taken aback by her generosity and hesitated in taking the offered papers. His main concern was if Huang Jingyi would fly into a rage if he took something meant for his disciple. It should have been something he thought about when asking Li Xinyu if he could read with her, but he never actually thought she would allow it. Do you not want them? Li Xinyu frowned in displeasure. No, it's not that, Sister Li. Will Elder Huang be all right with this? Li Xinyu gained a look of realization. You're surprisingly thoughtful, Wei Liang. There's nothing to worry about. These are given to everyone that wishes to learn alchemy. You can even buy them with gold in the mortal world. Good, Li Xinyu nodded, her view of him rising even more when he immediately started to read with interest. If this was the result of visiting the clinic, then William was more than willing to come every day. He could already picture the future, becoming an alchemist's disciple and being invited by sects to make pills. That would be the life. He eagerly read through each page, and the more he flipped through, the worse his mood got. Li Xinyu was right when she said that the book covered the very basic foundations of alchemy. It included mentions of some common herbs and the properties they had, how they would react when mixing with others, the rate you should inject your spirit energy, and which elements to use for the best efficiency. It was all very helpful, as Li Xinyu said. However, there was an issue that couldn't be solved. The alchemy in this world reminded William of studying chemistry, except exponentially worse since it might take your life with a mistake. It needed knowledge of all sorts of herbs and superb control of spirit energy to have a chance of becoming a mediocre alchemist. As for one that was well-renowned, he didn't even want to think of the grueling hours needed for that. William already had a job in his old world that required him to sit on his ass all day. He would not willingly pick a path requiring him to do the same here. Of course, he didn't speak out loud his dissatisfaction in front of Li Xinyu. He finally sensed that she was getting a favorable view of him, and doing that was a surefire way to reverse that hard work. William decided to memorize the section detailing the herbs since it could be helpful in the future. Well, that was the plan. You can take the rest of the day off. Take Wei Liang around the city and show him your favorite spots. William stiffened in surprise and looked up to see Huang Jingyi staring at Li Xinyu. He couldn't see his expression, but with how she looked at her master, he could safely assume that it wasn't as placid as the tone of his sentence. Master, we are fine here. Look, Wei Liang doesn't want to leave either. William cursed in his head and looked like a stunned deer when Huang Jingyi glanced at him. He wanted no part in what Li Xinyu was doing. If she wanted to convince her master, she could do it herself and leave the innocent bystander in peace. You need to take a break, Huang Jingyi declared. Don't try to change my mind. Li Xinyu deflated and muttered, yes, master. Good, Wei Liang, accompany Yuer. She'll show you some places that aren't available to mortals. Yes, Elder Huang. William wondered if he showed too much excitement when Li Xinyu gave him an annoyed look. However, according to the first of his 3 keywords, respecting the elder took precedence over the disciple. William stared at the luxurious building with trepidation. Even though his stomach growled hungrily from the smell of the delicious food being served inside, the looks he was getting were enough to make him hesitate to enter. It was a common occurrence for passers-by to take multiple glances at them while they wandered the streets, but he was aware that it was mainly because of Li Xinyu. That changed when they were outside the Phoenix's Nest, a restaurant that apparently catered to cultivators and the wealthiest of patrons. The looks were now focused on William, and he didn't like that at all, especially since some here had their level in the double digits. Sister Lee, why are people looking at me like that? Most mortals never have a chance to eat here, Lee Xinyu replied as she flagged down an attendant, and I've never come here with anyone other than Master. Oh, William muttered as he stepped closer to her. He was almost starting to believe he was 13. The number of times he stuck close to the adults was frankly embarrassing, but survival was the name of the game, and he was currently an ant that could be stepped on if he didn't have protection close by. Sister Lei, maybe it would be better if I didn't eat here. I can't afford to pay for it anyway. Nonsense, Li Xinyu waved him off. I'm sick of hearing your stomach cry for a meal, and I refuse to eat mortal food. There are far too many toxins in them. As for the cost, since I brought you here, I will pay for you. William gave her an admiring smile and waited patiently for the attendant to arrive. Of course, he didn't want to miss the chance to eat a real meal, but he had to ensure that Li Xinyu knew he wouldn't be paying for his portion of the food. It was unlikely she would have made him pay, but if she did, he wouldn't have been able to sell himself for how much it would probably cost. Welcome back, Senior Li. Would you like your usual room? Name, Meilin level, 23. Yes, but let Chef Zhang know that it won't be necessary to make my master's dish. William could safely assume that this Meilin was a cultivator, but he wasn't sure why someone like her would be an attendant of a restaurant. She didn't look much older than him, so he doubted it was because of a lack of potential. Perhaps the Phoenix's Nest was more impressive than he had already assumed. As they walked inside, he looked briefly at the first floor, where every patron had levels in the low single digits, before Meilin directed them up the stairs. The interior more than fit the ornate exterior, with red and gold decor splashed around the restaurant and phoenix motifs everywhere. Large crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and painted vases adorned every table to emphasize to a patron to take pride in where they were eating. Here we are, Senior Lei. I'll let Chef Zhang know your instructions. Meilin slid the doors closed and left Li Xinyu and William alone. Next time, try not to stare at her with such intensity. If I weren't with you, she would have thrown you out, Wei Liang. What? William asked in shock. I wasn't staring at her. You were, Li Xinyu insisted. In fact, you do that to almost everyone you see for the first time. You must break that habit unless you want someone to misunderstand. Yes, Sister Li, William sighed in acceptance. She was right, he might be innocently staring at the blue text above the people he first met, but they wouldn't know that. Good, Li Xinyu nodded. You're still young, so most won't give you much hardship, but there are unreasonable people that will trouble you. The sliding doors opened to reveal a smiling Meilin before she stepped aside to reveal multiple people in red uniforms holding large dishes in their hands. These are your regular orders, Senior Lei, Meilin said cheerily before directing the waiters place the dishes on the table. William looked on with surprise as the dishes slowly filled every part of the large table. It didn't look like it was made for 2 people. Rather, it could probably feed half the people on the first floor. Sister Li, are there other people joining us? Of course not. There isn't enough here for more than the 2 of us. Other than the dish in the center, you can have your pick, Wei Liang. William wondered what was special about the forbidden dish and quickly received an answer from a surprising source. That dish is called the Celestial Chi Soup. It's made specially for cultivators in Senior Li's realm. It would not be suitable for you, dear patron. William looked at Meilin in surprise. She pretended he didn't exist until now, so her talking to him was completely unexpected. Meilin is right, Li Xinyu agreed. While it will be nourishing for me, it would be fatal for a mortal like you. Might I recommend a dish for you? Meilin asked helpfully. When William nodded, she directed the idle waiters to make space where he had taken a seat before placing a large bowl in front of him. This is Celestial Ascension Soup, a popular dish among mortals that visit this restaurant. Its main ingredients are jade, rabbit, and golden cicada broth, with various herbs to boost their properties. William, someone who had never thought of eating insects in his previous life, had to fight the urge to retch violently when the image of a cicada popped up in his mind. There was no way he would let this near his lips. It is known to increase the good fortune of those who consume it, while also helping with vitality. William stared blankly at the soup as that sentence registered in his mind. Didn't that mean this soup would have the same benefits as the dragon fruit? Senior Li, let me know if you need anything else. We won't disturb you any longer. William was vaguely aware of them leaving the room as he stared at the soup and tried to bring himself to drink it. What are you waiting for, Wei Liang? William glanced at Li Xinyu. Seeing her starting to get displeased, he sucked it up and picked up the wooden spoon before taking his first sip. He was disappointed that he didn't get any attribute points like he had hoped, but he couldn't deny it might be the most delicious thing he had tasted. With a muffled moan of satisfaction, he forgot himself and started to shovel spoonfuls of soup into his mouth. +1 strength. RNG activated result, 421 +1 luck. Current chance of soul damage major effect activating, 4.9. Activation numbers, 149. Total numbers, 1000. RNG activated result, 179. William froze momentarily at the multiple alerts before staring at the soup with greed. Slow down, Wei Liang, Li Xinyu laughed. Nobody is taking the soup away from you. He looked up to see that she hadn't started eating herself and was likely enjoying the show he had put on. However, he didn't feel any shame. Sorry, Sister Li, I've embarrassed myself. I never tasted anything so good before. I won't tell anyone, Li Xinyu reassured with a smile, however, savor the dish slowly. It won't be good for your body if you eat too fast. William nodded as he took another sip of the soup. He had almost emptied the bowl after a few minutes, and while it was still delicious, there were no more alerts for attribute points. He supposed he had reached the limit of what could be gained from the soup. With a shrug, he chewed on the last piece of rabbit meat. At least he wasn't hungry anymore. +1 strength. RNG activated result, 176 +1 luck. Current chance of soul damage major effect activating, 4.8. Activation numbers, 148. Total numbers, 1000. RNG activated result, 857. He had gained 4 attribute points and discovered the luck attribute helped lower the chance of activating the effect of his soul damage. It might not seem like much, but when 2 numbers out of 50 were no longer disastrous, that seemed like a significant win to him. Also, now that his strength attribute was at 4, he wouldn't be completely helpless. At the very least, Wang Xiaoling would no longer be able to put him in dire straits by accident. Unless there was no limit to how high the attribute can get regardless of the level. If that were the case, Wang Xiaoling would be ridiculously strong even with her being level 3. The food she had access to would ensure that. William wanted to give it a test. Sister Li, can I eat something else? No, Li Xinyu shot him down after finishing her chewing. It might be harmful to you. I'll bring you here next month if you wish. That should be more than enough time for your body to be ready for another dish. William thought she might say no, but didn't expect her to offer to treat him to another meal. While the month gap was disappointing, it was better than nothing. This monstrous girl wasn't too bad once she didn't hate you. This was William's 3rd visit to the Jade Healing Clinic, and he had settled into what he hoped would be the norm. The past 2 visits, this one included, weren't as exciting as the first when Li Xinyu treated him to a meal. Still, it was just as helpful in his opinion. William religiously followed the 3 keywords, and that was paying off handsomely. Since Li Xinyu enjoyed reading, he had decided that it was now his favorite activity too. While he couldn't bear to pretend to read books on alchemy, he was greatly interested in information about known herbs and fruits that had properties similar to a dragon fruit. Li Xinyu was more than happy to give him books on those subjects, and was even more pleased when he devoured them gleefully. In William's mind, reading an encyclopedia of spirit plants was far too similar to reading a novel, and that was something he considered himself a master of. William looked outside and frowned when he saw that the sun was about to set. While he wanted to stay longer, Wang Xiaoling told him to meet her before dark. Li Xinyu looked up from the loose papers scattered across the counter and smiled kindly. I only let you because I saw your interest in reading them, Wei Liang. Stay on the main streets while you're walking back. Yes, Sister Li, William waved at her before exiting the clinic. He paused for a moment outside the clinic when he realized what Li Xinyu had added in the end. It looked like she was starting to go from tolerating him to worrying about his safety. Good. William wouldn't hesitate to admit that the first impression Li Xinyu made on him had been wiped from his mind, and he was starting to like her quite a bit. As he restarted his walk back to the hotel with a smile and an extra hop in his step, a deluge of alerts appeared in his vision. Completed. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week, 3 visits, plus 150 XP. Hidden bonus, change your impression on Li Xinyu, plus 200 XP. Hidden bonus, investigate the path of an alchemist, plus 150 XP. Level up, 5 stat points added. William's smile grew wider, making the few people in the street stare weirdly at him. He had hoped that completing the side quest would get him to the next level, but since he was pretty much in the dark about how many experience points he would get as a reward, it wasn't a sure thing. His eyes gleamed at how close he was to the next level. Even if he hadn't discovered any other side quests, it was a sure thing for him to level up in a week. Besides, with how well the hidden bonuses rewarded him with experience points, it would make more sense if he spent the time figuring out how to trigger the next one. Other than his excitement at how easy it was turning out to be to increase his level, the increased health helped to massively decrease his worries. It was ridiculous, but he quantified the worth of his upgrade in health by how many kicks he could take from Wang Xiaoling without passing from this world. With 25 hit points available, he could take 4 unprotected kicks and still hang on by a thread. This is awesome, William said to himself as he wiped the alerts from his vision. I wonder what the kid thinks is awesome. Do you have an idea, brother? William felt the hairs on his arm stand up as two people stepped out from an alley to block his path. Name, Zhang Bio level 5. Name, Zhou Kao level 3. If this scenario didn't make William tremble in fear, he would laugh at what was happening. Was this not the fodder that futilely threw themselves at the main character before getting stomped to the ground? I don't have any coin. William blurted out. He even emptied his pockets to show he wasn't lying. Brother, this kid thinks we're robbers. Shame, Zhang Bio shook his head theatrically, and we were going to give him such a big opportunity. William tried to discreetly glance behind him while taking a small step back. If he made a run for it, he might be able to get to an area with more people around. Now, let's not do anything stupid. Zhou Kao clamped his hand on William's shoulder to keep him in place. We're not going to hurt you, kid. We just want to know more about your pretty merchant friend. William was shocked, not because of what the bandit said, but because of how weak the grip on his shoulder was. It looked like his strength attribute was already showing its benefit. Hey, Zhou Kao squeezed hard on William's shoulder for looking distracted. All you need to do is talk to us. William wasn't an idiot to believe they would let him go if he talked. If they genuinely meant it, he might seriously consider doing so since Wang Xiaoling had Li Jai behind her as protection. What do you want to know? William asked as he paid close attention to Zhang Bio. That one was who he was most concerned about. The man being at level 5 should mean that his stats outclassed William in every way. Good. Zhang Bio clapped his hands. We aren't asking anything much, just when she's going to leave the city. And does she have an escort? You see, I'm the leader of a group of men that protects merchants on travels. I don't want to embarrass myself by asking the lady only to get rejected. William wondered if this was the skill needed in acting to trick the children in this world. Or maybe he was being too harsh and had forgotten how stupid children were everywhere. Still, he pretended like he was thinking of an answer. After a few seconds, he said, I think she said we'll leave tomorrow morning. Really? Zhang Bio moved closer, and does she have an escort? William noticed that Zhou Kao increased the pressure on his shoulder, not that it did much of anything, and Zhang Bio had moved his hand into his pocket. It was likely they would be making a move depending on how he answered the question. William didn't want to do this, especially when the ones forcing him to take this step amounted to worthless fodder, but plans never worked out exactly as hoped, which definitely applied here. He pulled the status screen to the corner of his vision and prepared to use the valuable points he had saved. If these idiots caused the effect of his soul damage to activate, he wouldn't rest until they paid dearly for it. Why are you quiet all of a sudden? Do you not know? William saw a glint of metal inside Zhang Bio's pocket, crushing all the hesitation left in him. It was useless to save up his points if he wasn't alive to enjoy them. Still, William wanted to ensure he didn't risk more than he had to. With Zhang Bio at level 5, he would put 2 points into strength and 2 in agility. Hopefully, that would make him stronger than the strongest bandit while being fast enough to land a hit. And if needed, another point could be put into stamina if the fight lasted too long. I'm thinking, William said to buy some time. She was meeting with someone yesterday. +1 strength. RNG activated result, 178 + 1 strength. RNG activated result, 59 + 1 agility. RNG activated result, 656 + 1 agility. RNG activated result, 455. William had assigned the points without looking at the result of the RNG due to the need for quickness. It was after it was over that he saw the second result, and his heart skipped a beat in fear. What he was terrified of almost happened. William glanced at his status in satisfaction before erasing it from his vision. He would get away from this relatively unscathed if he caught them by surprise. The one holding onto his shoulder had to be taken care of first. Brother, I think we might need to give him some motivation, Zhou Kao commented as he tried to bruise William's shoulder. Once again, it did nothing to hurt him. However, it did give him an opening. Zhou Kao wasn't paying much attention to William at the moment. Looks like you're right. Maybe we Zhou Cao. William interrupted Zhang Bio's speech with a sudden punch into Zhou Kao's ribs. Zhou Kao wheezed in pain as his grip on William's shoulder slipped off when he fell to his knees and curled into himself. The rush of being in a fight for the first time in his life made William almost lightheaded, but that didn't stop him from making sure Zhou Kao wouldn't be able to return to help in the coming fight. Well aware that Zhang Bio had pulled a knife out and looked like he was about to charge at him, William swung his elbow as hard as he could at the back of Zhou Kao's head. +180 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. Getting such a quick level up would have made William ecstatic if not for the threat of getting skewered by a knife if he wasn't careful. You're dead, Zhang Bio roared when he saw Zhou Chu collapse to the ground awkwardly. William's eyes widened in shock when the muscular man moved deceptively quickly. He had assigned his stat points based on the assumption that others would also have the same number of attribute point increases between levels. The only difference was that he could pick which attribute to increase due to the system. Die, Zhang Bio stabbed into William's chest. He had never been so thankful that he didn't try to act smart and try to save his stat points. He wouldn't have even been able to regret it since he would be deader than dead. 2 HP. William grunted in pain when the knife pierced his body, even though he had tried to move as fast as he could to avoid it. It wasn't anything serious since the blade didn't get deep enough to cause real damage. He had to get that knife out of Zhang Bio's hands if he wanted a decent chance to win this without taking the risk of assigning more stat points. If his soul damage trait activated at this point, it was a surefire way of losing his life. William lunged to the right to dodge another attack and sprinted to Zhou Chu's body before stepping on his head. Don't move, William warned. Drop the knife and I won't stomp on his head. He expected some sort of hesitation with how close they seemed to each other, but that was a mistake. You dare to mock me, Zhang Bio hissed as his fist tightened around the knife. William yelped as he tripped over Zhou Chu's body and fell to the ground when Zhang Bio slashed at his neck. That probably saved his life, but there was no time to appreciate his luck when Zhang Bio choked him by stepping on his neck and glaring down at him. 5 HP. William tried to struggle free and used all his strength to punch Zhang Bio's leg multiple times, but to his shock and fear, it was like hitting a rock. It seemed like he had dangerously underestimated how strong Zhang Bio was. I'm going to enjoy making you scream, brat. Zhang Bio's chest heaved from his anger. Death won't come quickly for you. Sister Zioling won't let you go. He choked past the foot on his neck, and I'm friends with the immortals from the Jade Healing Clinic. If you don't let me go, they'll kill you. William was ready to dump his points into strength if necessary at a moment's notice. Before that, he would try anything and everything to avoid doing it. So what? Zhou Chu is the reason I'm alive today. So be it if I must trade my life to avenge him. 5 HP. William's eyes bulged as he flopped like a fish when the foot on his neck became heavier. Just as he resigned himself to using his stat points, he noticed a bulge in the collapsed Zhou Chu's pocket. All you had to do was tell us what that bitch was going to do, you little ARGH. William wheezed in air with his freshly unblocked airway, but didn't let up on his attack. He pulled the knife he had found in Zhou Chu's pocket out of Zhang Bio's calf before stabbing it back into the other, hopefully disabling the higher-leveled man. William scrambled back on the ground to escape Zhang Bio and struggled to his feet while rubbing his bruised neck. I'm going to kill you. William would have been terrified of that declaration if Zhang Bio wasn't on the ground and trying to murder him with his eyes. Still, he wanted nothing more than to get away from this situation and into safety. Still, before that, he wanted to vent his anger a little bit. He ignored the roar of helpless rage Zhang Bio let out as he backed away slowly while keeping an eye on the man on the ground. Even if it seemed like Zhang Bio was helpless, William heard plenty of stories where humans did incredible things out of desperation, and that was in his old world. Who knew how it would be here? Still, William was comfortable enough to check the alerts he had gotten during the fight. Kill Zhou Chu, plus 180 XP. It felt to William that the world consisted of the blue text that coldly informed him of how 180 experience points quantified a life. It suddenly made sense why Zhang Bio flew into such a rage, and somehow grew even angrier when William threatened to crush Zhou Chu's head. Zhang Bio didn't get angry because of his pride. He was angry that his dead friend's body would be desecrated. William felt like he was going to be sick. He understood that in the cultivation world, the main character generally grew in power over mountains of dead bodies. Still, it never really hit what that meant until now. William dry heaved when he took a closer look at Zhou Chu's head. He must not have seen it due to his life being in danger, but there was a significant dent on the skull where William's elbow landed. It left no doubt on what had taken Zhou Chu's life. 25 HP. Trait added stab wound 1 HP per 5 minutes. William stumbled in shock and looked down to see a knife buried in his stomach. He would have thought that it would hurt much more than a particularly hard punch with how deep the blade reached. He looked up to see Zhang Bio baring his teeth at him with his hand empty. The man had thrown his knife at him. Even if you live past today, I won't rest until I find you and put you down like you deserve. Zhang Bio's voice had lost the hot rage it previously possessed. However, William could still feel Zhang Bio's determination to take his life, no matter what it cost him. William stared at him numbly as he eventually came to a realization. Zhang Bio had to die. If he was left alive the next time William was attacked, the result likely wouldn't be the same. There would be no possibility of catching them by surprise when the goal was to kill him instead of asking questions. 1 HP. William gritted his teeth and pulled up his status screen to see how much damage he had taken. Stab wound 1 HP per 5 minutes. William would be dead in 35 minutes at the current bleed rate, more than enough time to get to the clinic, even at the slowest walking pace, which might be what he had to do since he would feel the exhaustion taking over. It was already a miracle he could last this long with his low stamina. William stepped toward Zhang Bio and winced at the dull ache before realizing something. His movements weren't hindered or affected in any way as long as he put the fact that there was a knife buried in his gut out of his mind. That definitely didn't seem normal and was something to be investigated later. That's right. Zhang Bio snarled, "Come closer so I can get my hands on you." William ignored his bluster and clenched his jaw as he gripped the knife. "Just wait. Do you think you are the only one with people protecting you? My family will overturn the city to find my killer. Do it." "I dare you, RKH." William could taste bile as he stared at Zhang Bio's dimming eyes. He could hear the wet gurgle as the man tried to breathe around the knife piercing his throat but was drowned by his own blood instead. He couldn't watch the futile struggle continue. William was mindful of not getting too close to the dying man, wary of desperate last attempts. Like a fool, he gripped the handle of the knife buried in his stomach, pulled it out, and threw it as hard as he could at Zhang Bio's forehead. Trait modified stab wound 2 HP per 5 minutes plus 310 XP. William cursed loudly, forgetting that pulling a knife out would cause even more damage. The 35 minutes of life he had left suddenly became less than 20. There was still plenty of time to get to the clinic, but no time could be wasted. He shoved the fact that he had just killed 2 people to the depths of his mind and turned to walk back to the Jade Healing Clinic as quickly as his exhaustion would allow. 2 HP. This was the second time that alert had popped up since William started to make his way to the clinic. It meant he only had 3 hit points left and just over 5 minutes before he would drop dead. Luckily, the Jade Healing Clinic was in William's sight. He estimated it would take him around a minute to get to the door, even though it would have usually taken him 30 seconds if he was in a normal state. And by normal, William meant his stamina and only that. The stab wound in his stomach decreased his health and was starting to get intensely painful as more time passed. But other than that, it didn't truly affect his overall movement in a meaningful way. William was no doctor, but with how deep the knife stabbed into him, there was no doubt that it caused significant damage to his organs and should have done the same to his muscles. It might have been idiotic of him, no, it was idiotic of him to try, but he had carefully moved his upper body to test how limited his movements were, and he found that it wasn't at all. The pain in his abdomen didn't spike, nor did the blood dripping from the wound increase in quantity. It was obvious that the system he possessed was responsible for it, though it hadn't shown an alert with an explanation when he questioned it. That left William to make his own guess, and he only had one. His body took injuries like an actual game character in an RPG. That would mean as long as William could ignore the pain and he didn't gain any negative traits, he would be able to fight at his peak with injuries that would cripple most others. Of course, that could all be completely wrong, but William certainly hoped not, even if that meant it made him into some type of masochist. Don't go near him. William glanced at the middle-aged lady holding a child close to her while giving him fearful glances. It had become such a common sight that he could pay it no mind. He had hoped a good Samaritan would rush to help a heavily injured teen, but either he had been extremely unlucky and found none, or this was how it worked in this city. It was similar to how people in his old world reacted to seeing something horrible. Most would just point and whisper while doing nothing to help. You have determination. William blinked and saw Li Xinyu walking right next to him. He would ask her why she was here if he wasn't close to death. "Sister Li, I need help," William said weakly as he pointed at his bleeding wound. "I got stabbed." "I know," Li Xinyu replied with pursed lips. "I saw what happened. I hoped you could get to the clinic, but this is good enough." "What?" William's thoughts blanked at what he heard. "Master hasn't allowed me to use immortal pills on customers, but I can apply a salve to heal the wound. It should stop the deathly aura from increasing any further." William stood like a statue when Li Xinyu practically ripped apart his ruined silk clothes to reveal the gruesome wound. She brought out a small bottle filled with a dull red paste and removed the lid before applying it liberally on the stab wound. It was odd, being able to feel the torn skin actively stitch itself back together. Trait removed stab wound 2 HP per 5 minutes. William had always believed the phrase, "a dark cloud settling on one's mind," was an exaggeration, but as the weight lifted off his thoughts, he realized that was exactly how it had felt. Li Xinyu hummed as she stared at him thoughtfully. "You've become stronger compared to when you first came to the clinic. Surprisingly so." William smiled nervously and said, "It must be the meal you treated me to, Sister Li. Your care helped me win that fight, my care." Li Xinyu smiled ambiguously. "I assume that's why you so confidently declared that the immortals in the Jade Healing Clinic would avenge your death." William's smile froze, both from nervousness at thinking he blustered too much and the angered shock at hearing that Li Xinyu had seen the whole fight. The latter one as he imagined her watching emotionlessly while he was inches away from death. Still, William didn't forget that Li Xinyu was the girl that threatened to kill him for looking at her for too long. He wrestled the anger down until he sounded more confused than anything else. "You saw all of that, Sister Li. Are you not allowed to help mortals when they're fighting?" Nothing like that, Li Xinyu said as she pushed William to walk to the clinic. What's the point of living under protection? That's no way to grow to your potential. William's mind once again went blank. Li Xinyu said that so casually that it was hard for him to say anything about it. Perhaps it was the stark difference in views that baffled him. He was still thinking in terms of his previous life. However, there was still one thing that made no sense. Master returned after you left and asked me to bring you back. Oh, William said dumbly before entering the clinic. Name Lanyan level. Name Lanyang level. The first thing he noticed was the two newcomers in robes that were a soft shade of green, with two gold circles adorning their sleeves. The next thing that caught his eyes was the identical looks of disdain they shot at him. William couldn't even blame them since he looked like a wreck with a bloodied body and ripped clothes. However, he noticed the unmistakable deference they showed Huang Jingyi, so he ignored them and gave the elder a deep bow. Come here, Wei Liang, Huang Jingyi ordered with a frown. When William was in arm's reach, he gave him a closer look and sighed. You will need another immortal pill to return to perfect health. William glanced at the two newcomers when they made a sound in protest. The token I gave you only lets you enter the clinic without getting blocked. It does not include free service, Wei Liang. William wondered if that was true since it didn't make much sense to even have a token like that. But since the elder of the clinic said so, it was now the truth. It's all right, Elder Huang. Sister Li stopped the bleeding. I can heal the slow way. No, Huang Jingyi shook his head. It's too dangerous to leave you in this state. But it's against the sex rules to heal you for free Lanyan. Lanyang. Yes, Elder Huang. The newcomers asked in unison. Do you still need mortal helpers in the garden? Yes, Elder, the girl Lanyan answered. There were two that retired recently. Good, Huang Jingyi nodded and looked at William. I'll give you another vitality restoration pill if you agree to work diligently in my spirit plant garden for a month. William's eyes widened in surprise. This wasn't a fair trade at all in his view. It was like two rewards were handed to him. I'll do it. You told me of your interest in reading about them. Huang Jingyi chuckled and tossed a pill into William's open mouth. Plus 42 HP. Good, come back to the clinic tomorrow and they'll take you to the garden. Yes, Elder Huang, William bowed deeply again. You see to it that Wei Liang reaches safely. I wouldn't want to use another pill. Yes, Master, Li Xinyu nodded as she nudged William to the door. He didn't resist and left after giving Huang Jingyi another deep bow in gratitude. After they were far from the clinic, he asked Li Xinyu something he was confused about. Sister Li. Didn't you say Elder Huang asked you to bring me back? What was it for? He didn't say anything. Li Xinyu chuckled and said, Master wanted to offer you work in the garden. He didn't expect you to be so hurt, so he turned it into payment for giving you the pill. Oh, William tilted his head and mentally thanked Huang Jingyi again. He was far kinder than William ever expected. Maybe it was because Li Xinyu was becoming more socially competent, at least with him. Elder Huang is kind, William commented out loud, much to Li Xinyu's delight. They got closer to where the fight occurred, and William found himself strangely nervous, even though he was in no danger with Li Xinyu beside him. Looks like they're cleaning it up, Li Xinyu observed as she saw city guards loading the bodies of the two dead bandits onto a cart. William nodded before his eyes brightened up when he saw a familiar face, Brother Li. Li Jai was directing his subordinates when he heard his name being called by a familiar voice. He looked up, surprised to see William's blood-covered form beside the girl who never leaves the Jade Healing Clinic. Little brother Wei Liang, what happened to you? William pointed at the dead bodies while doing his best to not look at them. They happened. They tried to kill me after I refused to tell them about Sister Zioling. Really? Li Jai looked shocked before his eyes sharpened. He barked at his men, find out if other people are working with them. William nodded, satisfied that Li Jai did as he assumed he would. If there was a slight chance that Zhang Bio was telling the truth about being part of a group, he hoped this would be enough to eliminate that problem. Now, Li Jai turned back to them. What brings you out of the clinic, Cousin Xinyu? I'm making sure Wei Liang gets back safely. He was barely able to defeat those two weaklings. Look at the state he's in. Li Jai stared at William with a raised eyebrow. Is that true? You were able to kill them? William was looking between the two in shock. They had the same family names, but he didn't pay that much attention since he thought it was simply a coincidence. That was especially true when Li Xinyu referenced Li Jai as the guard. Sister Lei, you're related to him. Yes, she is, Li Jai answered in her place. Answer my question before we talk about that, Wei Liang. William didn't miss how Li Jai changed the way he addressed him, nor did William miss the suddenly cold tone that he was using. Yes, I was, but I almost died in the process. William tried to step back when Li Jai moved into his personal space but was stopped by a tight grip on his arm. Interesting, your muscles are more defined than anyone without training has a right to possess. Li Jai let William go and asked Li Xinyu, what did you do to him, Cousin Xinyu? I treated Wei Liang to a meal at the Phoenix's Nest, but that wouldn't explain everything. William fidgeted when two sets of curious eyes locked onto him. When they didn't let up, he blurted out, I don't know either. I suppose it doesn't matter, Li Jai said reluctantly. Wang Zioling can still easily beat you if needed. William blinked owlishly at that claim and wondered if that was a joke. If that was true, wouldn't that mean that Wang Xiaoling could deal with Zhang Bio like he was an unruly child? Just thinking of that man's name brought up unpleasant memories. He shuddered as he remembered the wet gurgle as Zhang Bio's blood drowned him. You can talk to Wei Liang later, Li Xinyu interjected. I have to get back to the clinic soon. Hold on for a minute, cousin Xinyu. Li Jai stopped her from leaving and returned to his men. William could see Li Jai gesturing orders while often pointing at the dead bodies of Zhang Bio and Zhou Chu. He averted his eyes and cleared his throat. Sister Li, why didn't you tell me about? Stop, Li Xinyu interrupted. You can ask him about that. It's his story to tell. William's mind went wild thinking about Li Jai being a protagonist-like character bullied into his menial role as a guard captained by someone in his clan. Just as he shifted his gaze to stare at Li Jai, he wished he didn't. Li Jai pulled a flawless sword that William had never seen him use out of the scabbard and smoothly cut off the dead bandits' heads. Two of his men each picked up a detached head before walking off in the direction Li Jai pointed. William knew he should get used to this, but wasn't ready to watch casual dismemberments yet. I'm finished. Let's go, Li Jai said with a smile. William acted like a barrier between the two until they reached the Golden Lotus Inn. Honestly, the painful silence let too many thoughts appear in his head. He distracted himself by looking at his stat screen. Main Quest S, Restore Your Soul. Reach level 10 to enable the system to restore your soul back to its complete state. Side Quests 3-1. Taoist Chen has challenged you to become a nascent soul cultivator in 10 years for a reward 2. Return to Jade Healing Clinic and make Huang Jingyi kneel with your superior cultivation 3. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. It was nice to see the whole thing, but seeing the first 2 side quests wasn't necessary since finishing them anytime soon was a near impossibility. In fact, making Huang Jingyi kneel wasn't something he was keen on doing after how kind the elder was toward him. Remove side quest 2YN. William stared at the alert briefly before thinking no. He was going to keep it as a precaution, nothing more. Who knew if Huang Jingyi would become his enemy in the future? That was a common plot line, right? Side quests 3, visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. William erased the alert and wished the system responded more to his other requests. Then again, if it was that smart, it would probably be like having a second voice in his head. It sounded helpful but could also drive him to insanity, so it was likely a good thing his system was dumb. Brat, what took you? Wang Xiaoling goggled at William and shrieked. What happened to you? I was attacked, William stated obviously, before trying his attempt at humor with an ugly smile, but you should see the other guys. Wang Xiaoling stared at him before looking at Li Jai in question. Little brother Wei Liang is right. You should see the other guys, Li Jai agreed with a smirk. They're currently headless. Wei Liang, I'll be heading back, Li Xinyu interjected. Remember to arrive early tomorrow. Yes, Sister Li, William nodded his head. She disappeared in a blur as if to let him know how patient she had been to walk that slowly with him. Tusk, she's still a bitch, Wang Xiaoling muttered. It surprised William, who was barely able to catch what she said. Li Xinyu had pretended that she had no idea who Wang Xiaoling was and called her the merchant girl. The part of him that loved office gossip yearned to ask questions about it, but the fierce look in Wang Xiaoling's eyes discouraged him. Li Jai, fill me in on what happened, Wang Xiaoling ordered. As Li Jai did just that, William wondered why she had such power over the odd guard. He might not have researched the major clans in the city, a mistake he needed to rectify soon, but having a relative of Li Xinyu likely meant that the clan wasn't in too bad of a standing. However, Wang Xiaoling had admitted to William when they met that she was an independent merchant with no backing and was kicked out of her clan. None of which he truly believed at this point. He didn't even blame her for lying since she didn't really know him at that point. I knew you were a worthy hire, brat, Wang Xiaoling exclaimed. Instead of being a helper, you can also be a guard. And just in time. I was going to leave the city tomorrow to pick up more goods. William found it funny that what he told Zhang Bio about Wang Xiaoling's departure had been right. However, he had to give her some bad news. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoling. I won't be able to come with you. Elder Huang used an immortal pill to heal me and wants me to work for him for a month to repay it. Wang Xiaoling puffed up in rage before deflating when she heard William mention Elder Huang. Great, now I have to get an escort because some idiots want to rob me. William wanted to ask her how that would change if he had been able to come with her, but figured it was better not to ask. Fine, Wang Xiaoling sighed before narrowing her eyes, but don't expect me to keep paying for a room. If Elder Huang wants you to work for him, he can deal with it. William accepted that without argument. It was perfectly reasonable for her to make that decision. Besides, he thought she already went above and beyond by letting him stay in the Golden Lotus on her coin, especially with how it looked like someone was stabbing her every time she had to pay for another night. This might work out perfectly. It'll take over a month for me to return, and you'll be here to help me sell what I bring back. Plus, I'll save a fortune on food. Understood, William saluted. Go to your room and get cleaned up, brat. I'll see you off tomorrow, Sister Zioling. William waved as he slightly nodded to Li Jai, who was predictably too engrossed to notice his existence. He wasn't fazed by the snub and eagerly rushed to his room, wanting nothing more than to get out of the ruined clothes and wash the blood off his body. William stared after the disappearing wagon. He should have assumed that Wang Zioling wasn't much for goodbyes, and he should have also assumed that Li Jai wouldn't let her out of his sight. The man had confidently claimed a few minutes ago that Zhang Bio and Zhou Chu were acting alone, and what happened was a last act of desperation for them. If that was the case, why did Li Jai arrive with 10 subordinates and set off on the journey with Wang Zioling to act as her escort? Whatever Wang Zioling had done to get this level of loyalty from Li Jai, William saluted her for it. Perhaps Li Xinyu didn't acknowledge Li Jai because of this simpering behavior. Here you are, 5 copper. William turned to see Wu Chang, who looked confused. The man was offering the deposit he had paid at the start for the room. He pocketed the offered coins before saying, "Looks like Sister Zioling isn't completely heartless. She must have been embarrassed to tell me she paid for my first night before leaving." "Ah, that's not it," Wu Chang denied awkwardly. "She paid the very night she arrived, but I always believed she would ask for it back, so I didn't return the deposit until she left. No, that's because she beat me down on price till I agreed." William gracefully ignored the aggrieved muttering and left for the clinic after a quick goodbye. He could barely hold himself from sprinting, but was aware his stamina wasn't high enough to unnecessarily use his energy. He noticed the wary looks most people gave him as he walked by and thought back to what Li Jai had revealed. His assumption that most people were heartless for not helping him yesterday was too harsh. Apparently, word of mouth spread faster than he could walk in his weak state. Someone had seen him kill the 2 bandits, and that had quickly spread. However, with how unreliable information was when spreading by word of mouth, most were under the impression that William was a murder-crazed psychotic teen that had no limits to depravity. With that description stuck to him, he considered it lucky that a mob hadn't formed and hunted him down to put an end to his apparent terror. And even though the rumors were ridiculous, William couldn't help but think there was the slightest hint of truth in them. Not because he suddenly felt the urge to go on a killing spree, but because of his reaction to killing the 2 bandits, or rather, the lack thereof. Wasn't it normal to have some sort of traumatic response after killing someone, even in self-defense? All William had felt was anger and shock in the immediate aftermath, and a sense of relief that he was the one that left that encounter with his life. He had expected last night's sleep to be full of disturbance, but it had been one of the most restful he had experienced in either of his lives. He didn't think he could be so callous, but he was happy about it. If a deserved death caused William to react in a way he thought was sensible, he would have a terrible time in this world. Instead of cultivation, he would have to spend most of his time searching for non-existent therapists. William entered the clinic and smiled at Li Xinyu. "Morning, Sister Li." "Wei Liang," Li Xinyu greeted. "Master is waiting, but before you meet him, make sure to greet my senior brother and sister from the sect. They were displeased when you ignored them yesterday." William had forgotten about Lan Yin and Lan Yang. He shouldn't have, but they were the last thing on his mind after everything that had happened at that point. But something stuck out to him from what Li Xinyu said. "Sect." Li Xinyu blinked, realizing that she had never mentioned this before. "Master and I are part of the Jade Healing Sect." As they walked through a surprisingly plain hallway, Li Xinyu continued, "I'm sure my seniors will be happy to tell you more about the sect, and make sure you are respectful to them. From what I remember, they are ones to follow formality." William nodded, filing that away in his mind as they entered a room. He was confronted with a disordered space where broken cauldrons were positioned along the walls, and half-finished ingredients were strewn about the tables. In the center of the room, a cauldron was boiling over the flames, releasing a concerning amount of smoke. William had to fight the urge to vomit all over the floor when the noxious fumes entered his nose. "Master, seniors," Li Xinyu respectfully announced, "I've brought Wei Liang." "Good," Huang Jingyi said after peering closely at William, "and you're handling the fumes well." "Very good." William wasn't sure if this could be called handling it well. He tried to stop the smell from assaulting his nose by breathing with his mouth, and that was a massive mistake. Somehow, he could taste the foul-smelling odor, which now lined his throat. Lan Yang chuckled, "It's satisfactory. The mortal will be able to care for all the plants in your garden if he can withstand this, Elder Huang." "I agree," Lan Yin said coldly. "Get rid of the stench, brother." He passed. Lan Yang smiled as he threw a fistful of a colored powder into the bubbling cauldron before dousing the flame. A thick white plume of smoke billowed out and quickly dissipated throughout the room, ridding the previous fumes that caused the stench. "It's no matter. We understand," Lan Yin answered for both of them, though she made it sound like she didn't care much about it. William didn't mind that. It wasn't like he expected every cultivator to be as kind as Huang Jingyi, and eventually Li Xinyu had been. "Good," Huang Jingyi repeated with a smile. "Lan Yang. Make sure Lan Yin doesn't work Wei Liang too much. I expect him to be returned in good condition." It felt odd for William to hear Huang Jingyi talking about him like he was something to be loaned out. Yes, Elder Huang. Lan Yang bowed his head slightly while Lan Yin pressed her lips flat. Huang Jingyi chuckled at Lan Yin's expression, making her turn slightly red and hide behind a curtain of silky black hair. William blinked as he stared at the suddenly appealing Lan Yin before he was brought back to the present by a nudge Li Xinyu gave him. He quickly looked away and was thankful nobody else noticed. He wasn't sure why he hadn't realized it before, but Lan Yang and Lan Yin were the classic examples of how cultivators were described. Perhaps William had become too accustomed to Li Xinyu's striking beauty. Still, the Lan siblings were by no means lacking in looks. Lan Yang possessed a chiseled jawline and sharp, defined features, as though he had been crafted from pure marble. In contrast, Lan Yin displayed a more gentle, rounded beauty, with delicate features that still shared similarities with her brother. What caught William off guard the most were their eyes, a dark shade of green that appeared almost black. Wei Liang, Huang Jingyi interrupted his internal admiration. You won't be able to visit the clinic for the next month, but I expect you to continue after returning to Xuanjing City. Yes, Elder Huang, William agreed firmly. He had only been able to complete the side quest once, and there was no way he would willingly give up such an easy way to gain experience. Huang Jingyi nodded and said, Lan Yang, Lan Yin, start as soon as possible. The chi stones needed will rise the longer you delay. William was confused about what that meant until he stood in the middle of a complicated drawing that was occasionally adorned with glowing stones at the edges. The Lan siblings were standing in the circle with him, looking unperturbed by how the stones increasingly released wisps of silvery aura. Goodbye, seniors. I'll see you in a month, Wei Liang. William could only answer Li Xinyu with a nod before a bright flash of light filled his vision. He had grown used to Li Xinyu's willingness to answer questions, to the point where he had, for some reason, expected that would be the same with the Lan siblings. Instead, William hadn't seen them since they had dropped him off at this garden, which was a description that definitely should never apply to something this vast. A garden should be something that could fit on a small patch of land, not this ridiculous farm that he couldn't see the end of whichever way he looked. One of the few things that the Lan siblings did tell William was the shocking number of workers needed for the daily upkeep. With over 10,000 mortals and low-level cultivators toiling away daily, it was obvious that Huang Jingyi didn't intend for William to make any true contributions. He was here purely for the experience of working with spirit plants, and maybe it might have had to do with making sure he felt indebted to Huang Jingyi, so he kept visiting the clinic. Both reasons were even more likely with the pass he had received when the Lan siblings left him. It let him wander around most parts of the garden without restrictions. In fact, that had been precisely what he had been doing the past week. That, and trying to do his damned best to activate another quest. This place might be a perfect way for William to make practical use of the books he had been reading continuously since he arrived, but he was also in an apparent dead zone for experience points. No matter what he did or who he talked to, a side quest wasn't activated. William contemplated giving up and accepting that this month may only be helpful for the future. It was a better mindset than thinking of it as stagnation. In the time he spent on the farm masquerading as a garden, he would have completed the side quest to visit Jade Healing Clinic, netting him a crucial 150 experience points, enough to get him to the next level without considering any bonuses. Even worse was that he would miss out on 3 more weeks, which made his heart burn in regret. Master Wei, where would you like to go today? Another downside to the place was the people working there. Name, Xiaojun level, 19. Just go wherever you need to. Xiaojun, I'll follow behind like usual. William did his best to keep any sign of pity off his expression as he answered Xiaojun still. From the slight stiffening of the old man's lips, he probably hadn't succeeded. Xiaojun was a typical cultivator that called the garden home, one that had exhausted all their potential. Then shall we head for the fire plums today? Xiaojun clasped his arms behind his back while waiting for William's answer. That's fine, William nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but frown when Xiaojun summoned the workers assigned to him for the stay. Over a dozen well-built men carried a palanquin over and set it down. He wished it wasn't necessary, but his stamina was still pathetic since he wasn't allowed to eat any spirit plants. When William said that the people who worked here were negative about the place, he didn't mean that the people themselves were terrible. Instead, it was the situation around their employment. While he wouldn't go as far as to call it slavery, it came damn close to that definition. The only reason it didn't reach that level was that the workers did receive pay and were allowed to leave whenever they chose to. It sounded great in theory, except that every one of these workers had exhausted their family's savings to reach the garden, and brought their families along with them, making it that much harder to leave. The Jade Healing sect enticed cheap labor by promises of shelter and pay, along with the chance to be recruited into the sect if lucky enough. Though as far as William knew, there were no examples of that happening, not that it stopped the hope from continuing. The most appalling part of this was the future of the members of these families. With how remote this garden was from any mortal settlement, There was absolutely no way to leave without paying a ridiculous sum for transportation to the sect itself. That meant the families that moved here would all eventually become workers of the garden generationally. It baffled William that the workers were all aware of it and still happily worked themselves to death. And that was meant literally. The two workers that, retired, only did so because they were too old to work and were on their deathbeds. If Li Xinyu didn't seem to have the willingness to speak to him, William would be worried that he had been lured here to be one of these workers, since the architect of this abominable system was Huang Jingyi. The man that seemed so kind might be the scariest of them all. Instead of affecting a single person, he changed the fates of multiple generations while making them believe they got the better end of it. Master Wei, the sedan is ready. William gave an uneasy smile to the servants kneeling to allow him to climb on easily. The idiots all looked happy to serve him, as if he had any power to help them in the future. To the fire plum patch, Xiao Jun ordered, bringing the curtain down to block the sun. The palanquin jostled a bit before the men carrying it settled into a steady jog. It surprised William the first time he experienced this, but he learned that they were fed low-quality spirit plants until they were robust enough to work the entire day tirelessly if needed. Xiao Jun, are you sure there's nothing I can do to help? William asked for what felt like the umpteenth time. I think I'd learn more if I can help to plant something. Or if not that, let me water the dragon fruits. I apologize, Master Wei, Xiao Jun said in a monotone voice. Until Overseer Lan decides otherwise, you are forbidden to do so. William sighed in frustration and prepared himself for another day of observing how others maintained a spirit plant. He understood why he wasn't allowed to touch anything, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Xiao Jun. William felt the sedan suddenly halt, and Xiao Jun's blank expression gained some life as he immediately pulled up the curtain. Overseer Lan. What are your orders? Tell Wei Liang to come out. William was already stepping out when he heard Lan Yin's cold voice, curious about how it came from above. He shaded his eyes with his hand to block the bright sun to see a strangely decorated boat. At the least, it was in the shape of a boat, but it was flying. It took William a good second before remembering that there was something called a spirit boat in the cultivation world, though it was rarely mentioned. Senior Lan. William asked with barely hidden hope. Maybe she would be the one that would let him activate a quest, and if not, he could try to convince her to let him do something more to get a better use out of this trip. You're coming with me, Lan Yin commanded as she flicked her hand to pick William up without getting out of her spirit boat. Taoist Chen and Huang Jingyi had done something similar, except when Lan Yin decided to follow in their steps, William felt like he was surrounded by a pocket of dense air. He assumed that it was because of Lan Yin's presumably lower cultivation. Don't move, Lan Yin said before the spirit boat moved forward with alarming speed. William couldn't actually feel the movement, but he could see the blur of the surroundings since the boat had no cover to block his vision. It wasn't a fun experience with the confusion to his senses. Elder Huang instructed that you are allowed to enter the forbidden areas as long as you diligently self-study for the first week. William forced himself to ignore the blurred surroundings and luckily had a helpful target. Lan Yin's exceptionally beautiful face was a convenient distraction, and he had the excuse of listening to her talk to do so. Where are we going, Senior Lan? As soon as William finished his sentence, the spirit boat abruptly halted, and he found himself in a vastly different area compared to where he had just been. Instead of endless, well-kept farmland, the surroundings appeared to be overgrown and untamed, resembling a wildland. Unlike where you were, the sect doesn't depend on this part of the garden for its harvest. Xiao Jun told me you asked for more, so here is your chance. William yelped when he was unceremoniously pulled off the spirit boat and dropped onto the ground. You're welcome to feast on whatever catches your fancy, Linyi added when William looked up at her. I'll come back in 3 weeks. Make sure to live until then. The spirit boat began to move and swiftly vanished into the distance before William could say anything. Frowning, William carefully surveyed his surroundings, pondering why Lan Yin had hinted at potential danger to his life. He believed there was nothing within the garden that could pose a threat to him, considering the large number of mortals living here. Despite a possible risk to his life, William's greed began to stir within him. After a week of being unproductive regarding his stats, a golden opportunity had presented itself. William tried his best to dismiss the strange expressions on Xiao Jun's face and the workers carrying the palanquin just before he was taken away. He didn't know why they seemed so concerned, but he couldn't do much about it anyway. All he could focus on was taking advantage of this chance to buff his stats. +1 stamina. RNG activated result, 350 +1 agility. RNG activated result, 104. William twitched as he kept chewing on the lightning berry, the first thing he had found that could be eaten raw to increase stamina. The agility increase was a convenient bonus, but it was one that he wasn't sure he really wanted. It was only a matter of time before he got unlucky, and every stat was reset to 1. +1 stamina. RNG activated result, 117 plus 1 agility. RNG activated result, 326. William winced as another shock ran through his body when he swallowed the remaining part of the berry. The lightning berry, thankfully, didn't live up to its name and only caused a minor discomfort instead of being fatal, unlike a few other things that seemed to be edible. It had been a few days since Lan Yin had abruptly left William in the wilderness. In the short time he had been exploring his surroundings and gathering some spirit plants, William had not found anything that seemed particularly dangerous to him. Lan Yin had told him to stay alive, so he assumed that animals were in the area. However, William had not seen any tracks or heard any sounds suggesting something else had been moving beside himself. That significantly decreased William's wariness, but it didn't mean he started to stroll through the overgrowth like the place belonged to him. Some spirit plants still enjoyed having an occasional human snack, and he didn't intend to become food to a damned plant. Of course, all of this meant his progress in exploring this area was painfully slow, not only because he double and triple checked if his surroundings were safe, but also because of his terrible stamina. If he didn't have 3 weeks to explore, he might have resorted to using his stat points to increase it. William looked up at the top of the tree and counted that 4 more lightning berries were ripe and safe to eat. He dropped his makeshift pouch made out of ripped silk fabric and rubbed his hands together for another climb up a tree. It had become so common the past few days that it had become almost effortless, even to someone like William, who had never done any strenuous work in his life. It took around a minute for him to reach the top and pluck the berries he wanted before quickly climbing back down. He added the lightning berries to his collection in the pouch and smiled in satisfaction. While it might have taken days before seeing the first increase in his stat points, it was by design. William didn't see a point in increasing attributes other than stamina since he was satisfied with the level they were at. That didn't mean he ignored the fruits that would increase his strength. Whatever he could carry, he currently had in his makeshift pouch. Unfortunately, there was no other option but to rip large pieces of his clothes to make it. Although it was a regrettable decision, it was a choice he knew he wouldn't hesitate to make again. William counted what he had in the pouch before wondering if he should try his luck. If everything went his way, he could potentially increase his stats by 10 strength, 8 stamina, and 8 agility. The latter two obviously would come from the 4 lightning berries he had just plucked, and the strength would be from the blood oranges he had gathered the past few days. After a few seconds of hesitation, William decided it wouldn't hurt to try it. Even if he got unlucky and his stats reset to 1, he had more than enough collected to quickly get back to his current level, and if that wasn't enough, there was plenty that he could find over the next few weeks. William took out a blood orange and hung the pouch over his shoulder before walking to where he had seen the spirit grass yesterday. That was another spirit plant that was known to increase strength. This place was like heaven to him. All the spirit plants that could be picked were for chi-gathering cultivators. When eaten by a mortal, it would never lose its efficiency, no matter how much was consumed. Plus 1 strength. RNG activated result, 944 plus 1 strength. RNG activated result, 591. William threw the remaining skin of the blood orange to the ground and thought about how nice it would be if side quests could be activated too. That would make this perfect. He rubbed his growling stomach and pulled out another blood orange. William was still perplexed by the situation. Given that all the side quests were currently user-generated, he couldn't understand why none had been triggered yet. He felt that what he had been doing since the beginning, searching for a spirit plant to increase his stamina, should have qualified as a quest. Despite William's efforts to get a response, he had not received any alerts from the system on why it didn't qualify. It left him feeling lost and frustrated, wondering if he was missing something crucial. Plus 1 strength. RNG activated result, 848 plus 1 strength. RNG activated result, 293. Are you sure they won't find us? William froze, looking like a surprised statue when he heard someone's voice for the first time in days. You know they ignore this place. The manager told me it's restricted until the overseer starts to develop it. William was tempted to say hello for some human socialization. Still, while he acknowledged he wasn't the smartest, he at least had the sense to not do something so foolish. You're a genius, Brother Cow. This way we can eat what they send to the sect instead of the trash left to us. Let's go get our brothers and come back. We can find the spirit plants. Quick, wait. William frowned when he heard the man sniff loudly like a dog. I smell something close by. Brother Liu, it's this way. William cursed loudly in his mind when they started to come his way. He darted in the opposite direction without waiting to see if they were friendly and tried to find a hiding place. While this area was untamed, it didn't include many thick trees that would provide any cover. Most were like the lightning berry tree, thin and utterly useless for the purpose of trying to hide. Brother Liu, it's moving. It might have gained sentience. William wanted to punt that man into orbit. How in the world did a human gain a dog-like sense of smell? He knew there was an easy way to escape them. All he had to do was to throw down his makeshift pouch and abandon it, but the chance of finding ripe lightning berries wasn't high. In a last shot to distract them, he reluctantly threw 2 of his 3 remaining blood oranges to the right, hoping it was enough to distract the dog man. William pumped his legs faster, running at the fastest speed he could, and hoping that the dog man didn't have ears like a dog. He didn't dare to slow down until 20 minutes later when he was panting for breath, and the muscles in his legs were burning from the strain. It might seem excessive to keep running for that long, but he had seen the mortals that worked in the garden. While their levels averaged around 5, they were all ridiculously strong due to what they were fed. If they were unfriendly, William knew he would have a tough time trying to escape. He slumped against a nearby tree and considered what his future days could be like. With those men intending to return with more of their friends, he would either have to risk it by revealing himself or be fast enough to reliably escape them every time. William took out a lightning berry and rolled it between his fingers before popping it into his mouth. He quickly crushed it between his teeth, flinching at the shock running through his body, before swallowing every bit of the berry. +1 stamina. RNG activated result, 11. Soul damage trait activated, all base stats reset to 1. Current chance of soul damage major effect activating, 5+1 agility. RNG activated result, 433 +1 stamina. RNG activated result, 601 +1 agility. RNG activated result, 423. William stared at the blue text blankly. He knew that the chance of the dreaded reset activating was 1 in 20, but he believed it wouldn't happen at this moment simply because he couldn't bear the thought of being so unlucky. Fuck me, William dropped his face into his hands. Why did it happen now? All that hard work was gone, and he didn't forget that some of the points he had just lost were from his stat points, points that wouldn't come back. Sure, they could be replaced with spirit plants, but the more he used when he was immortal, the worse the side effects were when cultivating. At least, that was what the books that Li Xinyu had given him indicated. William spent a few minutes gathering his emotions before standing up. The remaining lightning berries couldn't be safely eaten until a day had passed, so he had to focus on his strength. The patch of spirit grass was the easiest way of getting his strength attribute back to its previous level. And he had to go there immediately, so those men wouldn't have the chance to take it for themselves. William shuddered as he swallowed the last lightning berry in his pouch. +1 stamina. RNG activated result, 684 +1 agility. RNG activated result, 370. It had been 3 days since he had first seen the 2 men that made him try to increase his stats in an effort to keep himself safe, an effort that turned into a disaster by a stat reset. William glanced at the pouch and turned green at the sight of the spirit grass. That had been his breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the past few days. If William had to eat them for much longer, he was sure he would turn into some sort of human-cow hybrid. Thankfully for his sanity, there was still 1 blood orange that he had saved just for this purpose. As he pulled the skin off the orange, he thought about what he would do to the men that ruined the leisurely time he was experiencing. With how there no longer seemed to be any new quests, his mind naturally went to the only other way he had gained experience points: killing. William wasn't proud of it, but that was what he hoped would happen. He had to get rid of the soul damage, and he was desperate enough to go to previously unthinkable lengths. If they attacked him, he would be more than willing to fight. The last William saw the group from a distance, at least 5 men regularly foraged around for spirit plants. That meant before he dared to confront them, he had to be ready for the worst scenario and be confident about taking on all of them at once. +1 strength. RNG activated result, 246 +1 strength. RNG activated result, 606. With strength being the easiest attribute to increase with the ridiculous amount of spirit grass he had gathered, William decided that to be his focus. That way, even if the dreaded reset occurred, replenishing the lost points wouldn't be a problem. He still had enough spirit grass for 30 additional strength points if needed. +1 strength. RNG activated result, 676. Max strength reached. William's eyes brightened at the last alert. A question he had been wondering about for a while had been answered. He laughed, sounding a bit manic, thinking about how much of a surprise his punch would give his enemies. Surely it wasn't typical for a 13-year-old boy to have such ridiculous strength. William eyed a moderately sized tree as he walked up to it. He clenched his hand into a fist and hesitated before warily giving it a half-hearted punch, showing surprise when the tree moved ever so slightly. A slow smile formed on his lips as he stared between the light outline on the trunk and his unmarked fist. Without hesitation, William balled up his fist and pulled it back, readying himself to throw as powerful of a punch as he could. He grunted and put his body behind his fist as it slammed into the tree with a thunderous impact. 1 HP. William ignored the sting on his fist as he pulled back to admire the small indent he had made. While it didn't shatter the tree into splinters, he didn't expect that to happen when he was still immortal. But this would be enough to finish most mortals with a well-placed punch. He shook his hand to get some feeling back in it as he made his way toward the camp the men had made. It would be nice to have higher stamina and agility, but he could make do with what he currently had. While the workers in the garden had great strength and stamina, their agility was suspect. Not too surprising, considering they were fed low-quality spirit plants that helped with the former two. Thankfully, those spirit plants weren't of the same quality as what William had been eating in this area. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to avoid them since they would have equal strength as he did. It took William around an hour to reach the camp, and he wasn't surprised to see that only 2 men were watching the sight. Name Liu Ming level 5. Name Cao Rui level 6. Brother Liu, it got stronger. There's a spirit plant nearby, and I think there might be more than one. Let's go, Brother Cow. Hopefully we will find more blood oranges. They tasted so much better than what we get at the garden. And luckily for William, both were the same people that stole his blood oranges. He swept his eyes over the camp to ensure there weren't any others and stepped into the clearing, surprising the 2 men. A kid, the one called Brother Liu, exclaimed in shock. Brother Liu, the smell is coming from him. I'm assuming you're talking about these. William casually showed the pouch filled with spirit grass while carefully eyeing their reaction. Where did you find that? I've been looking for that type of spirit plant for days, but I only found this. William's jaw almost dropped in shock at the endless amount of divine resilience fruits and wind cherries haphazardly thrown into a bag. He realized this was likely why he had no luck finding spirit plants that helped with his stamina and agility. Look, kid, I'm not going to ask how you got here, the man with a dog-like nose said with a smile, if you do something for me. William could already see those fruits belonging to him. All he wanted was a reason to start throwing punches. Agree to a trade, half of your stuff for half of mine. That threw William off because he couldn't have heard correctly. In terms of value, spirit grass was nothing compared to what they offered. If this was a genuine offer, either they didn't know what they had, or they were under the impression that there was a limit to how much they could consume. Honestly, either of those guesses seemed unlikely, so William assumed it was a trap. Considering how slow they were when chasing him a few days ago, William put the 2 at a speed that was on par with his, or slightly higher, with them having access to the fruits. Neither the divine resilience fruit nor the wind cherries could be eaten casually. They needed strict spacing, or the energy within them could negatively affect mortals. Since both men were healthy and fully limbed, they should have eaten one at most. Leave your half on the ground, and I'll do the same. William kept an eye on them as he took out the spirit grass and placed it down. He was still suspicious when they didn't waver to do the same, but confusion was now added to the mix. The 2 men did whatever William asked without hesitation. Before he knew it, his makeshift pouch was bulging with his new gains from the trade. Confusion became the dominant feeling as he quickly left the campsite without any of the problems he had expected. If you want to eat with us, you can come by any time, kid. William ignored the invite and kept pace to avoid being in the area when their friends would return. He had a strange feeling that they felt pity for him. He looked down at himself and tried to put himself in their shoes. They would have seen dirt staining his hands, clothes torn and frayed from his clumsy attempts to fashion a carrying pouch, and his thin frame suggesting he hadn't had much to eat. The last point wasn't far from the truth since he had eaten grass for sustenance. Still, William knew that if they weren't kind at heart, that appearance wouldn't move them when there was a seemingly easy opportunity to get spirit plants. Instead of trying to take the spirit grass by force, they offered something more valuable in return. William held the bulging silk pouch protectively as he made his way as far from that camp as possible. Even if they were kind, he wouldn't return until he felt his stats were high enough. Max strength reached. William finished his second blood orange of the day as he debated on what to do. After he had completed the unbelievably favorable trade, he spent the next couple of days wandering around to try and find more spirit grass. He had wanted to start munching on a wind cherry as soon as it was safe. However, having to wait a day for it to be safe since he had already consumed so much spirit grass might have saved him from doing something beyond stupid. With half of his spirit grass traded away, the amount he had left was enough for approximately 15 strength points. Before he risked eating anything that added points to his attributes, he needed to find more. The sheer abundance that could be found together was the only thing that would make William feel less anxious about the idea of losing his 20 strength points. On a side note, he discovered that eating spirit plants that helped with strength no longer activated the RNG. Being immortal and all, he still needed to eat, and he finally had a safe way of filling his stomach without gambling his attribute points. with blood oranges reasonably easy to find if a few hours were spent searching. That had been his diet in recent days. However, that also meant he had searched almost every bit of the area surrounding the little grove he had made as his temporary base. His only choice now was to either go to the camp the men had set up or leave his comfortable grove and head deeper for unexplored areas. The choice was obvious. William secured his handy, overfilled silk pouch over his shoulder and looked around the picturesque grove. He gave the tree that had provided him shade for the past few days a couple pats before leaving the place. It wasn't the first time he thought of going deeper to explore, but he had always decided not to do so in the past. With Lan Yin's warning about being careful with his life, William was reluctant to leave an area confirmed to be safe. Still, if he wanted to make full use of this place, he needed to find more opportunities. Besides, it was beyond typical for the rewards to be greater the deeper you ventured in a cultivation world. While greater rewards would generally be useless for a mortal like William, since taking a bite out of spirit plants at a higher level would mean death, perhaps he would discover a way to gain experience points. With this mindset, William set out, and that mindset was challenged within hours when he didn't see any difference whatsoever. It was the same foliage, the same occasional spirit plants, and the same sense of safety. However, no spirit grass, probably due to his shitty luck. William was accompanied by his soft steps on the grass, with occasional crunches when a dead leaf was crushed under his feet. It had become so common for those sounds to be his companions that it was almost blocked out by his mind. That was why William's ears perked up when he heard something different and froze on the spot. He almost believed that it was a hallucination born out of the hope of something happening. That was until he heard it again. William heard the faint flutter of wings, the first sign of something else being alive in this place that wasn't a human. He waited to hear it another time and snapped in the direction of the sound. Species, fire sparrow level 6. What the fuck, William muttered as he stared at it. It was hard to believe something so small could be at that high of a level. Its size was no different from an average sparrow, only with bright red feathers that seemed to be giving off a hazy heat. It was adorable, but William's first thought was how many experience points he could get if he killed it. He was well aware that it was the sort of thinking he sneered at when reading characters kill their way to the top, but that sounded so reasonable at the moment. Of course, William wasn't eager to get attacked by something that was, without a doubt, faster than him. His max strength would mean nothing if he couldn't land a hit in the first place. He kept an eye on the fire sparrow and backed away slowly, intending to use a nearby tree as cover. That turned out not to be necessary. It became apparent the bird didn't think of him as important when it flew away. William let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. With the bird gone, he quickly scanned his surroundings to see what was different. What made this place different to have a bird flying around? And more importantly, what else was here? He actively lightened his footsteps as he continued forward, hoping to find something that couldn't fly and preferably closer to his own level. An hour with no sightings should have annoyed William, but he noticed that the grass had started to thin out. The ground had become rockier, while the trees were becoming more and more massive, with the tops almost blocking all the sunlight. Even the bushes were more massive than where he had been staying for over a week. As William walked closer, he heard rustling in the bushes, making him jump back cautiously until he saw a fluffy white thing hop out. Species, sky hare level 6. This one was even more adorable than the fire sparrow, looking like a cross between a cat and a rabbit, and shockingly still at level 6. It turned its beady little eyes at him and twitched its nose before bending down to eat some stalks of grass. Like the fire sparrow, the sky hare seemed utterly unconcerned by William's presence. After it was finished chewing, it lazily licked its paw before lying down on the ground. William didn't even question if he was willing to kill it. There was no question that was exactly what he would try to do. Hell, it would be nice if there was a whole group of them so he could really put a boost to his experience points. He inched closer to the fluffy rabbit, a grin unable to stay off his face with the next level within his grasp. He froze when the sky hare's ears twitched when he was almost at arm's length. William was once again holding his breath to avoid giving the sky hare any reason to be startled. If he lunged from here, it was likely that he would be able to land a punch and end the poor thing's life, but it wasn't 100% certain. At a minimum, he had to assume that a rabbit-like creature at level 6 must have an agility stat of 7. With William's only half of that, he had to be doubly sure he could kill it. When the sky hare returned to being still, William inched closer again before his eyes gleamed when he was in a perfect spot. With no hesitation, William balled his hand into a fist and used all his power to launch it on the sky hare's head. Plus 430 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. Fuck, William spat as his face was hit with some of the splatters, and his fist was covered in the blood and guts of the formerly cute sky hare. And my clothes too. William groaned when he saw the formerly dirty silk clothes now have a bloody decoration added to them. That annoyance quickly gave way to disgust when he looked at the smashed remains of the sky hare. He quickly moved away from the dead body and roughly shook his hand to get the animal guts off. If it ever existed, any regret for killing the sky hare disappeared when he saw the HUD. All he needed to do was ambush more of these stupid things, and he basically found himself a hack to get to level 10. It seemed the good times would continue when William heard the bush start to rustle again. He chuckled and took a few steps toward the noise, unafraid of these experience point factories, until he saw a mass amount of blue text fill his vision. Sky hares. So many sky hares that he could barely see them over the jumbled-up blue text trying to tell him their levels. William stared at the army of sky hares, and he could swear that they were eyeing the fist that had just crushed one of their brethren. He quickly hid the gore-covered fist and started to back away slowly. When they made a tiny hop in unison toward him, William darted away as fast as he could, his heart beating in his throat. William held his hand to his chest as he sprinted back to the area devoid of animals. The damned rabbits went into a frenzy whenever they caught sight of it. He glanced quickly behind him and still saw the sea of sky hares hopping leisurely after him, just fast enough to keep pace. As for how he knew this wasn't as fast as they could hop, it was his hand. They were easily able to close the gap with it in their sight. 5 HP. Fuck, William yelled as he grabbed the sky hare that had somehow sunk its teeth into his hand with his free hand and ruthlessly crushed its skull. Plus 410 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. William didn't blink at the added gore to his person and threw the mangled body of the dead sky hare back into the mob chasing him. As expected, the additional death of one of their brethren enraged them. He could hear the increased activity behind him. He quickly resigned himself to the fact that this may as well be another situation where he was forced to use his points. Since it was already unlikely that his current stamina would last long enough for him to get back to the theorized safe zone, William decided to go down with a fight. Besides, he might get lucky and take out enough of these sky hares to get to level 10 before they bit him to that level of desperation. William was a little more confident of getting out of this situation by being able to take 20 bites from these little shits before dying. Of course, he was not too confident, but more than it had been before he saw his upgraded health. All right then, let's fight, William roared as he turned around and stood his ground, almost immediately regretting his decision at seeing the fluffy horde hopping toward him. He knew the road to immortality was filled with death, but he wished the threats to his life weren't mostly embarrassing. Excluding the demonic cultivator at the start, William had almost died by a speeding wagon, and now a damned horde of bunnies was trying to kill him. 5 HP x2. But the William was more startled than pained when seeing 2 sky hares on his hands, hanging onto him by their teeth. The rest of the mob was still a reasonable distance away from him. He shivered when the thought of them being too fast to be able to see entered his mind. William grabbed each sky hare by the head with his opposing hands to rip them off him and figured this might work as a distraction. He didn't crush them in his hands this time. Instead, he pulled his arm back like he would throw a ball and launched it as hard as possible at the hopping mob. Plus 375 XP. What the fuck? William's jaw dropped as the sky hares swarmed around their newly splattered brethren before they quickly went back to hopping toward him. The exploded sky hare had disappeared. Even the blood was gone. These things ate their own dead. William moved the remaining sky hare, struggling to take another bite of his gore-covered skin to his throwing hand before launching it to a tree, decorating the trunk with its body parts. Plus 375 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. William pulled up his status screen as he watched the horde rush to devour the flesh of its dead. He kept the HUD at the corner of his vision, ready to dump his points into agility and stamina at a moment's notice. With how much experience he was getting with each kill, even though it was reduced as he leveled up, William figured he would reach level 10 in no time. After that, he could use his stat points to his heart's content and escape the situation. William noticed one sky hare had lost interest in following the mob and was twitching its nose at him. It made a hop toward him before the same thing happened as before. 4 HP plus 300 XP. William stared at the blood-covered grass as he rubbed his hand. It looked like the sky hare quite literally teleported from its spot to attach itself to his hand. If they actually had a teleportation-like skill, it would be terrifying. However, he suspected the skill needed specific requirements to activate. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for the wave of attacks that would soon follow. He preferred not to be a teething object for these little shits, and observing how the sky hares never climbed the tree to eat their dead brethren gave him an idea. He could use his surroundings to his advantage. 4 HP plus 300 XP. William used the horde's distraction with the newly dead sky hare to rush to a nearby tree and clamber to the thickest branch before taking a seat on it. The practice of tree climbing to pluck lightning berries already had practical use. While the mob climbed on top of each other to reach the higher spots on the tree to eat their dead brethren, he hoped that they would continue their odd behavior of attacking him in small numbers. William chuckled when the mob hopped in place uselessly underneath him. They were strange creatures. It almost seemed like they didn't have many thoughts other than following him and eating the sky hares he killed. After seeing them hop in place for a minute, William held out his hand to motivate them. 4 HP x 3. Shit, William cursed when 3 of the little fucks attached themselves to his hand. He quickly ignored the pain and grabbed one of the sky hares, wondering how to kill it. Crushing it might cause the mob to go into a frenzy and start climbing over each other, not something he was keen on causing. With a grunt, he launched it as hard as he could against a nearby tree, making the sky hare explode on its trunk safely away from him. Plus 300 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. William ignored the swarm heading to that tree and repeated the same action to the sky hares, still biting into his hand. Plus 225 XP x 2. He frowned at the reduced experience points and looked at his stats. William's eyes gleamed at the points remaining to get to the next level. It would need only 2 more kills. Even with another reduction in the experience points received after a kill, he would guess 10 more kills at level 9 would be enough to complete his main quest. Main quest S, Restore Your Soul. Reach level 10 to enable the system to restore your soul back to its complete state. With most of the horde busy trying to get morsels of the dead sky hares, William stared at the couple dozen still hopping underneath him with a greedy look. With their weak attacks and his massive upgrade in health, there was no need to be as careful. He didn't dawdle and jumped off the branch to crush a couple under his feet. 10 HP plus 225 XP x 2. Level up 5 stat points added. William winced at the sharp pain shooting up his legs from the ill-advised landing before yelping at the multiple bites to his gore-covered legs. 3 HP x 19. He stomped on the heads of the sky hares like a child throwing a tantrum, creating a horrific, bloody mess under his feet, but didn't let up until he leveled up to 10. Plus 150 XP x 8. Level up 5 stat points added. Completed Restore Your Soul, 1000 XP. Trait modified Soul Damage Minor, 20, Attribute Reduction. Main quest added Perfect Your Soul. Reach level 100 to enable the system to upgrade your soul to the peak state. Main quest added Learn a Cultivation Technique, plus 1 XP x 11. William didn't even care that killing these little shits now only gained him 1 experience point, and he didn't care that he still had some sort of soul damage. All that mattered was that using his stat points no longer had a chance to be disastrous. Plus 8 agility, plus 3 stamina. William used his stat points for the first time without concern and started to sprint away, fully confident that he was now safe. With a wide grin as he left the horde behind, he rechecked his stats. Traits, Soul Damage Minor 20 Attribute Reduction. Main Quest 2-1 Perfect Your Soul. Reach level 100 to enable the system to upgrade your soul to the peak state 2. Learn a Cultivation Technique. Side Quests 3. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. William cackled when he saw that he was almost at the next level. Things were finally looking up for him. His panting was loud, far too loud in the complete silence of the surroundings, almost irritating to be honest. Surprisingly, he had wandered deep enough for his upgraded stamina to run out of steam on the return. The sky hares had stopped chasing him some time ago. William wasn't sure what those strange things were thinking, but he had a good guess. With the way they fell into a rather familiar frenzy, he suspected some of them were trampled to death, and the rest were rushing to eat the remains. William couldn't imagine how a species so strange came to be. As for why they still existed, he had to guess it was because of their weakness. While the sky hares made William flee for his life, their low level would make them harmless to any cultivator that came by them. Of course, that now also applied to William. If the sky hares gave him more than 1 experience point per kill, he would have gleefully returned to the fray to start massacring the little shits. William laughed as he thought about what he had brought on the sky hares, especially the crunch of bones that was repeatedly felt and heard as he killed more and more rabbits. His laugh turned strained as he looked at himself and saw the blood and pieces of flesh that caked his legs and covered most of his hands. William dry heaved in disgust and made the mistake of covering his mouth with his hand. He pulled it away as fast as he could, but he could already feel the disgusting filth on his lips. He doubled over, gasping for air and tasting what was on his lips before he felt a surge of bile rise up his throat. Before he could think, he leaned forward and retched violently onto the ground. William discovered something even more irritating than the loud panting he had been doing, vomiting uncontrollably until nothing was left in his stomach. Fuck me, William groaned and went to wipe his mouth when he remembered that his hands were disgusting. Noticing a nice, clean patch of grass a few steps away, he practically threw himself on it, rubbing his face and hands into it to try and get the mess off him. It wasn't perfect, but more than enough until he found a way to clean himself. William shuddered and pushed himself to his feet. He should have figured that was coming. In fact, he wasn't sure why it didn't happen immediately after crushing a poor bunny's head the first time. It made him wonder if he had been that crazed to get to level 10. He moved to get under the shade of a tree and grimaced at the sour taste in his mouth. He opened his blood-free pouch and stared at one of the divine resilience fruits. Eating one of those would probably rid him of the horrible taste while fixing his stamina problem without using his stat points. As he was running away, he thought of how to use the points he had saved up. With the abundant spirit plants around him, the thing that made the most sense was to dump everything into luck. With this being a cultivation world, luck would likely play a significant role in the opportunities he would get in the future. William had that idea in the back of his mind from the start, but the RNG landing on a bad number always stopped him. That was no longer an issue. Still, he wanted to get his stamina and agility to 20 before assigning points. Speaking of which, he tried to add a point to his strength. Max strength reached. William nodded to himself after confirming that 20 was still the max. He fumbled a little with the pouch and tried to eat a divine resilience fruit without touching it too much. It was challenging, but the rush of sweet juice crashing the foul taste lining his mouth made it worth the hassle. +4 stamina. Trait added spirit plant addict XP gain decreased 10. William forgot about his distaste for the sky hares as he stared at the blue text in disbelief. It was one thing after another. Just when he got rid of that ridiculous RNG effect, another headache was added. At the very least, it wasn't that bad. He knew that binging on these spirit plants would be bad news, and if this was the extent of it, he could accept it. William sighed as he secured the pouch around his shoulders before jumping up and down, grinning when he no longer felt like 200-pound weights were attached to his feet. However, that smile left when he noticed that the green grass was becoming slightly pinkish. He grimaced and muttered, "Next order of business, go to that camp and get a change of clothes." William thought he noticed something white streaking in the sky, making him narrow his eyes to try and see the blue text over it. However, before he knew it, he found himself flying back with an almost caved-in chest from a brutal kick, 400 HP. He lay sprawled on the grass, luckily missing the many trees he could have been smashed into, and moaned in pain as he tried to gather his senses. When William heard guttural snarls that seemed inches away from him, even he surprised himself by how quickly he accepted the pain and tried to pick himself back up. Species, sky hare level, 16. William stumbled back in fear from seeing the massive, demonic-looking rabbit snapping its razor-sharp teeth at him. The most significant difference from the bunny-like mob that chased him, other than the size, was the wings sprouting from its back. It suddenly made sense why it had the word sky in its species name. He knew he should be dead by now, especially with how enraged the sky hare seemed to be at him. He assumed the boss found out how many underlings were killed until he noticed the wounds on its body. The sky hare seemed bitten, stomped on, and barely escaped a tough fight, something that William had found familiar with all the lower-level sky hares that had been mobbing him. It suddenly made sense why those little shits ate each other. It was a winner-take-all for them, and this was the result. William warily watched the snarling sky hare as he scrambled backward on the ground to put more distance between them. He wasn't sure why it hadn't ended his life yet, but it definitely wished to do so. +9 agility. Max agility reached. William sprinted back to his grove as fast as possible, hoping his attribute reduction wouldn't screw him over, and that the assumption of the animals not being able to follow him into that area was true. If it wasn't, he was deader than dead. William kept looking back to see if the sky hare followed him. Even though he never saw anything, it didn't stop him from feeling like his life was on the line, and it basically was. When he finally reached his grove, he slumped against a familiar tree and frantically looked for a white streak of death flying after him. With him no longer focusing on running as fast as he could, more details of the monstrous sky hare started to get picked up in his mind. After giving him the kick that wiped out more than half his remaining health points, the sky hare seemed rooted to its spot as it raged at him. It could move side to side, but never came closer to William, even though he was helplessly on the ground for a good few seconds, as he tried to get over the pain of getting kicked hard enough to be launched back like a cannonball. William immediately understood that he had discovered the limits of where the animals could travel. If that wasn't so, he currently wouldn't be alive to realize it. He slid down the tree's trunk and sat on the ground, groaning in a combination of relief and pain as he let himself feel things other than the panic of his life being in danger. The worst part was that, unlike in RPGs, sleep did not heal him. Even the punch he threw against a tree to test his strength all those days ago, making him lose 1 health point, didn't recover. That meant William would have to live with all the pain he was currently in until Lan Yin picked him up in a few weeks. On the bright side, this could be useful in training himself to be a masochist. If he wanted to be effective in fights in the future, it would be essential to learn to ignore any pain to stop it from being a distraction. Even better would be to love the pain, but William didn't know if he was willing to go that far. William blinked to get the blurriness out of his eyes before staring silently at the gently waving branches of the tree he slept under. His whole body had settled into a general, everything is hurting state, but he was somehow able to get a few hours of sleep. Safe mode has been disabled. William sat up quickly in excitement. He could finally go through the tutorial and figure out how the system works. Tutorial unavailable after level 5. He should have expected that, but it wasn't too bad. It would be more fun to learn without any help, or so he told himself to avoid bringing his mood down. Still, there were plenty of other features that are common in all RPGs. The most obvious would be an inventory, a staple for the genre. Error inventory requires insight into Space DAO. William frowned before nodding, finding that requirement reasonable. However, he clearly remembered that the system gave him a message that only user-generated side quests were available in safe mode. That would imply he could now use the system to discover quests that would otherwise be hard to activate. Error discovery of system-generated side quests requires insight into divination DAO. William clenched his teeth and wondered how this was any different from safe mode. Instead of the system limiting him, it was now his ignorance of the various DAOs. He supposed that was fair. It was becoming obvious that other than the strange effect on injuries and the rather convenient feature of saving his stat points, the system couldn't do much of anything if he didn't already have the knowledge of it. Since the last two had failed, William knew this would too, but he wanted to see if pulling up a map was possible in the future. Error minimap requires insight into perception DAO. William chuckled happily and pushed himself to stand up. In a way, this would be excellent motivation to start studying those 3 DAOs. Space, divination, and perception DAOs would be unbelievably valuable for more than just activating system features. He ignored his screaming body and rubbed his grumbling stomach. Eating more fruit was an option, but he'd rather not risk his newly gained trait upgrading to something worse. That meant it was time to head to the camp that the men from the garden had set up and take the offer for food. Even in his currently damaged state, William knew there was no possible way they could threaten him. Even if they had somehow gorged themselves successfully on the spirit plants they had found, their low levels would make their durability equal to the low-level sky hares. In other words, those men would be glass cannons at best. William hoisted the pouch over his shoulder and glanced at the discarded clothes thrown to the side. He had no intention of putting those back on, and his underwear would have to do until he could borrow some spares at the camp. And if they didn't have that, wait till Lan Yin returned to pick him up. His stomach grumbled again, telling him to stop wasting time, and William listened. He settled into a steady run that would get him to the camp in a few minutes. Of course, the steady run was equal to a sprint away from death for an average mortal since his agility was maxed out. In the meantime, William pulled up his status screen to see if getting out of safe mode changed anything there. Main quests 2-1. Perfect your soul. Reach level 100 to enable the system to upgrade your soul to the peak state 2. Learn a cultivation technique. Side quests 3. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. The cultivation stat was the only thing that changed at first glance. However, it was almost useless if all it told was that he was immortal. Cultivation, mortal. Max level 10. Max attribute 20. Upgrade requirements 2-1. Learn a cultivation technique 2. Reach level 11. William dodged a few trees as he stared at the new screen in surprise. He didn't think there would be a submenu for anything. He went through the rest of the stats, accomplishing nothing until he got to the second main quest. Error revealing unknown rewards requires insight into divination DAO. William rolled his eyes and put his focus back on the cultivation stats. He was more than a little surprised to learn that he was already at the max level for a mortal. That also raised a question of what would happen when he acquired enough experience points to get to level 11. If the requirements for an upgrade needed a cultivation technique, a mortal could only be level 10. What would happen to the extra points? Perhaps this meant he needed to find a technique to learn before bothering to gain more experience points so it wouldn't go to waste. If that demonic sky hare hadn't almost killed him with one attack, William would be more than willing to go back and test it out. Still, he supposed that waiting until he was back in Xuanjing City would be much safer. For the rest of his time here, he didn't intend to do anything other than relax and wait for Lan Yin to pick him up. That was already in his plans before he saw the upgrade requirements, but seeing it only made that a no-brainer. William slowed to a walk when he reached the clearing where the camp was set up, and casually strolled in to see most men preparing for another day of foraging. A ridiculous amount of spirit plants were neatly separated into piles and ready to be bagged up in the middle. What happened to you? William turned away from the pile of fruits to see Cow Rui looking at him in horror. I knew I forgot to tell you something. Did you eat more than one of those fruits in a day? Brother Liu, get me some clothes for the kid. William hadn't even realized that if he was a typical 13-year-old boy, the trade Cow Rui had made would have likely killed him due to ignorance. William would have been paranoid about it being done on purpose if he could be bothered to care. A quick glance at the men staring curiously at him let him know their levels were between 4 and 6. Nothing that could pose a threat to him if he wasn't being completely careless. You said to come back if I wanted food. Right, Cow Rui said with a chuckle. A couple men brought extra steamed buns this morning. I'll get you some. William eyed Cow Rui's back as he ignored the others whispering while trying and failing to be discreet. For someone breaking the rules, Cow Rui was quite amenable to a stranger he met randomly in a place where it's supposedly hard to reach. Perhaps it had something to do with his age. Name, Cow Rui level 6. William stared at the blue text above the man and wondered if there was something like an observe skill to see the attributes. Error: the skill observe has a minimum requirement of level 11. Here you go, Cow Rui handed William a couple steamed buns. If you want more, let me know. William gave him a distracted smile as he started to eat food that wasn't a spirit plant for the first time in weeks. It certainly didn't taste as good, but that was a necessary sacrifice due to not wanting to worsen the debuff he had received. And more importantly, he was thrilled that Observe would be something he could use soon. While the overall level helped know how much health someone, or something, had, it didn't say much about the individual attributes other than what the max could be. If Observe allowed William to view that, it would make assessing the threat levels more accurate. Brother Cow, let's get started. I have a good feeling about today. William returned a wave that Cow Rui gave him and watched most of the men file out, leaving a lone man that settled near the collected fruits and stared at him suspiciously. He munched on the buns and decided that he would be happy to make this camp home for the next few weeks. He'd ask Lan Yin to reduce their punishment to pay them back when they were eventually found out. Will depend on you to look after them, Wei Liang. William waved Cow Rui off as he sat next to the piles of spirit fruits. He wasn't sure why they needed this much, but it wasn't his business. With how kind the man had been toward him the past week, the least William could do was keep his mouth shut. While stealing from the sect was beyond stupid, there was no need to act like some volunteer guard. He sighed and laid back on the grass with his hands under his head, preparing for another day full of nothing. It was nice, lazing about and doing nothing productive for a whole week. Well, that was an exaggeration, but in terms of increasing his stats, it was correct. Instead of rushing back into the depths to get demolished by a cannibalistic bunny, William spent it safely, conversing with Cow Rui about the Tianxia Empire and its notable cities. Mainly one called Qingyun City, where Cow Rui's family originated. From what William gathered, it was the center of trade in the empire for medicinal herbs, likely due to the Jade Healing sect being located close by. It was no wonder Elder Huang thought of some clan with the surname Wei when he heard Wei Liang. It was curious to William that the Tianxia Empire had two major commercial centers on opposite sides of the empire, Xuanjing City and Qingyun City, but they specialized in entirely different areas. That would have made sense if they were close to each other to avoid competition, but not when mortals apparently took nearly half a year to travel between them. Wei Liang. William sat up in shock at the unexpected voice and stared dumbfounded at Lan Yin floating down from the sky. It's already been 4 weeks, William blurted out in confusion. Lan Yin seemed to ignore his question and gave him a curious look. He flinched when she was suddenly in front of him and gripped his chin to tilt his head. Perhaps Elder Huang was right about you, Lan Yin commented, and I told you 3 weeks, not 4. I was distracted, so I couldn't arrive in time. William rubbed his sore chin after Lan Yin let go. He saw her finally look away from him to point at the amassed spirit fruits. Are you the one that organized this? William's instinct was to say no, but he stopped himself when he thought about Cow Rui. He hesitated and asked, am I in trouble if I did? No, Lan Yin waved her hand as she looked at the empty tents around the camp. I told you that you could do as you wish. Rather than trouble, I would congratulate you for somehow getting other mortals to this area. With Lan Yin's amused tone, William knew that even if he covered for Cow Rui, she would know it wasn't really him that organized all this. That reminded him of what Li Xinyu told him about the Lan siblings and their preference for formalities. I didn't want my friend to get in trouble, Senior Lan, William said in his best 13-year-old tone. I promise I wasn't going to lie. Lan Yin hummed as she walked past him, her thin robes fluttering with each step. Not to worry, little Wei Liang. I am not an excessive person. William felt a chill run down his back, knowing it generally wasn't good news when a cultivator said those words. Though with his experience with Elder Huang and Li Xinyu, he still hoped the sentence could be taken at face value, and it surely had to be promising news that Lan Yin was becoming more familiar with him. The quality is adequate, Lan Yin said as she turned a spirit fruit around in her palms. Perhaps I should start to develop this land. William gave her a weak smile when she carelessly threw the fruit back on the pile and turned to him again. 1 HP. Lan Yin poked his chest, making the pain he had gotten used to in the past week flare up with a vengeance. William hissed as he flinched back to get out of her reach. Now, what did you meet to grow so much stronger in such a short time? I sense that you are on the cusp of a breakthrough. All you lack is a technique to activate your spiritual energy. William rubbed his chest, trying not to show annoyance at being prodded. He failed. Bold Lan Yin commented with narrowed eyes. Little Lee told me you were a brave little fool. Watch your pride around me, boy. Now tell me, what did you do to get this strong? It was the Sky Hare's senior Lan. William swallowed his complaints and told the partial truth. Those things mobbed me and I had to kill my way out. He touched his chest and continued. I was almost killed when a gigantic one attacked me. Luckily, it couldn't follow when I ran away. Sky Hares. Lan Yin raised her eyebrows in surprise. They're a little inconvenient if you leave bodies behind, but it shouldn't have caused such a drastic change with you. William shrugged helplessly and added, maybe all the fruits I've eaten played a part. That is part of the truth, but I suspect you might have a unique constitution meant for fighting. Elder Huang's plan to allow you to take the test to enter my Jade Healing sect might be a disservice to you. Test. William's eyes widened in shock. He knew that he didn't have any so-called special constitution. It was just the system allowing him to earn experience points to get through levels faster than usual. Yes, test, Lan Yin repeated. Think about it and give me an answer after I finish talking with your new friends. William wanted to accept immediately, not wanting to waste time when such an opportunity had fallen in his lap. But he didn't dare speak to Lan Yin when she so unsubtly told him to keep quiet. He looked on with pity as the men returned, laughing, and in a good mood with plenty of spirit fruits in their arms. He suspected all their spoils would be taken away, leaving all the work done over the weeks benefiting the sect they were trying to steal from. Overseer Lan, Cao Rui dropped the fruits in his arms as he started to tremble. The rest of the men were no better once they saw the otherworldly beautiful woman standing beside William. So you know of me, Lan Yin smiled, then why would you try to steal what is mine? You must know the consequences of such an action. It's not part of the garden. A man in the back blurted out, and Liu Ming, the constant companion of Cao Rui, continued, we wouldn't dare take what the disciples of the sect need, Overseer Lan. We saw this area unused for so long, so we didn't think you would mind. William immediately knew that Liu Ming had misspoken. He wasn't sure what Lan Yin didn't like, but he sensed the woman's demeanor change for the worse. You think, Lan Yin repeated slowly before turning to William, since I gave you free reign over the forbidden area, Wei Liang, your word will have weight. Did they ask for your permission beforehand? William shifted uneasily, knowing that the one-word answer might worsen the punishment the men would get. They treated me kindly, Senior Lan. They didn't ask me, but they were more than willing to share what they found. I take all the blame, Overseer Lan. Cao Rui stepped forward, trembling even more as Lan Yin focused on him. I have a skill that lets me detect where the spirit plants are, and I convinced my brothers to accompany me. They shouldn't take any of the blame. William knew Cao Rui would push himself to the front with his personality, though he wished he didn't. As the men started to insist that they deserved to take the blame, he hoped that Cao Rui's skill would help soften Lan Yin. Very well, Lan Yin nodded as she held up a hand to stop the clamoring. Only you will have to stay behind. The rest will be free to go back to their families. William blinked in surprise when Lan Yin called down her spirit boat, wondering if that was it. He tried to calm Cao Rui with a smile, who had a confused and worried expression for some reason. William followed her and wondered why Cao Rui was left behind. Maybe Lan Yin thought it was underneath her to punish a mortal, until he heard the screams from the men he had become familiar with. All the spirit fruits you have gathered today belong to Wei Liang. I expect you all to confess to your manager of your actions. If I find that you haven't taken 50 lashes, both you and your families will join that mortal. William didn't look away from Cao Rui even when the spirit boat started to rise, barely able to believe that the man who happily fed him steamed buns was sliced in two without any warning. His heart chilled when they started flying to whatever their destination was. He should have expected that result, but had for some reason believed that Lan Yin would show leniency toward Cao Rui. He couldn't have been more wrong. You seem dissatisfied. William couldn't deny that, but neither could he admit it. Lan Yin's cruel decisiveness slapped the reality of this world into his face, telling him that he had been lulled into complacency with the relative normalcy of the cultivators around him. He had blocked out how Li Xinyu casually asked her master if she could kill him. I suppose you thought the mortal didn't deserve death. Instead of saying anything that might be seen as arguing with Lan Yin, William shrugged weakly. He said, Senior Lan said they broke the rules. I had doubts whether you would walk the road of cultivation, but that has been erased. Let me give you some advice, little Wei Liang. Do not try to form friendships with mortals. It is destined to be fruitless. William shifted as he thought of Wang Xiaoling, knowing he couldn't suddenly cut ties with her, even if she was a petty miser. As for the mortal I killed, he fooled you. He was hoping to show off that so-called skill he was so proud of. Lanyin rolled her eyes, suddenly changing her image from a cruel but wise elder to a teen, as if my sect lacks such meager talent. Fooled me, William repeated in shock as he tried to think about any signs of deceit from Cao Rui. Lanyin hummed in confirmation before saying, "A manager informed me that some workers were sneaking into the forbidden area a few days after I left you there. And the one leading them was a man who always boasted loudly about his skill to everyone who would listen. You were his target, not the spirit fruits." William recalled some strange occurrences he had assumed were due to Cao Rui's kindness, an overly generous trade that bordered on dangerous if one didn't have sufficient knowledge of spirit plants, unreasonable indulgence toward him, a boy that had appeared out of nowhere and was quickly allowed to guard their pickings with little care. And the most glaring, a kindness that on second thought seemed far too similar to bribery to buy his appreciation. Of course, this could be William's newfound doubts influencing his thoughts. What did he expect me to do? I have no power here, Senior Lan. You don't, Lan Yin agreed bluntly, but that mortal must have heard you were in contact with me. It wasn't a secret that I took you away from Shao Jun. William grimaced but stayed silent. All of this sounded like assumptions, but that was enough for Lan Yin to eliminate Cao Rui. Enough about the mortal. What did you decide about Elder Huang's offer? Lan Yin's impatient tone told William that talking about Cao Rui would no longer be tolerated. With a strained smile, William said, "I would be honored to take the test, Senior Lan." I see. Lan Yin pursed her lips before sighing. I understand the appeal of joining my Jade Healing sect, but there will be few that can bring out the potential of your constitution. I understand, but I can't reject Elder Huang's kindness, William insisted, thinking Lan Yin didn't want him to accept due to her dislike of him, or at least that's what he thought. He really couldn't be sure, with her expression mostly being blank. Gratitude is a worthwhile trait, Lan Yin commented before adding, if you pass the test and gain a place in the sect, I'll help you search for a suitable master to guide you. Allowing your talent to go to waste would be regrettable. William stared at Lan Yin with more than a little shock. His assumption that she disliked him was proved wrong immediately when she volunteered to help him. He forced himself off that line of thinking and realized they had been traveling for well over 10 minutes. The trip to the forbidden area took far less than that. Are we leaving the garden? Lan Yin nodded. We're heading to the Jade Healing sect where your testing will take place. Speaking of which, you'll need to be in peak condition before the testing. Will I get to take a vitality restoration pill? William asked with hope, eager for the constant pain to end. You've taken too many of those pills, Lan Yin said while shaking her head. In addition to that, you have been eating spirit plants for the past few weeks. Unless absolutely necessary, you should wait until your body recovers before taking immortal pills. William's mood brightened even more, thankful that the experience reduction would only be temporary. When will that be, Senior Lan? It depends on the individual, Lan Yin answered impatiently. I've talked with Elder Huang and let him know you're taking the test. As for when you can go back to Xuanjing City, it would depend on your luck. William nodded in acknowledgement as he picked up a couple things from what she said. The first was that all the talk of choosing to join a sect other than the Jade Healing sect was false, since she had informed Elder Huang he would be taking the test before asking him. The second was luck. The former wasn't surprising, since which sect would want to strengthen its competitors. As for the latter, he mentally kicked himself for forgetting about adding points to his luck attribute. As much as he wished to dump all of the points into luck immediately, that would mean he wouldn't be able to increase his stamina if needed, especially since he wouldn't be getting more stat points till level 11, and eating more spirit fruits wasn't wise. Senior Lan, could you tell me more about the test? What will I have to do? The details are a secret, even to candidates that have elders in the sect, Lan Yin replied in a bored tone as she looked off into the distance. That was no help, and as much as he wished to probe Lan Yin, she already sounded fed up answering his questions. William would have to save 10 stat points in case of an emergency. Plus 11 luck. William was a little disappointed that the increase in luck didn't reduce the negative effects of his traits, but he supposed it made sense. The RNG was based on your luck, and his current traits had a consistent, flat effect. Here we are, Lan Yin announced with a smile as she stood up. William felt the spirit boat slowly descend and looked down before his breath hitched at the beautiful sight. It was a drastic change from being surrounded by farmland and cannibal bunnies. Even the wonder of seeing Xuanjing City was nothing compared to this. He thought the Jade Healing sect was one of the most beautiful sights he had ever seen. It was a sprawling, intricately designed oasis nestled within a lush, mountainous landscape. The majority of the sect's buildings were situated at the foot of a tall mountain range, with the towering peaks providing a natural fortress-like defense against intruders. Even from far up in the sky, William could see the main entrance to the sect, a grand, imposing gatehouse made of jade stones, standing tall and proud at the foot of the mountain. As they descended closer to the ground, he lost sight of the inner structures but could now see a crowd of children accompanied by retainers, a majority looking to be in the range of 10 to 15. Are they all taking the test too? Of course not, Lan Yin chuckled. Each day, scores of mortals from Qingyun City travel here. It's either due to sickness, or they hope to get lucky and enter the sect if an elder notices them. Oh, William stared at some children kowtowing near the gates. I have heard of a genius discovered a few hundred years ago, so it's not too rare. William's lips twitched at how Lan Yin called once in a few hundred years as not rare. He was curious about how old Lan Yin was to say something like that, but he didn't dare to ask. Follow Little Wei Liang, Lan Yin ordered when the spirit boat landed. I'll lead you to the clinic. The faster you are healed, the faster you can take the test. Respected immortal, please save my grandchild. Great master, my family's child is a once-in-a-hundred-year genius in our village. Please take a look. William was highly uncomfortable with constant pleading as he followed Lan Yin through the gathered crowd. He didn't think he could ever have the uncaring expression that Lan Yin currently possessed when a woman old enough to be over 100 got on her knees to beg, and that was a common sight. My daughter will make a great companion for the young master. Great immortal, please consider her. That was the first time William was mentioned in the pleadings, and it automatically got his attention. When he looked over, he was startled to see that the girl had to be younger than him. He quickly looked away and ignored the cascade that the man had started. Those who brought a girl shouted loudly, proclaiming how their daughter, granddaughter, or sibling was the best. Senior Lan, why did we land this far from the gate? William grumbled as he tried to hide how revolted he was to spare these girls' hurt feelings. He knew what it was like to get embarrassed as a kid. These girls aren't to your liking, Lan Yin asked without looking at him. No, William emphasized, they are far too young. Just because he had a 13-year-old body didn't mean his mental stage had changed. Just the thought of such a situation made him shudder in disgust. So little Li was right. Lan Yin glanced at him with an almost unnoticeable smirk. She was worried you took too much of a liking toward her. What? William asked dumbly. Don't worry, little Wei Liang, Lan Yin assured. She won't hear it from me, but little Li is quite favored in my sect. It will be challenging if you want to fight for her hand. William tried to protest against such a ludicrous thought. Sister Li has been kind, but I'm too young for those thoughts, Senior Lan. Lan Yin nodded placatingly. I understand. William sighed and didn't continue with the topic as they reached the gatehouse. Trait added passive healing, gain 1 HP per day. He stared in surprise at the alert for a second before wondering what he had done to deserve something so useless and how he got the trait in the first place. He looked around to see if there was anything eye-catching, but there was nothing other than the stunning entrance gate made out of what seemed to be a single piece of jade. William vaguely remembered that jade was supposed to have some healing properties. Still, surely the gate couldn't be the cause of the trait. He stared at the children kowtowing a short distance away and wondered if they weren't begging but were instead thanking the sect. Senior Sister Lin, what are you doing out here? Name, Qin Yu level. Brother Yu, Lan Yin greeted. Elder Huang recommended this boy for testing. He had to be recorded as a visitor before entering. Elder Huang, Qin Yu repeated with surprise and leaned closer to William. Is he another Li Xinyu? William shuffled backward when Qin Yu's face got too close. I think you'll be the complete opposite of little Li, Lan Yin corrected with a chuckle. Really? Qin Yu blinked and narrowed his eyes before smiling brightly. We haven't had one of those in a long time. You can head in, Senior Sister Lin. I will, but record Wei Liang's name, Brother Yu, Lan Yin reminded with a roll of her eyes. That's why I bothered to stop here. Ah, sorry, I was too excreted that we could possibly have a sentinel, Qin Yu exclaimed before running to the gatehouse. William blinked at Qin Yu's retreating back before giving Lan Yin a questioning look. Did Senior Yu just say? Lan Yin sighed yes. The elders have tried to correct his mistakes multiple times, but he keeps saying the wrong words. Ignore it. William was under the impression the cultivators had excellent memories, but that might be false with this being the case. He kept his mouth shut when Qin Yu exited the gatehouse. It's done, Senior Sister, Qin Yu said with a smile before turning to William. And good luck, little brother. You can become a man of great stature if you join the sect. William opened his mouth to thank him, but was scared that the weird way this world worked might make Qin Yu's words come true. He certainly didn't want to become a statue. Wei Liang is stunned by the sights, Brother Yu, Lan Yin interjected when William stayed silent for too long. Don't mind his muteness. I understand, Qin Yu nodded with an empathetic look. Come, little Wei Liang, Lan Yin gently pushed him to walk. We need to get going. William did as Lan Yin insisted, but still gave Qin Yu a wave. They passed the kowtowing children and shortly after passed the gate. A tight passage between two mountains snaked into the depths, which he assumed would reach the courtyard he glimpsed from the spirit boat. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation build up inside him. He was finally going to see the inner workings of a sect and learn more about cultivation. Trait removed passive healing, gain 1 HP per day. The trait removal almost confirmed that the gate, or something near it, caused the passive healing. Senior Lan, it felt like I was getting healed back there, William said while pointing back at the gate. It was barely anything, but it was there. Lan Yin looked at him in surprise. You did. That's impressive sensitivity you have there. The effect is only significant for mortal children. William did notice that most of those children were level 1, with the highest being level 3. With what he remembered his health being at those levels, 1 point a day would have been significant. That is a kind thing for the sect to do, Senior Lan. Lan Yin shrugged. The sect occupies a territory within the Tianxia Empire. Keeping the tiger happy is the healthy choice. That told William that the Tianxia Empire was more powerful than the sects within its border, powerful enough for the Jade Healing Sect to be freely generous to the mortals that travel to the gates. They walked the narrow passage until it ended to reveal the beauty he had seen from the sky. A vast courtyard lined with manicured gardens and elegant, pagoda-style buildings made of white jade. The buildings are arranged in a symmetrical pattern, with the largest and most impressive structure situated at the center of the complex. And more surprising than the stunning view of the structures was the multitude of disciples wearing robes similar to Lan Yin. They were all smiling and generally happy-looking. William certainly wasn't significant enough to put on a big show. He was just some random kid that Huang Jingyi recommended to Lan Yin, which meant that this was daily life for these disciples. The building in the center will be where you stay until fully healed. It's the clinic for the outer disciples. This is the outer court, William asked in shock, taking in the view with different thinking. What was the inner court like if this was what the outer disciples enjoyed? It is, Lan Yin confirmed as she nodded to the disciple bowing to her as they passed. It's not that impressive, but the only goal for outer disciples is to reach the foundation establishment realm and to learn the working of the mortal body. William looked around again and noticed this seemed strangely similar to a college campus. Are they carrying around books? Of course they are, Lan Yin chuckled. Did you expect a master for each disciple? Those are only reserved for core disciples or special cases like you. William let himself feel the rush of getting praised before crushing it. Getting cocky would turn him into a young master instead of a protagonist, and he never intended to become a stepping stone. Go inside. Lan Yin stopped outside the doors of the large clinic. Other than the elder in charge, members of the sect above the Qi gathering realm aren't allowed entry. William looked at Lan Yin in confusion, not understanding the strange rule, before shrugging and walking into the clinic. His goal right now wasn't to understand the rules, but to get fully healed so he could take this test and start cultivating. William yelped when the last needle sank into his chest, making the boy overseeing his treatment giggle like he found the pain funny. I said be careful, Renbo, William said through clenched teeth. He knew the reminder would fall on deaf ears since this had happened continuously for the past 3 days. It turned out that he was given free treatment partly due to the experimental nature of it. They weren't trying any new types of therapy, but he was handed over to a novice, and mistakes were plentiful. However, he couldn't deny that it was effective overall. Sorry, Renbo certainly didn't seem so with his smile. I'm still new to this, Brother Wei. I'd believe you if you hadn't said that every time something like this happened. William grumbled as he tried to relax on the bed, knowing he would have to stay in the position for hours. Renbo shrugged shamelessly before handing William the book he had requested on the very first day of his treatment to pass his time. After gaining the spirit plant addict trait, he wanted a clearer idea of what activated it, and more importantly, at what point it could worsen. William expected the request to be declined since he was just a visitor of the sect, but once they learned that Lan Yin escorted him to the sect, and that Huang Jingyi gave him a recommendation, he was treated exceptionally well, other than being a test subject for Renbo, of course. I'll return in a few hours, Brother Wei, Renbo waved as he walked away. Name, Renbo level 23. William took his eyes off Renbo as the kid disappeared through the doorway. Even though Renbo looked slightly older than him physically, William suspected he had spent most of his time buried in books. The way Renbo acted was years younger than he actually was. He opened the book to the bookmarked page and started where he left off. Trying to learn how to calculate the level of impurity in his body was ridiculously complicated. It was supposed to be purely theoretical until one could intimately understand the details of their own body, but for William, the system did that for him. What required decades and sometimes centuries of hard work was basically handed to him on a silver platter. Before he knew it, over an hour had passed and he was at the end of the book. It wasn't the first time he had finished it, but unlike before, he truly felt he understood everything he read. William had always been a decent student, especially when motivated to succeed like he was right now. With what he understood, it should be easy but tedious to figure out the exact time needed to recover from overeating spirit plants. And even better, he should be able to tell precisely how much a pill and spirit plant he consumed would worsen the trait. Knowledge acquired the responsible consumption of pills and spirit plants. Cultivation info added impurity. William gained a broad smile at the alert. He tried to pull up the newly added stats separately instead of the whole cultivation submenu. Impurity, stage 2, 22 weeks remaining. He didn't pay much attention to the remaining time since Renbo was fixing that for him today. If he wasn't getting treatment, that countdown told him how long it would take to reduce his impurity to stage 1, which would also remove his spirit plant addict trait. Of course, that would only apply if he abstained from eating any more pills or spirit plants. William was a little disappointed that he couldn't see the number of pills and spirits he could consume without getting to stage 3, but that was also understandable. He knew that every pill and spirit plant would contribute to different amounts of impurity increases, so there could be no general stat showing how much could be consumed. Brother Wei, it's time for me to remove the needles. William winced and prepared himself for what was to come. It wasn't painful, but the end result was frankly disgusting. Let's get this over with, William grumbled and held his breath. Renbo might be a novice, but that didn't mean he wasn't highly skilled in William's eyes. Within a few seconds, the hundreds of needles on his torso were removed without him feeling anything, but he wasn't worried about that. William stared at the tiny beads of black spots that sprouted where the needles were pierced. They rapidly grew larger under his eyes. He kept holding his breath to avoid taking in any of the rancid smell that accompanied the black gunk. He noticed Renbo had retreated to the doorway with his fingers pinching his nose. "I'll leave you be, Brother Wei," Renbo said nasally. "There are fresh clothes in there for you after washing yourself." William waved him off, not wanting to waste his precious air by speaking. The tiny black beads quickly grew enough to cover his entire torso in the disgusting stuff, creating a sticky, glue-like layer that would be a pain to clean off. Trait removed, spirit plant addict XP gain decreased 10. But that alert made it all worth it. He gingerly picked himself off the bed and walked carefully to the bathroom as if trying to keep the black gunk from falling to the floor. It wouldn't have happened with how sticky it was, but he had no desire to smell that gunk after cleaning himself. It would take well over 30 minutes of hard scrubbing until William's body was clean enough for his own satisfaction. In the meantime, he went over his stats. Main quests 2-1, perfect your soul. Reach level 100 to enable the system to upgrade your soul to the peak state 2. Learn a cultivation technique. Side quests 3, visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable. Even though William had been fully healed yesterday, he didn't get tired of seeing the massive amount of hit points he possessed. It had come a long way from the meager 10 he possessed initially, and while it was petty of him to think so, he couldn't wait until he bullied Wang Zioling as payback. Seeing the look on her face when she realized she couldn't kick him around would be a sweet, sweet pleasure. Other than the recovered health, the second change was almost as good. Cultivation mortal. Max level 10. Max attribute 20. Impurity stage 188 days remaining. Upgrade requirements 2-1 learn a cultivation technique 2, reach level 11. While 80% seemed high, it gave William enough room to take a low-quality vitality restoration pill without crossing into stage 2 of impurity. As for the massively shrunken time to reduce impurity naturally, it was due to how the time required increases exponentially with every higher stage. If one recklessly consumed pills or spirit plants without regard to impurity, even the most skilled doctor wouldn't be able to help, bringing the path to immortality to a halt. William dried himself off and put on the clothes Renbo provided before leaving the room for the first time in days. Renbo was waiting for him outside the door while reading some notes to pass the time. The kid followed him as he walked toward the exit. "You look good, Brother Wei." Renbo eyed him closely and nodded satisfactorily. "Not too bad for my first patient." William's lips twitched at the reminder of the pain Renbo had put him through. Still, he was fully healed, so he supposed it was worth it. "Can you introduce me to Goddess Lan?" Renbo blurted out, making William stare at him in shock. He tried to imagine how the cold-blooded Lan Yin would react to Renbo. It could go from simply laughing at the kid's attempt with amusement to slicing him in half like she did Cao Rui. Besides, he was confident Lan Yin was over 100 years old. "We can talk about that later," William deflected as he opened the doors to leave the clinic. Thankfully, Renbo didn't say anything stupid since he was struck silent at seeing Lan Yin waiting for them. "Good, you look ready," Lan Yin said with a small smile, making William glance at Renbo. The kid was staring at Lan Yin like a love-struck fool. William stepped in front of Renbo and replied, "Yes, Senior Lan. When should I take the test?" William moved to trail after Lan Yin, but before he left, he hissed, "Watch where you're looking, kid. Don't you treasure your life." He ran to catch up with Lan Yin and saw Renbo staring after her despite his warning. William rolled his eyes and was thankful she didn't notice. Lan Yin seemed to be in a strange mood. She was leading him to their destination at a walking speed that was just that bit faster than his, putting her in front of him and making conversation almost impossible to start. They passed plenty of buildings that he wanted to know more about. William knew it couldn't be him that caused her foul mood probably. There was a chance that Lanyan had noticed Renbo staring and was thinking about what to do with him. He didn't like the idea of that at all. Renbo might have lost his mind around Lanyan, but the dumb kid was too naive to think anything too extreme. If William had to guess, the furthest Renbo might have gone in his fantasies might be holding hands with Lanyan. That didn't need any sort of punishment. William cleared his throat. Renbo is quite smart, Senior Lan. I'm surprised someone so young has such skill, but I think he's a little too naive. Young. Lanyan glanced back at him with an amused look. He's older than you, little Wei Liang. Sometimes I wonder why you sound much older than you should. Many reasons, William mumbled, regretting saying anything when Lanyan mentioned he sounded older. Lanyan hummed as they approached a rather rough building nestled against the steep mountain walls. It wasn't poorly built, but instead of walls made out of expensive white jade, like the other buildings in the outer court, this one was built using white stone. It was still decorated in a way that reflected the sect's dedication to healing, but there was no doubt that it was made to be stronger than others. You shouldn't worry about my junior brother, little Wei Liang. Instead, focus on what will happen next. Lanyan stopped walking. This is where you will be tested. The head elder of the outer court will be in charge, so do your best. William stared blankly at Lanyan before switching his focus to the building. In contrast to all the others he had seen on the walk here, it was utterly devoid of people. He would have thought it was abandoned if not for the well-maintained garden that surrounded the building. It also highlighted how well lit it was, just like the rest of the outer court. Even though there was no way for the sunlight to sufficiently shine into the outer court with the mountain walls surrounding it. But that was a mystery to be solved another time. Do I just enter? William asked hesitantly. Yes, Lanyan nodded and expanded when she noticed his confusion. The sect has an annual examination for candidates wanting to join the sect. This already happened months ago, but there are the rare times when someone like you is eligible with an elder's recommendation. So it's just going to be the elder and me. Correct, Lanyan stated before rephrasing. Well, correct this time. Elder Yu is doing Elder Huang a favor by personally testing you. William nodded slowly, wondering if this meant that the test would only be a formality, but if that was true, there was no reason to waste time and wait until he was in peak condition. All right, Senior Lan, William said as he looked at the large entrance, wish me luck. I'm not some spirit beast to give you luck. Wei Liang, Lanyan said coldly, make your way inside. Don't keep Elder Yu waiting any longer. William knew that he had made Lanyan angry with a saying that didn't exist in this world, but he felt that trying to explain himself would make it worse. After shuffling in place for a few seconds, he quickly walked through the gardens before reaching the entrance. The scenic path through the beautifully maintained garden did nothing to lessen his growing nerves. Though he did notice that the path through it was often lined with benches, which he assumed was for when the annual examination took place. Before William entered the building, he looked back to see if Lanyan was still there, like he was a kid going to school for the first time. Unfortunately, Lanyan had disappeared, so there was no comfort to be had there. William straightened his back and reminded himself that the sect was making the effort to test him all alone. There was nothing to be nervous about. He hoped he opened the large doors with surprising ease. He would have been confused with being presented with an enormous, bare room if not for the woman that was waiting for him right behind the door. William wondered if he would ever get desensitized to the beauty of female cultivators. Li Xinyu, Lan Yin, and that attendant in the phoenix's nest, Mei Lin, were stunning, though at different levels. Even the disciples he had seen walking around the outer court, and the occasional glimpse of an apprentice doctor in the clinic showed they were all beautiful. Perhaps in the future, William would have his standards of beauty recalibrated instead of relying on his experiences from his old world. Of course, even after that predicted recalibration, the woman before him would be beyond stunning, even more than Lan Yin or Li Xinyu. William remembered a few passages in a novel that he got a chuckle out of. Her beauty was beyond compare, with skin as smooth as jade and eyes like sparkling stars. Her lips were cherry red, and her hair flowed like silk in the wind. She was a vision of ethereal beauty, with a face that could launch 1,000 ships. Her beauty was like a flower blooming in the midst of winter, captivating all who beheld her. It was the general flowery descriptions that William had learned to skip over. Still, it so accurately represented the woman before him that it should have stunned him stupid. Well, William was stunned stupid, but not because of her beauty. Name, level. From what William understood about the system, a question mark only appeared when the person's cultivation was too high. Plenty of people he had seen had hidden levels, but only 2 had hidden names, Taoist Chen and this woman, who William guessed was the head elder for the outer court. Unless someone of Taoist Chen's cultivation was commonly an elder of a sect's outer court, there must be something William misunderstood. Since the old man who saved him clearly mentioned that he was on the cusp of ascension, William could only conclude that this woman was somewhere between Huang Jingyi's cultivation and Taoist Chen's. Are you done staring, boy? William blinked when he realized that he had done it again. He stared at the blue text for far too long, but luckily, she didn't seem offended. In fact, she didn't show much emotion at all. If Lanyin could be called a cold beauty, this woman would be an iceberg beauty or whatever the equivalent would be. Not that William would say that out loud. Sorry, William bowed deeply. Senior Lan told me Elder Yu would be personally testing me. That would be me, Elder Yu revealed blandly. Elder Huang has never recommended a mortal. Let's see what's special about you. William was rudely forced to stand straight, making him wonder if higher-level cultivators had something against people bowing to them. He wasn't sure where to look when Elder Yu stood less than an arm's length away, especially since displeasing her would be unwise. Fascinating, Elder Yu murmured with her finger on the pulse of William's neck. You have had an eventful few months, from the weakest of mortals to one of the strongest. A surprising resilience to pill and spirit plant consumption, but you haven't eaten enough to explain your overall condition. William rubbed his neck when Elder Yu stepped back. He noticed that she hadn't mentioned his soul damage, which implied that she wasn't on the same level as Taoist Chen. Little Yin might be right about you having a special constitution. Elder Yu seemed satisfied. I have to hear it personally. Do you wish to join my Jade Healing Sect? Yes, Elder Yu. William stumbled over his words, distracted by wondering if he was seeing her smile or not. Good, Elder Yu nodded. We'll get started immediately. As she walked away, William stared at her smooth black hair, swaying gently with every step. However, before he could trail after her, a random idea popped into his head. Why was it that of the older cultivators, only the females still had the looks of a young woman? Was it someone sort of rule for the men to look like Gandalf or Dumbledore? All William knew was that he definitely wouldn't choose to look like an old man. Wei Liang. William snapped out of his thoughts and rushed after Elder Yu. He was still in the cavernous room, but Elder Yu led him to the center instead of standing near the entrance, where a translucent, palm-sized stone had floated down from the ceiling. Before we start, choose the path you want to take. Do you wish your testing to emphasize the path of alchemy or the path of a sentinel? William wanted to throw out alchemy instinctively, but also wasn't keen on picking the latter. With the name it possessed, choosing the path of a sentinel just sounded like it was focused on combat. He would usually be happy to pick that, but this was a sect that was clearly focused on alchemy and healing. It would be a shame if he didn't take advantage of it. Excellent, Elder Yu stated, to William's surprise. Choosing the path of a sentinel is the wise decision. Little Yin would be happy to see that you followed her advice. William vaguely remembered that Qin Yu, the guard that let him in, mentioned something about a sentinel after Lan Yin talked to him, but that couldn't be considered advice. Either way, he wasn't happy that Elder Yu pushed him onto something he wouldn't choose. Correcting an elder wasn't the best idea, but this would be the foundation for his future. He couldn't be passive about it. Elder Yu, William interjected before she continued speaking. I was actually going to choose alchemy. That would waste your talent. Elder Yu shook her head, and I'm sure I heard you say you'd prefer the path of a sentinel. Are you saying I misheard? William wasn't saying that at all. He was saying that she was forcing him to dismiss alchemy. But why bother giving him a choice if she didn't want him to make his preferred pick? However, when Elder Yu emphasized the path he was to take, he felt a bone-chilling sensation run through his body, as if he was being warned not to say the wrong thing. With great reluctance, William murmured, No, Elder Yu, you didn't mishear. I chose Sentinel. Good. Let's start the testing, Elder Yu said blandly. This will be a formality with your talent, but regulations must be followed. Place your hand on the Meridian Evaluating Gem. Side quest available. Join the Jade Healing Sect. Reward, penalty, refusal of entry into the Jade Healing Sect. Accept YN. William's mood was lifted with a side quest finally activating, even if this one had a penalty. He quickly accepted the quest and placed his hand over the translucent gem. Side quest added. Join the Jade Healing Sect. When nothing happened after he touched the gem, William glanced at Elder Yu to see her showing a frown. It might have been easier to brush off if it had been anyone else. However, even though he had only recently become acquainted with Elder Yu, he had witnessed a range of emotions that never seemed to extend beyond a cold indifference. William guessed that an obvious frown on Elder Yu was the equivalent of Lan Yin yelling angrily or Li Xinyu falling into a furious rage. Elder Yu. William questioned hesitantly but didn't get a response. In fact, she didn't look away from the Meridian Evaluating Gem, even though it was doing nothing. 5 HP. With a sudden, thunderous explosion, the Meridian Evaluating Gem burst into a shower of glinting shards, scattering across the room chaotically. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, feeling a sharp sting as a few razor-edged fragments sliced into his skin. This Elder Yu muttered with a deeper frown than before. The small cuts from the shattered gem didn't bother William. His mind was racing with the possibilities of what this meant. Perhaps his potential was so outrageous that it exploded under the weight of measuring such a colossal value. William froze when Elder Yu again pressed her finger to the pulse on his neck. I can sense that you are near a breakthrough, so why did the gem explode? William stayed quiet at the rhetorical question, but started to sense that the explosion wasn't a good thing. The regulations of the sect state that you aren't eligible to take the test, Wei Liang. Each candidate, whether through recommendation or not, must be able to make the meridian evaluating gem glow red at the minimum. An explosion means your meridians are damaged. William's heart sank to his stomach, unable to accept that he could fail the test before even trying. That was without mentioning that he would fail the first side quest with a penalty. In the back of his mind, he wondered if this had something to do with his soul damage. So that's it. William said unwillingly, "That gem decided my fate." Elder Yu seemed nonplussed at his disappointment. "Most of the time, yes it does, but there have been candidates in the past that have succeeded despite the meridian evaluating gem exploding. However, it is a path few can succeed in." "I can do it," William blurted before realizing that sounded too arrogant. "I mean, I want to do everything I can to join the sect." "I would commend you for your confidence, but I suggest you think it over," Elder Yu cautioned. "You will be required to learn a cultivation technique to show that the gem's evaluation was wrong. Since you are not yet part of the sect, you will be provided a low-tier, human-level cultivation technique." William's instinct was to scream his acceptance. This was a gift that would upgrade his cultivation and get him to level 11 at the same time. But there had to be a reason that Elder Yu mentioned the level of the technique provided. "That sounds straightforward, Elder Yu. Is there something wrong with taking this option?" Of the few candidates that succeeded in learning the technique, over half couldn't change it to a higher level option. It's tough for even the most skilled to switch techniques in their lives. That erased most of William's doubts. Switching cultivation techniques would be absolutely necessary if one desired to reach the higher realms, and that was something he wasn't worried about at all with the system he possessed. "I'll do it," William said firmly. "Very well," Elder Yu accepted before placing a hand on his shoulder, shifting him into a location that seemed like a library. As William looked around the room, noticing the numerous disciples browsing through the shelves of books, Elder Yu waved a hand toward him. +5 HP. "Elder Yu," that one disciple's exclamation started a cascade that caused everyone within earshot to drop what they were doing and crowd Elder Yu and William. "Go about your business," Elder Yu said coldly, making the disciples freeze awkwardly and shuffle back to their previous activities. Before William could respond, he found himself in a sparsely decorated room stocked with food that would last a few days. It had everything a mortal needed for a short stay, and more importantly, the time was already ticking down. Time remaining, 1D23H 59,027s. William didn't know Elder Yu meant 2 days quite so literally, but that only meant that there was no time left. He glanced at the cover of the manual and blinked. A beginner's guide to cultivation. The manual sounded more like a joke to trick unsuspecting mortals than an actual cultivation technique. Still, Elder Yu handed it to William, so he took it seriously and flipped to the first page. He sat on the provided mat and quickly completed the first several pages. The common adage of not judging a book by the cover undoubtedly applied here. As he delved into the pages, William felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. It was as if he was transported back to his old world, eagerly binging a book while forgetting everything else. Only, this time there would hopefully be a life-changing reward at the end. William exhaled slowly as he felt the chi locked in his body stir slightly. Even though he currently had a serene expression, beads of sweat were running down his face due to the effort he was putting into circulating the chi throughout his body. He hadn't succeeded yet, despite multiple tries, but it felt like he was a hairbreadth away from unlocking his chi. He frowned slightly when he felt his chi fighting against his command as it tried to settle back into his dantian. This would be the limit of what he could do. William took a deep breath and stopped his efforts, feeling the meager amount of chi he was controlling flee back toward his navel before hiding inside his dantian. He opened his eyes and let out a puff of air in frustration. Time remaining, 1D4H 59,013s. He was missing something, but he had no idea what it was, and rereading the manual certainly didn't help him much since that had been done 5 times already. Still, it was the only reference William had, so he once again picked up the cultivation manual and prepared to go through it again and maybe find something that he missed. Luckily, it was a relatively short read. Even if he mouthed each word, it would take a maximum of an hour to finish the entire thing, which was what he decided to do. Almost an entire day had already passed, and he still hadn't learned to do something so simple. That line of thinking was still laughable to William, even though it was true. It surprised him how quickly he simply accepted that he could easily feel the chi gathered in his dantian, which he didn't know existed a day ago, by following the steps in the cultivation manual. Of course, that surprise only lasted for the first hour, after which he was frustrated when his chi refused to move through his meridians. William slowly read the words written in the manual out loud, not moving to the next page until he was sure that everything on the previous page was understood and memorized. It was what he should have done initially, but he scoffed at how simple it seemed and rushed through it. And he had done it 4 more times after that in a rush to try and circulate his chi. It was better late than never. By the time William had reached the last page, he felt that if it was still unsuccessful on the next try, attempting to find the answers in the manual wouldn't be of any help. William placed the worn booklet to the side and closed his eyes before trying to focus his attention inward. His breath slowed as he felt a wisp of chi come into his grasp. A small smile formed on his lips when he felt almost no resistance. He was able to guide it through his meridians throughout his body, steadily lighting them up one by one. After the strand of chi returned to the dantian after successfully circulating his body, William sucked in a sharp breath. His body felt like it was floating with how light it suddenly seemed. As dumb as it sounded, the best way he could describe it was how it felt after taking a hit from his first blunt in college. Time remaining, 24H 15,034s. Completed. Learn a cultivation technique, plus 1000 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. Base attribute unlocked spirit. Cultivation upgraded chi gathering realm, first level. The high William felt about unlocking his chi was suppressed by the euphoria that rose in him from seeing the alerts. He pulled up his status screen for the first time in a while. William's focus was drawn to the new attribute, wondering if he should immediately dump his unused points into it. With him being a cultivator, having only 1 point in spirit was an insult. He pulled up the cultivation submenu to see if anything else had changed. Cultivation, chi gathering first level. Max level 19. Max attribute 30. Impurity, stage 187 days remaining. Upgrade requirements 2, 1, spirit 22, eligible for level 20. With a new max of 30 points, William did some quick math to see if he could get every attribute to 30 before the second level of the chi gathering realm without external help. He couldn't. He would be short by over 30 points, ensuring that pills and spirit plants needed to be consumed in a way that wasn't detrimental. Thankfully, it wasn't the biggest of concerns, especially since William could plan for it right from the start. What was comforting was that upgrading to the second level of chi gathering would be straightforward. There would be no need to learn techniques or consume a random mystical pill. Just level up and have adequate points in the spirit attribute. Very good. Less than a day to learn the technique, and you have reached the chi gathering realm. Elder Yu waved her hand to force William to straighten himself, something he had come to expect by now. Congratulations are in order, Wei Liang. Welcome to the Jade Healing Sect. Completed. Join the Jade Healing Sect, 500 XP. Hidden bonus. Learn a beginner's guide to cultivation. Within 24 hours, 250 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. New disciples are normally assigned groups to acclimate to their new surroundings, but you are a unique case. Elder Huang has requested that you be stationed in Xuanjing City. If you agree, I will approve his request. William was confused about why his permission was needed when he was just a lowly outer court disciple. Still, he couldn't deny that he was tempted to decline Elder Huang's request. Especially since Elder Yu didn't seem to care one way or another about what he picked, though with her unemotional expression, that might be his optimism talking. Would I still be able to visit the outer court if I'm in Xuanjing City? William asked with concern, not wanting to lose access to the library or the wealth of knowledge with so many cultivators available here. In addition to the monthly allowance of 5 chi stones from the sect, Elder Huang has agreed to add 5 chi stones to pay for your travel. It will allow you to visit the sect 1 time a month. The cost of any extra visits will have to be funded by yourself. William hesitated momentarily before saying, "Could I have more time before making a decision, Elder Yu?" "Very well," Elder Yu nodded. "The rush of unlocking your chi will keep you awake. Tell little Yin what you wish to do." William could barely register what she said when he found himself removed from the private room and in the middle of the gardens outside the building he had entered the day before. "Congratulations, junior brother Liang," Lan Yin said from behind. He turned to see something that he thought was impossible. Lan Yin smiling without seeming sarcastic or barely hiding anger underneath. "You can call me Senior Sister Yin." Lan Yin's smile grew even brighter. "Elder Yu informed me that you have decided to become a sentinel. That means you truly are my junior. You're a sentinel too." William blinked in confusion, wondering why she was the overseer of the garden if so. "I am," Lan Yin confirmed before glancing at his ill-fitting clothes. "Let's get you the sect robes and make this official." William perked up as he followed her. Though he was uncomfortably aware that the man who had given him these clothes was killed by Lan Yin. Whatever had angered Lan Yin when she led him to the testing apparently had been resolved. She had been happy, eager even, to tell William about the various buildings in the outer court as they passed them. The first was the mission hall, though it was more of an open space than a proper building. There was a singular, bored-looking disciple manning, a booth to log what plaques were accepted by the outer court disciples, and a good dozen or two were browsing what missions were available for the picking. The next one, despite being smaller in size, was more visually striking than the clinic. The library was constructed using white jade adorned with polished wood, giving it a distinctive appearance compared to the other uniform buildings. A larger group of disciples were gathered around the library, making it the most frequented location in the outer court as far as William could observe. It made him realize that the outer court was relatively small. As long as there wasn't a building blocking his view, he could see every part of the outer court with no issue due to the flat ground it was built on. It was like a little oasis surrounded by high mountain walls. This will be where you stay if you choose to reside in the sect. Lanyan waved her hand at a complex of buildings that varied in size. It ranged from looking like a hut in a village to a good-sized flat that would fit in a modern city in his old world. I'm guessing I would be in one of the tiny ones. William asked with a frown, though he supposed it wouldn't be too bad since he doubted the disciples spent much time in their quarters. That guess would be correct if you were like other newly admitted disciples, but you are to be a sentinel. With how few our numbers are, the resources available to disciples on our path are significant. William blinked in surprise and pointed at the most extravagant dwelling, so I could stay there if I wanted. Not that one in particular, but one that is an equivalent. Lanyan nodded casually before adding, I suggest you stop pointing, junior brother Liang. The disciple living there is a pain too. Brat, how dare you? A roar interrupted Lanyan's advice, making her sigh in resignation. William turned to see a man whose appearance was almost a relief to see. Instead of the commonly seen pretty boys that were everywhere, William could confidently say this man was the complete opposite. He was tall and muscular, with a shaved head that glinted in the sunlight and a scar over one eye that added to his intimidating look. Name, Zhang Jun, level 60. If you think you can take him home, Zhang Jun's expression froze before it changed. Senior Lan. Apologies, I was so angry at this brat that I didn't see you. Is there anything I can do to help? William shuddered at how unsettling it was to see a gangster-like face fawning over Lanyan. This brat, as you call him, is my new junior, Wei Liang, Lanyan said blandly. There's no reason for him to fight for your dwelling. William saw a flicker of jealousy flash across Zhang Jun's face before a smile replaced it. So it's brother Liang. Zhang Jun grabbed his hand and almost shook it off. If you need anything, just come to me, Zhang Jun. When Zhang Jun put his attention back on Lanyan and started acting like a lackey, William began to wonder why the sect gave a disciple on the Sentinel path such favor. After all, it was obvious that this was a sect focused on alchemy, not combat. When Lanyan mentioned that there weren't many disciples in their path, it was either because only the exceptional could qualify, or the sect required great sacrifice from the sentinels that most weren't willing to entertain. William suspected it was a little of both, especially since Lanyan made it a point to show how favored he would be in the sect. He was just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Junior brother Liang has to get settled, Zhang Jun. Lanyan cut in between the constant motor mouth, and I appreciate you watching out for him. Ah, I see, Zhang Jun said with a strained smile. It's no problem, Senior Lan. Good, Lanyan said. Come, junior brother, you still need to get the sect robes. William nodded at Zhang Jun before an idea popped up in his mind. He had forgotten that Observe should be available for him at this point. 5 spiritual energy. William followed Lanyan as he looked through Zhang Jun's stats in fascination. He would have guessed strength to be the highest attribute based on his looks, but it was stamina and spirit instead. Looks had also deceived William with the outlaw, Zhang Bio, and he almost died for it. The other curious things he noticed were Zhang Jun's low health and something called spiritual energy. It cost William 5 spiritual energy to use Observe, and Zhang Jun had a massive amount of it. Why wasn't he able to see it on his status? Stat added spiritual energy. William blinked when the system responded to his complaint and pulled up the HUD. He first noticed that it would take 5 hours to recover all of his spiritual energy. That sounded ridiculously overpowered if it stayed at the same recovery rate at the higher levels. It would mean he could start blasting, try and hide for 5 hours before resuming said blasting. Perhaps that was more than a little unrealistic. Hiding for 5 hours from an enemy that required that much firepower was far-fetched. William guessed that each spirit point was worth 5 spiritual energy when looking at both his and Zhang Jun's stats, but he wanted to make sure and assigned a stat point. +1 spirit. Spiritual energy, 5, 10, 20 per hour. That confirmed William's guess, though this stat wouldn't be of much use currently other than for Observe. That reminded him that he currently had a shit-tier cultivation technique that needed to be changed as soon as possible. Senior Sister Yin, when will I pick another cultivation manual? William spoke up as they entered a tasteful, one-story building that was a short walk from the disciples' dwelling. It was sparsely decorated and empty except for a woman with her head down and scribbling in a book. Name, Wang Mei level. I'll bring you to the library soon. I want to get you an entry token so you can visit without me in the future. Lan Yin. Wang Mei gasped in surprise, making William gape at how Lan Yin readily opened her arms to pull the woman into a hug. It's been over a month. I was busy, Wang Mei. Lanyan patted her back. I was looking after my junior. William gave Wang Mei a small wave when the woman looked at him over Lanyan's shoulder. He supposed it only made sense for someone like his cold senior sister to have a friend like Wang Mei. It was the stereotype, right? A round-faced, cheerful woman with soft features getting along with the cold ice beauty. How cute. Wang Mei squealed as William found his cheeks being pinched by the woman. He didn't know how embarrassed he could get until now, his older mental age dying at being treated like a baby by an attractive woman. Stop embarrassing him, Wang Mei. Lanyan pulled her back by the collar. I came here so Wei Liang could get his sect robes and entry tokens. Ah, right, Wang Mei smiled sheepishly. Give me a minute. I'll get them ready for you. William rubbed his red cheeks as Wang Mei disappeared past a door behind her desk. He stared at Lanyan, who shrugged at him as if to say this was normal. He's so precious. Wang Mei had her hands extended to William's apparently pinchable cheeks, and she would have been doing that if Lanyan hadn't been holding her back. I'm sure you mean handsome, Lanyan corrected after noticing William's mortified look. Right, Wang Mei. Huh. Wang Mei blinked in confusion before seeing what Lanyan hinted at. Right, your junior brother is so handsome. William mentally cursed his unmanageable emotions as he tried not to feel emasculated. Wang Mei treating him like a plush doll was bad enough, but Lanyan trying to soothe his embarrassment was even worse. Still, he had to admit neither of them was incorrect. Unsurprisingly, William had avoided looking in the mirror ever since he had dreamt the memory of his death. He would remember the dead eyes of this body before his soul had been shoved into it every time he had glanced at a mirror, but that had apparently been fixed. Perhaps it was the 2 human lives he had taken with his own hands that made him somewhat desensitized, or maybe being the butcher of bunnies, and its gory result helped him accept death. Whichever reason it was, William could stare at himself in a mirror without his dead eyes pushed to the forefront of his mind. He observed his appearance carefully for the first time since he arrived in this world, and had to admit that Wang Mei was right when she said he was precious. William didn't know how to feel about having the delicate appearance he had commonly seen with the male cultivators. At the very least, the baby fat on his face was disappearing to reveal the sharp lines that would be defined when he became an adult. It was obvious that he would grow into a handsome man, or maybe that was his bias talking. However, the one thing that wasn't biased was that the sex robes looked fantastic on him. He still looked like a child dressed up in formal clothing, but that didn't mean he looked terrible. It was the same soft green shade as the one Lanyan and Wang Wei were wearing, but the symbol on his shoulder was different. William had a gold, unfilled circle on his right sleeve, while Lanyan and Wang Mei had 2 filled circles. What does this mean? William asked while pointing at the gold circle. It shows your cultivation level, Wang Mei answered. Each gold circle is a major realm, while the gold filling shows which stage you are within the major realm. William took another look at the 2 circles on the older women's sleeves and finally knew how strong they were. They were at the peak of foundation establishment, making him wonder how long a cultivator's lifespan was. He had assumed that Lanyan was hundreds of years old, but wasn't that kind of lifespan reserved for higher realms. This is the pass that will let you access most areas of the outer court. Lanyan handed William a polished, red jade card engraved with a lotus flower with green petals, the symbol of the Jade Healing Sect. However, remember that only you are allowed to use the pass. It can and has been taken away from past disciples after abuse. Yes, Senior Sister Yin, William said while pocketing the pass like it was a treasure, which it likely was. Good, Lanyan nodded at William before turning to Wang Mei. I have to finish showing Wei Liang around the sect, but I'll visit before leaving for the garden. After the 2 shared another hug, and William endured another round of cheek pinching from Wang Mei, they left the small building for their next destination. You'll be picking a cultivation manual next, Lanyan commented as she led William to the library. As future sentinels, we have no limitations on what we can pick, but there are 3 manuals that the core elders will recommend for you. The sect will not stop you from choosing others, but be mindful that it will be hard to stay relevant with slow progression. William knew it was time to ask Lanyan what he had been wondering about. Senior Sister, how many disciples are on the same path as us? And why do we get so many benefits compared to the alchemy path? Won't it cause jealousy? Lanyan stopped and turned to stare at him incredulously, a first for William to see on her. Did Elder Yu not explain what selecting this path meant for you? William wanted to say that he was forced into it, but with the affection Elder Yu showed towards Lanyan, it would likely get back to her that he tattled on what happened. Besides, it was already done, so what was the point? I was too eager, Senior Sister. I made my pick before Elder Yu could say anything. Lanyan sighed and shook her head. Luckily, you are best suited for it, or you would have made a grave mistake. We are to be the protectors and enforcers of the sect, and in return we are greatly supported. The sect used to accept many disciples on our path, similar to the alchemists, but it resulted in too many mediocre cultivators. A few centuries ago, the elders decided to only nurture elite disciples to gain true pillars for the sect. That made all too much sense to William. It was shockingly similar to how professional basketball teams in his old world worked. To gain an advantage over their competitors, they would put all their resources into one person, hoping to result in a superstar that would carry them to victories. That sounds like it's almost too good to be true, senior sister Yin, William said suspiciously. While something like this might seem generous, he had to look for the catch in a cultivation world. He had already been caught off guard at times when the result should have been obvious. William was mainly talking about Cao Rui, who Lan Yin killed with a smile on her face. He couldn't be blamed for being suspicious when Lan Yin was happily telling him the benefits the sect would give him. That's not for you to worry about at the moment, junior brother. When you reach the core formation realm, the sect will tell you the duties they expect from you, but that is at least over a century away. William hid his thoughts as Lan Yin mentioned for him to follow her after thinking she had reassured him. While she might be correct in assuming that the disciples the sect accepted in the Sentinel Path would take that long to reach the core formation realm, William would be different, had to be different. Side Quests 3, Taoist Chen has challenged you to become a nascent soul cultivator in 10 years for a reward. While that side quest didn't have any penalty for failure, the reward a cultivator would give right before ascending would be beyond priceless. It would weigh heavily on him if he couldn't get that accomplished. Though, with how difficult Lan Yin made it seem to get to core formation, William was starting to wonder how much time he could spend under the safety of the Jade Healing Sect's shade without it being a detriment. They quickly arrived at the library, making the eyes on the disciples who were congregating near the entrance locked onto Lan Yin. Senior Lan, who's the kid? Goddess Lan, I love you. William's eye twitched at the familiar voice and turned to the direction where it came from. As expected, the foolish Renbo was staring at Lan Yin with a pink face. As I said, junior brother, 3 manuals are of the most use for you. I'll bring you to look at them first, and if you prefer something else, I can help you with that too. Lan Yin commented as she ignored the shouts for attention around them. William followed after Lan Yin like a duckling as she easily moved through the small crowd without slowing. If she could ignore this, it made sense why Renbo staring at her like a besotted fool at the clinic didn't faze her. Lan Yin entered the library and walked to the right instead of going to the main floor. Hold your entry pass on this. William pulled out the red jade card and pressed it against the outline on the wall, making it rumble momentarily before sliding up to reveal a winding staircase. This will take us directly to the floor reserved for the outer court disciples on the Sentinel Path, Lan Yin said as she started to climb the stairs. With you being the only disciple under Foundation establishment, it can also serve as your private study room if you desire. Sweet, William muttered as he followed her up. Sweet. I don't see how that has anything to do with what I said. Lan Yin stopped to look down at him in confusion. Ah, it means good, senior sister, William explained, wondering when he would stop using words in a way that only made sense in his old world. Lan Yin narrowed her eyes before shrugging and pushing the matter aside. I suppose your occasional strangeness will fit in nicely with most of your senior brothers and sisters. William wondered if she included herself in that, but of course, it wasn't something to be asked out loud. When Lan Yin told William that this was reserved only for disciples on their path, he imagined a rather cozy but luxurious room filled with manuals that he could browse in leisure. Take a look at them and decide which is best suited for you. Our sect is a strong proponent of the disciple choosing their own fate. If you believe in yourself, pick a tablet based on your feelings. William nodded as he stared at the 3 jade tablets resting innocuously on a table in the center of the room. He should also say that other than the table and the tablets, the room had nothing in it. No chairs, rugs, or decorations. It was as if someone had forgot to finish the room when decorating it. Wait, did you say disciples choose their own fate? William asked in surprise, remembering Elder Yu practically forcing him to drop the idea of picking alchemy. With the resources the sect was giving him, it turned out to be a good thing, but that wasn't the point. Of course, Lan Yin confirmed before adding, after a pause, well, this doesn't apply to the alchemy path since that would be a disaster. It's mainly for us. Luck is a strong factor, so try not to overthink your choice. Remember, if nothing feels right, you can opt to choose lesser manuals. Oh, William didn't know if there could be a more unmistakable sign for him to dump his unused points into luck. Still, his only hesitation was his extremely low spirit attribute. But surely that could be compensated for in another way. Senior sister, will switching to one of these techniques increase my spiritual energy? I know this might sound weird, but I can feel how much I have, and it's really tiny. I envy your sensitivity, junior brother, Lan Yin sighed. I suppose it's not a surprise since you could feel the entrance gate's healing effect. But no, raising your spiritual energy can be done with patient cultivation. Pills and spirit plants are also options, but it takes more effort to purify your spiritual energy, so that is something I don't recommend. William felt like facepalming at his idiocy for forgetting about cultivation in a cultivation world. He didn't like the idea of locking himself in a room to cultivate, but if it would free his unused points so he could assign them to luck, then so be it. Plus 18 luck. Max luck reached. Reinforced by his newly maxed out luck, William did as Lan Yin suggested and picked up the jade tablet in the middle, trusting his luck to help him. Horizon Seeker accept, YN. William frowned when the basic information of the cultivation manual entered his mind. He wasn't sure how this would be better than a beginner's guide to cultivation. Sure, it went more in depth into breathing exercises and visualization, but was it worth it to make an effort to learn this? What's wrong? William looked away from the jade tablet and saw Lan Yin standing beside him. I think I picked something terrible. Lan Yin frowned and took the tablet from his hands, raising her brows in surprise at what it was. This one is new. One of the elders must have acquired it recently. Acquired. William repeated in confusion, so these aren't inheritances of the sect. No, none of them are, Lan Yin chuckled. This is an alchemist sect first and foremost, but that also comes with great wealth, not to mention the pills that only we can supply to the empire and the kingdoms surrounding it. Valuable enough, the elders occasionally take cultivation manuals as payment. Oh, William's excitement died quite a bit. If that was the case, he could see himself having to switch techniques again in the near future. He couldn't imagine that anyone would be willing to give up a heaven-defying cultivation manual in a trade, so the chance of any of these being a protagonist-level technique would be non-existent. Horizon Seeker is a peak-level, human-tier cultivation manual. An accompanying manual is available in the Earth tier after you have mastered this one. I can't tell what it specializes in, so I'll leave the decision to you. Besides knowing there was an Earth tier manual after this, William wasn't helped by Lan Yin's advice. With nothing stopping him from checking the other two tablets, he picked both of them up at the same time. Illusionist Scripture accept, YN. Flesh and Steel Technique accept, YN. Now these choices were more obvious to William. The illusionist scripture made him think of the beach paradise Taoist Chen conjured out of thin air when he was about to break down over the dead children's bodies. It would be amazing to be capable of something like that in the future, but that was assuming this manual could take him to that degree of skill. As for the Flesh and Steel Technique, out of the 3 manuals available, it was the one that was the clearest. It was a body cultivation manual, and it was also one that he was least interested in. However, with the way the system worked, it might be the most compatible. What about these, Senior Sister Yin? William held out the 2 tablets to her. These seem to focus on the illusion Dao and the body Dao, Lan Yin said after touching the tablets. They also have Earth tier manuals available after you master them. Lan Yin chuckled before saying, my senior helped just as much when I had to choose, but there isn't much else I can tell you. I've never seen any of these cultivation manuals before. If you feel none are right, we can move to the repository to see if anything there fits you better. The thing was, William didn't want to go elsewhere. Though the Flesh and Steel Technique might be the quickest way to gain power, and the illusionist scripture made him imagine having an ability similar to Taoist Chen, something drew his eyes to the first tablet he picked. It was foolish to even think about picking something unknown as his foundation. Still, in his mind, he was justifying it by comforting himself that he could always change it if needed. At least he thought so. Can I change my cultivation technique if it doesn't fit me? You can, Lan Yin nodded, making Williams perk up, but you will lose all your progress and have to start from the beginning. Years, perhaps decades, of effort will be wasted. Of course, once you pass a mortal's lifespan, you will no longer have that choice. William, for some reason, had assumed that cultivation techniques were something to be replaced when wanting to ascend to a higher level. Apparently, he couldn't be more wrong with what Lan Yin said. His choice now would be the basis of his cultivation for the rest of his life. So why the hell did he still want to pick Horizon Seeker? Perhaps it was some sort of sunk cost fallacy coming into play. William had maxed out his luck, believing that it would reward him with helping pick the correct cultivation manual. It was possible that it was still influencing his thoughts. I'll choose this, William said firmly, placing the other 2 tablets back on the table. Are you sure? Lan Yin asked with a bit of surprise. Yes, William nodded confidently, flinching when the jade tablet shattered in his hand as the information was imprinted into his mind. Horizon Seeker accepted. Main quest added switch your cultivation technique to Horizon Seeker. He hoped that his luck hadn't led him wrong, and if it did, he would have to make a switch before he advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm. Congratulations on picking your new cultivation technique, Junior Brother Liang, Lan Yin said with a small smile. Would you like to explore it now? A few rooms are available here with a concentrated amount of qi. William looked around the bare room but couldn't see what Lan Yin was talking about. Hold your pass to the wall there, Lan Yin pointed to the wall opposite the entrance. He did as she told and blinked when a part of the wall slid up with a rumble, but instead of a staircase this time, it revealed a hallway with 2 doors on either side. You can select either of the doors as both rooms serve the same purpose. Once you're finished, go to the administrative building and meet Wang Mei. she will be able to get me. It's only what I should do, Lan Yin said with a wave of her hand. Use the time inside wisely, junior brother Liang. I'll see you soon. He nodded before picking the door on the right. 100 HP. Cultivation technique removed a beginner's guide to cultivation. Attribute removed spirit. Stat removed spiritual energy. William coughed up blood, though instead of pain, he had an incredulous look on his face as it splattered on the stone floor. He could barely see the red splatter through the thick, silvery wisps of chi filling the room, but the fact that it happened wasn't computing in his mind. He had always thought that cultivators throwing up blood was a hoax malarkey, a cheap way to express a character's distress. However, he had to face his new reality when looking at a tenth of his health taken away. Honestly, William thought he had gotten away with it cheaply. While the alerts he received suggested that he had lost his added spirit point, he could feel the chi in his danchan, waiting for him to summon it. He felt it would be much easier than before since he knew how to go about it. The lost health was a minor annoyance that could be fixed easily. He was in the jade. Healing. Sect after all, the thing that worried him wasn't mentioned in the alerts, but he could see it if that made sense. While meditating, he could easily feel the network of pathways that connected his entire body to facilitate the flow of chi. While he had a beginner's guide to cultivation as his technique, the network was dimly lit with a minuscule amount of chi flowing through it, while the 12 principal meridian points were slightly brighter. All of that was now completely dry. William knew that it would only be temporary, but he couldn't help but feel highly uncomfortable at the empty pathways. He settled his mind and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before focusing on his danchan. The beginning was quite similar to the previous technique, but that was where the similarities stopped. While a beginner's guide to cultivation spread his chi thinly throughout his meridians, Horizon Seeker seemed to go with quality instead of quantity. Choosing which of the 12 principal meridians to focus on didn't seem particularly important. At least the cultivation manual imprinted into William's memory didn't mention it, so picking one was purely his preference. Just in case it was beneficial somehow, he decided to pick the meridian connected to his lungs. Perhaps it might increase his low stamina. The chi in his danchan quickly moved under his command as he visualized it as a flowing river of energy. By the time it arrived at the intended destination, around half of the chi had been lost. However, that was expected. Some chi was required to activate the pathways to enable the easy flow of spiritual energy, while the remaining would be concentrated on the lung meridian. Unlike the faint glow he saw while using the previous cultivation technique, there was now a bright speck of light in his lung meridian as the remaining chi compressed themselves into a single point. Cultivation technique added Horizon Seeker. Attribute added Spirit. Stat added Spiritual Energy. Completed switch your cultivation technique to Horizon Seeker, plus 1000 XP. William ignored the alerts and focused on gathering all the chi he could into his lung meridian until there was nothing to spare. Only when that was finished did he exhale slowly before opening his eyes. He cleared the alerts and opened his HUD to ensure his spirit hadn't been reduced. William nodded to himself in satisfaction about his assumption being right. The problem now was what to do for the next couple of hours. When Lan Yin suggested he use this room, it sounded like she didn't expect him to make any progress. Wouldn't that make his rapid switch of cultivation techniques outrageous? After all, it had only taken him less than 3 hours. He eyed the silvery mist surrounding him and figured that he might as well try to cultivate. It would be a shame if he didn't take advantage of the abundant chi and increase his spiritual energy. Besides, it seemed he was in a particular mood at the moment. A mood to be a shut-in and cultivate like a true native. How would he have fully immersed himself in activating a principal meridian if he wasn't? William closed his eyes again and slowly circulated his chi, from his danchan to the lung meridian, over and over, for what seemed like hours until he finally noticed something changing with his chi. He continued the circulation until the change in his chi suddenly reverted back to the original state at the start. Before he could think about what had happened, his trance was broken by multiple alerts. Cultivate for the first time, plus 500 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. Cultivate for 1 hour in a sparse chi environment, plus 1 XP. He ignored the first 2 alerts and stared at the last one. The first thing he thought was that it must be wrong. There was no way the time he just spent was only an hour. The second was shock when realizing why his chi acted so oddly. It seemed that right when he was about to gain the benefits of his cultivation, it was taken away and converted into experience points. While that would be a better choice, it certainly wasn't when an hour of his time was valued at 1 experience point. It would be better spent stomping on the damned bunnies at the garden. As for his third thought, what did the system mean by sparse chi environment? William looked around the room to confirm that plentiful chi had filled the room. If this wasn't enough, what qualified as a dense chi environment, with the experience points William needed for level 14, it would be nearly 2 months of continuous closed-door cultivation. The problem with that was that he was sure he would go insane if he actually attempted that, and before the insanity could affect him, he would die of thirst or hunger. He sighed and pushed himself off the floor to stand up. There was no point in thinking of cultivating like that at this point, and since cultivation only gave him experience points instead of raising his spirit attribute, he might as well not bother with it. That meant he would have to rely on his unused stat points to raise his spirit, something he might as well do now. He'd save 3 points if he needed more stamina for an emergency. +3 spirit. Trait modified soul damage minor, 19, attribute reduction. William blinked to make sure he didn't see things. To double check, he pulled up his traits. Traits, soul damage minor, 19, attribute reduction. Increasing his spirit attribute resulted in a lowering of the attribute reduction. Although the decrease was a mere 1%, allocating points to spirit became a top priority. +3 spirit. Although William was disappointed that the soul damages effect hadn't decreased further, he was able to determine the amount of spirit points necessary for a change. With a current total of 8 spirit points, he ruled out changes for every 3 or 4 points, leaving only increments of 5. That meant that his soul damage would no longer affect his attributes when he had 100 spirit points. William laughed gleefully for a few seconds before suddenly coughing like he was trying to expel his lung. 100 HP. William left yet another bloody mark on the floor before hastily sitting on the mat. He focused on regulating his breathing and reining in his wild chi. This resulted from the little thought he gave to the potential consequences of significantly increasing his spirit attribute. After he had managed to successfully rein in the chi nearly overflowing from his dantian and channel it into his lung meridian, he intended to request Lan Yin send him to Xuanjing City. Since William's approach to cultivation differed wildly from that of his fellow disciples, it wouldn't be ideal for him to live in the outer court. The mission hall and the library were resources he would miss, but he could travel for them if needed. The speck of light in his lung meridian seemed to get brighter by the slightest of margins after he directed the additional chi into it. It didn't magically increase his stamina as he had hoped, nor did it make him feel any different. However, he still felt a strange accomplishment for making that speck shine brighter. William took deep breaths for a few more moments before slowly opening his eyes. He was taking to this meditation business with surprising ease. He stood up and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand to check for any blood, but luckily, he coughed out everything without staining his face. He pointedly ignored the red puddle on the floor and left the room, having nothing else left to do. He noticed that the jade tablets had been removed, making the existence of this private study even more questionable. What did Lan Yin expect him to do here? Unless she was talking about the chi-filled rooms, which unfortunately didn't have much use for him. William shook his head in disappointment and climbed down the stairs, holding the pass to the outline on the wall to reveal a very excited Renbo. Brother Liang. Renbo almost squealed before shoving William to the side. Is Goddess Lan coming down? Fuck, William hissed, rubbing his stinging shoulder after hitting the wall. What's wrong with you? Ignore Renbo. He'll get over his obsession with Senior Lan eventually. Turning his gaze from a visibly anxious Renbo, William noticed a tall boy sporting a bored expression. The boy's good looks were to be expected, but his appearance had a noticeable touch of aristocracy, unlike the others. Name, Yang Fan level 33. What do you mean? William moved a safe distance from Renbo to stand next to Yang Fan. It's his thing. Yang Fan shrugged. Renbo goes through a phase of fixating on his supposed Dao partner. That partner changes every month or so. How William had wondered why it seemed like everyone ignored Renbo's creepy phrases for Lan Yin like it was normal. It was because they actually were used to it. Is he right? William whispered, mentally, I mean. He's fine, Yang Fan shrugged before tilting his head like he was thinking about the correct answer, probably. Even if he wasn't, Renbo is a prodigy, and it's rumored that an elder will take him in as a disciple as soon as the regulations allow it. All William got from that was it was acceptable to be a creep as long as you're talented enough. A far cry from the first impression he got from Renbo. Should I tell him senior sister Yin has already left? No, where's Goddess Lan? Renbo wailed when the hidden passage started to close. Leave it, Yang Fan said with a shake of his head. He has to get out of it himself. William stared at Renbo, dramatically clawing at the wall, making him wonder what stopped Renbo from entering while it was open for him. Like I said, ignore him. And welcome to the sect, brother. My name is Yang Fan. William returned the greeting by clasping his hands together and nodding slightly. Greetings, Brother Yang, I'm Wei Liang. So it's Brother Wei. Yang Fan gave him a lazy smile. I'll depend on you in the future. Brother Yang, I just joined the sect. You're much stronger than me. For now, Yang Fan corrected without shame. I'll be a respected alchemist, while you'll be the fist that'll keep the undesirables away from me. "Hey, you want to do something fun? What do you mean by fun?" William asked warily, suspecting someone that seemed to be friends with Renbo to have some strange quirk of his own. "Let's go to the mission hall." "I've never partnered with a sentinel before." "Brother Yang, I'm not a sentinel yet," William corrected, "and I could barely be called a cultivator, so I'm not sure how much help I will be." "I'm sure it'll be fine." Yang Fan dismissed William's concerns as he started to walk to the exit. "Let's go, Brother Wei." William hesitated, looking at Renbo glaring at the wall with tears running down his face, before deciding that Yang Fan was a better choice. However, he was tempted to go the opposite way, forget about the two weirdos and meet Wang Mei as planned. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." William turned to the disciples, watching Renbo breaking down a short distance away. "Wouldn't do what?" "Ignore Yang Fan. He'll keep bothering you until he's bored again." The jumbled mess of blue text floating above their heads didn't help with much of anything until the system reacted to his annoyance and took away the unneeded information before leaving one above the person he was focusing on. Name, Liu Yan, level 68. Liu Yan was a short girl with thick glasses and an unassuming appearance. However, in typical cultivator fashion, she still made the look somehow work for her. "Is he dangerous?" William asked with a frown. "Not at all," but Liu Yan looked at Yang Fan's retreating back and lowered her voice to a whisper. "He can be really, really annoying until he loses his interest in you. If you really want to thank me, follow Yang Fan before he comes back." William turned to see Yang Fan gesturing at him from outside the library to follow. He sighed before waving at Liu Yan and went outside to join Yang Fan. With how small the outer court was, the mission hall wasn't too far away. Still, William was already starting to regret his decision to follow Yang Fan. The boy was already talking nonstop about his latest alchemy successes and saying that he found himself struggling to keep up was being kind. William had no idea what gibberish was coming from Yang Fan's mouth. However, all William had to do was nod his head occasionally to make Yang Fan start talking again. This personality change was so far from the boy's bored expression at the start that he wondered how it could be the same person. As they approached the mission hall, William noticed it was much busier than when he had last seen it. A group of disciples were gathered around the entrance, all talking excitedly about something. William glanced at Yang Fan, who just shrugged before walking straight to the crowd. "What's going on?" Yang Fan asked one of the disciples, a tall, bulky man with a fierce expression. Name, Zheng Tao, level 73. "We just got word that there's been a sighting of a sentient spirit plant," Zheng Tao explained, his excited voice not matching the face. "We're forming a team to go out and catch it." "Sentient, can we join?" Yang Fan asked eagerly. "I brought Brother Wei to experience his first mission." The man looked them up and down, his eyes lingering on William momentarily before shaking his head. "Yang Fan, you play around too much. I can sense that some mortals are stronger than this little brother." Zheng Tao paused before saying to William, "This is not an insult. It's for your own safety. Besides, Senior Lan would kill me if I put her junior brother in danger carelessly." William shrugged at Zheng Tao, showing that he didn't take offense. "I can't believe I forgot about that," Yang Fan said as he sighed in frustration. "Brother Wei, you're still too weak to take any of the missions." "I know, Brother Yang." William wanted to slap the kid for acting like he just realized it. "I told you that before you led me here." "Actually, there are quite a few missions that little Brother Wei is eligible for," Zheng Tao interjected. "Yang Fan, why don't you choose one of the farming missions? It's unfortunate, but there's nothing for you to do, Brother Wei." Yang Fan ignored Zheng Tao. "I can't accompany you since Senior Brother Zheng asked me to join his team, but I'll make it up to you." Zheng Tao seemed used to Yang Fan's antics if his expression was anything to go by, but William was more than happy to be rid of the chatterbox. "How unfortunate," William agreed sarcastically. Zheng Tao chuckled slightly and gave William another look before leading his team away from the mission hall. It was suddenly devoid of disciples other than the one manning the booth and William himself. Since he was already here, he might as well check out what kind of missions were available before leaving. Name, Wu Jing, level 99. Other than the cultivators that were permanent workers in the garden, Wu Jing was at the highest level he had seen. Of course, since Wu Jing hadn't been shipped off to the farm for the rest of his life, the sect must expect him to break through to foundation establishment. "You're new. Harvesting, gathering, and mining tablets are near the end." Wu Jing droned without bothering to look at him. William blinked in surprise at the feminine voice that came out of Wu Jing's mouth. He took a second look at the disciple and realized that the short hair and muscular build had overpowered the delicate features of her face, making him mistake her for a man. "Could I take a look at the others, Senior?" Wu Jing finally looked at William, but it was with an annoyed frown. "Do I look interested in being an introductory guide to the mission hall?" "There's an introduction guide," William asked eagerly, thinking of how useful it could be. "Of course there is," Wu Jing said seriously. "It's given to every disciple who enters the sect. In fact, without it, you technically can't be considered a true disciple." William blinked in confusion as he stared awkwardly at Wu Jing, wondering why Elder Yu and Lan Yin had forgot to give one to him. He hastily brought out the pass Lan Yin had given him and showed it to Wu Jing. I don't have the introduction guide, but I have this pass. Senior Sister Lan told me it would let me access most of the outer court. It was Wu Jing's turn to stare awkwardly at William as she sheepishly scratched the back of her head. So it's little brother, Sentinel. I thought you were wasting my time, so I played a little joke on you. A joke, William repeated in confusion. There's no guide, Wu Jing chuckled at his expression, though this is the first that a newly admitted disciple didn't know how the mission hall worked. Were you that distracted when the elders told you about the point system? William realized that he didn't know much about the rules of the outer court, or the sect for that matter, and for once he didn't think it was his fault. Elder Yu didn't get the chance to tell me anything yet, Senior. Elder Yu, Wu Jing muttered with a strange look. I didn't mean the head elder. It would be Elder Qiu or Elder Fengeming that should have told you. They are the heads of the mission hall and the library. I never met either of them, Senior. I see, Wu Jing said even though she didn't understand. I don't think I could help you much with the specifics about the point system for Sentinels, since Senior Lan had already become an inner court disciple when I entered the sect. But the tablets should show you the modified rewards for your path. No, Wu Jing's eyes sharpened. Newbies like you are the ones that think too highly of yourselves. The number of disciples killed because of stupidity forced Elder Yu to make outer sect disciples earn the right to look at certain tablets. William wanted to argue that he wouldn't do anything stupid, but that would be like arguing with a low-level customer service worker in a company. It would most likely be useless. I understand, Senior, William nodded, and Wu Jing motioned for him to move along, which he wasn't as eager to do as he was at the start. He remembered Zhang Tao mentioning something about farming, and after weeks spent observing the workers at the garden, he doubted the mission tablets he had access to would interest him. Still, he was already here, so he might as well check just in case. William walked away from the booth toward the wall plastered with wooden tablets, with partitions separating them into 4 sections. The sect didn't trust their disciples with an honor system to keep the restricted tablets secret. Smart. While he could see the tablets clearly from afar, the moment he was within reading distance, it suddenly became hazy, like his eyes couldn't focus. Even trying to step in their direction would make him feel like he was losing control of his legs. William shook his head to rid himself of the feeling. He did his best to ignore the restricted tablets before walking toward the partition on the farthest left. In contrast to the others, it did nothing to discourage him from reading them. He stood close to the tablets to quickly scan the titles and descriptions as he shifted his gaze from one to another every few seconds. Most were mundane tasks like collecting wild spirit plants or cleaning the sect's buildings that awarded him 10 to 20 points. However, William didn't have a clue about what those points were worth. What William found curious was that the system didn't prompt him to accept a mission when he touched a tablet, making him think that everything he saw was things that even a toddler wouldn't be tempted to accept. The occasional farming mission awarded him 50 points, the highest amount he had seen thus far, which was likely why Zhang Tao recommended it. However, as mentioned before, he wasn't interested in that. He skimmed more titles and was about to leave when he noticed something different from the others. When William touched the wooden tablet, the system finally came alive. Mission: investigate strange occurrences. Location: Zio Yuan Village. Description: the villagers have reported strange occurrences around Zio Yuan Village. Your mission is to investigate these occurrences and determine the cause of these strange happenings. The villagers have reported unusual noises at night, strange lights in the forest, and sightings of unexplainable creatures. Your task is to gather information from the villagers and investigate the reported sightings to determine the source of the disturbances. Reward: 100 points. Penalty: 100 points. Accept YN. William wanted to decline it, he really did, but surely it was safe if it was lumped together with the tablets for gathering wild spirit plants and farming in the garden. And perhaps this could be a sort of penance for what he let happen to Cao Rui. He knew that it was unlikely that anything could have changed Lan Yin's mind. Then again, he remembered her asking if he had instructed the mortals to gather all the fruits. A small lie might have saved a life, but William had been more concerned about his own, so he had adamantly told the truth. This mission could be a ticket to settle his guilt. It seemed that these villagers were in trouble, and perhaps playing hero would be just what he needed. Side quest added mission: investigate strange occurrences. William smiled at the confirmation before it quickly fell off. He had no idea where this Zio Yuan Village was, so it looked like another trip to the library was needed to review some maps. Before that, he needed to let Wu Jing know he was claiming this tablet and maybe ask more about the mission while at it. Senior, I'm choosing this. Wu Jing pursed her lips, amused by what he handed her. Is there something wrong? William frowned, arching his neck to see what he was wearing. Not at all, Wu Jing praised, though he still felt something was wrong. Many disciples have chosen this tablet for nearly a year, and none have succeeded. A year. William said in shock, adding luckily, whatever the villagers are being tormented by doesn't mean them harm. Harm as in for their life. Wu Jing commented as she shook her head, that's not the only way to ruin lives, but you're right. There's a reason this tablet is available to you. It had been reserved for more powerful disciples, but once it was apparent that the villagers' lives were in no danger, Elder Kiyu moved it to the leftmost partition. I still want to take it, William now said with more confidence. Very well, Wu Jing smiled. Interlude Yu Yanhua feels suspicious. Interlude Yu Yanhua feels suspicious. With her life spanning several centuries, Yu Yanhua had grown adept at concealing her disgust for what was sprawled beneath her. She had long held a strong aversion towards mortal cities, and if it weren't for the majority of the sect's elders insisting on stationing alchemists in them, she would have gladly abstained from ever setting foot in one again. The elders' wastefulness of precious resources had irked her greatly, but alas, it was a battle she could not fight. To a cultivator, a city was a cesspool of negative energy and distractions, a place where the weak and ignorant were held back by their limitations. The mortals below were trapped in their own small world, consumed by their selfish desires, and blind to the greater mysteries of the universe. However, upon attaining the rank of elder herself, she gained a deeper understanding of the reasons behind the sect's decision to station its members in the mortal cities. It was something necessary for the existence of their sect. Yu Yanhua felt someone give her a warning by targeting their intent toward her. She scoffed as she glared at the extravagant palace in the center that towered over the city. Still, she hid her growing disgust to stop the aura emanating from her body and affecting the mortals. While the prince that protected Xuanjing City was in the nascent soul realm, he was still far weaker than her, but the monsters in the imperial family were not to be trifled with. There was a reason that her sect was happy to show goodwill toward the mortals. Yu Yanhua's form flickered and appeared before the Jade Healing Clinic. She didn't dawdle and entered, seeing Li Xinyu talking to a young mortal she was familiar with. Elder Yu, Li Xinyu exclaimed, moving to welcome her with a deep bow. Little Yue, Yu Yanhua greeted as she kept her eyes on the fidgeting mortal. Are you still determined to waste your potential, Li Jai? I have displeased you, Elder Yu. Li Jai dropped to the floor and knelt before her. What a disappointment, Yu Yanhua sneered and flicked her fingers, picking Li Jai up and throwing him out of the clinic without warning. Li Xinyu stiffened briefly before relaxing when she saw Li Jai was unharmed. He was able to dust himself off before walking away, though he seemed more despondent than before. Stupid boy, Yu Yanhua muttered. Huang Jingyi gets his successor, but mine refuses to cultivate. Li Xinyu pretended she didn't hear anything and stayed mute, waiting to be addressed, which happened soon enough. Little Yue, let your master know I'm waiting for him, Yu Yanhua instructed, letting Li Xinyu leave before showing her exasperation. She could sense that Huang Jingyi clearly knew she had arrived, but was making her wait on purpose. If it was anyone else, it would have drawn her ire for their arrogance. Elder Yu, Huang Jingyi greeted happily. What brings you to my small clinic? I'm sure you already know, Yu Yanhua said dryly. Let's talk in private. Yuer, take care of the clients that come in, Huang Jingyi instructed his disciple, indirectly telling her that she wasn't to follow before walking to the back of the clinic for privacy. A few minutes later, Yu Yanhua was sipping on a cup of tea as she occasionally looked at a proud Huang Jingyi. How long are you going to stay silent, Sister Yanhua? Huang Jingyi smiled. The only plausible reason I can think of for your visit to Xuanjing City is Wei Liang. Yu Yanhua gently placed the cup on the table before nodding. You're right. It's because of him, but it might not be for good reasons. Huang Jingyi frowned at the warning he heard in her tone. What do you mean? What do I mean? Yu Yanhua leaned forward slightly and stared at him unblinkingly. Where did you find the boy? Did you know the meridian evaluating gem exploded when he touched it? Exploded. Huang Jingyi repeated in shock. That shouldn't be possible. I sent 2 low-level mortals to test him, and I could sense that his strength increased exponentially with him barely making an effort. That hasn't changed, Yu Yanhua shook her head in shared disbelief. I sensed that the boy's spiritual energy increased by orders of magnitude with a few hours of cultivation. I haven't seen anyone put so little effort and receive such great benefits. Huang Jingyi couldn't hide the shock he was feeling. He knew of plenty of geniuses that excelled while being immortal. Still, that unbelievable growth rate would always slow, not increase, after learning a cultivation technique. The few that could were no longer geniuses but children of heaven. However, if that was true, Huang Jingyi didn't understand why the senior that originally saved Wei Liang let him go. Sister Yanhua, did Wei Liang do something for you to have doubts? Yes, he did. Yu Yanhua's words made Huang Jingyi tense. He's too outstanding, Huang Jingyi. Dangerously so. If the imperial family finds out, they will go to great lengths to kill him, and unless the Grand Elder approves, we can't stop them. That's not good, Huang Jingyi thought. That was the most courteous way he could put that. The Grand Elder was closer to the imperial family than the sect, as typical with all the sects within the Tianxia Empire. Yes, I would say that is not good, Yu Yanhua confirmed dryly. I already made plans to avoid the Grand Elder's detection, but I need you to tell me how you found Wei Liang before I go through with it. Wang Jingyi didn't hesitate to let Yu Yanhu know what Wei Liang had told him, and the investigation he followed that with. He even went to where Wang Xiaoling told him she had met Wei Liang, and he let Yu Yanhu know that too. Yu Yanhu crossed her arms as she thought over what Huang Jingyi told her. I'll see if I can find something you missed. For some reason, that cultivator didn't take Wei Liang with him even though he went through the effort to save him. It's suspicious, at the least. I agree, Sister Yanhua. Yu Yanhua raised an eyebrow at Huang Jingyi's passiveness and added, then I hope you also agree to host Wei Liang in Xuanjing City for the foreseeable future. The Grand Elder would never visit this place. To her surprise, Huang Jingyi didn't happily agree. Is there something wrong? This is the safest way to keep Wei Liang hidden. Sister Yanhua, I would be happy to, but Yuer has told me some matters that make me reluctant. Yu Yanhua became impatient when he didn't continue and prodded, and, I think Wei Liang is taking to my disciple too well. She exhaled slowly, reminding herself that Huang Jingyi was no longer that junior brother that needed a firm hand teaching him. She resolved that the best way to deal with this was to ignore it completely. As I said, Wei Liang will return to Xuanjing City soon. I have given him a choice to stay in the outer court, as regulations require me to, but he won't be able to stay for long even if he chooses the outer court. Huang Jingyi sighed and nodded in acceptance after Yu Yanhua spoke to him in a frigid tone. And Huang Jingyi, Li Xinyu might tie Wei Liang to the sect if your words are true. Do not interfere with them. Huang Jingyi's robes fluttered slightly when Yu Yanhua disappeared. He sighed again before taking a first sip of the tea he had made and grimaced at the lack of heat. As he cleared the table, he comforted himself that Wei Liang was still young and nothing would happen for years, if it ever did. Interlude Yu Yanhua feels excited. Interlude Yu Yanhua feels excited. The speed at which Yu Yanhua could fly meant it took no more than 10 minutes to reach the area that Huang Jingyi had mentioned. It had been weeks since Wei Liang had first appeared here, but even if the chances of finding out more were negligible, she had to make sure. Accepting a disciple of Wei Liang's suspected potential was not simple for any sect, especially if the sect had an overlord like the Tianxia Empire pressuring it in the shadows. At the least, it could be a death sentence for the elders involved. In rare cases, a purge would be imposed on the entire sect to warn others of what would happen if they dared to accept such disciples instead of handing them over. There had been an instance when the Empire had placed a daughter of heaven in a sect showing signs of disobedience, giving them enough of an excuse to erase the sect from existence, adding another concern with accepting such disciples. However, as far as Yu Yanhu knew, the Jade Healing Sect and the Empire were on good terms, and unless the sect master had done something she didn't know of recently, that should still be the case. Yu Yanhu suddenly stopped as she stared at a spot that would seem no different than any other part of the dirt road to others, mortals and cultivators alike. Unknown to most, she was a rare cultivator with great insight into the tremendously difficult space Dao. While it was only her secondary specialty, it was enough to make her one of the most dangerous nascent soul realm cultivators in the Tianxia Empire. That insight let Yu Yanhu see a tear in the world, though it was almost healed to the point where she would have missed it if she wasn't already looking for anomalies in the area. While she couldn't confirm if the tear had been large enough to transport a boy of Wei Liang's size, the story she was given certainly implied it. Not that she expected to see such advanced use of space Dao, something that was far beyond what she was capable of. Yu Yanhu had thought that the senior, Huang Jingyi, kept referencing might be a realm above her, but unless there was a cultivator that attained unmatched levels of insight into space Dao while in the spirit-severing realm, she suspected that the one who saved Wei Liang was a respected senior in the Dao-seeking realm. She wasted no more time looking for clues and used her full speed to fly back to the Jade Healing Sect's inner court. The surroundings, blurred as a distance that would take mortals 6 months to travel, was covered within 4 hours as Yu Yanhua rushed to report what she had found to the sect master. This was now a decision that was beyond her. Yu Yanhua, a man adorned in precious gems, yelped in shock at the sudden intrusion. Where are your manners? Sect Master Guan Feng, I have something to report. Yu Yanhua bowed, knowing she was in the wrong. The sect master let out a heavy sigh before a pulsating surge of qi enveloped her body, signaling that the formation had been activated. She rose from her bow to see the irritated look he was sending her. Yu Yanhua, if this is about Li Jai again. Guan Feng trailed off helplessly, knowing that there wasn't much he could do. He wanted Yu Yanhua to stop wasting her time and take more responsibility in the sect, but she insisted on being the head elder of the outer court until she accepted a disciple. I may have found a potential disciple, sect master. You have? Guan Feng asked, briefly stunned before a bright smile appeared on his lips. That's great. Who is it? How can I help? He's a new disciple named Wei Liang that was recommended by Huang Jingyi, but there are problems that could be disastrous for the sect. Guanfeng's smile slowly turned into a grimacing frown as he listened to Yu Yanhua explain what she had discovered before standing up in shock at what he was told at the end. That can't be. Guanfeng shook his head in disbelief. Do you know how ridiculous this sounds, Yu Yanhua? I'm aware, Yu Yanhua replied with a nod, but the alternative is equally preposterous. A spirit-severing realm cultivator with such control over Space Dao has never existed. Guanfeng knew that he did, but it was hard to reconcile with the fact that a true pillar of humankind had made a move to save a mere mortal. After a few seconds of silence, he said, I'm not sure it matters. Sect Master, I give you my permission, Yu Yanhua, Guanfeng said carefully, but do not allow Wei Liang to get the attention of the Grand Elders faction. I don't have to tell you what will happen if that's the case. I already arranged for Wei Liang to stay with Huang Jingyi in Xuanjing City. Xuanjing City. Guanfeng repeated with a smile. I never thought I would hear you say that willingly after the headache you gave us for decades about mortal cities. It's the best place for him to stay and avoid detection. Yu Yanhua said stiffly. The only danger is the prince guarding the city, and he's a paper tiger at best. Guanfeng chuckled, but he agreed with her. The imperial family's true experts do not concern themselves with the daily rulings of the empire. They made it a habit of selecting mediocre talents in the family and raising them to the nascent soul realm with precious pills before dumping the administrative work on them. It was a wasteful use of such pills, but it was also a way for the imperial family to show their extravagant wealth. You're correct, Guanfeng finally agreed. I know this doesn't need to be said, but prepare for the worst. Yu Yanju nodded. Of course, Sect Master. Good, Guanfeng said. Unfortunately, I'll have to keep you as the head elder for the outer court since you can't announce that you will be taking Wei Liang as your disciple. I wish you hadn't made that declaration to the elders. I wouldn't be able to take on more burden anyway, Yu Yanhua shrugged without care. Upon seeing that Yu Yanhua was openly neglecting her duties, instead of using the excuse of finding a disciple, Guanfeng found it difficult to suppress his frustration. It seemed that she no longer felt the need to hide her blatant disregard for responsibility. Go, Guanfeng signaled for her to leave with an irritated wave of his sleeve. Yu Yanhua lowered her head in a slight bow and departed the sect master's chambers. However, she couldn't shake off the unease as she walked to the exit. The fact that Wei Liang had caught the attention of such a powerful figure almost assured that he was a once-in-a-millennia talent. Still, it also meant that the Empire's discovery of him would be a matter of when, not if. They had eyes and ears everywhere. Even without that, if Wei Liang was too outstanding in front of the wrong people, it was unlikely that they would allow a talent like him to slip through their fingers. The worst that the sect master told her to prepare for was the Empire finding out about the existence of Wei Liang too early before they could make contingency plans for a quick retreat. It had been years, no, decades since Yu Yanhua had felt such an urgency to grow more powerful. At the heart of the Empire's power stood the spirit-severing elders, secluded in the Empire's sacred lands and devoted to uninterrupted cultivation. They emerged only in moments of crisis, when the Empire teetered on the brink of collapse, or when a prodigious talent threatened to jeopardize its future existence. Yu Yanhua had never personally witnessed such an event in her lifetime, but she accepted it as a fact. After all, the current emperor was not of imperial blood. Rather, he was an unparalleled prodigy deemed by the spirit-severing elders to be of such importance that he must wed into the imperial family to preserve their dominion. She harbored no doubt that Wei Liang would be bestowed with immeasurable riches from the imperial family if his existence were exposed. Therefore, it was even more imperative to keep Wei Liang hidden. Given his tender age, enticing him away with lavish presents would not be challenging. This was not to say that the Jade Healing Sect would not do the same, but it would be reasonable, given that Wei Liang was a disciple of the sect. Welcome back, William flinched when Wang Mei started to repeatedly tap his face, specifically his cheeks, in delight. In a sect full of kids his age, you would think she had never seen one before with how fascinated she was with him. Wang Mei enough. William couldn't see Lan Yin since Wang Mei's very distracting body blocked his vision, but the ice-cold tone made him freeze in fear, even though he wasn't the target. As for the woman abusing his face, she mostly froze too, but her hands continued their all-important job of smushing his face. Just a few more seconds, Lan Yin, you know I never get the chance. There's a reason they all run away from you. Lan Yin yanked Wang Mei back with a grip on her collar. Now isn't the time. Elder Yu is on her way, and you know how she feels about delays. Elder Yu, Wang Mei yelped before she disappeared. Impressive, Lan Yin nodded as she peered at William. Elder Yu told me that you were already successful with switching your cultivation technique, but it was hard to believe. Run away. Wang Mei reappeared, once again blocking William's vision in a way that made him highly uncomfortable. Little Liang, do I look like someone who runs away? If William had to be honest, he would have to say yes, she did seem a little flaky, but lying was the key to continued life. Of course not, Senior Wang. That's the right answer. Wang Mei smiled brightly before handing him 5 notes. Here is your allowance from the sect. Remember that you will lose it if you don't claim it every month. The notes had the number 1 displayed clearly with a lotus in the background. It looked similar to cash from his old world, and small wording mentioned it could be redeemed for a chi stone. That confused William since he knew that chi stones were supposed to be valued by cultivators due to the energy that they contained. What was the point if a piece of paper replaced them? These notes are only spendable within the sect, Wang Mei said, clearing up some of William's doubts. If you can't find what you need and decide to shop outside, you can turn the notes in to get chi stones. William would have thought this was a clever way for the sect to keep the chi stones inside their borders, but with how amused Wang Mei seemed as she finished talking, that guess might be incorrect. It sounds like you don't expect me to redeem the notes, Senior Wang. No, I don't, Wang Mei said while chuckling. If you can't find what you need inside the sect, it's almost impossible that you will do so on the outside. There's a reason the sect needs people like Elder Yu to protect its existence. Our sect is far too wealthy, little Liang. That wasn't surprising at all to William. He would have to be an idiot to not realize the sheer wealth the sect possessed when he saw that the outer court had entire buildings made out of jade. Though the part that did surprise him was the mention of Elder Yu. How could a mere outer court elder, even if she was the head, do much to protect the sect? William assumed that the elders of the inner court would be far more powerful, but Wang Mei must have a strong affection toward Elder Yu. Anyway, here is the catalog of what you can order. As long as you are inside the sect or near one of the outposts in the mortal cities, it will update itself automatically. A delivery fee will apply in the cities, but the inner court's treasure pavilion has low prices that are unbeaten. William knew it was rude, but he couldn't stop himself from opening it immediately. Just looking at the sheer number of categories listed on the first page with a corresponding page number would be shocking enough, but it was quickly evident that all these options couldn't be listed in such a small booklet. It seemed the pages changed based on what category he wished to browse. I told you, Lan Yin, Wang Mei grinned as she looked at William flipping through the pages, almost drooling at what he saw. He wouldn't wait. Lan Yin shrugged, admitting her loss, though she noted down the parts of the catalog he was interested in, as Elder Yu asked of her. What's this? William pointed at a symbol that was different from the others. Wang Mei glanced at it and said, it represents a spirit stone. One spirit stone is worth 100 chi stones, so it's a little beyond you at the moment. Don't worry, you'll be able to afford it eventually. William stared at the talisman's price in shock. Since it cost 3 spirit stones, wouldn't that mean it would take him 5 years to be able to afford it with the current allowance the sect gave him? Senior Wang, how much gold is 1 chi stone worth? William wanted to understand how much the things in the catalog truly cost with his experience from selling Wang Xiaoling's goods. Gold Wang Mei trailed off while tapping her chin with a finger in thought. It's rare to do so, but some cultivators with mortal families make that exchange on occasion. It fluctuates, but usually between 90 to 120 gold. William remembered the pompous look the people who spent 2 or 3 gold had while he was selling those fruits for Wang Xiaoling. It was enough to let a decently sized family live comfortably for over a month. The sect just gave him over 200 times that amount, and they would do so every month. Then again, comparing what a cultivation sect gave to what mortals earned was foolish. He supposed the accurate comparison would be to other sects. Wei Liang. William almost jumped in shock when he saw Elder Yu staring at him intently, not knowing how long she had been there. Wu Jing informed me that you selected a mission. Yes. William shivered before clearing his throat. Yes, Elder Yu. A folded paper flew out of his pocket and landed in Elder Yu's open palm. After she glanced at it, she nodded and said, Xiao Yuan Village. I'll be interested to see if you can complete it. Little Liang, why did you pick that one? Wang Mei gasped, go back and pick farming or even mining. You're going to be a pauper. William frowned in confusion and said, what do you mean? This is my fault. I haven't explained how the point system works yet. Lan Yin muttered before giving William a pointed look. I also told you to head straight here to meet Wang Mei. I was dragged against my will by a crazy person. William defended himself, though he couldn't deny he didn't mind going along with it due to curiosity. William felt himself get paler than he already was before realizing that the stalker boy should be normal without Lan Yin around, so it was probably all right. He nodded and accepted. Yes, Elder Yu. Good, and have you decided whether you wish to stay in the outer sect or Xuanjing City? William knew what he wanted, but he didn't know if it would annoy Elder Yu just like his choice did during the testing. Honestly, he was glad Lan Yin and Wang Mei were present. Though Elder Yu outranked them, surely face was important in this world. She wouldn't want to be seen pressuring a disciple. Yes, Elder Yu, I'd prefer to live in Xuanjing City. I hope you forgive the inconvenience I've given you. William thought that wording was perfect since it was decisive yet respectful. He felt he was becoming an excellent bootlicker. Very well, Elder Yu nodded. The mission will take you close to Xuanjing City. Lan Yin, you may send Wei Liang back to Elder Huang. He can head to Xiao Yuan Village from there. Understood, Elder Yu. Lan Yin nodded firmly. and Lan Yin, I expect him to receive no help from you or any older cultivators. This will test his resourcefulness." Lan Yin nodded again as William looked on with suspicion. He thought Elder Yu was smiling behind that cold expression for some reason, but he had no proof to confirm that ridiculous thought. William stood within a teleportation formation with Lan Yin and Ren Bo on either side, while Elder Yu observed them a short distance away. The sect will be covering the cost for today's activation, but future uses of the formation will be out of your pocket. Yes, Beauty Yu. William froze in shock, and he was more than aware that Lan Yin did the same before they slowly turned in horror to Ren Bo. It was bad enough that the kid had been obsessed with Lan Yin, but at least she seemed tolerant of his nonsense. He had been waiting for Ren Bo to move to his next obsession, but he didn't think it would be even more suicidal. Elder Yu stared at Ren Bo silently for a few seconds before saying, "Wait here for a moment, Wei Liang Lan Yin." Before they could react, Elder Yu disappeared with Ren Bo, leaving them alone in the teleportation chamber. Is Elder Yu going to kill Ren Bo? William asked with some pity. "I don't think so." Lan Yin sounded unsure, though she seemed pleased. It was inevitable for Ren Bo's actions to land him in trouble. After he became fixated on me, I looked into his actions and saw that it started with a childhood friend that joined the sect with him. That quickly passed, and he chose more and more outrageous targets to obsess over. I would have taught him a lesson if not for the elder keeping a close eye on him. So Ren Bo grew too confident and decided Elder Yu would do nothing. The pity William had for Ren Bo disappeared. That kid needed a hard lesson before he got himself killed. Elder Yu is fair toward everyone, Lan Yin said proudly, no matter their background. William wasn't sure about that, but he wasn't about to speak his doubts to Lan Yin, who obviously looked up to Elder Yu. "I might as well go over the manuals before Elder Yu returns," Lan Yin commented after some silence. "Are you sure you don't require anything else?" William shook his head, but even after what he experienced in the library, he could barely believe a sect could be so easygoing. In another apparent benefit for disciples on the Sentinel path, the cost of taking out manuals from the library was waived. The only requirement enforced was the cultivation level required to enter higher floors. Just like that, the points William would get for completing missions had one less thing to be used on, which meant it could be saved for use on the items in the catalog. When Lan Yin explained to him what those points on the mission tablets could be used for, he got rather excited. Those 100 points that would be a reward for solving the mystery of Zio Yuan Village could be converted into 100 chi stones or 1 spirit stone. However, that also meant that failing the mission would mean he would owe the sect the same amount. However, instead of paying back the sect in currency, the only way to clear the deficit would be to complete more missions. Honestly, it made William wish that he had just picked something easy, like those farming missions that awarded 50 points for each completion without a chance for penalty. "I already picked the skill manuals I thought fit me, Senior Sister Yin. Didn't you say choosing too many will be a distraction?" "That is true," Lan Yin nodded with a frown, "but I didn't expect you to only choose 3 manuals." William didn't expect to do that either, but for once the system was of more use than simply acting like a status screen. "The others didn't feel right, Senior Sister." "Isn't that what you said? I should trust my feelings." Lan Yin gave him an exasperated look before deciding to leave it alone. When she said that, it was for the cultivation technique. That didn't mean he should pick his martial skills based on it too. However, instead of selecting the most impressive fire skill or something flashy, William had picked something low-key, and they were all what Elder Yu told her would fit his cultivation technique best. Lan Yin didn't have to say a word to convince William to choose them since he did that by himself. "Very well," Lan Yin sighed. "I suggest you gain basic competence of those skills before leaving for Zio Yuan Village. Unlocking your chi will not be of much help without that." "Yes, Senior Sister," William agreed readily since that was his plan anyway. The skill manuals he had picked had exciting descriptions, but their compatibility with his cultivation technique, something the system surprisingly told him, was concerning, though they were the best available in the library. Side Quest 7-1. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable 2. Mission, Investigating Strange Occurrences 3. Learn the martial skill Thunderous Palm 4. Learn the martial skill Thunderous Kick 5. Learn the martial skill Earth Shaking Stomp. William opened the detailed view of the new side quests and reread the descriptions. Thunderous Palm 20 compatibility. When performing this technique, the user focuses their chi into their palm before unleashing it in a sudden burst of explosive force, creating shockwaves that can knock back opponents and cause damage to surrounding structures. Learn the martial skill Thunderous Palm. Reward 500 XP penalty, 1 spirit. Thunderous Kick 20 compatibility. When performing this technique, the user focuses their chi into a single point on their feet before delivering a powerful kick, unleashing a shockwave that can knock back opponents and cause thunderous booms to echo through the air. Learn the martial skill Thunderous Kick. Reward 500 XP penalty, 1 spirit. Earth-shaking stomp 15 compatibility. When performing this technique, the user focuses their chi into their legs before slamming their foot into the ground, creating a shockwave that can knock opponents off their feet and cause cracks in the earth. Learn the martial skill Earth-shaking stomp. Reward 500 XP penalty, 1 spirit. That all sounded very impressive. Kicking, stomping, and punching, or rather, palming hard enough to create shockwaves would have been something William drooled about. However, there were plenty of skill manuals in the library that far exceeded the ones he picked. Who wouldn't want to create a wall of fire that could turn people into ash? Or pick the manual that taught you how to control the wind to fly as long as enough spiritual energy was available? Even though William was aware that those skills were out of consideration for him, he couldn't help but wish for them. Unfortunately, his compatibility with most skill manuals was less than 1%. It was a stroke of luck that he could find 3 manuals that had a compatibility rate of 15% or higher. An added benefit was that the penalties for not completing the side quests were almost insignificant. While the loss of a spirit point would have been disastrous, the likelihood of that happening was practically zero since there was no time constraint for finishing the quest. This effectively meant that William would earn a level up as a reward for learning the martial skills, making it a double advantage for him. In the absence of any other topics to discuss, Lanyon's silence allowed William to focus on reviewing his status screen. However, when Lanyon abruptly straightened her posture and appeared more attentive, he followed suit. As expected, it wasn't long before Elder Yu reappeared with a much more subdued Renbo. "Are you ready?" Elder Yu asked after Renbo silently walked back to stand beside them. However, William noticed he didn't try to stand next to Lanyon this time and used him as a buffer. "Yes, Elder Yu," William and Renbo answered in unison. "Good." Elder Yu nodded and continued, "Little Yin, let your brother know I want to speak to him. I tried to contact him, but I suspect he has secluded himself for closed-door cultivation." While Lanyon assured Elder Yu that she would deliver the message, William found himself preoccupied with trying to recollect the appearance of the man in question. Since he had met Lanyon's brother not too long ago, William found it strange that he couldn't remember what the man looked like. In fact, he couldn't remember the name either. Before he could think about it further, Lanyon activated the formation. Elder Yu gave them a nod as wisps of chi were drawn from the stones powering the formation before a familiar flash of light filled William's vision. "Welcome back," Huang Jingyi greeted them with a smile. "Elder Huang," Lanyon bowed slightly. "You remember Renbo. He was chosen by Elder Yu to accompany Wei Liang on his first mission." "Mission?" Huang Jingyi raised his eyebrow in curiosity. "No matter, that can be discussed later. Wei Liang, or should I call you Junior Liang now that you are part of my sect?" William bowed deeply to the man that helped him the most, even if it wasn't strictly for altruistic reasons. "I'm fine with whatever you decide, Elder Huang." Huang Jingyi laughed before saying, "Then Junior Liang it is. Yue is waiting for you at the reception. Why don't you meet her while I discuss some matters with Lan Yin and Renbo?" William wasn't sure why they needed him gone to talk, but he was a new entrant into the sect, so he wasn't too surprised some things weren't meant for his ears. He gave another bow before leaving the room, the door closing behind him immediately as he made his way to the front of the clinic. As expected, Li Xinyu had her head down, reading a thin booklet like it contained the secret to life considering what she usually read. That was probably true. He glanced at her level and was surprised to see she had gained one. He decided to use Observe and Curiosity, 5 spiritual energy. There were plenty of things that stood out to William with what Observe revealed about Li Xinyu. The most obvious was her age. He had been under the impression that she was closer to 20, but being at her level at only 16 made much more sense since she was called a genius. That initial surprise at her actual age was quickly shoved to the side when he saw her ridiculous attributes. Other than spirit, the rest of the attributes were all within expectations. Still, that high spirit should have been impossible unless the max attribute suddenly changed at a higher level. It was too bad that luck couldn't be seen by using Observe. Use Detailed Observe, cost 20 spiritual energy. YN. William was surprised at the prompt and that something called Detailed Observe existed, but didn't think of declining since there was no other use for spiritual energy. However, when he saw only one additional stat visible, it was disappointing yet equally horrifying. Luck 200. That number made no sense with his current knowledge of how attributes worked, even more so than Li Xinyu's spirit. However, it certainly did when thinking in terms of a Xianxia protagonist. It also let him know it would be unlikely to ever get such a monstrous luck attribute unless he could find something that helped him get to that level. If other cultivators that could be considered a genius had similar stats, it was hard for William to understand how he could match them when he was in a similar realm. He would have to either run for his life or act like one of the background characters to avoid attention, neither of which appealed to him. What was the point of cultivating if he didn't aim for the top then again? He would probably live longer if he was low-key with his actions. It would be a decision that would need to be made, but could be postponed to another time since that would be in the far future. If being a broken, overpowered cultivator wasn't in the cards for him, it would be best to apply his burgeoning bootlicking skills to Li Xinyu, even more than he already was. Maybe something ridiculous like a fruit that let him learn a Dao would drop on his head while walking with her. Sister Li, William called out happily, making the girl turn her attention away from her reading. He suddenly realized that Li Xinyu was basically the equivalent of a valedictorian in his old world with her love for reading. Wei Liang, Li Xinyu greeted before her eyes took in his new clothing with shock. You joined my Jade Healing sect. I did. William grinned. How does it look? Li Xinyu chuckled when he turned in the spot to show her both sides. Very cute, Wei Liang. William's smile faltered momentarily before it came back with greater force. Cute was the highest of compliments for a 13-year-old, at least going by Wang Mei's reaction to his presence. He actually couldn't remember what being so young would be like since his memory was spotty at best of those years in his old life. Right, that Li Xinyu's smile disappeared as a frown replaced it. She put down her book and led him to the door on the side. What did you do at the garden? I thought you went there to learn how to care for the spirit plants, not go on a harvesting spree. William almost choked on his breath when Li Xinyu opened the door to reveal a decently sized room filled with spirit fruits. He didn't think taking more than a few steps into the room was possible since it was so packed. When did all of this arrive? William remembered Lan Yin telling the mortals who trespassed how all their efforts would benefit him. He had honestly forgotten about it, most likely in an attempt to ignore the disastrous ending. A few days ago, Li Xinyu answered with a frown that somehow got deeper. Master had to close the clinic for an entire day while we set up the proper storage. What are you expecting to do with all of these? I hope you're not thinking of consuming them, especially since I know you're aware of what'll happen. I'm not doing something that's stupid, Sister Li, William assured, trying to calm an increasingly riled up Li Xinyu. This wasn't even supposed to be mine. Senior Sister Yin took them away from mortals that broke the rules and handed the fruits to me. When Li Xinyu didn't say anything for a few seconds, William looked away from the spirit fruit-filled room and glanced at her to see a blank stare. Sister Li, Li Xinyu narrowed her eyes. Senior Sister Yin. Nobody in the sect should be allowed to address Senior Lan in such a manner. Wei Liang, are you a sentinel? Is that a bad thing? Li Xinyu pouted, suddenly seeming to act her age. I don't see how you could get into that path when I couldn't. William blinked when Li Xinyu huffed and walked away, leaving him in front of the open door, filled with confusion. As far as he was aware, she was a genius in alchemy. Why would she want to be on a path for combat? Luckily, this seemed to be the sort of anger common in mood-swinging teenagers, so it shouldn't be anything to be concerned about. It would likely resolve itself the following day or maybe a week since this was a cultivating teenager. They were supposed to hold long grudges, so he had to account for that. The question now was what to do with all the spirit fruits. While he definitely planned to consume as much as he safely could to save his stat points, that didn't require the massive amount available in the filled room. His first thought was to somehow give the majority of the fruits back to the workers that spent weeks gathering them. However, he doubted Lan Yin would be happy that her punishment was negated, though there might be a chance that she would give him leeway since he was now her junior brother. If for some reason she didn't mind, it still wouldn't be possible. There was no way he could transport all of this back to the garden, and he wasn't bold enough to ask Lan Yin for help. That would be pushing it a little too far. As he pondered how to ask Lan Yin without angering her, the door to the clinic burst open, and in strode Wang Xiaoling, as brash as William remembered her. Is the brat back yet? Wang Xiaoling questioned loudly without bothering with a greeting. When Li Xinyu pointed at him without looking up from her reading, Wang Xiaoling beamed a bright smile. Wei Liang, I thought I would have to hire more useless people if you stayed away longer. Come, we have goods to sell. William smirked when Wang Xiaoling grabbed his hand and made to drag him like she always did. He was no longer the weakling from a month ago. He was now an honored cultiva. What? He gaped in shock as he was pulled out of the clinic, his attempts to drag his feet completely ineffective with Wang Xiaoling's strength. Name, Wang Xiaoling level 3. Her level hadn't changed, but she somehow ignored his available 16 strength attribute like it was nothing. He immediately tried to use Observe. The skill Observe is not available on target. William wasn't fazed by the additional uniqueness of Wang Xiaoling. He tried Detailed Observe, though he didn't expect it to work since he only had 5 spiritual energy. Spiritual energy insufficient for Detailed Observe on target. All he wanted was to know if it was possible. The strangeness of Wang Xiaoling's strength would be solved after a few hours when his spiritual energy recovered. That was enough for William. He thought his days of being browbeaten by Wang Xiaoling were over, so why did he fearfully follow her instructions to be her helper? William was now a proud cultivator striving for immortality, not some lackey that worked for a couple of silver. Brat, you better speed up, or I will get Fatty Sue to sit on you. Yes, Sister Zioling. William had been shilling the inferior spirit fruits for over 3 hours, and they hadn't even got halfway through the stock that Wang Zioling had managed to get. Of course, this obviously gave him the idea to partner with her to sell the spirit fruits he had obtained from the garden. Still, whenever he tried to bring up the subject, she started to roar at him about focusing on selling. He would have lost his temper if he hadn't gotten to know Wang Zioling's fanatic, copper-pinching behavior. It also helped that Fatty Sue acted as a massive bulk of meat to keep the order with the crowd around the stall. William usually wouldn't be wary of mortals, but after the shock Wang Zioling put through him, he occasionally checked the status of the mortals that came close to him, including Fatty Sue. However, there was a big problem with that. Fatty Sue didn't have any blue text hovering over him. William tried to use both observe and detailed observe, but the system didn't react, not even to say he didn't have enough spiritual energy. That brought up a vague memory of how Fatty Sue didn't have blue text over him the first time he saw him, even though at that time, he hadn't disabled the automatic reveal of the name and level. William had no idea what Fatty Sue was, but he had a gut feeling that he was dangerous since Wang Zioling seemed to trust him. With that factor playing against him, he figured the best thing to do was sell the spirit fruits obediently. Besides, he had activated a side quest, so it's not like it would be a waste of his time. William was almost running on muscle memory as he mindlessly fulfilled the orders, exchanging fruit for coins as he glanced at a stat he was keeping an eye on. Spiritual energy, 23/30/20 per hour. When his spiritual energy reached 20, he had attempted to use detailed observe on Wang Zioling. However, the system indicated that it was still insufficient. It appeared that her peculiarity caused detailed observe to need more spiritual energy than was required on Li Xinyu. Still, it was just a minor roadblock. He assumed it would work once fully restored, which would take slightly over an hour. William wanted to find out what made her tick. How could a level 3 mortal be stronger than a cultivator in the first stage of chi condensation? William ignored that he was basically a useless cultivator since he didn't know any skills yet, but still, he was at level 13. He should be able to stomp Wang Zioling on a whim, not the other way around. There was only so much stat browsing William could do, so to get through the mind-numbing task of yelling similar words and selling fruit for coin, he made the mistake of lifting the restriction he put on the system on the blue text back when the mob of sky hares surrounded him. The sudden blast of blue almost blinded him from the overload before he quickly shut it off. Not that it let him avoid blinking his eyes rapidly to get the burned-in blue text from his sight. It was curious that it affected him like actual light when the system was imprinted into his soul. Still, it wasn't enough of a discovery to warrant more thought into it, especially since his brief slowdown got Wang Zioling's attention. William shook his head slightly and abandoned his original plan. Still, he could people watch the old-fashioned way, with only his eyes involved. He observed as the next batch of customers approached his stall, their eyes darting from one fruit to the next. As they drew closer for their turn to buy, he paid close attention to their body language, their tone of voice, and even the emotions that were so expressive in their eyes. He noticed their eyes were focused on a particular batch of spirit fruits, and how their breathing quickened as they considered a purchase. He was able to eventually start proactively preparing the fruits he thought were needed. While stereotypes didn't always work when he considered the quality of the clothes the customer was wearing, it was more accurate than not when predicting the quantity of fruit they were about to buy. It got to a point where he was starting to enjoy being a peddler of poor-quality spirit fruits just to see how correct his guesses were. The next hour or so flew by as the remaining fruits started to fly off the stall. William eyed the desperate look a woman carrying a child had as she stared at the few remaining blood oranges hungrily. He casually moved them toward her before she could say anything when he suddenly got an alert. Submenu opened DAO Insight. Added DAO of Perception. Calculating percentage. Error users cultivation insufficient. Removed DAO of Perception. Submenu closed DAO Insight. William accepted the coins from the woman and handed her the blood oranges like an automaton. His mind was filled with questions that he was constantly throwing at the system, trying to get an explanation about what had just happened. With the DAO that was just attempted to be added to his stats, it was obvious how it had come to be. Apparently, spending hours closely watching people while trying to figure out their desires by noticing minute tells was enough to gain some insight into Perception DAO. The real question was why it was even shown. The system primarily functioned as a status display. Therefore, the alert suggested that there could be the smallest of chances that even though he couldn't use the Perception DAO at his current cultivation, he could still gather and save the insight he gained from his actions. If true, it could give him a tremendous head start when the DAO was opened to him. Just as I expected, Wei Liang, you've got even better since last month. Wang Xiaoling praised with a beaming smile before it froze and suddenly dropped. Are you working with another merchant? Let me tell you right now that I won't allow it. Sister Xiaoling, look at my robes, William said flatly, wondering how she hadn't realized he was in sect robes while trying to avoid the urge to observe more people to help the perception Dao along. What about them? Did you spend all your earnings from the last sale on this? It's good quality, the best I've seen, actually. The best way to get through to a gold-drunk Wang Xiaoling was to be as blunt as possible. I joined the Jade Healing sect. I've been trying to tell you that from the beginning. Wang Xiaoling blinked at him as if this was her first time seeing him. You joined that sect. William noticed the skepticism in her tone, and his lips twitched, but he didn't dwell on it. Yes, he said, but that's not important. I was able to get spirit fruits that are near the quality needed to be eligible for use in the sect. As an apology for having to stop working for you, I want to let you sell the spirit fruits for me. The greed he could see in her eyes was almost comical. Still, at least William could rest easy knowing he no longer had to think of how to deal with the massive amount of spirit fruit. How many are there? I have no idea, but it filled an entire side room in the Jade Healing Clinic. William could practically see her eyes gleaming with gold. Entire room. Wang Xiaoling shivered before her voice sharpened quickly. I want 30% of the sale. No negotiations. William hadn't planned to since he thought it was more than a fair offer. Agreed. Good. Wang Xiaoling perked back up. Fatty Sue, take the coins and deposit them into the bank. Let's go, Wei Liang. William walked behind Wang Xiaoling, making use of her ability to terrify the crowd and make them instinctively part ways. He hoped his share of the sale was enough compensation for Cao Rui and the rest of the workers, enough to satisfy his guilt at least. As they moved through the bustling marketplace that never seemed to rest, William was overcome by an eerie sensation that crept into his mind. Although he glanced around for any suspicious figures that could be setting it off, he couldn't spot any. Without warning, a sudden pain pierced through his head, causing him to falter and almost collapse. He grasped at his temple, attempting to regain his balance as his surroundings started to spin. Before he knew it, the world went black. A second, hour, month, hell, it might as well be a year. It was all the same here. William recognized this place. Well, at the least it was familiar to him. The last time he was here, he had died inside that elevator. A ridiculously stupid way to die now that he thought about it. Who would be so unlucky that every safety feature would fail and he would be inside right when it happened? Obviously, he would be that unlucky. So he supposed it shouldn't be a surprise that he had died again, except this time he didn't know how it happened. The last thing he remembered was walking through the market, following Wang Xiaoling to the Jade Healing Clinic. It was depressing, which was an understatement. William hadn't realized how much he was already attached to his new life until it was ripped away, forcing him to understand that feeling. His life in the Tianxia Empire hadn't even lasted 3 months. Still, he looked at it even more fondly when compared to the over 20 years he experienced in his first life. If William had eyes, or a face, he was sure his cheeks would be wet from tears, even though his thoughts weren't at that level of sadness. It couldn't be. After all, he could feel only so much sorrow after thinking the same thought for the 100th time. At least, if his fate was to be stuck here forever, he had a remnant from the cultivation world, unavailable. The system didn't say anything else, no matter what he tried to do, but the bright blue text was a balm for his sanity in the inky blackness around him. William had no doubt that he would still lose his mind the longer he stayed here, but it wouldn't be as fast, which was good enough for him. Another common thought was how William was a little ashamed that he had taken away Taoist Chen's hope with his death. The man who saved him would never see someone use the system his master wanted to hand down. All because someone killed him from the shadows. So much for getting that insight into perception Dao. His senses warned him something was wrong, but he still couldn't save himself. Oh, what a surprise. William felt as though 1,000 knives pierced his soul with every word spoken, and he would have screamed in agony if it were possible. I imagine the mark I left on you would activate when you were in mortal danger from an external threat, not because you started to comprehend Dao. He didn't want to know the reason. He just wanted the voice to stop talking. If he wasn't already dead, the pain he felt would have accomplished it 1,000 times over. What an outstanding child. But I must seal that off until your soul can handle such strain. William felt a loss of something, but it was quickly forgotten as he struggled to keep his sanity. It was surprising enough that he had enough room to feel anything other than pain in the first place. That should be enough to stop you from overachieving to death. Unfortunately, I sense that the heavens will not allow me to interfere again. This is both a good and bad thing, Wei Liang. He finally felt the pain stop as his thoughts blanked, blissfully happy that it had ended. He knew what the voice said but still hadn't processed it thoroughly. That could be done after a long rest. The brats awake. William tensed, already prepared for the pain to return. What's wrong with him? He breathed a breath of relief before realizing he could feel his body. He slowly opened his eyes to see Wang Xiaoling and Li Xinyu looking down at him with frowns. It took him a second to realize he was lying on a bed. You had us worried, Wei Liang, Li Xinyu commented as she pressed her fingers to specific points on his body. William recognized it as areas where his meridians were located. You must be one of the weakest cultivators ever. Wang Xiaoling declared, I've never seen one faint without reason. William blinked when he was reminded of what had happened. Accidentally getting insight into Dao almost killed him because of a weak soul. With no pain blocking him from thinking coherently, he recognized the voice that spoke while his soul was tortured. Taoist Chen, the old monster, had saved him again. From his words, he had left a mark that would alert him when William was close to death, and it was wasted. No, that wasn't accurate since his life was saved, but it definitely stung that it activated because of his own fault. Especially since he would no longer have Taoist Chen to fall back on if he was once again near death, if his understanding of the comment of the heavens was correct. A silly thing to be disappointed about, because William wasn't aware that he had that safety in the first place. Senior Lan should be on her way, Li Xinyu filled in the silence. She contacted some of the elders in the inner court's clinic for help you become close with her. William nodded, trying to hold back the tears threatening to fall over being able to return to this world. Are you about to cry? Wang Xiaoling blurted out with a giggle. Cheer up. You're going to be a rich boy. I saw what you wanted me to sell. If I wasn't such an upright merchant, I would have hoped you would have what? Li Xinyu shot the ranting Wang Xiaoling a look to stop her from talking. Still, William already understood what she was trying to say. He wasn't even mad since he was almost sure that it was a joke, probably. Honestly, even if she meant it, he didn't give a damn. He was just happy that he was back to hear Wang Xiaoling's pettiness. How much do you think it's worth, Sister Xiaoling? William winced at the scratchiness of his voice. If I sell it individually, I could easily get 8,000 gold, maybe even more. Wang Xiaoling was in her element, her eyes revealing the piles of coins she was expecting. That's good, William chuckled as he tried to relax. He closed his eyes and muttered, really good. We'll leave you to rest, Wei Liang, Li Xinyu said after a pause. Come on, merchant girl. Merchant girl, Wang Xiaoling yelped, respect your elders. William opened his eyes in a snap after they left the room, realizing something terrifying. The laugh that escaped William's lips was filled with relief, happy that his soul damage hadn't regressed into something worse. By all rights, it should have after what he had gone through, but maybe Taoist Chen did some old monster things and prevented it. What is it that amuses you? William looked away from the status screen to see Lan Yin and Huang Jingyi walking toward the bed. Speaking of which, he wasn't sure why he was still lying down. He felt perfectly fine, though some phantom pain still ran through his body from the memory. No need to get up, Junior Liang, Huang Jingyi said with concern. It might be best to relax for a few days. No, it's all right. William shook his head as he got on his feet. I'm not sure what happened, but it already passed. Very well, Huang Jingyi sighed. We were unable to detect any issues either. Elder Huang, Lan Yin said as she scrutinized William closely. Could you check again, just to be sure? Huang Jingyi nodded, moving closer to check his vitals. It took less than a minute for it to finish. Perfectly fine, Huang Jingyi announced. Though there is an injury, I suspect it's from something else. Yes, Elder Huang, William confirmed. That's from when I was cultivating. We can get that healed today, Huang Jingyi nodded, but like I said, perfect health other than that. Good, Lan Yin sighed with relief. Thankfully, you recovered before I had to leave. Leave. William frowned. Are you returning to the garden, Senior Sister Yin? Correct, but my brother will arrive to replace me in a week. You can go to him if you need anything. He's also your senior brother, so don't be shy. And if he doesn't treat you right, tell me and I'll make it right. William blinked at the word vomit before nodding with a smile. Lan Yin might have seemed like the ice beauty type of cultivator at the start, but she was rather warm once she decided you were worth talking to. That reminds me, Huang Jingyi interjected. If Junior Liang feels up to it, why don't you show him the qi refining rooms in the city? Of course, Lan Yin nodded. Junior brother, shall we go now? William didn't want to since he doubted he would spend much time cultivating with the tiny reward it gave him, but it would be suspicious if he didn't, though he supposed that could be a place where he learned his martial skills. After returning to that place where all he had to accompany him were his own thoughts, William was convinced that leveling would be the only thing that could help him with never having to return. His only goal should be to completely rid himself of the soul damage. Who knew what other hidden limitations it put on him? If his fate was to die, he didn't want to, as Taoist Chen said, overachieve to death. That would likely top his embarrassing end by elevator. I'm ready, senior sister. William had seen the palace plenty of times from afar. It was hard to miss it, with how visible it was every time he looked up. However, it quickly became a background decoration over the few weeks he stayed in the city. He supposed a large part of it was the areas he frequented. When William first arrived in this world, he spent most of his time at the Golden Lotus and Jade Healing Clinic, both of which were at the same distance from the palace. His only goal was to gain easy experience points, and there was no need to go anywhere other than the clinic. Well, there was the Phoenix's Nest, the restaurant where Li Xinyu treated him to a meal, but that was even further from the palace than the clinic. so he felt that he deserved a little break when he constantly snuck glances at the breathtaking architecture of the building. Not that Lan Yin gave it to him. You might be the second coming of the sect master. Lan Yin commented as they walked through the packed, narrow streets, though the mortals seemed to instinctively give a wide berth to them. William quickly looked away from the gold glinting on the palace's facade to see Lan Yin staring at him, thoroughly unimpressed. What do you mean, senior sister? William thought being similar to the sect master would be good, not something that would make her frown in distaste. Sect master Guanfeng has a taste for mortal metals. You must tell me, junior brother, if you feel such a desire. I will be able to fix it before it becomes an issue. William quickly nodded, wondering how bad it was for Lan Yin to sound so severe. And what did she mean by the sect master having a taste for the metals? The first thing he thought of was a handsome cultivator eating gold like a delicious cake, but surely that wasn't it, unless there was a cultivation technique that required him to do so. Either way, William could confidently assure Lan Yin that she didn't need to worry. I don't have a great desire for gold, senior sister. It was the palace as a whole that interested me. It must have taken decades for them to build this. Lan Yin laughed, making some mortals around them stare, and said, for something like this, it is simply a building made of mortal materials. If the palace was constructed by mortals, then it might have taken that long, but the imperial family has plenty of cultivators whose sole reason to exist is to construct residences for the family. If I remember correctly, this one was built within a year. William goggled at Lan Yin before gaping at the enormous palace with an even greater shock. He couldn't imagine the wealth and power the imperial family held to have cultivators dedicated to such a task. Don't be so surprised, Lan Yin continues, our sect has the same resources, but wouldn't it be a waste of talent? William asked the obvious, wondering why a sect with a selective process wasted manpower. What talent do you speak of? Lan Yin asked blankly. It's impossible to truly know most disciples' latent talent until the foundation establishment realm. For the ones that break into that realm, the sect deems their talent sufficient to invest in. As for those stuck at the bottleneck, they must work in other ways to pay off their debt to the sect. Like the managers at the garden, William immediately thought of Xiao Jun, who was at level 99 yet utterly subservient to him because he had Lan Yin's attention. It hadn't even mattered that he had been immortal then. Correct, Lan Yin nodded slightly with a small smile. That is one option they can choose. That was smart. William supposed that was better than kicking out the disciples that failed for whatever reason, and it was honestly comforting that the sect gave failed disciples such cushy positions. However, it did seem like it might come with stripped dignity, with how Xiaojun constantly bowed to him, but that could be more of a personal issue rather than a sect mandate. Thinking of Xiaojun made William wonder about something he had been curious about for some time. While the garden was impressively large, it still didn't seem enough for the sect to do what Lan Yin claimed it did. Senior sister, you mentioned that the sect provides pills to the empire and the kingdoms surrounding it, but the garden doesn't seem large enough for such demand. Do we have other farmland? William blinked when Lan Yin patted his head as an apparent reward. With a bright smile, she said, clever, you're right. While we can cover a quarter of the demand with the garden, the rest of the spirit plants are sourced from the imperial family. He fell silent as he slowly understood why the imperial family allowed the sect to sell to the neighboring states. They could stop the flow anytime they wished by cutting off the sect's access to the spirit plants. He thought it was a brilliant act of allowing independence while keeping firm control where needed. William shook his head. It was interesting to know, but he was currently a useless cultivator. He didn't need to consider the dynamics between his sect and the empire. What he needed to do was learn martial skills so he could complete the mission and get some experience points. Anything more was out of his control. I should remind you that using qi within the city walls is strictly forbidden unless given prior approval, Lan Yin stated suddenly as they turned from the main street. This includes using it for running, so don't be impatient, junior brother. He wasn't sure why Lan Yin said that, but he nodded in acceptance. So your sister Yin's junior brother. William was taken aback by the familiar way the man who appeared out of nowhere addressed Lan Yin. He half expected her to immediately cut the man down for being presumptuous. Prince Yuan, Lan Yin gave a stiff nod, a little early in the day to visit a brothel. That got William's attention. He looked behind the so-called prince to see an opulent mansion that looked like a residence to a wealthy family, if not for the women peering out the windows at the prince as if it would lure him back inside. It's never too early. Prince Yuan laughed loudly, causing titters to leave the lips of the women watching. I am far too active for the time of day to matter, Sister Yin. Perhaps I can show you what I mean. This was it, the point where William expected the prince to lose his head. It was disappointing that the first young master he met would already die. Still, now that he knew they existed, there would be chances in the future to gain some benefits. After all, weren't young masters supposed to be great stepping stones? Before this one died, he quickly looked at this Prince Yuan with the system. Name, Prince Yuan level 10. I will have to decline, Prince Yuan, Lan Yin replied calmly. Perhaps the multitude of women behind you will be enough to satisfy you. It took all of William's willpower to stop himself from gaping in shock at how respectful Lan Yin still was when she spoke to Prince Yuan. Was the status so great that she couldn't do anything about it? As far as he knew, imperial families, such as the one ruling the Tianxia Empire, could populate small cities with the princes they had, so a cultivator was generally of higher status. One day, I'll convince you into my bed, Sister Yin, Prince Yuan said with conviction while blatantly running his gaze over Lan Yin's body. It was so over the top that it made William have to hold back a shudder of disgust. However, that didn't stop him from using Observe. The skill Observe is not available on Target. The skill Detailed Observe is not available on Target. Sister Yin's junior brother, if you ever want to taste life's best pleasures, mention my name when you visit the 1,000 Petals. I will pay for everything. Prince Yuan laughed boisterously before wandering back inside with a careless wave of his hand. Come, junior brother, Lan Yin commanded tersely. Let's not wait for him to change his mind. William matched Lan Yin's faster walking speed as he wondered why his Observe failed. When they were far enough from the brothel, he asked, "Why did you let him be so disrespectful, senior sister? He is the genius of the imperial family," Lan Yin ground out. At only 18 years of age, he has reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The Lecher has low-level cultivators feeding him information about where I am whenever I visit this city. Why else would he be in the brothel so early? William could practically feel the hatred emanating from Lan Yin and figured it was best to stay silent while nodding in agreement, but he wasn't too focused on that. He was stuck on her comment about Prince Yuan being in Foundation establishment. That was impossible at level 10. There were some explanations for what William saw. The system was malfunctioning, there were things that could confuse the system, or Prince Yuan was somehow pulling off a con. All three of those possibilities were concerning, though, at a regressing scale. "We're here," Lan Yin announced as they moved from the busy street packed with mortals to one that seemed exponentially calmer. A few people were watching them closely, seemingly situated like guards, and they were all cultivators of a higher realm. William could still see the crowd of mortals going about their daily lives, but none of the sounds reached him. He tried to find what could be blocking the noise as he walked with Lan Yin to an old woman who was dozing off on a chair inside a wooden structure that was barely big enough for her. Name, Li Meiying level. Seeing grassy land in the middle of a city was jarring, causing it to stick out like a sore thumb when surrounded by opulent buildings. "Greetings, Senior Li," Lan Yin said as she reached into her robes to pull out a familiar card made out of red jade. The old woman blinked her eyes open tiredly to see the pass before lazily pointing her finger up, making an opening in the ground. William blinked rapidly at the burst of light before shutting off the system's auto-reveal to avoid the blue text from irritating his eyes. He had already done that for mortals but hadn't needed to for cultivators since he had never seen them packed into such tight spaces. If he had to guess, he would say around 100 people were in the chamber. Lan Yin glided through the crowd, nodding at a few people here and there before reaching what seemed to be a reception. "My junior brother would like to rent a room. Wei Liang, how long do you want to cultivate? Name, Zhang Xunlong level. Is it possible to practice my martial skills instead?" William asked hopefully, getting strange looks from Lan Yin and the man behind the counter, Zhang Xunlong. "Are you sure?" Lan Yin asked. "The cultivation rooms here are equivalent to what our sect offers for outer court disciples." That reinforced his decision. William had zero interest in cultivation when the room was at that level. Learning one of the martial skills he had picked would equal 500 hours of cultivation. "I'm sure, senior sister." "Very well," Lan Yin nodded, before addressing the man who continued to stare at William in confusion. "Do you have a room with an illusionary array available?" Of course, Zhang Xunlong sounded as if the question shouldn't even be asked. However, this little brother should reconsider. Martial skills are not at all important this early in your cultivation. "I didn't ask for you to give my junior brother a lecture," Lan Yin warned with narrowed eyes. Zhang Xunlong immediately lowered his eyes in acquiescence before stepping out from behind the counter to lead them to the room. "The next time you want to visit, you can use your sect pass to gain free entry, along with the pick of the room you may want. I can pick whichever one I want," William repeated, more than a little surprised. "How long can I use them?" "As long as the chi inside that room is sufficient for your needs," Lan Yin gave him a slight smirk. "There are plenty of benefits you will find for being a member of our sect, junior brother." William wondered if prospective disciples were given a brochure of these benefits or if it was simply a known fact. If it was the former, he needed to get one as soon as possible, but it was likely the latter. With the massive scale of the Jade Healing Sect's operations, it would be hard not to know of them. "Here we are," Zhang Xunlong spoke for the first time since Lan Yin told him off. "Little brother, this room had enough chi to power the array for 8 hours. That's not necessary." Zhang Xunlong said nervously while glancing at Lan Yin. If you have anything you require, I'll be at your service. William gave a questioning look to Lanyan when the man practically ran away after showing them the room. Ignore him, Lanyan sneered. The last time he gave out advice, he caused multiple young cultivators to have chi deviations, and 2 were permanently crippled. He's bad luck. The only reason he still dares to work here is the family behind him. This was where William should scoff and put it aside as superstition, but there's something that could literally quantify his luck. Luck 3024. Good. Lanyan patted his head again, making him wonder if this was going to be common before she continued. Now, which martial skill do you want to learn first? William blinked as he followed Lanyan into the room. It was as sparse can be, with no decorations whatsoever other than the array that covered the entire floor. You're going to help. Of course, Lanyan was matter-of-fact. It'll be my gift to you before I leave. My brother won't be there to protect you on the mission, so I would feel reassured that you can protect yourself. The more time William spent with Lanyan, the more he liked her. Of course, that required him to disregard what happened before he joined the Sentinel path. While she seemed to view mortals as little more than annoyances, that certainly didn't apply to him, not with the effort she was making to ensure his well-being. Thunderous palm, William said with a smile. I want to learn that first. Good. Lanyan shut the door and stood outside the array. Stand in the center. The array will activate automatically once you're in place. It will seem like you have been transported to another area, but don't panic. I'll be able to guide you with my voice. William did as Lanyan told. The array immediately lit up, drawing the chi required from the stones powering it before he got an alert. External force is affecting user's mind. That was the last message William saw before the bland room disappeared to be replaced by an elevated stage with a faceless man standing at the other end. The array provides a target to test your skills on. You can set the level as high as the 9th level of Chi Gathering Realm. William thought it was strange that Lanyan's voice sounded like it was coming from the illusionary sky, but it worked well enough. So do I just start? I assume you have the steps of the skill memorized. It is fairly simple. I do, William confirmed. There really wasn't much to the skill other than the ability to instantly shift his chi to his palm right at the moment of attack. Good, focus your chi to your palm, but do not attack. William nodded to himself and closed his eyes, grasping the energy slowly circulating through his meridians. A significant advantage he had found about his cultivation technique was the ease at which he could command his chi. The fact that it was all concentrated into his lung meridian seemed to be helping with that greatly. Very good, junior brother. Lanyan praised. There is a consistent flow of chi focused in your palm. That level of control will help you greatly with more complex skills. Now attack. With a rough grunt, William thrust his palm forward, releasing the gathered chi in an explosive burst, or at least that was his intention. 5 spiritual energy, 25 HP. He yelped in pain as the chi was expelled in areas other than his palm. A close look at his hand showed no damage, but that was only on the surface. It was likely the damage was underneath. That was a good first try, junior brother. Your chi was a little volatile at the moment of the attack, but you almost have it. Try again. His arm felt like it was on fire, but after the pain William had learned to push through, it was nothing. He commanded his chi and prepared to attack. Once more, William thrust his hand forward with his palm open. He maintained his chi at the level approved by Lanyan to ensure the desired outcome was achieved. The air in front of his palm shimmered as a small explosion was heard from his palm, with slight wisps of chi slowly leaving his hand like steam. 5 spiritual energy. Side quest completed. Learn the martial skill Thunderous Palm, plus 500 XP. Cultivation info added martial skills. William blinked in shock, unable to believe this was all it had taken. With the skill only having a 20% compatibility, he imagined that learning it would be a long and painful grind. That's odd. You have clearly learned it, but the attack is so weak. William heard Lanyan's muttering and instantly understood what that compatibility meant. It wouldn't stop him from learning a martial skill, but it would be horribly underpowered. However, he had to admit his attack seemed plenty powerful in his eyes. It didn't matter in the end. The 3 skills William picked will have to do until he could get something that fits him better. Senior sister, could you help me with the other 2 as well? 5 spiritual energy. Side quest completed. Learn the martial skill Earth Shaking Stomp, plus 500 XP. Level up. 5 stat points added. William grinned widely as the ground rumbled, cracks spreading from where he stomped his foot from successfully using Earth Shaking Stomp. After he learned Thunderous Palm, the following 2 skills were ridiculously easy to learn. It certainly helped that all the steps were the same except where he had to direct the chi, and William could do that with hardly any effort. Of course, this time, he made sure to keep the level of his chi stable to avoid any backlash. You're a natural, junior brother. Lanyan sounded proud at his relatively minor achievement. Now, why don't you try a few attacks on the target the array provided? I sense that you still have some spiritual energy to spare. Lanyan was right about that. William eyed that part of his status screen. Spiritual energy, 10/30/20 per hour. Every skill taking 5 spiritual energy, when William used them, gave him 2 more attacks. Of course, he received the 5 extra stat points for leveling up, but he had no intention of adding them to his spirit carelessly. He had already made that mistake before, and it was too soon to repeat it. Besides, how was he supposed to explain to Lan Yin how his spiritual energy surged in capacity seemingly without reason? If you can catch an enemy by surprise, an attack to a vital point of the body will be fatal as long as the enemy is in the same realm. Set the target to the peak of the first chi gathering realm and aim for the back of the head. Let's see how effective your martial skills are. Yes, senior sister. William nodded as the faceless man provided by the array slowly turned around to face away from him, so I won't be attacked in retaliation. I don't think I can fight somebody at that level. The array can only provide a target to test your attack's strength. Fighting experience is far beyond its capabilities. William nodded at the reassurance from Lan Yin's disembodied voice. It felt odd walking up to the target casually as he prepared to attack it with full force, especially since the target didn't seem any different from an ordinary person from the back. The comfort of seeing the faceless head couldn't apply since, well, the target wasn't facing him. When he was within range, William circulated his chi and focused it in his palm, immediately recognizing a problem. If this was actual combat, no enemy would wait patiently for him to prepare to focus his chi so he could attack. It would have to be near instantaneous instead of the second or so wait it currently took. 5 spiritual energy, 25 HP. William flinched at the sharp pain as his palm landed on the back of the target's head, making it stumble forward like a dazed human before standing straight again with no visible damage. That made sense since he most likely damaged himself more when he lost his concentration the moment his palm touched the target's head, causing his chi to destabilize. Again, junior brother, Lan Yin commanded. William nodded firmly and readied the attack again. It was disappointing that something like his palm meeting its target could destabilize his chi, but repetition was key. It would be the foundation for more complex moves he would learn in the future. He grunted as he thrust his palm toward the target's head the second time. 5 spiritual energy. This time there was no self-harm and the attack was successful. Too successful. William sputtered in shock as his face was showered with blood and what felt like brain matter. He wiped his eyes to clear away the blood, blocking his vision to see a headless target collapse on the ground. It was a gruesome sight that he hadn't expected. Excellent, junior brother. Lan Yin's cheery voice broke William's shock. While I suspect this skill is not suited to you, it can still adequately protect you on the mission. William nodded with a blank expression as he wondered if it was worrying he didn't feel anything other than disgust at what just happened. Sure, he killed 2 bandits, but that was self-defense. He had also massacred countless skyhares, but they were little shits that deserved to be ground into oblivion. This felt like it should be different. It was an eerie analog to a person, and he had sneak attacked it and quite literally blew its head off. The only explanation William could give himself was that it wasn't an actual person, which was why he didn't feel anything. I think you're out of spiritual energy, Lan Yin commented, unless you think you can try one more attack. No, I'm done, William confirmed as he wiped away the blood on his face. A pointless act since everything disappeared when the array was deactivated. He saw Lan Yin smile at him in amusement at his actions. Let's head back to the clinic. Lan Yin beckoned him as she made to leave the room. You'll need to be healed before anything else. William followed her out and saw Zhang Chunlong waiting for them. I hope everything was satisfactory, Sentinel Lan. Lan Yin hummed and said, save that room for my junior brother. He should be able to make use of it whenever he wishes. Of course, Zhang Chunlong bowed so deeply that William thought his forehead might touch the floor. It once again brought up the question of Lan Yin's status. While she mentioned that Zhang Chunlong wasn't well liked, that wasn't enough reason to show such subservience. Then again, if Lan Yin's status was that high, why did that Prince Yuan show no respect toward her? In fact, he could even say that the prince humiliated her without consequence. Lan Yin waved him off and guided William to the exit, though he noticed that multiple people wanted to greet her and were rejected with a slight shake of her head. After they walked past the old woman still dozing off on the chair, William asked, we can stay longer, senior sister. I noticed that your friends wanted to speak with you. Friends, Lan Yin scoffed, they are opportunists, nothing else. We are not mortals to make such easy friends. Oh, William fell silent, not knowing what to say to that. He noticed they were taking the same path they arrived in, meaning they would soon pass the brothel where Prince Yuan undoubtedly waited. He looked at Lan Yin strangely and wondered if she secretly liked him. Rid yourself of such thoughts, Lan Yin said sharply at the blatant question on William's face, avoiding that path is weakness. And why must I be scared of such a small prince? As you say, senior sister, William placated, though that sounded more of an admission to him than anything. The reasoning didn't make much sense otherwise. With a slight shrug, he checked his status screen. Traits, soul damage minor 19 attribute reduction. Main quests perfect your soul. Reach level 100 to enable the system to upgrade your soul to the peak state. Side quests 5 1. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week repeatable 2. Help Wang Xiaoling sell spirit fruits 3. Mission, investigating strange occurrences. It had been a while since he had paid attention to his full status screen since it was becoming a little unwieldy, but he saw something that made his lips twitch in irritation. He had completely forgotten about the side quest he had gotten for selling Wang Xiaoling's spirit fruits. It was understandable on his part, since he had pretty much died from foolishly being too much of a genius for his own good. Still, there was no way Wang Xiaoling would have forgotten about it. That miser remembered every copper she earned, so how could she possibly forget? It was more likely that she was hoping it had slipped his mind so she could save a few silver. William was almost tempted to take back his deal with her to sell the spirit fruits from the garden. Is Wang Xiaoling still at the clinic? Who? Lanyan asked distractedly as she glared at the 1,000 petals the brothel Prince Yuan was visiting. The girl that was with Sister Li, William added as he joined Lan Yin in eyeing the brothel. Surprisingly, there were no signs of anyone exiting to block them like the first time. The mortal girl, Lan Yin huffed as they turned onto the packed main street. How should I know? William supposed it was a stupid question to ask her. He would find out soon anyway. Watch it, William hissed through his teeth when Renbo carelessly poked him with a needle. I swear you're doing this on purpose. Brother Wei, you're making me feel sad, Renbo stated flatly as he continued his work like nothing happened. Whatever happened between Renbo and Elder, you apparently ticked off the boy enough for him to take his frustration out on William. Not that he could prove it. William had to admit that Renbo's mistakes were no more than what he experienced in the outer courts clinic. However, that didn't mean there wasn't suspicion niggling in the back of his mind. Plus 50 HP. William felt more of the lingering pain that came from his training disappear. Huang Jingyi had offered to let him heal with a vitality pill, but he had become wary of taking unnecessary pills. Sure, it might not be an issue currently, but it would be impossible to tell when he would be desperate to take another. And he did not want that desperate action to affect him negatively by giving him another addict trait. Since there was no need to heal quickly, William asked for a slower way, which brought him to this situation. Almost done, Brother Wei, Renbo said as he concentrated on guiding William's chi to the areas that were damaged. It was a fascinating way to heal someone, and apparently it was not at all common, at least from Li Xinyu's words before she left them alone. Plus 25 HP. There we are, Renbo exclaimed brightly as he pulled away with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You're fully healed. Health, 1,000. He cut himself off with a hiss when Renbo abruptly started to pull the needles from his body. This, he knew, was on purpose. When he first arrived at the sect, this was the step that Renbo had no issues performing smoothly, but suddenly it caused pain during the removal. No, this was too obviously intentional. Brother Wei, Renbo said with narrowed eyes, why must you treat me so coldly? We are of the same sect, call me Brother Ren. My mistake, Brother Ren, William acquiesced readily, relaxing when Renbo started to remove the needles without causing pain. So when are we heading out of the city? Renbo asked when he was finished. William got out of bed and draped his robes over his shoulders while contemplating the answer. Although he couldn't provide an exact time frame, he could estimate how long it would take him to learn the martial skills to a level he would be satisfied with. One thing was for sure. He had no intention of leaving the city before he fixed the issue with focusing his chi. Unless it was possible to attack without waiting like an idiot for a second, it would likely be suicide. How about a week, Brother Ren? William asked after some thought, unless you prefer sometime later. A week is fine. Renbo shook his head. I wanted to know how long I have with Goddess Li before we have to do that stupid thing. William stared at Renbo blankly before sighing in resignation. At least this new obsession wasn't as suicidal as getting attached to Elder Yu, unless it was even worse. William assumed that Elder Yu wouldn't be so quick to harm a promising member of the sect. Unlike the cold elder, he distinctly remembered Li Xinyu wanting to kill him due to her assumption of his leering, which had been false in the first place. What would happen with Renbo, who would actually leer at her blatantly and likely interrupt the bookworm as she tried to study? You're hopeless, William patted Renbo on the shoulder. Try not to get in trouble before the mission, Brother Ren. Without bothering to pay attention to his response, William proceeded to exit the room and headed towards the reception area, where he unsurprisingly found Li Xinyu engrossed in her papers. Sister Li, I'll be staying at the Golden Lotus. William skipped the pleasantries, and can you tell Wang Xiaoling to meet me there if she comes back? Sure, Wei Liang, Li Xinyu said distractedly, take care. William gave her a wave that he was confident she didn't notice and walked out of the clinic, wanting to get some privacy to use his stat points. Besides, lingering had no benefit. Lan Yin was busy talking with Huang Jingyi, and Wang Xiaoling had apparently taken half of the spirit fruits stored in the side room and disappeared, claiming that she had a buyer for them. William didn't want to doubt her, but when it involved money, that was his only option. The Golden Lotus would still be the place she roomed in, having nagged the proprietor into lowering the prices, so in case she wanted to avoid him, that would be the place for him to stay. More than the spirit fruits, William wanted to complete that side quest. Anything to get him to level up would now be considered priceless and of top priority. The faster he reached level 100 to rid himself of the soul damage completely, the more peace of mind he would have. With the barest of insight into Tao of perception nearly killing him, there should be something else his soul couldn't handle. How ridiculous would it be that he gained a natural treasure, but died because his damn soul was too weak? Completed. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week, 2 visits, plus 40 XP. Hidden bonus visit the garden, plus 200 XP. Hidden bonus observe the maintenance of spirit plants, plus 400 XP. Hidden bonus access the forbidden zone of the garden, plus 200 XP. Hidden bonus consume 10 spirit plants, plus 400 XP. Hidden bonus consume 30 spirit plants, plus 1000 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. Hidden bonus kill your first spirit beast, plus 100 XP. Hidden bonus kill 10 spirit beasts, plus 400 XP. Hidden bonus kill 30 spirit beasts, plus 1000 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. Hidden bonus gather 200 chi stones worth of spirit plants, plus 2000 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. It took a good second for William's brain to register the boon that had been dropped on his head. With the system alerts becoming a regular occurrence, he had been rather good at skimming over them so quickly that it no longer looked as if he was empty-minded. The massive alerts he had just received reverted him to that dull state. It suddenly made sense why he couldn't trigger a quest while he was at the garden. Everything he did was already being logged under an existing quest, though that fact was more than a little terrifying. If he had chosen to stay in the outer court instead of returning to Xuanjing City, wouldn't that have meant he would have missed out on all the experience points? Speaking of which, he had somehow received enough to level up 3 times. The laugh that escaped him following that thought drew wary looks from the mortals passing by, but he didn't give a damn. It was 3 levels. The best way to assign those stat points would be to dump them into spirit, so he wouldn't be limited to 6 attacks. He could already see the gloriousness of being able to use his martial skills 20 times in a row, causing havoc to his enemies as long as his stamina would be sufficient. Perhaps the wise choice would be to use the spirit fruits to raise his other stats before depleting his unused stat points. His stamina certainly wasn't high enough for William to be happy about it. While strength and agility seemed sufficient, he never had a proper fight with a cultivator to be confident about it. William's mind immediately went to Renbo as a training partner. The boy was the only one that he was comfortable trading blows with, which, on second thought, was stupid. He seemed to have extreme mood swings between sadist healer and bumbling idiot. It wouldn't bode well if that transferred to fighting. With an extra skip in his step, William ignored the confused mortals and happily made his way to the Golden Lotus. While pleased with the multiple surprises, he didn't miss what the last alert really meant. 200 chi stones were worth approximately 20,000 gold, not the 8,000 that Wang Xiaoling claimed she could sell them for. William would let her think he didn't know right till the end. He might not be able to overpower her for some reason, but he would be able to enjoy the despair on her face as she handed over the gold she thought of as hers. William woke to a familiar ceiling, only this time he hadn't soaked the mattress in sweat from a horrible dream. His sleep was extremely pleasant, all things considered. After all, he wavered on his decision to allocate the stat points to his spirit attribute until he dozed off from his internal debate. Perhaps that was an exaggeration, as he was primarily waiting for any indication of Wang Xiaoling's return, but when Wu Chang failed to notify him, he abandoned that and went to sleep, deciding to deal with the stat points in the morning. He wasn't about to increase his chi when he wasn't in his peak mental state since sleep weighed on him. However, that was no longer a problem. Spirit 8-6. Points 20. From the alert he had gotten back when he had raised his spirit to 5, it seemed that his soul damage effect was lessened by his natural attribute, not by the number after the reduction. It made him want to smack himself in the face since the decision he uselessly hesitated on was whether he should increase his spirit to 15 or 20. The answer was stupidly simple. Increase it to 15 for now, then assign more points when he was satisfied with the other attributes. William threw the blanket off his body, reluctantly got out of the comfortable bed, and sat on the hard floor. He wanted the stability the floor could give him, so there would be no distractions when he was circulating the additional chi that would be available to him. Plus 7 Spirit. Trait modified soul damage minor, 17, attribute reduction. He immediately closed his eyes and started to take deep, steady breaths as he commanded the newly available chi to flow through his meridians, letting his body get acclimated to the change before concentrating it into his lung meridian. It was a slow process, but at least there was no repeat of William having to cough out blood due to poor planning. By the time the last drop of chi had entered his lung meridian, circulating the energy had almost become as simple as breathing. It made him realize that while cultivating might not give him the benefits that most other cultivators get, it was still greatly helpful in achieving instantaneous command over his chi. After all, that was his goal before leaving Xuanjing City. Modified spiritual energy, 60-60-20 per hour. William exhaled slowly and opened his eyes, grinning at his accomplishment, no matter how minor it seemed. It was still unbelievable to him that he was a cultivator. He stood up and pulled his status screen in front of his vision. William's smile grew even wider when he noticed the additional change. The decreased effect of his soul damage caused his luck to change from 24 to 25. Again, it was a minor accomplishment, but it felt like he got a free point added to him. Quickly threw on his robes and left the room, heading directly to the reception where Wu Chang was waiting. "Good morning." Wu Chang bowed deeply. "How may I help, esteemed cultivator?" William's happy mood faltered slightly before he forced it back up. Wu Chang acted far too servile to be comfortable when he saw his sect robes. He even tried to waive the meager cost of the room, at which point William shoved a silver into his hands before leaving for the room. "Did Wang Xiaoling return last night?" "No, she didn't." Wu Chang bowed deeper. "I apologize, esteemed cultivator." William's lips twitched at how Wu Chang was scared to even look at him for too long. With a resigned sigh, he said, "All right, let her know I'll be at the Jade Healing Clinic if she comes back. As you command." William had to resist making the man stand up straight, but was scared he might cause him to die of shock. He could only assume that Wu Chang had terrible experiences with cultivators in the past. With a slight shake of his head, William exited the Golden Lotus before making his way to the clinic. With plenty of spiritual energy available, he wanted to try and spar with Renbo if possible. If not, he would head to the chi refining rooms and practice his martial skills by himself until he was satisfied. Or that was the plan until he had to move himself to the side of the street, following the actions of all the mortals surrounding him as a horse-drawn carriage dangerously sped through the newly formed space. William clenched his fist at the arrogance of the carriage owner. Still, he stayed in place, observing that it was just slow enough for nobody to get seriously injured. He saw plenty of mortals cry in pain at sprained ankles from moving too quickly, but it was all something a few days of rest would cure. Just when he was about to ignore the senseless commotion, the carriage came to a screeching halt, as if that made any sense without brakes. He frowned when the mortals started whispering nervously and backed away, as if more afraid of what would happen than when the carriage looked like it would run them over. The driver had hopped down from his seat and opened the door before moving aside, letting the person inside step out. For the first time since William had come to this world, he had a reaction. Every female cultivator he had laid eyes on seemed to be unbelievably attractive, with Elder Yu at the top of that list. Still, none of them made him fidget on the spot nervously. Sure, he was stunned by their beauty, but they weren't trying to flaunt it by dressing to highlight their bodies. The woman that stepped out of the carriage was. She was wearing a traditional cultivator's robe, but it showed far more bare skin than he had seen with anyone in the Jade Healing sect. It was fitted to hug her slender figure, as if it would be a crime not to display the assets she possessed. While it was dangerously provocative, it didn't go to the extent of the women William had seen in the brothel, which somehow made it worse. He saw her looking around at the crowd before moving in his direction. Even her walk was alluring if that was at all possible. The intricate embroidery on her black silk robes came to life with her every step. It exuded elegance and purpose, and despite all of these attractive physical features and mannerisms, what William paid attention to the most was the underlying strength in her aura. Name Mei Lingxi level. All of the gaping took place in less than the span of a second, which he hoped would be drowned out by the drooling mortals around him. He had no idea why this woman had stopped in the middle of a packed street and put on a fashion show, but he didn't want to gain her attention. William saw Mei Lingxi stop a short distance away from her carriage and talk to a child that seemed to be crying. She smiled as she handed the child something, but he was more interested in the mortals that started to move again, seemingly broken from their daze, once they could no longer see Mei Lingxi's face clearly. He discreetly put himself in the middle of the growing crowd and patiently matched their pace. Perhaps it was too cautious of him to act like this, especially since the woman only stopped to comfort a kid for some reason. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. William was confident that he had been unreasonably lucky with finding cultivators that seemed to be on the saner side of the spectrum, but it was only a matter of time before he was confronted by some lunatic. Prince Yuan was an example, though that man was more interested in Lan Yin than him. However, if one Prince Yuan existed, there must be countless more like him in the empire, let alone the world. And while William might have been happy that young masters existed due to the fact that they were legendary stepping stones on the road of cultivation, it didn't mean he wanted to meet one right now. William was about to breathe easy when he was about to escape, but he should have known better. Stop. That word was said in a gentle tone rather than a yell or anything uncouth. But it still felt like it was right next to William's ear. The group of mortals around him instantly came to a halt, forcing him to follow unless he wished to trample the mortals under his feet. Little brother Wei, I halted my trip for you. Why don't I take you to your destination in my carriage? William knew it. He knew she was trouble. He should have bolted the moment he saw the question mark where her level should be. As if commanded by a higher power, which he supposed Mei Lingxi was, the crowd of mortals that was keeping him hidden from sight parted. William's lips twitched into a smile as he met almond-shaped eyes, which were surprisingly a bright violet, making it all the more unnerving. Little brother Wei, Mei Lingxi smiled gently and beckoned for him. William was hoping to stall and hope for someone from the Jade Healing Clinic to arrive and save him from having put himself in unknown hands, but the almost imperceptible narrowing of Mei Lingxi's eyes hinted at knowing exactly what his thoughts were. That unglued his feet, and he started to walk as slowly as acceptable, which wasn't slow at all because he was no longer a mortal when it would be reasonable to drag his feet. William wished he still had Taoist Chen's mark. Senior William bowed when he was a few arms' lengths away from Mei Lingxi, unwilling to look at her because she was even more distracting up close. He didn't dare test his discipline on this unknown woman. No need for such formality, little brother Wei, Mei Lingxi chuckled. You may call me Sister Lingxi. After all, we will be quite familiar with each other. We will, William asked in confusion, something Mei Lingxi ignored. Come, let's not disrupt the street any more than we have already. William blinked at her wording, wondering when he had become party to what she had done. Still, he followed her into the carriage, but not before giving a last look toward the direction of the Jade Healing Clinic, hoping somebody was on the way. Nobody was. That was why he was sitting on the plush cushion inside the richly decorated carriage while trying to avoid Mei Lingxi's amused look. I don't bite, Mei Lingxi reassured gently. You are Sentinel Lan's junior brother. If anything, I should be the one cowering, not you, senior sister. William latched onto the person that seemed to have more power than he thought. You know her. Of course, Mei Lingxi nodded with a smile. It would be shameful if I did not know my master's future wife. All the thought processes that William possessed halted in their tracks. Was this the start of some plot that was at the beginning of every cultivation novel? Lan Yin was obviously outstanding in the Jade Healing sect, so that should mean that her fiancé would be a waste if he was the protagonist. Who's your master? William asked curiously, shivering when Mei Lingxi's eyes sharpened momentarily. Prince Yuan, of course. He wasn't sure what to think about that answer. It should have been evident that Mei Lingxi's master would be extraordinary since she herself was outstanding. Still, he didn't think it would be a prince, especially that. Prince, this suddenly turned from a standard cultivation romance to something better fitting a struggle for the throne. Or perhaps he was thinking in clichés too much, and it was neither of those. I see, William said slowly, and what does the prince want with me? Want, Mei Lingxi asked, as if amused that word left his lips. My master doesn't want anything, little brother. That was his question to you. Since you are Sentinel Lan's junior brother, you may choose 3 treasures from Xuanjing City's treasure pavilion. 3 treasures. William repeated in surprise before quickly stamping down his greed. Prince Yuan is generous, but I can't accept until I let my senior sister know. Sensible, Mei Lingxi nodded. You can ask Sentinel Lan right now. William looked at her in confusion before he heard the horses whinny loudly as the carriage abruptly stopped. He saw Mei Lingxi smirk before she leaned toward the door and pushed it open. Mei Lingxi, if there was ever a time to cry tears of relief, this would have been it. Luckily, William didn't shame himself and simply stared at the glorious arrival of Lan Yin with gratitude. Sentinel Lan, Mei Lingxi motioned to the seat next to William. We were just talking about you. Were you? Lan Yin entered the carriage and closed the door behind her. And here I thought you were planning to steal my junior brother. William was more than happy to make himself as small as possible, letting the two focus on each other. He was feeling much more secure in his safety now that Lan Yin was here as protection. Was it shameful? Who cares? Safety comes first. I was simply giving little brother Wei a ride to the clinic. Sentinel Lan, Mei Lingxi was calm in the face of Lan Yin's glare. Isn't that right? William stiffened when she turned her attention to him. Yes, that's right. Still not willing to call me Sister Lingxi, Mei Lingxi shook her head in amusement before saying to Lan Yin, your junior brother is overly careful. Prince Yuan offered him 3 picks from the treasure pavilion, but he insisted on asking you first. Perhaps he wanted to do the same before addressing me so familiarly. Lan Yin gave William an approving look before replying to Mei Lingxi, as he should. Why is the prince being so generous? You already know this, Sentinel Lan, Mei Lingxi said casually. "It would shame my master if he did not offer this to your junior brother." William observed how Lan Yin scowled, an expression that seemed over the top of the usually well-controlled woman. If he wishes to give such good things to outsiders for a destroyed hope, then so be it, Lan Yin said fiercely. "Junior brother, do you wish to take a look? While the treasures might not be as good as what our sect can offer, those will cost you spirit stones. This will be on Prince Yuan's coin." He tried to see if this was a trick question, but he was no mind reader. With Lan Yin's proclivity to be straightforward, he decided that this was truly an option he was being given. If that was the case, why pass on such an opportunity? "Then I'll take a look, senior sister." "Good." Mei Lingxi smiled widely, however. "I need something from little brother Wei before I take us to the treasure pavilion." If Lan Yin wasn't there with him, William would have flushed a bright red as his mind went to fantasies that a boy his physical age could never imagine. It was the first time since he arrived in this world that he regretted being so young, and it was caused by a smile that Mei Lingxi made effortlessly flirty, something he was sure she didn't even mean to. "Call me Sister Lingxi." William's fantasies died an early, brutal death. He had forgotten that he was adorable to women, nothing else. He realized that he had already gotten friend-zoned numerous times, or was it kid-zoned, whatever it was depressing. He sighed before glancing at Lan Yin and saw she didn't seem to care either way. "Sister Lingxi," William said, feeling like he had been demoted from a kid to a toddler when Mei Lingxi's eyes sparkled at him. "I can see why you treasure him, Sentinel Lan." Mei Lingxi knocked on the wall separating them from the driver and said, "Take us to the treasure pavilion. Side quest added, select 3 treasures compatible with your cultivation technique or martial skills." William glanced at Mei Lingxi and Lan Yin, happy they were more interested in talking to each other tersely, at least on Lan Yin's part, instead of paying attention to him. He looked out the window, pretending to stare at the passing streets while trying to command the system. It might be foolish to do something that has seldom worked, but it didn't exactly cost him anything but a second or two. He first tried to pull up a detailed view of the quest in case there was an explanation of the reward, and to his surprise, there was. Select 3 treasures compatible with your cultivation technique or martial skills. Reward, variable, penalty, none. William had to stop the snort of annoyance from escaping him. He supposed he shouldn't have expected anything more. After he started to actually take in the view out the window, he let himself feel the excitement that should have already been filling him. He would be getting to pick treasures that were valued. Spirit stones. If William was able to make the right choices, it could be the boost needed to get to level 100 as quickly as possible. He thought he had seen what a packed crowd looked like at the market where Wang Xiaoling sold her goods, but clearly he didn't know anything. Even though he could easily overpower any mortal that wasn't a freak like Wang Xiaoling, the thought of leaving the carriage was uncomfortable. Luckily, the chance of Lan Yin or Mei Lingxi joining the rabble was slim to none. William imagined it would cause a tragedy when the mortals couldn't give them enough space to walk untouched. However, William winced in sympathy when the carriage forced itself through the packed crowd, somehow doing so without injuring anyone, though there were plenty of scared faces he could see as the mortals in front of the horses tried to get out of the way. "I never did like coming to this part of the city," Lan Yin muttered before saying with a louder voice, "and I never thought that the prince would make my junior brother go to the treasure pavilion like a mortal. I would have been glad to cover the cost if he couldn't spare a few chi stones for the array." "Sentinel Lan, you slander my master too much." Mei Lingxi sounded disappointed, but William thought she looked amused like always. "Little brother Wei has been secluding himself to a small part of Chuanjing City, and my master only thought he would prefer to see the sights. After all, the treasure pavilion is located at the intersection of Silk Road and Phoenix Street, the busiest part of our city." William had to agree that it was an experience to see it, though with how Lin Yin scoffed disdainfully, he guessed she had other thoughts. "I am but my master's humble servant." Mei Lingxi bowed slightly before standing up just as the carriage came to a stop. "Put aside your doubts, Sentinel Lan. This day is for your junior brother, not old grudges." William felt that it was unfair that they didn't give the context of what they were talking about, but at least it helped him get more of an understanding of Prince Yuan. He was clearly more than the careless philanderer that he showed himself as, and it was making it likely that he was no conman. William could only hope that meant there were ways to block the system from showing accurate stats after using Observe. He followed Lan Yin and Mei Lingxi out of the carriage, looking at the luxurious space with plenty of standing room compared to the roiling mass of mortals walking in every which way outside the gates. "Welcome to the treasure pavilion, little brother Wei." Mei Lingxi took William out of his distraction, bringing his attention to the building itself. It had the traditional design of sweeping curved roofs adorned with the golden tiles that he suspected were mandatory to show off wealth with how common it was around the city. But what set apart the treasure pavilion from the others was what was on the walls. They were embellished with stunning, beautiful murals depicting vast landscapes, immortal cultivators, and legendary treasures birthed into the world. At least, that was what William understood them as. It's amazing, William couldn't help but say aloud, much to Mei Lingxi's delight and Lan Yin's annoyance. Don't believe the boastful murals, Lan Yin commented. If the treasure pavilion has something so precious, venerable spirit-severing seniors will fight each other to claim it. Ignore your senior sister. This is simply a good decoration, nothing else, Mei Lingxi said with a chuckle. She nodded at a greeter before motioning them to follow her. William walked up the stone steps, glancing at the statues decorating either side, trying to figure out which creature they were based on. It vaguely looked like a dragon, only if it was the ugliest one in existence. There was a thought that it was simply a poorly carved statue, but with the wealth this treasure pavilion apparently had, that was extremely unlikely. Mei Lingxi nodded at the men guarding the doors as they opened them for her. She led them into the building before turning around to face them a few meters past the entrance. You may pick whatever you wish inside this building, little brother Wei. William nodded wide-eyed as he looked around the main floor in wonder. If he thought the exterior of the building was stunning, it was nothing compared to what he was seeing now. The spacious hall was occasionally adorned with towering pillars that brought to attention the sheer height of the ceiling, where ornate chandeliers were evenly spaced. Just like the exterior, the walls were decorated with images of treasures, though instead of murals, they were on tapestries. William could see a few dozen or so people talking to attendants, and after a quick check with the system, he confirmed that they were all cultivators in varying stages, though most of them seemed to have a question mark for their level, which meant they were above the chi-gathering realm. Unlike the murals outside, what you see on the walls here is all available for sale, Mei Lingxi said as she walked closer to them. I'll be taking care of little brother Wei today, so feel free to ask me any questions you have. You, Lan Yin asked with suspicion, since when do you lower yourself to act as a shop attendant? It's my honor to do so for little brother Wei, Mei Lingxi said innocently, especially when you are going to be otherwise occupied. Occupied, Lan Yin repeated in confusion. Sister Yin, William recognized that voice. He turned in the direction where he heard it and saw Prince Yuan walking toward them with a broad smile, and Sister Yin's junior brother. Welcome to the treasure pavilion. Prince Yuan, Lan Yin said stiffly, so this is why you were so generous to my junior brother. Perhaps Prince Yuan admitted shamelessly, if you feel the exchange isn't worth the cost, then the exit is right there. When Lan Yin looked at William, he shrugged, telling her silently that he didn't mind either way. The few seconds it took for Lan Yin to make her decision felt like an era, especially since William had never seen her hesitate with anything so far. Very well, Lan Yin nodded reluctantly. Go with Mei Lingxi and choose the treasures you desire. Excellent, Prince Yuan laughed as he held out a hand to Lan Yin. We have much to discuss. Lan Yin ignored the offered hand and walked past Prince Yuan, though it seemed he didn't care one bit since he winked at William before quickly covering Lan Yin's fast strides. Where would you like to start, little brother Wei? William took his eyes off Lan Yin and Prince Yuan to see Mei Lingxi standing far too close to him, his height putting his eye level right at her ample bust. He flushed a bright red, cursing his body's uncontrollable hormones, before looking up at her amused face. Mei Lingxi knew precisely what she was doing. How about weapons? William suggested with a shaky voice before clearing his throat, maybe swords first. Oh, Mei Lingxi raised an eyebrow. I didn't know you were training to be a sword cultivator. I'm not, but maybe I can find something that fits me. William just wanted something he could use to protect himself on the mission if necessary. Using his fists was working fine so far, but what was he supposed to do if someone started swinging a blade at him? As for the choice of sword, it was the first thing that came to his mind. I see, Mei Lingxi said doubtfully. Very well, we have plenty of time, so it wouldn't hurt to show you the available swords. William had to stop himself from shivering when she gently touched his shoulder to lead him. He was quickly becoming tired of these involuntary reactions to her. Sure, she was stunning, but it was turning into something far too exaggerated. Most of the swords the treasure pavilion possesses are right there. Mei Lingxi pointed across the hall to where a few people were testing the feel of some swords in their hands. But that wasn't what caught William's attention. Sister Lingxi, are those martial skills? William interjected as he stared at the section full of scrolls and manuscripts, with the occasional jade tablet he knew was for the high-tier techniques and skills. They are. Would you like to browse through them first? Mei Lingxi seemed more satisfied with his new choice. Very much so. William didn't hide his eagerness, as he dreamed of getting a martial skill with better compatibility. Nothing, William sighed as he put the jade tablet down. He would have thought this place would have some good stuff, but it was even worse than the library in the outer sect. Most of the manuscripts had compatibility levels of 1%, and the few that didn't were at 0. He didn't even know what that represented. It was tempting to buy one and see if that meant the skill wouldn't work after he learned it, or if he couldn't learn it at all. As for the available jade tablets, they were slightly better than the manuscripts, having compatibility ranging from a few percent to around 5. There was a skill that was defensive in nature that William wanted, but wasting a pick on it would be foolish without looking elsewhere first. As for buying it, that was out of the question. There was no way he could come up with 2 spirit stones. No, Sister Linksy, William sighed, I don't like any of them. What a strange little boy you are, May Linksy said with a shake of her head. Are the martial skills available in your sect that much better? I don't know. William said unsurely, I haven't been there for too long, so I can't say for sure. That, and he wasn't stupid enough to talk about what his sect had to an outsider. He wasn't completely clueless about how things were supposed to work in this world. Talking about the manuals your sect possessed would be near the top of the inadvisable checklist. And even if it wasn't, what if this was some sort of honey trap? May Linksy certainly was attractive enough to be part of one. All right, little brother Wei, May Linksy rubbed his hair affectionately. Let's go look at some swords. William couldn't find it in himself to keep believing the honey trap's suspicion, unless treating him like a silly kid was also a strategy in those. What are you looking for in a sword? May Linksy asked as she waved off some attendants that were standing in the area. William was stumped. He had never touched a sword in his old world, and even when he arrived in the Tangxia Empire, it was spent learning about spirit plants, not what type of swords there were. Do you want it to be lightweight? Maybe have a special element that was imbued during the forging? May Linksy saw the cluelessness on his face and suggested some options with a smile. Element sounds good. William's eyes lit up with excitement, imagining lightning striking his enemy with every swing. Even if that was exaggerated, surely it would activate whenever he clashed against another blade. Little brother Wei, no, let's try this first. May Linksy beckoned a boy that looked a few years older than William. Hand me your sword. Yes, the boy gleefully pulled the sword out of its scabbard and offered it to May Linksy, who took it and did the same to William. Hold the sword and pretend that you are defending yourself. William stared at the hilt before looking at May Linksy's patient expression. He already knew this wouldn't go well for his plan to get a sword. He awkwardly grabbed the hilt, almost dropping the sword in surprise when May Linksy let it go. He didn't expect it to weigh so much, and he especially didn't expect to be barely able to hold on to it even while using both hands. A sword like this will be one of the lightest in the treasure pavilion. Since little brother Wei has just started cultivating, I recommend you find a mortal sword to practice before jumping to something like this. Why yes, Sister Linksy, William agreed with a strained voice until May Linksy nodded at the boy to take back his sword. A puff of air was released from his mouth when he was freed from the ridiculously heavy sword. He watched with envy as the boy effortlessly handled it like it weighed nothing before walking to his previous standing spot. How do you usually fight? Maybe I can recommend something for you. Ah, with my fists, William said awkwardly. I see. May Linksy nodded. Then perhaps it would be best to show you the things that will help with that. It would also add some protection until you learn the right martial skill to protect you naturally. William knew these options existed, but that didn't mean he wanted those to be his first choices. After crushing countless sky hares under his heel and some under his fist, he wanted a weapon to separate him from his future killings. But he won't deny that May Linksy would know better, at least for now. That would be good, Sister Linksy, William agreed, though it was audibly less enthusiastic. Don't get caught up with swords, little brother Wei. May Linksy rubbed his hair again. The manliest of men use their fists to solve all their problems. Why sound so disappointed by that? William blinked at what May Linksy had said, wondering if he had heard right. Maybe her bias made that sentence leave her lips because he certainly disagreed. A cool, spotless swordsman with thousands of dead sky hares around him was much better than a barbarian with more muscles than brains in the same spot, especially since the barbarian would be covered with the guts of those dead sky hares. Still, the words leaving his mouth were completely different from what he was thinking, naturally. Maybe you're right, Sister Linksy. Of course I am. May Linksy smiled sweetly before leading him toward the stairs. The gloves are on the second floor since they aren't as popular. That was another negative point checked off in William's mind for these gloves. Less popular does not mean worse, May Linksy laughed. Why not wait to see what's there before passing judgment? Ah, sorry, William said sheepishly before changing the subject to something he had been wondering since the offer to pick treasures was made. Sister Linksy, does the treasure pavilion have anything like a spatial ring? William had to stop himself from bumping into May Linksy when she stopped climbing the stairs. He looked up to see her staring at him with an incredulous look. Little brother Wei has a lot of appetite. The treasure pavilion does have one spatial ring for sale, but do you think you can own it? Yes, William blurted out immediately before paling in fright as he realized what she implied. I mean, no. May Linksy chuckled before reaching down to ruffle his hair again. Some things are not for us to think of, even if they are available. Spatial rings are things only a nascent soul elder can hope to keep without losing their lives. William was quickly losing hope for the protagonist's luck. This should be where he found the treasure pavilion selling something that looked like trash, but was actually an immortal artifact. Perhaps it would have been better to bring Li Xinyu or Wang Xiaoling, if what he suspected about her was true. Two guards standing on either side of the entrance to the second floor bowed to them as they passed. William expected to see a similar layout to the main floor, which was an open hall with one having a clear view of the whole floor, but it was the opposite. Some items were on display in the open, but most of the second floor was cordoned off behind glass walls that seemed to have swirling mist obscuring what was behind them. The first thought that came to his mind was that this was a VIP section, and of course his easily readable face showed what he was thinking. Those are just extra security measures. Don't get too excited. Mei Lingxi shot down his assumption immediately. The treasure pavilion does have a VIP floor, but it's on the 3rd level. William's eyes gleamed with excitement as he opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Mei Lingxi interrupted him. There is also a rule in place that a customer may only choose one item to buy from the 3rd floor. Still, don't get your hopes up, little brother Wei. Almost everything useful for you on the VIP floor is in the same class as a spatial ring. William didn't let that get him down. She used the word almost. That was enough to keep his hopes up. Before you dream too much, let's get you something useful, shall we? Mei Lingxi chuckled at his expression as she pressed her fingers on one of the glass walls, making it shimmer before separating like an automatic door. William had to admit that the first glove he saw beat out any sword he had seen on the 1st floor. At least it was better in looks. It seemed like something that should belong in a futuristic society rather than a world like this. I see the elemental gauntlet caught your eye. Mei Lingxi waved her hand to lift the sleek, metallic-looking glove out of its display and float it toward them. For those that can bear the cost, it is a lethal tool that could act as the decider in battle. It amplifies any element of the wearer and directs it into the target. William ignored the part where she praised the lethality of something to a 13-year-old and took the offered glove into his hands. Is it safe to put it on? Usually I would say no, but I can make an exception for you. Mei Lingxi smirked, finding something amusing, making William a little suspicious. Still, William believed there should be no harm in trying on the gauntlet, which looked more like a glove. It certainly felt like one when he slipped them on. His eyes widened when it resized to be a perfect fit on his hand, blending in to make it seem like it wasn't even there. Now it definitely seemed like it should belong in some futuristic world. Now redirect your chi to your hand and try to activate it, Mei Lingxi suggested with the same look that made him suspicious. Still, it was one of the few things William could do with the chi he possessed, so he was happy to follow her instructions. Equip detected. Calculating cost per use. Error spiritual energy insufficient. What's the matter? Mei Lingxi chuckled when William stared at his hand in betrayal, tried to activate it. I don't have enough chi. When there was no reply, he looked away from the infuriating glove to see Mei Lingxi staring at him in surprise. Did I do something, Sister Lingxi? How did you know you didn't have enough chi to use the elemental gauntlet? I don't think I have ever seen anything like that before in someone so young. William had forgotten that this level of sensitivity was not typical in his frustration at the gauntlet. Luckily, his blank expression helped him out this time. I suppose that's how you were able to get the Jade Healing Sect's attention. Mei Lingxi shook her head in exasperation. You are a fortunate one, little brother Wei. The Jade Healing Sect is one that many wish to join, but few ever accomplish. It looked to William like Mei Lingxi used to be one of the people rejected by the sect in the past, but he didn't wish to linger on it. There would be no benefit to staying on a potentially damaging topic. Luckily, he could act like the kid with a shiny toy in his hands because, well, he was one. So I can't use this. Mei Lingxi's lips twitched in amusement when he lifted his hand to show what he was talking about. Not at the moment. Some chi-gathering cultivators can use it in the later stages, but foundation establishment is usually the minimum requirement. William sighed, expecting that answer, but was still dejected. He couldn't have the spatial ring because murder-crazy cultivators would kill him, and now it seemed he couldn't even get some of the normal things because he was too weak. And while he could take it to use after he increased his realm, he couldn't afford to wait that long. As he pulled off the elemental gauntlet and handed it back to Mei Lingxi, he asked, "How much does this cost to buy?" 50 spirit stones, Mei Lingxi replied as she placed it back in the display. William's eyes bulged, suddenly reconsidering his previous thought of picking it being a waste. That was an enormous sum that he knew would be impossible for most foundation establishment realm cultivators. It was likely only those from large clans that would be able to splurge on something like an elemental gauntlet. Sister Lingxi, could you show me something I could use? William asked tiredly. Mei Lingxi laughed before rubbing his hair, much to his growing annoyance, and brought out 2 more items. This is called a solchin. Mei Lingxi handed what looked like strips of cloth with designs woven into them to William before continuing, and these are impact boots. William's other hand was now occupied with sturdy leather boots. What do these do? William asked with no expectations. It was hard to have any after what the gauntlet could supposedly capable of. Still so easily caught up with flashy things, little brother Wei, Mei Lingxi tutted. These might not seem impressive, but they are possibly even more useful than the elemental gauntlet. Try the boots on first. A few seconds later, William had them on and directed his chi to his feet, hoping the system didn't say he was still too weak for it. A quip detected. Calculating cost per use. Cost 20 spiritual energy. Passive effect plus 10 agility. His heart started to race at seeing the last alert. Good, you can sense this too. May Linksy praised, increasing William's exasperation at how easily everyone could read him. As you can guess, the impact boots enhance the cultivator's agility and speed, allowing for lightning-fast kicks and agile maneuvers. But more than that, can be a lifesaver for someone at your level. The inscriptions woven into the leather increase the quickness of the wearer simply by having it on. That's amazing. William exclaimed before looking at the strips of cloth he was holding. What about this one? You know what to do. Direct your chi to your hand, May Linksy suggested with a smile. William gasped when the strips of cloth came to life as the designs glowed brightly before they attached themselves to his hand, wrapping around it snugly. If not for the fact that he could see it, he would have thought his hand had nothing on it. A quip detected. Calculating cost per use. Cost 10 spiritual energy. It was disappointing that there was no passive effect, but he could sense something strange about this Solchin. It felt like it was somehow connected directly to his meridians, and that was more than a little terrifying. Without hesitation, William practically ripped the wraps off his hand in fear, only calming down when that alien feeling was removed. I could feel it accessing my meridians. William yelped as he dropped it to the floor. I should have explained after knowing your sensitivity to these things, May Linksy said apologetically. It's one of the specialties of the Solchin. Every time you're able to land a strike on your opponent, it will steal the chi of your enemy. Plus, if you're skilled enough, it could also be possible to add that stolen chi to your own reserves. William grimaced at the last part, not liking the idea of such a thing. Not only would it pollute your chi, making it a chore to try and purify it by cultivating diligently, but he also despised the idea of taking something from another's body that should never belong to him. Perhaps it was the nightmarish way he was introduced to this world, but anything that even remotely reminded him of the savages that killed countless innocent children in front of his eyes would be anathema. I don't want this. Are you sure? May Linksy asked with surprise. It's one of the best choices available to you. Sister Linksy, there's no need to try and convince me. William tried to keep his voice calm and repeated, I don't want it. As you wish, she nodded slightly while giving him a strange look. It seems to have disturbed you. How about we take a break and go to the third floor? You can see some of the greatest treasures available in the city. It could be something to aspire to in the future. William saw May Linksy's encouraging smile and returned it while sighing internally. She had gone from treating him like a silly kid to one that had been traumatized. It wasn't too far off, to be honest. At least he would be able to see a spatial ring in return. William was finally seeing something other than amusement on May Linksy's face, and thankfully, it had nothing to do with him. It seems that my senior is busy, little brother way. May Linksy sighed as she crossed her arms and tapped her forearm with her fingers. I'm sure he will let us enter soon. He couldn't do anything but nod his head as they waited in front of the sealed door leading to the third floor. With nothing better to do, he looked around, wondering if there was something else to check out. It was a little surprising that May Linksy seemed to know exactly what he would find useful, but she could have missed something. Sister Linksy, do you work here? William asked unsurely, remembering how Lan Yin was incredulous at the idea of May Linksy showing him around the treasure pavilion. It had made him assume she wasn't a worker, but she knew her way around far too well, so perhaps that had been wrong. Indeed, May Linksy confirmed, I'm the manager of the first 2 floors of the treasure pavilion. William uttered a soft sound in acknowledgement as everything suddenly made sense. It had been a little strange that almost everyone recognized who May Linksy was. It was also strange when they followed her orders without fail, no matter how vague the orders were. Most of what he had seen were the slight motions of her hands followed by the attendants scrambling around. However, if they were familiar with her mannerisms because she was the manager, it made perfect sense. He looked down at the impact boots and pushed down his irrational need to activate it and figure out how it worked, but he doubted May Linksy would take kindly to that. She told him to try to activate the gauntlets because it was apparent he wouldn't be able to do it. That same suggestion was missing when he put on the impact boots. Wait until you leave my treasure pavilion, little brother Wei. May Linksy could predictably tell what he was thinking. I shudder to think of the consequences I will face if you get hurt. Don't you mean if I break something? May Linksy laughed. If something so minor could damage anything in the treasure pavilion, we would have been robbed blind long ago. William erased all thoughts of being impulsive and wondered why it had come into his mind in the first place. His need for doing things that couldn't be explained by logic had mostly been erased by the time he had become an adult in his old world. It was almost as if his decision-making was regressing, and he had to fight against impulses he hadn't had for over a decade. Perhaps becoming a 13-year-old again came with all the annoyances the age was known for. It certainly made sense why William was so easily distracted by the women he had seen, and why he wanted to do something as idiotic as activating boots that should only be used in dire situations or during training. Luckily, these impulses seemed to be minor annoyances that could be managed. William saw Mei Lingxi frown before knocking hard on the door and muttering, "What is senior son doing?" A few seconds later, her expression brightened before she stepped back from the door. "It seems that a guest has arrived on the third floor. Senior son will be able to let us through in a few minutes." "That's good," William smiled, though he was wondering if the time wouldn't have been better spent searching through what was available on the first floor. That brought a question to the front of his mind. "Why are we the only ones up here?" William asked, looking around the entirely empty second floor. "This is a small place, little brother Wei. While Xuanjing City is large, nearly the entire population is mortal. Some cultivating clans occupy the city, but they wouldn't be enough to make this treasure pavilion any larger. As for other cultivators, they only arrive to fix the arrays delivering food and other essentials for mortals when they are disrupted, or they come to the city to visit the various markets. The latter are almost always low-level cultivators, so they are useless to us." William remembered the crowd of cultivators waiting for the chi refining rooms. Still, that wasn't much when the city's population was over 50 million. So which city has the most cultivators? William asked curiously. Qingyun City, Mei Lingxi said automatically. "I'm actually from there." William recognized that city as the one that was closest to the Jade Healing sect. It made sense why Mei Lingxi seemed to have wanted to join the sect when she was younger. Qingyun City was likely a significant source of the sect's disciples. Still, this didn't answer his question. Sister Lingxi," William asked sheepishly, "you haven't told me why we're alone on the second floor, haven't I?" Mei Lingxi gained a slight dusting of red on her cheeks before it quickly disappeared. "The first floor has almost everything a traditional cultivator needs. The standard weapons, talismans, manuals, and the like. The second floor is more focused on unorthodox cultivation." Mei Lingxi paused before carelessly waving her hand to the right of the floor, "and there are some medicinal pills, though the Jade Healing sect had a near monopoly of them in the city." William didn't like the sound of following an unorthodox path. While it might not be worse, it certainly meant there weren't as many guinea pigs testing the path in front of him, so it was more likely that he would make some stupid mistake. Just as he resolved to try and find himself a teacher for the sword, the sealed door cracked open as two people exited, one which William recognized. "Elder Yu," William exclaimed in surprise before bowing, noting that it was becoming natural for him to greet people in such a manner. Elder Yu looked at him and said, "Wei Liang, what brings you to the treasure pavilion?" William noticed that Mei Lingxi had stepped away from him and had glanced at the man next to Elder Yu. "Name Sun Jian level. Sister Lingxi was instructed to let me pick 3 treasures by Prince Yuan," William said truthfully before expanding when Elder Yu seemed a little displeased. "Senior Sister Yin is also here with me." "Is she?" Elder Yu looked around exaggeratedly. "Then why do I not see her?" Prince Yuan had a matter to discuss with Sentinel Lan. "Elder Yu," Mei Lingxi answered as she bowed deeply. Elder Yu stared at her bowing form blankly before saying, "Sun Jian, do your juniors have no respect? What made this one think she could speak to me?" William shivered, even though he wasn't the target of those words. Perhaps it was the affectionate way Mei Lingxi referred to him, or maybe it was simply because his hormones were screaming at him to save the pretty woman. Whatever it was, he was about to open his mouth in her defense. Since Lan Yin looked up to Elder Yu, he could only imagine what the latter would do to someone she felt disrespected her. He hoped that being part of the sect would give him some say. Thankfully, William didn't need to find out. "Kneel." Sun Jian barked at Mei Lingxi, who dropped to the floor immediately with a pale face. "Foolish girl, to have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. What a waste." Sun Jian gave Elder Yu a flattering smile. "Please forgive my junior, Elder Yu. I'll teach her a harsh lesson myself on when to speak. Please pay no mind to her." William would have giggled like a kid at hearing the infamous idiom being used for the first time, but he couldn't find any amusement at the moment. The silence seemed to stretch for hours, even though it was a few seconds at most. "Very well," Elder Yu acquiesced. "Fetch little Yin for me. I feel we have overstayed our welcome." Mei Lingxi immediately stood before bowing deeply and rushing off. Sun Jian did the same when he received a look from Elder Yu. Soon, the second floor was once again quiet. "Wei Liang," Elder Yu said slowly as she glanced at him. "Yes, Elder Yu," William bowed, terrified by the woman after what had just happened. "You are lucky I was alerted. It would be best to avoid this place in the future. And if you must come here, avoid the third floor at all costs, until someone from the sect arrives to release you," Elder Yu said solemnly, surprising him with a different warning than he expected. It felt like his emotions were being played with as his fear was suddenly replaced with confused gratitude. William did his best not to move a muscle as he stood silently beside Elder Yu. After she told him to avoid the third floor, it seemed she had lost all interest in acknowledging his existence. That was perfectly fine with him. The less the terrifying head elder of the outer court paid attention to him, the better. However, the few minutes of silence allowed him to lazily browse through his stat screen, and he was stuck looking at one line in particular. Select 3 treasures compatible with your cultivation technique or martial skills. Especially at the level William was at, being the weakest of cultivators, yet being able to pick treasures that should have been out of reach was an opportunity that would gnaw at his heart to miss. When Sun Jian and Mei Lingxi returned, with Lan Yin following them, William was still frantically thinking of how to grab that gauntlet and one of the jade tokens on the first floor without putting himself in a bind. It had made perfect sense to be selective before, but he wished he had grabbed whatever seemed impressive just to pass the quest. Little Yin, what did I say about wandering about in these mortal cities? Forgive me, Elder Yu. Lan Yin bowed her head till she was facing the floor. You will leave for the garden tonight, Elder Yu eventually ordered before turning her attention to the 2 uneasy cultivators. Did you lose Prince Yuan on the way? My master was displeased with the interruption. Elder Yu, Mei Lingxi said in a wavering voice. He returned to his residence. There was a brief silence where it seemed to William that everyone was holding their breath, waiting to see if Elder Yu would take offense. Well, that was incorrect. Lan Yin seemed like she couldn't care less about what would happen. I see, Elder Yu replied mildly, so he lures 2 juniors from my sect, spits on my face by ignoring me, and expects that his name will protect him. The sound of knees hitting the floor echoed as Sun Jian and Mei Lingxi started to plead for forgiveness. The overlapping voices blended together as William began to fidget in agitation, though why he didn't have a clue. It wasn't until Lan Yin shot him a stern look that he was able to stop. Enough, Elder Yu ordered, since the esteemed Prince Yuan is so lofty, my Jade Healing sect cannot afford to have any dealings with him. It's time for Elder Huang to close the clinic and leave the city. William's eyes widened at the sudden turn of events. With the stunned silence of the 2 kneeling cultivators, their feelings seemed to be similar. Come, Little Yin. Elder Yu's robes billowed as she walked away, leaving William to stare after her in distress. He looked at Mei Lingxi, who smiled slightly when she met his gaze before shaking her head. He had no idea what she was trying to tell him, and when Lan Yin pulled him along to follow Elder Yu, it would likely stay that way. William silently wished his quest rewards farewell as they entered a room with a familiar array. There were no words exchanged between anyone. Elder Yu immediately activated the array to take them away from the treasure pavilion. A brief moment later, they arrived inside the Jade Healing Clinic, and William observed how Lan Yin's expression loosened minutely. That was the correct thing to do, Little Yin. It would have been better to decline the invitation in the first place, but this was acceptable. William knew he was out of the loop as Lan Yin gave Elder Yu a short bow, but what I said still stands. You will leave the city tonight. There are too many distracting factors for it to be a good cultivation environment. After Lan Yin reluctantly nodded, Elder Yu smiled slightly and said, Go. I still have some things to say to Wei Liang. William stood in place stiffly when the door closed, leaving him alone with Elder Yu. I see you have been diligently cultivating, Elder Yu said with praise. You must have spent all your time to get to this level. Even then, very impressive. William wanted to correct that assumption but wondered if it was too boastful. While Elder Yu didn't seem the type, wasn't it common for older cultivators to use people as furnaces? Though he had no real idea what that was. Was I incorrect? William figured if Mei Lingxi could read him like a book, Elder Yu could definitely do the same. Besides, it wasn't like Lan Yin wouldn't tell her if asked. I only went to the Qi refining rooms to practice my martial skills. Elder Yu, William hoped he was right about her. I never actually cultivated. William's eyes were on the floor, so when Elder Yu said nothing for nearly a minute, he felt an impending sense of doom. Perhaps it would have been better to shut his mouth and reveal this when witnesses were around. You were hovering between life and death, Elder Yu said softly, making William look up at her. For someone who seemed unaffected by nearly everything, it looked like Elder Yu had been shown unbelievable riches. The odd part was how easily William could see that, likely because she was actually that shocked. What does Elder Yu mean by that? The treasure pavilion is owned by the Tangxia Empire's imperial family. It is well known that the cost of entering the 3rd floor is to have your divination read. A cost that most are glad to pay since it could be the chance to be supported by heaven. William shivered when Elder Yu's eyes focused on him like she was trying to read his soul. A talent such as you, one that I suspect is unrivaled under the heavens, will not be missed by them. However, you live or die under the whims of the Emperor, that he doubted very much, though he was thrilled Elder Yu thought so highly of him. If anything, they might see him as trash, just like Elder Yu must have when she had to test him before entering the sect. However, since this seemed like a good thing, William was in no rush to correct Elder Yu's assumption. While he might have a trash talent in cultivating, that could be made up by the system he possessed. It was almost like he was a protagonist in a novel, except he was terrified of everything instead of going around killing people in revenge. That is a risk I will not stop you from taking, but I must inform you that while the current emperor jealously collects talents, there are signs that the most outstanding disappear in suspicious circumstances. Do with this information what you will. Yes, elder you, William clasped his hands and bowed, I wish to stay in the sect. Good child. William stiffened when he felt a smooth hand gently rub his hair. He was starting to suspect that this really might become a common thing. At the very least, Wang Xiaoling and Li Xinyu had no interest in joining in on the trend. When Little Yin told me you were being brought to that place, I rushed here from the main sect. It seems that Little Yin's worry was not placed with someone ungrateful. Do I have your promise that you will not willingly go to the treasure pavilion? Yes, William nodded firmly. Good. Elder Yu smiled brightly. With this clinic closing, I want you to finish your preparations for the mission quickly. William clasped his hands together and nodded in agreement, ignoring the alerts he had received until Elder Yu was done talking to him. Luckily, that didn't take long. Go, Elder Yu chuckled. You don't want to keep talking to an old woman like me. William bowed and left the room, thinking it was wrong to have that face and call oneself an old woman. No matter. He could finally look at the alerts. Side quest failed. Select 3 treasures compatible with your cultivation technique or martial skills. Make that an alert, and a disappointing one at that. And the very least, William got himself some boots that significantly increased his agility at no cost. Lan Yin had accompanied him to the Qi refining rooms as a last gift before she was to leave tonight, though he suspected it had more to do with Prince Yuan and the treasure pavilion, not that he had any proof. Nonetheless, her help was crucial in allowing William to quickly get closer to the level he wanted before he set out of the city into possible danger. But a significant issue was that the training couldn't last for long since his spiritual energy was pathetically small. After 12 Qi-infused strikes, it had been exhausted to nothing, and since William needed around 30 minutes to recover enough spiritual energy for each attack, he reluctantly left the place with Lan Yin, cursing himself for not having used more stat points on his spirit attribute. That would be rectified immediately, now that he was back in the Golden Lotus, right after he consumed some of the spirit fruits he had taken from the clinic. William didn't blink as he idly chewed on the lightning berry. However, he did have the occasional urge to flinch, expecting a shock to run through his body, but that was all it was, an expectation. Even though he was only in the first level of Qi gathering, it was already beyond obvious that the spirit fruits had a far less noticeable effect on his body. Even after forgetting that the lightning berries no longer shocked him due to their decreased effectiveness, the benefits they gave him were reduced significantly. When William was still immortal only days ago, each lightning berry gave him a point for his stamina and agility attributes. That was no longer the case. It only contributed to 1 attribute, and with only 1 point per berry. The saving grace here was that it seemed to be allocated to the lowest attribute, so every berry he had eaten so far had been added to his stamina. +1 stamina. William grimaced and rubbed his stomach, slightly bloated from the 8 lightning berries he had eaten. He had been worried about the impurity that would rise after eating so many spirit fruits. However, eating enough for that to be a problem wouldn't be possible unless he forced himself to choke down more berries. He glanced at the small pile of lightning berries and blood oranges and almost hurled at the thought of having to eat more. That pretty much decided that it was enough for the day. Besides, it wasn't like he needed to leave the city tomorrow. There would be more than enough time to bring his attributes to a level he would prefer. Stamina, 1815. That was far better than before, though he still had no real idea if it was viable in a fight since he hadn't been in one. The plan to ask Ren Bo for a spar didn't exactly work out since Mei Lingxi kidnapped him early in the morning. It was something William would try again tomorrow. Still, before he went to sleep, he would bump his spirit attribute before there was a chance he could regret it again. +13 spirit. Trait modified soul damage minor, 15 attribute reduction. Modified spiritual energy, 120 per hour. William closed his eyes when he felt the rush of qi released from his dantian. A brief thought entered his mind before he had to focus on concentrating the qi into his lung meridian. How did the qi randomly appear when he increased the spirit attribute? But that question was quickly thrown to the side when he was forced to guide the qi to where he needed it to go. William had only done this a few times in the past, but he was confident enough that there would be no issues as long as the process hadn't changed. He guided the river of silvery qi through the pathways in his body before reaching the lung meridian into which he had been pouring all the qi. This time would be no different. He could sense the tiny yet bright speck of concentrated qi that would be getting a massive infusion. William subconsciously took a deep breath as the speck absorbed the offered qi ravenously. At the rate it took all the qi, he started to wonder if his other principal meridians were destined to stay dry. Of course, something changed just as that thought appeared in his mind. The speck in his lung meridian had become slightly brighter than before, enough that William didn't have to wonder if he was imagining things, especially when it pulsed. His command over the qi was broken briefly, but it had luckily dwindled enough to a point where it didn't cause any backlash. He reasserted his will on the scattered chi and tried to push it back into the lung meridian, only for the same thing to happen again. The speck of light pulsed, expelling the chi that William was trying to add. He was prepared for it this time, and quickly redirected it to another principal meridian nearby. The chi was quickly accepted by the heart meridian. However, with the minuscule amount that was remaining, it wasn't enough to form the concentrated speck of light similar to what was in the lung meridian. The only thing it did was make the previously dry meridian gain a slightly silvery fog that seemed to fill the space thinly. William circulated his chi just like he would have if he was cultivating, nervously waiting for something to go wrong, but luckily, nothing happened after nearly an hour of constantly cycling his chi through the pathways. He slowly exhaled as he opened his eyes, visibly confused about what had happened. His cultivation technique clearly mentioned that the principal meridian must be filled to the brim with chi before moving on to the next. However, that didn't match what he sensed in his body. The sheer amount of empty space William could sense in the lung meridian suggested that even when his spirit attribute was over 100, the chi he wouldn't be enough to fill it. Elder Yu had already left Chuanjing City, so there was nobody he could ask. Lan Yang, Lan Yin's brother, who would arrive tomorrow, was also a possibility, but William didn't hold much hope there. He was at the same level as Lan Yin, and she had no knowledge of his technique whatsoever. William slowly stood up from his seated position on the floor, carefully checking the condition of his body since he still didn't trust what his senses were telling him. What he feared most wasn't the physical condition he was in. In fact, William would be strangely happy if he happened to cough up blood that would take away a significant portion of his health. At least that would mean it wasn't likely that his soul damage was playing a role in the strangeness happening with his principal meridians. William's mind kept bringing up the fact that he didn't have Taoist Chen's mark anymore, almost like some sort of masochistic taunt. Reminding himself that the next time he visited the void, it would be permanent. Just that thought itself was almost enough to drive William mad with fear. He could feel his heart rate speeding up and quickly distracted himself with his status screen. William's mood lifted slightly when he saw the slight increase in every stat. The 2 percentage point reduction in his soul damage effect was evident with the increased numbers across the board, even though it was only 1 point. He kept that in his mind as he shrugged off his robes and collapsed on the bed, trying to keep a hold of the happy feeling of seeing his stats increase while he attempted to lull himself to sleep. William grunted as he fought through the pain to thrust his open palm at his sparring partner. He didn't even blink an eye at the crackling thunder that followed his attack, knowing it was more of an annoyance than a feature. He must have had a screw in his head loose at being excited to hear that sound when he first practiced his skills. All it did was announce to everyone that he had used his chi to attack. Of course, that only mattered if his enemy was quick enough to dodge the attack and counter. It wasn't even worth mentioning if the enemy was far stronger. The issue William was presently having was that his current enemy qualified for both those unwelcome traits. Better, Wei Liang, 100 HP. William groaned as he gained another bruise on his already battered body. When he asked Ren Bo to act as a sparring partner, he didn't expect Elder Huang to interject and suggest that Li Xinyu step in. She was supposedly lowering her fighting level to the second stage of Qi gathering, but William couldn't believe that. He wouldn't believe that. He was getting demolished far too easily, and this was exacerbated by Li Xinyu often mentioning that she wasn't skilled at all in fighting. It was beyond discouraging. Health, 571,000. Spiritual energy, 25 120 per hour. There was just enough spiritual energy left to use his boots in combination with a chi-infused kick. He preferred not to use something like that for the first time in the middle of a spar. Still, he was literally being beaten by a girl he suspected didn't even know how much power she was putting behind her attacks. It was time for desperate measures. The other choice was more unsuccessful attacks and more bruises added to his body. William wanted to land at least on strike on Li Xinyu. A far cry from his thoughts at the beginning of the spar when he was hesitant to attack her. He glared at the innocent-looking Li Xinyu and prepared to activate the impact boots. However, the moment he did, it felt like he had been crunched by a trash compactor, 200 HP. William's pain tolerance level had become so high that even the feeling of his body, organs and all, being compressed to cause an excruciating level of pain did nothing to break his concentration. The sheer speed he launched toward Li Xinyu was well worth the pain in his mind. The floor literally exploded from the force the boots allowed him to propel off it. Even with all of this, William was laser-focused on his goal, landing a strike on Li Xinyu. The initial plan of using a chi-infused kick had to be discarded since he was flying head-first into her, so naturally, William pulled back his arm to use his palm. It was all the same to him, so long as the end goal was reached. Everything happened in a split second, but it felt like the world was moving frame by frame for William. He saw Li Xinyu's eyes widen slightly when he exploded off the floor to fly at her. He saw the slow narrowing of her eyes as she focused on his incoming palm, and best of all, he knew she wouldn't be able to block him. However, he was still mindful of where he landed his attack. It would be tragic if Li Xinyu reacted in anger and accidentally turned him into a red smear on the walls. William grinned when his palm met her shoulder even as she tried to dodge it, the thunder soon exploding out his hand and the force of the attack ruffling Li Xinyu's robes. It did absolutely nothing to actually damage her robes or leave a mark on her skin, but this was more than enough, 50 HP. He wheezed in pain as he was launched away from Li Xinyu. She seemed to have involuntarily kicked him away from her, but thankfully held back her strength at the last moment. William's body landed on the floor with a meaty thud as he slid until he hit a wall, moaning weakly as he coughed up blood. He was out of spiritual energy, lost almost 70% of his health, and was completely depleted of stamina to the point where he couldn't lift his head. He was still delighted. Ha. William sputtered through blood-stained lips as he stared at the ceiling with a grin. I finally got you. So you did. Congratulations, Wei Liang. The stupidly cheery tone Li Xinyu used when she replied to William killed all the sense of accomplishment he felt. Luckily, his mood was saved just in time, making him remember just why he went to such lengths to land a hit on her. Side quest completed, land a hit on Li Xinyu plus 2000 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. While he could only dream about the bonus he would have gotten for landing multiple hits on Li Xinyu, this wasn't so bad. Besides, he didn't think it would be this hard to complete when he accepted the quest. If William knew that Li Xinyu would fight at a much higher level than the second stage of Qi gathering, there was no chance he would have taken a quest that had a penalty of, a possibility of Qi deviation. As that fight continued without him landing a hit, William imagined the horrid RNG making a comeback, displaying an activation number, then ending his life because of randomness. Besides, he questioned how the system knew that would be the penalty. Qi deviations were only supposed to happen when a cultivator took a wrong path on their cultivation, or in the most extreme cases, some type of emotional reaction that quite literally changed their whole worldview. William was confident neither of those would happen if he didn't land a hit on Li Xinyu. Thankfully, he would never have to find out. Instead, he would enjoy the level up he had gotten from the torturous spar. You fight with recklessness. He blinked to clear his eyes, staring up at Elder Huang as he looked down at him with approval. Lanyan told me you prefer to use your fists, and now I can see why. Impressive determination, Junior Liang. Elder Huang chuckled and lifted him with Qi. He brought William out of the demolished training room and commented, this might be a useful partnership you have with young Renbo. With your recklessness, I sense his abilities will increase in leaps and bounds. I'm happy for Brother Ren. Elder Yu certainly knew the symbiotic relationship you both would have. Elder Huang chuckled at William's dry tone. I can sense that spar with Li Xinyu has made you stronger, though how much I can't confidently say. This will be a painful process, but you will appreciate it in the end. That wasn't exactly how it worked, but William could see why Elder Huang thought getting beaten up boosted his strength. The aftermath of the two bandits, the shenanigans at the garden with the Sky Hares and now Li Xinyu, all ended with him badly injured, and all with him getting stronger at a surprising rate. He stifled the moan of relief when he was laid on the soft bed as Elder Huang was joined by Renbo. There's no time to slowly heal Wei Liang's wounds, so rid his body of the impurities, Elder Huang told Renbo. It'll allow you to use a vitality pill without causing adverse effects. Yes, Elder Huang. William glanced at Renbo when Elder Huang left the room, sensing something was wrong. Bother Wei, Renbo asked casually as he readied the needles carefully. You were with Goddess Li in that room for a long time. William wanted to kick the kid where it hurt. He would have gladly switched places if that had been a choice. I saw that her robes were ruffled too. He sighed and closed his eyes, not caring about the pain Renbo would cause in his pettiness. There were far more worrisome things to think about. The biggest worry was the clinic officially closing in 2 days. Apparently, this was an action often taken when someone from the imperial family insulted the sect's dignity. A token show of discontent that was acknowledged by the empire as long as the closure wasn't permanent. It all sounded to William like a pointless petition that a leader would hem and haw at before tossing it to the side. Still, it was happening, which meant he would have to be fully prepared to leave very soon. On top of that, weighing on his mind, Wang Xiaoling was still missing with half of the spirit fruits, and William doubted he would see her before it was time to leave. He flinched exaggeratedly when Renbo plunged in his first needle. Even if he didn't think much about the level of pain involved with Renbo's pettiness, there was no reason to make it worse by not reacting. William was sprawled on the bed, beyond sick with having to repeatedly scarf down the same spirit fruit for the second day in a row. He had been able to eat 10 lightning berries today, but that would be it until his impurity had reduced to a comfortable level. Impurity, stage 199 days remaining. It wouldn't be a complete disaster for him to go to stage 2. Still, he wanted some breathing space for an emergency vitality pill if necessary in the near future. After all, the time required for his body to naturally filter out the impurities at stage 2 would be exponentially increased. Unfortunately, he suspected that the lightning berries would soon stop having any sort of effect on his attributes. It was both a good and bad thing. Good in that he would be forced to eat another spirit fruit, and bad in that he would need to buy that spirit fruit since Wang Xiaoling had taken most that were high quality to sell. Hopefully, the efficiency of lightning berries would last for at least 12 more. Stamina, 2420. Agility, 2420 plus 10. That would be just enough for William to max those two attributes, but since when did something happen as he wished? He wouldn't be surprised if the next lightning berry he ate did nothing. He stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, willing himself to move and get the last thing to do on his list over with. With a groan that sounded like he was in worse pain than when Li Xinyu was knocking him around, he got off the bed, feeling more like a normal human than he ever did since he arrived in this world. William supposed that the lazy feeling after being bloated by overeating was the same no matter where. He sat cross-legged on the floor and took a few breaths until his annoyance at his bloatedness was washed away and calm returned. +2 spirit. Max spirit reached. Modified spiritual energy, 130-130-20 per hour. Trait modified soul damage minor, 14 attribute reduction. His lips formed a slight smile at the alerts before it quickly dropped off when he felt qi getting released from his dantian. It was guided through the pathways, and as it neared the lung meridian, William thought of trying to lead the qi there. However, like it was reacting to his intentions, the bright speck in that principal meridian pulsed, as if warning him not to try. He debated for the briefest moments on doing it anyway, but with the pulse increasing in intensity, he left it alone and continued to guide the qi to his heart meridian. It was eagerly absorbed, and he could easily sense that the thin, silvery fog inside seemed slightly denser. Still, it hadn't formed the concentrated speck of qi that the lung meridian possessed. William exhaled and opened his eyes, mood significantly lifted as he stared at his changed status screen. Traits, soul damage minor, 14 attribute reduction. Plus, he was at level 18, so the cap of his attributes at 30 would be lifted soon enough. In fact, the thought of having another training session with Li Xinyu was becoming rather attractive. However, if the possible penalty was qi deviation again, he would do without it. As for the 3 remaining unused stat points, there was no need to assign them to anything. William intended on using spirit fruits to raise stamina and agility to the attribute cap of 30 and save the points for the next level. With everything done for today and knowing tomorrow would likely be another long day of bloodying himself, William was more than happy to recharge with a good night's rest. Even if there was no physical benefit to such a rest, it was still good for his stressed mental state. Wei Liang, open up. William almost stumbled in shock as he stood up when he heard Wang Xiaoling. He had given up the thought of meeting her again before leaving the city and had planned to see if there was any way to store the remaining spirit fruits in the clinic without them spoiling. William almost ran through the door in his hurry, unintentionally using the new speed he was capable of. He opened it to see Wang Xiaoling looking happier than he had ever seen her before. Here you go, brat. He blinked at the stack of banknotes shoved into his face before taking the offered money. With banks existing in the world, he should have assumed that there would be pieces of paper representing large amounts of coin. Under Wang Xiaoling's strangely bright smile, William quickly counted out the stack given to him. 6,000 gold. William asked with surprise, didn't you say all the spirit fruits were worth around 8,000? What about your cut? This is what you get for trusting the future #1 merchant, a service that far exceeds your expectations. Right, William drawled, dimming the bright smile on Wang Xiaoling's face. What's with that expression? Shouldn't you be thanking me? She huffed and pushed him aside to enter the room, making William's eyes twitch after he checked her level. It was still at level 3, and trying to use Observe and its more expensive counterpart showed the same baffling alerts. The skill Observe is not available on target. Spiritual energy insufficient for detailed Observe on target. It was exactly as before, and the last time he tried to use detailed Observe, his spiritual energy was nearly a fourth of what it currently was. There could be plenty of reasons why this could be the case, but they would all be pure speculation. Though one thing was sure, William had to make sure to stay in Wang Xiaoling's good graces. It was already something he had in the back of his mind, but it would now rule his interactions with her. You're amazing, Sister Xiaoling. William gushed after he closed the door behind him. Does that mean you'll get the same amount with the other half? Or are you being strange again? What do you mean? William asked before pointing at himself in confusion. How am I being strange? Wang Xiaoling stared at him for a few seconds silently with narrowed eyes, making William think that he overdid his bootlicking. Well, it's good you know this. Wang Xiaoling laughed happily. I have connections that'll let me sell everything at a great price. William remembered how Wang Zioling said she had no connections when they first met, the complete opposite of what she now claimed. He supposed everything she told him was suspect, even her origins of being kicked out of her clan. It's good that you returned today, Sister Zioling. You can take the rest of the spirit fruits before I leave the city. The attendant at the clinic told me it would close in 2 days. That's why I rushed here. It took a moment for William to realize that she was talking about Li Xinyu. Anyway, I have a once-in-a-lifetime offer for you. He was suddenly reminded of the sleazy timeshare salespeople he had encountered in the past life. I'm starting an official merchant house of the Tianxia Empire. The first step to making myself the #1 trader in the world. Wang Zioling exclaimed with sparkling eyes, since you were such a great help, I'm allowing you to be my only investor. William wondered if this was why she didn't try to skim the profits from the sales of the spirit fruits. Still, his instincts were screaming at him to say no instantly, but he kept in mind the alerts he saw after trying to use observe on her. Wow, how much did you need from me, Sister Zioling? It's not much, really. I thought about the amount I'm putting in and how much I'll need from you to make it work, and it comes out to around 10,000 gold. William immediately knew what she was going for. If the rest of the spirit fruits sold for approximately the same amount of gold, he would end with just over what she asked. That's a lot. I know, Wang Zioling agreed, but it'll be worth it. Besides, what do you need all that gold for right now? If you invested in my merchant house, you will never have to think of money in the future. William agreed with part of that. He certainly didn't need gold for anything and doubted if he would in the future. It was chi stones that interested him. If Wang Zioling was actually telling the truth, then this might indeed be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as she said. However, with how she couldn't help but greedily stare at the bank notes in his hands, notes that she had just handed him minutes ago, William was leaning toward this being a scam. Still, he would stay on her good side, even if it meant he would have to forget about the original intentions with this gold. The workers at the garden who encountered a disaster in the form of Lanyin wouldn't be forgotten. In fact, William promised himself that he would see to it that they would be given even more riches than the gold he had to give to Wang Zioling instead. They were currently safe in the garden, as long as they hadn't broken the rules of that place. However, he still needed to gain some sort of influence in the world he was still unfamiliar with. Even if that influence came in the form of the strange and suspicious Wang Zioling. All right, Sister Zioling, William agreed with a smile. Could you take the rest of the gold you need from the spirit fruits that haven't been sold yet? That was the plan. Wang Zioling's smile was so broad that her eyes were partially closed. They should sell enough to give you around 5,000 gold, so you can give me 5 right now, and that will be enough. A few minutes later, William stood alone in his room, holding 1,000 gold in banknotes, feeling like an idiot. Well, at least I got something from the spirit fruits, William muttered as he stared at the notes before his eyes grew wide. He ran out of the room, almost cracking the door at the force it swung open, and chased Wang Zioling. He had forgotten about the side quest that needed a payment from her to be considered complete. Why was it that Lan Yang couldn't come? Something about a shipping route under threat, Li Xinyu replied as she stared at the array in boredom. William wanted to ask more about these shipping routes that were casually mentioned, but she seemed to be in a horrible mood for some reason. Perhaps the reality of leaving the city where her clan lived was finally hitting her. Whatever it was, he didn't want to exacerbate it since he wanted to get in another sparring session before they had to separate tomorrow. Especially since he was so close to reaching the second level of Qi gathering. He let Li Xinyu be and joined her in staring at the array. An inner disciple was supposed to arrive to replace the busy Lan Yang, though he wasn't sure why. It wasn't needed since they would be moving out of the city. There was a wishful hope that he would have protection on the mission, but William remembered Elder Yu's words. She made it beyond clear that he and Ren Bo would be alone, and she didn't seem to be one that would lie. William exhaled softly and looked back at the alerts he got yesterday night after Wang Zioling, reluctantly, gave him 2 silver as payment for helping her in the market. Side quest completed, help Wang Zioling sell spirit fruits, plus 25 XP. Hidden bonus, sell 50 gold worth of spirit fruits, plus 50 XP. Hidden bonus, gain insight into Dao while selling spirit fruit, plus 4,000 XP. Level up, 5 stat points added. He remembered how that second-to-last alert had made him wander back to his room with a lost look. It seemed like a gift that fell on his head again, but after thinking about it for some time, he decided it was well-deserved. After all, that insight he had gained in the Tao of perception had nearly made his soul unravel, enough for it to require an intervention by an expert in the Tao-seeking realm. Plus, it also made William wonder what that alert meant. If it was taken at face value, it could be understood as his insight having never left his mind, or was it his soul? It was likely the latter, since Taoist Chen had to seal it away because of his weak soul. However, that was beside the point. The important thing was that the insight William had gained would likely be available to him whenever that block Taoist Chen put on his soul faded away. It should be something that excited him, and it truly did, but the experience points he had gained because of this outshined it. Maybe it was because William didn't understand what it truly meant to have insight into Tao, which was true, or perhaps it was because he was becoming a numbers fanatic with the system being a constant companion, which was also true. Still, he didn't think it was a problem at the moment. William pulled up the cultivation submenu to prove it to himself. Cultivation, Chi Gathering First Level. Cultivation Technique, Horizons Seeker. Martial Skills 3. Max Level 19. Max Attribute 30. Impurity, Stage 188 days remaining. Upgrade Requirements 2, 1, Spirit 22, eligible for Level 20. Those limits wouldn't be holding him back for much longer. Level 19. Experience 1932, 2375. Looks like someone is coming. William looked away from the beautiful numbers, bringing his mood up to see the array filled with a mist of silvery chi. It would be his first time seeing someone arrive through the array. A familiar figure stood in the center of the array in less time than it took to blink his eyes. However, that wasn't what William was focused on. He wasn't sure if his eyesight had been tricked by the bright flash that accompanied the teleportation, but he thought he had seen the space rip apart, revealing an inky void that almost reminded him of the place Taoist Chen saved him from. William shuddered in fear before he forced himself to pay attention to the present. Li Xinyu was already greeting the disciple who had arrived. And it's the little brother from before. Senior Sister Lan told me that you were accepted. Congratulations. He glanced at Qin Yu's sleeve and saw that the second circle was almost filled to the brim, but not quite to the level of Lan Yin's, meaning he was in the later stages of foundation establishment. Don't worry, junior brother. Qin Yu clasped William's shoulder. Even though senior brother Lan couldn't come, I'll whip you into shape in no time. Li Xinyu, when is the consummate time that you will have to leave the city tomorrow? William had to resist burying his face in his hands. He had forgotten that Qin Yu had the odd quirk of switching a word with something completely different. From the affronted look on Li Xinyu's face, she seemed unaware of it. Senior brother Qin, I think you meant approximate time, right? That's what I said, Qin Yu replied with a confused look before asking Li Xinyu so. When is it? There's no set time, Senior Qin. Master told me we could leave as early or late as necessary. Good. Qin Yu beamed, then I will take junior brother to the city outskirts so he can practice with those. William and Li Xinyu's eyes followed where Qin Yu was pointing and stared at the leather boots on his feet. They are rather ugly if I say so myself, but they were free from what Senior Sister Lan mentioned, Qin Yu commented with a shrug. William did a double take when he saw Li Xinyu nodding in agreement beside him. When she saw him looking at her, she replied with an eerily similar shrug he just saw from Qin Yu. Anyway, let's head out right now, Qin Yu said with a clenched fist as if about to do something courageous. Li Xinyu, why don't you come with us? After what I'll put junior brother through the next few days will need healing. I can't, Li Xinyu struggled to continue till her eyes lit up. Elder Yu sent a junior from the sect to act as Wei Liang's healer. I'll go get him. William mentally congratulated Li Xinyu for knocking out two things at once. She wouldn't have to be away from her books to help heal him, and on top of that, she got rid of the annoyance that was Renbo. At the very least, William was happy that Renbo would return to a normal, albeit highly talented, healer without Li Xinyu's presence around him. That would mean mostly pain-free and annoyance-free healing for the next few days. As for knowing that Qin Yu intended to train him hard enough that it would require a healer on standby, William welcomed it. Call him a masochist, but whatever would get him to the next level would be desired. So that was Li Xinyu much younger than I had thought. Ah, I suppose she is, senior brother. I can see why you have your eyes on her. She is enormous. William should have immediately denied that he was interested in that sort of thing with anyone, let alone Li Xinyu, but he was stuck wondering what word Qin Yu meant to say. It took him a good few seconds before he landed on a reasonable guess. She is gorgeous, William asked slowly. Do you not think so? Qin Yu asked with furrowed brows. I suppose you're still too young to really know things. Just wait a few more years, junior brother. William nodded while mentally rolling his eyes. If that was the word Qin Yu used to describe gorgeous women, he doubted the guy would ever have a partner in this life, especially since most female cultivators seem to be vain enough to make an effort to keep a youthful appearance. Though I have to say I'm a little disappointed. I have always heard Li Xinyu was a genius, but she seemed to have trouble understanding me. William coughed to hide the laugh that escaped him. He supposed that was one way to look at it. Junior brother, your striking power is terrible. With your mastery over the skills, it should be enough to seriously injure a chi-gathering cultivator at the peak of the 5th level. However, I sense that you are only capable of doing so to someone at the 3rd level, but no higher. William supposed that was something positive, which had been missing in the past 7 hours. He had been made to throw his attacks at Qin Yu. After all, it was like throwing punches at a pillow. Anything he tried was effortlessly negated by Qin Yu, which made sense considering the gaps in their realms. The other martial skills in the Outer Court's library seemed even worse. Either they're not compatible with me, or it doesn't fit my cultivation technique. I suppose it might be either of them, Qin Yu mumbled as he stared at William, as if that would unlock the mystery. Senior sister did mention this to me, but it was hard to believe. The 3 skills you picked are things even the talentless are compatible with. After all, they are the most basic skills in the sect. William already had a hunch that was the case when Lan Yin seemed uncomfortable with his refusal to pick more martial skills. Honestly, he wished he did. If the weak skills he had selected had this much power, even though the compatibility was laughable, it might have been worth trying to learn the flashier ones he had come across at the library. Maybe you'll have better luck with the Inner Court's library, but your chance to visit is too far in the future to matter. However, all is not lost. The more you become familiar with martial skills, the more likely you will know how to modify them to suit your needs. Really, William finally felt his mood rise. When do you think I can do that? Who knows? Qin Yu shrugged, maybe in a few days, maybe never. It depends on how well you condescend the martial skill. Oh, William's mind quickly replaced condescend with the correct word comprehend. It was almost becoming second nature at this point. Is there a way I can speed that up? You're already doing it. Why did you think I was making you constantly use your martial skills? Did you not notice how it has become almost effortless for you to use? That fact was hard not to notice. William's goal of wanting to use chi-infused attacks without pausing for preparation had been surpassed by a ridiculous margin. The chi-infused kicks, palms, and stomps had become almost instantaneous, to a point where he didn't need to actively guide his chi to the required area on his body for an attack. It moved where it needed to be as if it was a natural action. Is that why we haven't focused on the boots? What's the point of using external objects if you haven't mastered what could come from within your body? Speaking of which, you should have recovered enough to start practice on the impact boots, yes. Spiritual energy, 110, 130, 20 per hour. Almost. William nodded. Just under an hour until I'm fully recovered. Get Renbo to help you again. There's no time to wait if we want to ensure you know how to use those boots correctly. William grimaced as he glanced to where Renbo was enjoying himself. They might be in the middle of nowhere, to the point it took nearly an hour of William sprinting at full speed to keep up with Qin Yu's pace, but that didn't mean Renbo didn't have his comforts. The boy had practically set up a luxurious retreat that he pulled out of his storage pouch, which had similar, yet worse, capabilities of a spatial ring. That wasn't the only negative point of storage pouches, since they were well known to have limited lifespans, and worse than that, could sometimes destroy what was stored inside. Still, William would have loved to have one as his own, but it cost over 10 spirit stones in the sect catalog. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, senior brother. William covered the distance between their training spot and Renbo's retreat in a few seconds, a stupid grin forming on his lips at how fast he could move. Brother Ren, I need your help again. Renbo was reclining on a bed that looked better than what he slept on in the Golden Lotus. William supposed that wasn't much of a surprise since he was comparing a bed for mortals versus one made for cultivators. He had glanced at the prices of what Renbo casually pulled out of the storage pouch and wondered if he would also have that kind of wealth soon. Perhaps when Lan Yin said the Jade Healing Sect was wealthy, she also meant the disciples within the sect, no matter how low the realm, spiritual energy or your stamina. Renbo asked absently while focusing on the book he held over his face. The former. Renbo sighed and put the book on the bed while reaching for the needles. Third time already, not including when I helped you recover stamina. William shrugged, not being able to do much about it. It wasn't his fault Qin Yu had made him sprint at max speed to get here, and that he seemed to be insistent on working him to the bone. It doesn't take you long to help anyway, William commented as he lay on the bed after Renbo moved off it. It doesn't, but you keep interrupting my reading. William felt like all the tension in his body was wiped away when Renbo expertly placed the needles around his body. He would never say it out loud, but he looked forward to these brief relaxation sessions between the constant training. Renbo again showed why the sect valued him with how easily he encouraged William's chi to somehow circulate faster to promote faster recovery of spiritual energy. Without any women around, it was apparent why Renbo was so skilled. Not only was he supremely talented, but he was also a diligent studier, though he seemed to want to be in ridiculous luxury while doing so. Not that William was complaining. After all, they would be traveling together on the mission, and he had hopes that this luxury would be shared. Done, Renbo declared as he quickly removed the needles around 10 minutes later. Try not to come back so soon, Brother Wei. William glanced at his full spiritual energy and grunted in agreement as he got off the bed. A few seconds later, he was back next to Qin Yu, who was tapping one of the few trees that existed in these vast grassy fields. So Elder Huang told me how you used those boots in the spar with Li Xinyu. Qin Yu patted the tree, seemingly satisfied with something. It is surprising you didn't end up with broken legs. Before we head back, let's make sure you won't do something so stupid again. Alright, so what am I going to do? I've used something like impact boots before, and it's generally recommended that you be in the later levels of the chi gathering realm before using them. Chin Yu laughed at the resigned expression that appeared on William's face before giving him hope, but there is a way around it, though it is a pain to learn at the start. Use your chi to reinforce your body to handle the strain. That sounded simple enough, but William had never used his chi for two things simultaneously. Renbo. Chin Yu yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get over here," and that definitely wasn't a good sign that William would need his healer so close by. All right, junior brother, everything is set. Chin Yu patted the tree again. This tree is conveniently as sturdy as the average cultivator at the 4th level of chi gathering. When you combine the use of the impact boots and one of your martial skills, it will easily destroy this tree. Only if you do it perfectly, of course. William waited for Chin Yu to continue, but the guy simply stayed next to the tree and patted it while smiling at him. What will happen if I don't do it perfectly? Well, Chin Yu pointed at a grumpy Renbo. He will have to spend the next hour fixing your broken body before you can try again. Crashing against this tree isn't recommended, junior brother. However, I have found pain to be the best postulator. Sometimes William thought Chin Yu was saying the wrong words just to annoy him. He had gone for quite a while before switching motivator with postulator. However, Chin Yu would be surprised if he thought that pain would be something that discouraged him. Then let's start immediately, senior brother. 50 HP. Fuck, William cursed loudly as he failed for the 3rd time, but it was more in surprise than the pain of having his fingers broken. He really thought he had the process down after testing it beforehand. You have quite a crass mouth, junior brother. Were you one of those pitiful street urchins that wander mortal cities? William ignored Chin Yu and hopped gingerly on his foot before realizing it was just a phantom pain from when he sprained it during his 2nd attempt. He sheepishly walked to an increasingly irritated Renbo and showed him the mangled fingers, looking inward at his chi while the fingers were set back in place correctly. He had been able to use the impact boots without feeling like he was destroying his own body from the sheer speed that it allowed him to access. However, the issue now was using martial skills. William was annoyed at himself that something he had done in the heat of battle with Li Xinyu was now impossible for some incomprehensible reason. Plus 50 HP. You almost have it, junior brother. Why not give it a try again? Try again. Is there no other advice you can give me? William asked as he turned toward Chin Yu. To be fair, the guy did help significantly with the basics at the start, but since then the only thing said was, try again. It wasn't what William wanted to hear after he had practically snapped his leg in two when he tried to kick the tree the first time. He had been too confident with his success when he had easily activated the boots without all the detriments. William's speed when he attacked the tree with his right foot caused a catastrophe. Even though he was almost desensitized to pain at this point, the bone that stuck out of his thigh almost made him faint in shock purely at the gruesome sight. Luckily, Renbo was around to fix him up in less than 30 minutes. The 2nd try involved no broken bones, but there were plenty of muscle tears and a sprained ankle. As for the 3rd try, the fingers had just been fixed. What else did you expect? Chin Yu shrugged. It's not like I can control your chi for you. The only thing that can help you now is repetition. William grumbled as he moved to stand around 5 meters away from the tree, which was still in pristine condition. He remembered the tree he punched in the forbidden area of the garden, and how that formed an imprint of his fist in the tree when he was a mere mortal. What did this tree feed on to be so much stronger? It was in the middle of nowhere, making it all the more unbelievable. He supposed it didn't matter since he would murder it to bits. He got into the horse stance, or some variation of it since he didn't exactly know what a horse stance was exactly, and took a slow breath. William had no idea what he was doing wrong, but Chin Yu repeatedly telling him to try again with no other suggestions surely meant he was on the right track. In all fairness, every try did end in less severe injuries to himself. When William started to exhale, he pushed off the ground and activated the boots. His chi was spread evenly throughout his body, with just enough concentrated at his feet to keep the impact boots active as he rocketed toward the tree. A crater was left behind on the ground as William suddenly found himself inches from the tree. Thankfully, the past 3 failures helped. He had to keep the chi evenly spread while concentrating enough at his feet for the boots, and now, a 3rd point needed some concentrated chi. William grunted as his palm made contact with the tree's trunk, half expecting to break another bone. Instead, he heard the delightful sound of thunder exploding out of his hand, shockwaves rippling into the trunk and instantly turning it into mulch. He had a wide grin as splinters exploded out the opposite side of the trunk, and the tree started to wobble unsteadily. Finally, I thought we'd have to wait here forever. William ignored Renbo's happy shouts and jumped away, this time without wasting spiritual energy on the boots. Not bad, junior brother, Chin Yu said with approval as the tree finally crashed to the ground with a crash almost as loud as the thunder emitted from William's attack. Let me see you do that a few more times, and we can call this a success. Spiritual energy, 56 130 20 per hour. William glanced at the amount of spiritual energy he had remaining and nodded. Each attack, combined with the impact boots, would take 25 spiritual energy. He had just enough for 2 more. I want you to try different distances. One close and one further compared to where you stood from that tree, and I will be your target. Let's start. Ah, you won't try to attack me, will you? Attack you? Chin Yu repeated with a laugh. I would rather not kill you by sacrament. This time William couldn't understand which word Chin Yu meant to use. Sacrament? You know, by mistake. Junior brother, don't stoop to the level of the others. You're one of the few people intelligent enough to understand me. Accident, that was the word Chin Yu meant to use. William sighed and said, so distance. Where should I start first, senior brother? Whichever you want, then further it was. William figured he would have an easier time with it since he would have even more time to focus his chi, though that extra time could be measured in fractions of a second. He got in the same stance before repeating the same actions he had made against the tree. There was the briefest moment of uncertainty since this was an actual person he was attacking instead of a random tree. However, it was quickly erased from his mind. Chin Yu was a foundation establishment cultivator. This wouldn't even tickle him. William's foot connected with Chin Yu's outstretched forearm. The following clap of thunder and ripples that shredded the tree trunk did nothing other than make Chin Yu's robes flutter slightly. Excellent, though I suggest you leap higher to stomp on your target from above if they are significantly stronger than you. The chance of you dying is still high, but you will at least leave a scratch as evidence of your existence. It's only what I should do, Chin Yu replied brightly now, the next attack. This one he was more nervous about. Using the impact boots at this range was nonsensical, but perhaps a sudden burst of quickness would be enough to let him catch a stronger cultivator by surprise. William propelled off the ground again with confidence, causing a depression to appear less than a meter away from Chin Yu, and thrust his palm at him fiercely. 50 HP. Gah, William yelled when the bones in his hand broke in multiple places. He dropped to the ground at Chin Yu's feet and grimaced before quickly pushing the pain back to see his so-called senior brother chortling happily. You're a funny one, junior brother. I can't believe you just tried that. William used his unbroken hand to push himself back to his feet and glare at Chin Yu. I did it because you told me to, so those boots aren't meant to be used at such close range. Let it be a lesson so you won't make such a ridiculous mistake in a real fight. On the bright side, you didn't break your arm like I expected. Great, William grimaced. Are we done? Ren Bo was already beside him, quickly working to heal the hand, likely so they could leave the place and head back to the clinic. We are. Chin Yu nodded, smiling. You're a fast learner, junior brother. He didn't mind experiencing pain, but even he had a point where enough was enough. Chin Yu's training style seemed to be based on the belief that pain was the best motivator to succeed, and William couldn't disagree due to how quickly he had gotten used to the chi attacks. Still, he wanted a nice bed to sleep off the mental exhaustion instead of dealing with more suffering. Plus 50 HP. After Ren Bo quickly packed his makeshift luxury hotel room, they ran back to Xuanjing City at full speed. Overall, it was a good day, but William was disappointed that he didn't receive any side quest for the training session as he did for the spar with Li Xinyu. There was a chance it might have been lumped into the side quest for visiting the clinic, so some hope remained for the sweet experience points. William watched Wang Xiaoling gleefully order her newly hired helpers to load a wagon with spirit fruits. He wanted to question if she was doing the right thing, since the efficiency of the fruits would decay if not transported correctly, but he ended up deciding not to bother since she had already been successful with the first batch. Besides, William found that he didn't really care all too much. Wang Xiaoling had made him hand over his share in the profits for an investment, so it was highly likely that he would see none of the gold from the sale. He felt his stomach turn when the blood oranges were carried out, remembering the 7 he had eaten last night before the impurity in his body had risen enough to make him stop. Impurity, stage 195, 9 days remaining. After William had returned to the city late yesterday evening, he had gone straight to the Golden Lotus, intending to collapse on the bed and sleep until it was a requirement to be at the clinic. Fortunately, when he saw the remaining spirit fruits in his room, a rather obvious realization appeared in his mind. The spirit fruits currently giving him attribute points would likely be worthless after his cultivation reached the 2nd level of chi gathering. After all, the same spirit fruits he was currently consuming had given him double the benefits when he was immortal. It was expected that it would get drastically worse when he reached the next level. Not receiving experience points for the training session with Chin Yu turned out to be a blessing in disguise. William thought it was a shame that he couldn't max all his attributes before leveling up, but he wasn't willing to postpone that to wait for a perfect time. Not when reaching the 2nd level of chi gathering would get him a step closer to the point when his soul would be perfected. Attributes were important, but his peace of mind was even more so. Wei Liang, why are you holding on to those? Put it with the rest. These are the spirit fruits I picked for myself, Sister Xiaoling. For you, Wang Xiaoling frowned as she stormed to him and searched his basket. Are you going to pay me for these? Do you know how much gold I can get for them? I can't pay, William replied flatly. I suppose I could take back the second batch and sell them myself since I don't have enough money. Wang Xiaoling burst out with fake laughter as she quickly returned to the filled wagon. The workers she had hired had just finished loading it with the spirit fruits, so she jumped on and pulled the horse's reins. Consider those a gift from me. Goodbye, brat. William was reminded of the cartoon thieves he remembered watching as a kid. It was likely that the next time he saw Wang Xiaoling, she would have unfortunately failed in her ambition to form a merchant house. He shook his head and walked into the clinic, the calm inside sharply contrasting the almost market-like feel outside its door. Then again, that might have just been because of Wang Xiaoling being herself. However, the reason for the calm inside the clinic was worse than that, and it was because of a woman he didn't expect to meet again, at least not this soon. Little brother Wei, William stared at Mei Lingxi's distracting presence for a few seconds before looking at Qin Yu standing beside her. It was strange, feeling jealousy rise within him while also being amused that the jealousy existed in the first place. It showed a true disconnect between his emotions and his logical thinking. Sister Lingxi, William greeted with a wary smile. Did you come to see us off? Of course. I couldn't let you leave without seeing your adorable face again. William was proud that his smile didn't falter when Qin Yu started to laugh silently. That's great. I'm sorry you got into trouble for helping me, Sister Lingxi. William figured that would be what a clueless kid who had a crush on the older girl would say. While the people around him could easily read his emotions, one thing he was sure of was that they all thought he was an actual 13-year-old. If Taoist Chen thought so, he would expect everyone else to also be fooled. Oh, I don't blame you, little brother. Mei Lingxi opened a box that he just realized she was holding. In fact, I wanted to give you a parting gift. William's breath hitched when he saw a familiar glove carefully pulled out. I know you like this greatly, so my prince insisted that I gift the elemental gauntlet to you. Mei Lingxi moved close. You still have a third pick to make, so come by the treasure palace the next time you're in the city. I'll be the one to show you around again. With a ruffle of his hair, Mei Lingxi placed the box in William's hands and casually strolled out of the clinic, leaving him to stare after her in shock. This had to be the most blatant lure to return to the treasure pavilion that could have possibly been given. Senior Sister Lan mentioned that she feared you were obsessed with mortal gold. However, I think you might have an even more dangerous obsession, junior brother. William looked away from the box to give Qin Yu an unamused stare. Where are Sister Li and Elder Huang? They're storing the last few items in the back before leaving, Qin Yu replied, and Ren Bo is helping. William nodded before asking, was there anything else she said to you? You mean your sister Lingxi? Qin Yu teased before becoming more serious. You can accept that gift, but I'm sure you know what not to do. Yes, William nodded, never having intended to visit the treasure palace. Good, then that's all that matters. Beauty leads to disaster, junior brother, and it shouldn't be the most important thing to look at in a Dao partner. Ah, right, William replied awkwardly. I'll be sure to remember that. What am I saying? Qin Yu chuckled, telling a kid about Dao partners. Anyway, Elder Yu gave me something to pass on to you if you performed beyond my expectations yesterday. William blinked when he was offered a thin chain with a pendant made out of a pitch-black stone hanging off it. Besides, I can't allow someone outside the sect to give you something like that without outdoing it, could I? I would be ashamed to call myself your senior brother. His first thought was that he was being given something similar to a spatial ring simply by looking at the stone, which he immediately pushed away since Elder Yu would have known that it would just put a target on his back. What is it? Put it on and find out for yourself. William took the necklace from Qin Yu's hands and slipped it around his neck, shivering slightly when the cool stone touched his skin. With how all the spirit artifacts worked so far, he used his chi to try and activate it, expecting the system to start calculating the cost of use. Instead, his chi allowed him to sense a small space in the black stone, around a quarter the size of the side room where the spirit fruits had been stored. What is this? William gasped in shock. Isn't it obvious? It's a necklace with a spatial stone. Elder Yu has made it undetectable to any cultivator below the spirit-severing realm. That way, you won't have to worry about a poor nascent soul cultivator getting greedy thoughts. After losing his chance in the treasure pavilion, William had thought it would be quite some time before he would have such an opportunity again. He never thought that simply impressing Qin Yu would be enough to get him an item similar to a spatial ring. That brought another question to his mind. Why did Qin Yu hand it over with such little hesitation? Why are you looking at me so suspiciously? Nothing, senior brother. Do you know how I can use this? Ah, it's simple. Qin Yu took the box Mei Lingxi placed in William's hands before making it disappear. Wrap your chi around what you want to be stored inside the space, and when you want to take it out, do the same. William blinked in surprise when the box was returned to him. He followed Qin Yu's instructions, easily pulling the box and the spirit fruits he was carrying in his basket into the spatial stone. How did you do that? William wondered out loud. Qin Yu pulled on the necklace hidden under his robes and revealed a similar pendant. Did you think you were the only one that had one? William knew it should have been expected with how casual Chin Yu was with the spirit stone. Especially with the disappearing act that he was able to do, but still, it was hard to reconcile something supposedly rare in the hands of low-level cultivators. Does everyone in the sect have them? William immediately remembered that Renbo didn't, answering his own question. Just the disciples that Elder Yu values, Chin Yu corrected anyway, keep this a secret, even from other disciples of the sect. Yes, senior brother. Good, go say your farewell to Li Xinyu. It could be some time before you can see her again. Plenty of things made little sense to William at the moment. He wasn't thinking about the multiple people that came to the doors at the last minute only to be turned away. Apparently, refusing service for the nobles in the city was also a tradition when closing a branch, purely to incite displeasure against the ruling prince and his family, which Prince Yuan was a part of. He wasn't even thinking about why he hadn't received the repeatable side quest reward for visiting the Jade Healing Clinic, which was still listed as active in the system, though the clinic had closed for the foreseeable future. No, William was thinking about how Elder Yu and Lan Yin made a big deal of staying away from the treasure palace, but left him and Ren Bo alone in the city. He wasn't worried that he would suddenly lose his mind and rush off to see Mei Lingxi, but wouldn't it be easy for the prince to force a small cultivator like him to do his bidding? William had thought that was why Lan Yin escorted him to the Qi refining rooms after the ordeal at the treasure palace. Apparently, he was wrong with that assumption. On top of that, there was now something around his neck that a nascent soul realm cultivator would desire. Just another worry that William had to consider. You look constipated. Don't ask me to fix that for you, Brother Wei. William shot Renbo an annoyed glance before saying, I'm not. So where is this Zio Yuan village? Did you not look at a map of the empire? You saw what I was doing every day. I barely had enough time to eat. William defended himself, even though it was mostly because he had completely forgotten about it. Goddess Lan would be very disappointed. Brother Wei, Renbo tutted, it's not that far from the city. If we exhaust ourselves, it should take around a day to reach the village. Of course, that would be silly, so let's say around 3 days. Oh, William nodded, not too bad. So are we going to hire a carriage? Maybe join a caravan that's going in the same direction. When Renbo looked at him like he was an idiot, William went back over his words and wondered what he said that deserved that reaction. Why would you want to waste so much time? It'll take nearly a month of mind-numbing travel with either of your options. Did you secretly want to become a mercenary, Brother Wei? Then how are we going to get there? William was honestly just thinking of the common methods he remembered reading about in novels, something he should remember never to mention again after he heard what Renbo said. My spirit boat, obviously. Renbo still had that incredulous look on his face, though the same now appeared on William's. One of the first things he had looked up in the catalog was the cost of buying a spirit boat from the sect. After seeing the price in the 4 figures in spirit stones, he immediately slammed the booklet shut. William already knew that Renbo was valuable to the sect, but he didn't think it was at this level. At the very least, the mystery of why everyone casually left them alone in the city was explained. There must be a secret protector following Renbo, even though that directly contradicted what Elder Yu ordered. Perhaps that was only for show so they think the mission was truly dangerous. Then I suppose we should get going, Brother Ren. Are you sure? I don't mind if you want to stare at the clinic for a bit more. I can still smell Goddess Li's flowery scent in the air. William shuddered in disgust and stepped away from Renbo, briefly forgetting how creepy the kid could get. It was a caricature-like perversion that really shouldn't exist in real people. I don't think so. William crushed Renbo's fantasies when he pointed behind them. I think you're smelling the flowers that lady is selling over there. Fine, let's go, Brother Wei. There's no time to waste. William followed him while chuckling occasionally at Renbo's frustration. The walk to the exit was a trip down memory lane since he hadn't visited these parts of the city since he arrived in this world. He had either gone deeper toward the center or used the array to leave the city entirely. So many people. And William asked as he leisurely followed the flow of people heading to the gate, what about the people? Too many, Brother Wei. It feels like everything is packed as tight as possible. William could understand that point of view since the sect grounds were beyond spacious, but this was nothing compared to the concrete jungles he knew of. He wasn't exactly sure how large the city was, but he knew enough that mortal inhabitants from one end would never see the opposite in their lives. Not that they wouldn't want to, but navigating the winding roads would take well over a few weeks, which they simply couldn't afford. He was thankful that almost everything cultivators needed was within the same section of the city, so there was no need to deal with the same issues. After all, even if he was a cultivator, it wasn't like he could fly above the city to reach his destination faster. Even he was limited by the slowness of the mortals. William chuckled at Renbo's reaction when it seemed like the mortals became even more numerous. He looked around and vaguely remembered how the buildings appeared less ornate the closer to the grand archway. He supposed it was an area with people who had less wealth, so it made sense when the number of mortals increased. Brother Wei, look, there are goddesses even among mortals. He flinched in surprise when Renbo grabbed his shoulder and roughly shook him while blatantly pointing at a girl uninterestedly looking out her palanquin. When the girl seemed to look at them, almost as if in response to Renbo's excited yell, William activated his system's feature. No mortal would be able to hear that. Name, Princess Jin level 34. William cursed softly and grabbed Renbo's arm before pulling him toward the gate at a faster pace. Let go of me, Renbo yelled while struggling, but William was happy to see that he couldn't get free. At least that meant he was stronger than someone for once. He reminded himself to use Observe to get accurate stats on Renbo. That girl is a princess, Brother Ren, William whispered as he tried to weave through the crowd without seeming like he was in a rush. Don't bring trouble on us just when we are about to leave. Princess, Renbo repeated with a dumb smile. No wonder she's a goddess. Let me talk to her, Brother Wei. She is the one for me. William's eye twitched as he resisted the urge to knock the kid out. He could barely keep his cool as he imagined being discovered by the imperial family and disappearing under unfortunate circumstances. In his panic, he had forgotten that he was a trash talent, with only the system letting him appear as a genius. Your goddess land told me to avoid them. Do you want to do something she advised against? William thought it worked when Renbo silently let himself be dragged toward the quickly nearing archway, until it suddenly changed. No, goddess land must be mistaken. The goddess princess must be TR. Renbo tried to scratch at William's hand covering his mouth, but it was ineffective due to him being too weak. Once again, William reveled at finally being stronger than someone. However, the looks they were getting from those around them significantly diminished that feeling. It's all right, William shouted to the mortals pointing at him. My friend is a cultivator, you see, and he has these outbursts once in a while due to his cultivation. That didn't work at all, but since they were close to the gates, he didn't really care. William didn't know Renbo was this much of a liability. If it wasn't for the fact that he was just a kid and that he had healed him numerous times, no matter how questionable it was, William would have left Renbo behind to deal with this mess himself. He was thinking about doing that anyway if he was honest with himself. The damned palanquin was slowly moving after them, and it sounded like someone called them to stop. William looked at the distance between them and the gates, then at the princess following them. Even if he miraculously pulled Renbo to the gates successfully, it wasn't like he could fight the guards if they were ordered to stop them. Well, William technically could, but the only thing that would accomplish was getting the attention of the cultivators guarding the city. Even now, he remembered the ominous feeling from the dragon statue when he entered the city. He did not want to get on the wrong side of whoever was watching through that. With a sigh, William released Renbo. Goddess princess, I'm coming for you. William would have laughed at the phrasing if he wasn't walking away from this disaster as fast as he could. Good day, sirs, William winced internally as he walked past the gate guards. That didn't sound like what a 13-year-old would say. Luckily, most of the guards ignored him as they kept watch over the incoming populace. The most significant reaction was a glance and a grunt. William would take that. The tension in his body was lessened with every step he took through the archway. A part of him genuinely felt terrible about leaving Renbo behind. Still, he could handle only so much stupidity before he was forced to cast off the burden. Renbo had gone well beyond that point with what he had done. Besides, it was likely that there was a protector that was watching over the perverted kid. If William's knowledge about these types of things were reality, it could be possible that he would be used as fodder to help Renbo escape if danger actually struck. Of course, he recognized that the spatial stone hanging off his neck signified that he might be considered even more critical to the sect than the kid, but there was no way he would bet his life on that. William's long exhale when he walked out of the shadows of the grand archway was exhilarating. He recognized a few problems that would need to be rectified immediately. And first and foremost, he had to find a map that would let him know where Zio Yuan village was. The long line of merchants waiting to enter the city would likely have that for him. Little friend, could you wait for a moment? William froze in his tracks, making a few mortals curse when they bumped into him on their way into the city. Being called a little friend wasn't good news, but at the very least it wasn't Junior. Still, whoever spoke to him was a higher-level cultivator, likely in the core formation realm at minimum. The Foundation establishment cultivators generally called him Little Brother or other such nonsense. He looked around for anyone noteworthy, but all he could see were mortals due to being too short to look over them. I have made an agreement with your sect's elder Zhiking to allow my family's junior to accompany you on this mission. Treat it as a way for her to gain experience with the world. William caught something on the edge of his vision and glanced up to see someone standing on top of the grand archway, but before he could use the system to see who it was, the figure disappeared. For one to have the guts to do such a thing, it was almost assured that it was a core formation cultivator, or likely higher. He was fortunate the spatial stone was undetectable. He had no idea who this elder Jiking was, and neither did anyone from the sect mention that name, so he did the only thing that soothed his mind at the moment. Blame that stupid kid, Renbo. His status in William's mind was quickly reaching an irritant of the level similar to a sky hare. Brother Wei, why did you run away? The sea of mortals blocking his vision parted to reveal Renbo walking towards him with a happy smile and a nicely shaped bruise on his cheek that looked like it would purple beautifully. Of course, that was only if Renbo didn't heal himself. William wasn't paying attention to him anyway, but the girl that accompanied him with a scowl on her face. So you're alive, William stated blankly as he avoided looking at the princess. Do you know someone called Elder Jiking in our sect? Elder Jiking. Renbo repeated, he's an inner court elder. Why did you ask, Brother Wei? I was just informed by a senior that we will have someone coming along with us for the mission, and Elder Jiking allowed it. William hoped the person the senior mentioned wasn't the princess staring at him like he offended her. It was likely that it was, but he hoped for once that something went to his liking. That's great, goddess princess, we don't have to convince Brother Wei. William ignored Renbo, nodded to the girl and said, I'm sorry you had to deal with him. Are you sure this is the best idea? I can promise that he won't get better. If he tries anything, I'll cut off what makes him a boy. It was said in a tone so cold that William should have been scared for his fellow sect disciple, but with what had happened, he felt the opposite. And I'll gladly help you. Still, are you sure this is all right? William held the princess's stare to show his seriousness, which seemed to amuse her. With a small smile, she said, at least you aren't as stupid to try and touch me like this idiot did. Touch you? William asked, taken aback by the claim. What do you mean? He tried to grab my hand, Princess Jin sneered, so I taught him a lesson. Even though he was being talked about negatively, Renbo continued to stare at the princess unblinkingly, making William snort in disgust. There went his hopes of having a competent partner. Plus, Princess Jin would make it nearly impossible to use the spatial stone freely. Since William's soft tries to make the princess back out of her own didn't work, he would have to deal with her presence the best he could. It wasn't like he could go against what a supposed elder of the sect agreed with another high-level cultivator of the empire. This thing is called Renbo. Princess Jin pointed at the mentioned Renbo, but I still don't know your name. Who are you? William's lips twitched as he replied, Wei Liang, and how may I address you? Good manners, she said with a nod before proudly saying, I am Princess Jin. William took the chance when she wasn't paying attention to use observe. 5 spiritual energy. He didn't understand why her name was shown as Princess Jin instead of her full name. Come to think of it, he realized that Prince Yuan was the same. Perhaps it was customary for the imperial family in the empire to use their title instead of an actual name. Other than that, William was relieved he hadn't met another monster disguised in the package of a cute girl like Li Xinyu, though he supposed adorable would fit the description better since Princess Jin was only 14. If William had a death wish, he would be tempted to pull a Wang Mei and tease the girl, but it would likely result in losing his hands. So Princess Jin, why do you want to come with us? It'll be fun. She perked up. I never left Chuanjing City before. Grandfather always refused to let me, but when I asked this time, he said yes. Oh great, William replied with a strained smile. I hope we can work well together. Princess Jin stared at him before squealing loudly and rubbing his head. You look so cute when you try to act like an adult. William sighed as his expression fell when he saw Renbo scowl in the corner of his eyes. This was still a disaster even if he ignored the humiliation of being stared at by the numerous mortals, guards and civilians alike. He would have to deal with Renbo's stupid jealousy for the foreseeable future. Perhaps it was time to start using the strength he had just gained to pound into Renbo's head that he was the leader. Princess Jin was here just for fun, so she likely wouldn't care. He didn't foresee too many issues. The challenge was to do it in a way that didn't sour Renbo's view of him. Of course, if William couldn't find a way to make that happen, he would take the loss of the relationship in return for never having to experience the nonsense he just did due to Renbo. After Princess Jin backed away from him, William tried to straighten his hair back into something respectable and asked, Brother Ren, shall we depart? Renbo grunted in agreement and walked off to the side, away from the crowd, before a spirit boat appeared out of nowhere. Let's go, Brother Wei, Renbo stressed before smiling at their new companion, Goddess Princess. Yu Yanhyo watched till the spirit boat had left her sight before finally turning away. I hope this is satisfactory, Taoist Yu. It is. Then I hope that the Jade Healing Sect will find it agreeable to reverse their decision. Make no mistake, Yu Yanhyo glared. This is solely under my purview. The Gallier grandson had to insult me in such a manner. He was courting death, but I spared him simply for the name that he carried. She paid no mind to the impotent look he was giving her. Pathetic cultivator such as the prince beside her deserved no respect. She could throw a pebble into a crowd of mortals and hit someone with more talent than the so-called nascent soul realm prince that ruled Chuanjing City. If a talented core formation cultivator could climb realms to kill a nascent soul cultivator, then the latter didn't deserve such prestige in the first place. Is Mei Lingxi in service to you or that Nat, Prince Yuan? I am unaware of who that is, Taoist Yu. Good, then she isn't in service to you. Send her to me without any harm. I may have use for her. Very well. Yu Yanhu nodded slightly, making the man let out an audibly relieved sigh. It was his good luck that she was forced to stay her hand. More than speaking to the sorry excuse of a nascent soul cultivator, Yu Yanhu hated that she was forced to close the clinic right when it was most necessary. However, the public nature of Prince Yuan's boldness forced her hand. There could be no missteps where Wei Liang was involved at this point. If it was necessary to threaten the closure of the clinic, whether it truly happened or not, then so be it. On the other hand, if Yu Yanhua did nothing after the insult to her person, it could be possible for some bored imperial with nothing better to do to get curious and sniff around for conspiracy. Thankfully, the perpetually fearful prince that ruled Xuanjing City was quick to beg for forgiveness. And she had been quick to suggest that Wei Liang and Ren Bo gain a royal companion on this mission, which would conveniently come with the added protection of some core formation cultivators. Yu Yanhu knew she might be pushing it by inviting such a close observation of Wei Liang by the imperial family, even if this was an offshoot branch instead of the main line. However, this would be the best time to do it. They already showed interest after Yu Yanhua had personally arrived to ensure Wei Liang wouldn't get near the third floor. Sure, she had tried to pass it off as anger at that servant of Prince Yuan's, Mei Lingxi, but the suspicion hadn't been entirely erased. Since that was the case, she would rather have the observation happen on her terms, and most importantly, have it done when Wei Liang would show the least amount of his potential. Yu Yanhua considered contacting Wei Liang personally to warn him to hide his talent. However, after considering his personality, that thought was quickly thrown out. He was far too naive to the intentions of the people around him. She feared that warning him of the imperial family's intentions after the Treasure Pavilion incident was already too much for the innocent boy. May I ask why Taoist Jiking wanted my family's junior to go on this mission? Yu Yanhua found it admirable that this question was asked, especially since she could feel the fear emanating from the prince. At the very least, it meant that Princess Jin was someone this pathetic cultivator truly cherished. She could even see why. Reaching the third level of qi gathering at such a young age was no small feat. If no accidents befell the girl, she would quickly make a name for herself in the empire, perhaps even get moved into the main line of the imperial family. You know, our sect rules forbid protection of disciples on missions. Elder Jiking has an eye on Renbo, so this is a loophole to keep him safe. I see, he nodded, that relieves me, and it seemed that young Renbo was taken with my granddaughter. Perhaps this could have unforeseen benefits. Yu Yanhua hummed in agreement, satisfied that the prince's attention was on Renbo. What about the other matter we discussed? My grandson has his own will, Taoist Yu. There is not much I can do to keep him from your disciple. Besides, why should we meddle in the affairs of our juniors? It will be a learning experience for them. Is that so? Yu Yanhua raised her brow, not expecting pushback at something she considered a minor topic. And what if I can't promise that I will stay my hand the next time Prince Yuan courts death? That matter will soon be out of my hands, he replied helplessly. My grandson has been called to the capital to meet with the crown prince. It will be them you'll have to answer to. Yu Yanhua paused in surprise for a moment before chuckling. Very well, it seems that he has escaped consequence again. Do remember that such fools are not long for the world, fellow Taoist. She looked away after the prince nodded slightly in acceptance, though it was filled with hidden displeasure. It's time for me to leave. Farewell, Yu Yanhua said casually before leaving without waiting for an answer. It wasn't like her to be as abrasive as she acted with Xuanjing City's prince. Perhaps the insolence Prince Yuan showed her weighed on her mind more than she realized. She appeared in front of the clinic, entering without revealing herself to the mortals clamoring for someone inside to help with their maladies. A standard show made by a city's rulers to demonstrate to the populace how cruel the Jade Healing Sect was to abandon a clinic, not that it ever worked. After a quick use of the teleportation array, Yu Yanhua stepped out of the receiving hall at the inner court and nodded to the guards. The surroundings blurred before she found herself before the door to the sect master's chambers. A few seconds later, she was led in to see a grim-faced sect master, Guanfeng. He held a finger up as he activated the privacy arrays and said, Elder Jiking was here complaining about Renbo being sent on that mission. So nothing surprising. Yes, I suppose so. Guanfeng rolled his eyes. Of all the people to choose, it had to be that boy. It's better to hide Wei Liang next to a star. I don't see anything wrong with this plan, sect master. Yes, Guanfeng cleared his throat, so you dealt with Xuanjing City. The clinic should be reopened within a month. However, it seems Prince Yuan has caught the attention of the crown prince. This is known. Guanfeng waved his hand. It is unfortunate for him to go to the capital with his habits. He possesses talent but not the intellect to unleash it fully. I suspect he will be dead within the year. What if he is able to succeed? That is to be worried about if it ever happens. Besides, as long as the main line isn't touched, the imperial family will not pay much attention to a small cultivator disappearing. And I'll turn a blind eye if you need to step in. I don't have to tell you to dispose of all witnesses if necessary, do I? No, sect master, Yu Yanhua chuckled. I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying, Yu Yanhua. Do whatever you must to hide Wei Liang's capabilities if you suspect too much was revealed, even if everyone but Wei Liang has to be disposed of. I understand. So how much longer can we keep flying? My answer is the same as it was when you asked a moment ago. Brother Wei, Renbo replied with an irritated tone. Still, it could have changed, right? William smirked when Renbo ignored him. Was it childish of him to annoy the kid on purpose? Yes, it was, but he had to do something to break the awkwardness that filled the spirit boat. Since the moment they had left Chuenjing City, William had been the focus of two intense stares with very different intentions. It started out with Renbo staring at the princess, while she, in turn, stared at William like he was a plush doll. However, the kid saw that and switched from staring at the girl to glaring at him. It was too much like a middle school drama than William would like. All this had done was reiterate that Renbo must be taught that he couldn't get away with his nonsense. As soon as the spirit boat ran out of energy and they stopped flying, he intended to show the kid who was boss. As for how, that was still up for debate. Until then, annoying him would have to do. Besides, it was also a way to lessen the rage that was still inside him from what Renbo had done. The issue was what to do for the next 3 hours, and how to keep Princess Jin away from him so he wouldn't have to endure more forced coddling. Side quest completed. Visit Jade Healing Clinic 2-3 times a week, 3 visits, plus 30 XP. Hidden bonus train with Chin Yu, plus 100 XP. Hidden bonus impress Chin Yu with your improvement, plus 2000 XP. William blinked in surprise at the alerts. He wasn't sure why the side quest was completed now, but he didn't pay it too much mind and kept track of the alerts while staring at Renbo, mainly to ignore the increasing desire in Princess Jin's eyes. He didn't want to accidentally encourage her to treat him like a doll. The decreased experience points he was getting for the repeatable side quest was disappointing, but expected with his much higher level. It would be a broken cheat if he could still get 50 experience points for each visit. The following alerts were what William hoped would happen after he didn't receive a side quest activation before his training with Chin Yu. There were some possibilities for the reason he didn't get a quest alert, but the one he thought most likely was the penalty. Training with Chin Yu could be accepted automatically since nothing would happen if he failed, but with Li Xinyu, there was a penalty to consider. After the third alert showed a reward of 2,000 experience points, William expected the bittersweet moment he would get the level up alert. It would finally mean he was in the second level of Qi gathering. Still, it would come along with the decreased efficiency of spirit fruits. Unfortunately, he would need to start using pills that would contribute to impurity at a much greater level. William's thoughts about his future pill popping and the positives and negatives they would have overstuffing spirit fruits disappeared when the expected alert for the level up never came. He pulled up his experience point count, wondering if he had misremembered how close he was. Experience, 4062 2375. He couldn't help but stare blankly at the blue text. This had obviously never happened before, and he wasn't sure what to do now. Level 19. And that confirmed that William was still at level 19. Not that it helped other than that. Wei Liang, are you alright? Huh. William blinked and looked up to see Princess Jin edging closer. I'm fine. I guess I must be more tired than I realized. How about we stop at the Red Forest? It's the closest place that would be relatively safe. If that's what the goddess wants, then that's what I shall do. Renbo interjected loudly, much to Princess Jin's obvious displeasure. William didn't particularly care where they stopped and was glad they annoyed each other for silence to return in the spirit boat. Cultivation, Qi gathering first level. Cultivation technique, Horizons Seeker. Martial skills 3. Max level 19. Max attribute 30. Impurity, stage 195, 9 days remaining. Upgrade requirements 2, 1, Spirit 22, eligible for level 20. Nothing there had changed either. With the easy route that William had taken to change from being a mortal to a Qi-gathering cultivator, he had assumed the same would happen between minor levels of a cultivation realm. While that assumption had been false, the saving grace was that his experience points were not lost due to whatever block he was experiencing. An average cultivator that didn't have access to the system would have to, well, cultivate to get to the next minor realm. Perhaps that was the case with him too. It was undoubtedly the first thing that William was going to try. In fact, William was tempted to do so right now, but the slight shaking of the spirit boat as it cut through the air might cause a disaster. This was obviously inferior compared to Lanyon's spirit boat. This red forest, how far are we away from it? I would guess within an hour at this speed, Princess Jin replied before Renbo could say something. William nodded before closing his eyes, trying to see if he could sense something that needed to be done with his Qi pathways. No more Qi could be added since he already had the max spirit attribute. Still, his cultivation technique might have some answers he had somehow missed. Before William could look over the manual and print it into his mind, the spirit boat shook enough to make him tense up to stay upright. It was good that he didn't rush to try and cultivate Brother Way. William's eyes flew open as he tried to grab the sides of the spirit boat. He was being lifted out of his seat, and with the alarmed look on Renbo and Princess Jin's faces, adding to the fact that they were in the same predicament as him, they didn't expect this. "What's happening?" William yelled as he tried to keep a firm grip when it felt like someone was pulling on his feet as the sound of swirling wind started to pick up. His legs began rising above his body, making him panic even more. If he fell out of the spirit boat, it would be certain death by splatter. "Look up." William could feel his grip slipping and had no intention of looking away. His legs were so high above his body that he was forced upside down, and he was terrified that trying to look up would make him lose his focus on staying inside the spirit boat. However, the shocked gasps he heard from the other two changed his mind. Ensuring he had a death grip, William carefully turned his face toward the sky to see what had caused them to gasp, making his heart skip a beat. Hovering above them were 3 vortexes made from what seemed to be chi, though it was in a form that was so dense that it seemed they would rip through his body at the thickness. Each vortex seemed to be focusing on one person. It made William think it had to be targeted, though he couldn't imagine what level someone must be to cause these phenomena. Suction force seemed to get significantly stronger with every second that passed. It made it obvious that unless the vortexes suddenly disappeared, they were destined to be pulled out of the spirit boat. "Renbo, what the hell is this thing?" William yelled as he tried to hug the seat he had been using. For whatever reason, the spirit boat was unaffected by the vortexes, and it was his last lifeline. "We have to let go." Princess Jin shouted back, "They won't disappear until they get their target. Let go." William asked incredulously, finally securing his arms around the seat tightly, "Are you crazy? We'll probably be safe, Wei Liang. If you delay, you might get hurt. Let's meet up if we can wherever this leads us." "Goddess Princess, wait for me." William gaped at the 2 idiots when they stopped trying to fight the suction force and flew into the mouth of their respective vortexes. As Princess Jin said, they disappeared as soon as they got their targets. That didn't mean he would rush to follow their moronic actions. No, he did not intend to leave his death to chance when he hadn't exhausted every option possible, even if that option was clinging onto his seat for dear life. William was determined to ride this out until he was either unconscious or his arms were ripped out, but under no circumstance would he let go of his own violation. It was a mistake to think that. As if the vortex heard William's thoughts, the spirit boat started to creak for the first time in distress. It was lucky that it was built with such sturdy material to stay whole under the vortex, and because the seat hadn't been crushed under his increasingly fighting grip. Once again, William's thoughts were the downfall. Out of everything on the spirit boat, one thing broke off with a sharp crack: the seat he was holding on to. William yelled in fear as he was sucked up with a speed that was exponentially greater than what Renbo or Princess Jin experienced. He kept screaming as he neared the mouth of the vortex, thoughts of the empty void starting to become the only thing left in his mind. William groaned as he shifted, trying to move away from the thing poking into his spine, but that was the least of his concerns at the moment. His head felt like someone was slowly driving hot nails into every part of his skull. Even though William wanted to bash his head into a wall so he would fall unconscious, he was beyond glad to be in the worst pain he had felt in either of his lives. It meant that he wasn't floating endlessly in the void. The worst torture was better than that hell. William gritted his teeth and cracked open his eyes before yelping at the blinding light. He didn't know how long he struggled to see, but it was far too long to be reasonable. It was good that he seemed to be in a place that didn't have anything that wanted to hurt or eat him. With a still throbbing headache, William stared at the thick branches above him, slowly looking down to see that he was lying on an even thicker branch. He sat up carefully, wondering how long he had been here as he looked past the edge, eyes widening at the distance to the ground from where he was. While it might not kill him with his strengthened body, it would bring him close to it. Speaking of which, the damage he had taken getting to wherever he was might have reduced his health significantly, so the jump might actually kill him. Health, 1,000. William frowned after checking his health. He shouldn't be unhappy that he was in his peak state, but what the system said didn't make much sense. It felt like his body had been through the blender, making him suspect that the system was being fooled somehow. If it happened with Prince Yuan, why not with this? Before thinking too far, he checked for any alerts he might have gotten while unconscious. User entering spatial storm. System error attempting to reboot. System online reboot successful. William wasn't sure what to think of that. A spatial storm sounded like something he should only encounter if he was fighting a god-level being, not something that a useless cultivator like him should experience. He could barely fight an upgraded sky hare, let alone a damn spatial storm. He froze, pausing the internal cursing when a deep growl rumbled from below. He moved as quietly as he could to peek over the edge to see a small black animal he hadn't noticed with his first look at the ground. William felt he should have gotten a pass for his distraction since the distance was far higher than a 10-story building. No matter, he was definitely paying attention now. That small black animal was only that size because of how far it was from him. If William was right next to it, there was no doubt that it would dwarf him. Name, reborn level 54. It took William far longer to read that than he would have liked due to the distance. Still, his mood didn't improve once he understood the blue text. Ignoring that the spirit beast's name had the word "dree" in it, which he was pretty sure was related to dragons, and "burn," which was clearly related to bears, the level of the creature guaranteed a swift death at best and a gruesome one at worst. William quickly backed away from the edge with his heart racing in fear. One thing he knew about bears from his past life was that they could climb trees, and since this thing was some sort of abomination between a dragon and a bear, if the name was anything to go by, it might even be able to fly like that sky hare. He could hear it growling once in a while as he frantically looked around to see if there could be something that could be of help close by. There wasn't. William's only other choice was to hope that throwing his low-level spirit fruits would distract the Dreeburn long enough to escape. Again, not a great idea, and one that will likely end up with him dead. He stayed frozen like a statue, hoping that would somehow help with his current predicament. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait too long until the Dreeburn's growls faded. He didn't know if it was still there or if it had walked away. William peeked over the edge and sighed in relief when he didn't see the spirit beast. He pulled back and sat upright against the trunk as he touched his necklace, happy to feel that the spatial stone was still with him. It stored enough spirit fruits and pills to get him through weeks of sustenance or catastrophic injuries. With monsters like that Dreeburn walking around casually, those spirit fruits might be better used to increase his attributes instead of treating it like food. He could forage, hunt, or if absolutely necessary, act like a vulture and eat leftover kills to feed himself. Besides, he needed to figure out how to get to the second level of chi gathering as soon as possible. However, it was unfortunate that his impurity levels would be raised to stage 2. Still manageable, but that was the limit he could accept. At stage 3, William's cultivation would be halted for months, even with the help of healers from the sect. He glanced at the system to see exactly where his impurity level was, and his jaw dropped. Impurity, none. William clearly remembered that it had previously shown that he needed 9 days to get rid of the impurity naturally. He didn't even know how it was possible for him to be unconscious for that long without dying. Just because he was a cultivator didn't mean the need for food had been reduced. That wouldn't be a benefit till the next realm. He didn't even feel a pang of hunger. Williams pulled a blood orange from the spatial stone and looked at it. This could either give him a spirit plant addict, trait along with a point added to his strength attribute, or just the latter with no negatives. +1 strength. He absent-mindedly licked his fingers while waiting for another alert that never came. Hell, at this point, did it even matter? Going from stage 2 impurity to stage 3 needed a prodigious amount of spirit fruit or a fistful of constantly popping pills. The 10 or so spirit fruits he would force down needed no concern, or so William told himself. +1 strength, +1 strength. Max strength reached. That went as expected. However, he had more doubts about the next spirit fruit, the lightning berries, which should stop being effective at any moment. +1 stamina, +1 agility, +1 stamina, +1 agility, +1 stamina, +1 agility, +1 stamina. Max stamina reached, +1 agility. Max agility reached. William shook his head after he easily scarfed down 11 spirit fruits with no issue. A far cry from his reluctance after feeling slightly bloated in that cozy hotel room. Being put in a spot where comfort was worth less than nothing did marvelous things to someone's determination. More important than that, he was able to max his attributes with little issue. All that needed to happen was a spatial storm that would take him to a place he couldn't recognize while also knocking him out for 9 days or more, conveniently allowing him to gobble up all the spirit fruits. William didn't think the spatial storm was worth these benefits, especially since there were things called fucking Dreeburns strolling around. Impurity, stage 155, 5 days remaining. He nodded after glancing at the impurity level. It would let him take 2 vitality restoration pills without taking him to the next stage. At least that was some sort of backup. William looked around before peeking at the ground again to ensure there weren't random spirit beasts waiting to ambush him. Since he had apparently been on this branch for more than a week while unconscious and had come out of it uneaten, a few more hours while he figured out how to get to the second level of chi gathering would be fine. He took deep breaths, getting into the correct state of mind before closing his eyes and turning his senses inward to his chi pathways. The first thing he would try is to simply cultivate. William felt that would do the trick since that was all normal cultivators needed to do. Sure, there could be bottlenecks, but he could clearly see the 2 requirements to break through. requirements that he already met. William was in a Zen state. He really should be trying to figure out how to get to the second stage of chi gathering, but the initial hour of trying brought up an alert that made him want to become a cultivation maniac, or, in other words, a shut-in. William continuously circulated his chi, unsure and uncaring of how long it had been since he started. He could sense that the process was becoming easier and easier with every cycle around his pathways. It was strangely enjoyable to feel the small accomplishment he was making with his chi. Of course, not as enjoyable as getting experience points and seeing all the numbers increase, but very close. If there was a lesson to be learned from this, it was that dumping his stat points into spirit was not as magical as he thought. Sure, it was still broken as hell, but not to the extent that he had been thinking. William wondered how other cultivators would react if they could hear his thoughts. He could be reasonably confident that they would make Li Xinyu's pummeling look tame after they were done with him. His brows furrowed when his chi slowed down slightly as the stray thoughts took him out of the Zen state. Luckily, he was able to sense the pathways expand just as he was distracted. William wouldn't say he could sense the pathways become larger or anything like that, but it seemed shinier. He couldn't explain it well, but it seemed to have gained a previously missing luster. That change was immediately followed by a burst of alerts that he couldn't have tried to ignore if his life depended on it. Level up, 5 stat points added. Cultivation upgraded chi gathering, 2nd level. New upgrade requirements available. Cultivate in a chi-dense environment for 4 hours, plus 16 XP. The last alert was the reason for his Zen state. Whatever this place was, it apparently qualified for the prestigious description of chi-dense. When cultivating, it gave him 4 times the amount he was getting in the outer sex chi refining room. Getting nearly 100 experience points for a day of cultivating made it actually worth the effort. However, he knew it wouldn't be wise to sit in the same spot to cultivate, no matter how safe it seemed. If something like that reborn existed, it would make sense that some bird with an equally high level also existed. William had long since opened his eyes, studying each of the changes in the menu carefully. William had already expected this, but with Li Xinyu's attributes, he hoped his assumption had been wrong. On the bright side, he had reason to suspect that his soul damage was still working behind the scenes to nerf how strong he could become. If William did nothing but increase his level diligently, he would reach his max attribute naturally. That meant either his talent was so trash that this was his personal limit, or something was holding him back. Of those two options, William would much rather assume that the latter was true. The other option was simply too depressing. As he tried to reassure himself, William caught sight of something that surprised him. Impurity, stage 133, 3 days remaining. He was under the impression that the amount of impurity a cultivator could take would be more or less stable until the next major realm. In his case, it would be foundation establishment. After a moment of confusion, he pulled out another lightning berry and popped it into his mouth, observing the impurity status. William had no expectation of actually gaining anything from the spirit fruit. Still, he certainly didn't expect 0 change in impurity. It was at 33% before, and it was the same after. That meant the lightning berry now had such little effect on his body that it was useless. With a shake of his head, William put it aside, not wanting to waste any more spirit fruit on meaningless tests. Even if they were useless to him personally in terms of making him more powerful, they could still act as regular food if necessary. Besides, instead of worrying over something minor, he could do the one thing necessary before finally exploring this place: max his spirit attribute immediately. Plus 10 spirit. Max spirit reached. Trait modified soul damage minor 12, attribute reduction. William felt the rush of chi released from his dantian, and he was more than used to the routine that followed the action increasing his spirit attribute. This time, he didn't even bother to try and add the chi to his blocked-off lung meridian, but it pulsed in warning anyway as the chi passed it. He ignored it and let the heart meridian absorb everything available, his mood lifting when he sensed the chi inside the meridian gathering to the center before everything was quickly compressed into a familiar speck. William was strangely reminded of a star being born, or at least how they showed the animation in the shows that he used to watch. Of course, the speck might be the most pathetic star in existence with its dimness, but he would work to make it shine brighter. He exhaled slowly as he opened his eyes, realizing that even the process of guiding his chi had been more straightforward in this environment. However, now that William's mind wasn't in a haze called Zen state, he started to feel as if he had stepped into a place he might never leave. There were things in cultivation worlds that were like pocket dimensions, cracks in the world, mystic realms, whatever name it was called by. They all had the same premise. Whoever could enter would find innumerable treasures as long as one could survive the danger within. All very exciting when William was reading the novels. In fact, it might have been his favorite part, but like most that he experienced in this world, it terrified him. As it should. The first thing he saw after waking up from a 9-day, at minimum, long coma was something called a reborn. What kind of name is that in the first place? And if it was named true, didn't that mean a dragon had somehow mated with a lower status beast? William thought dragons were supposed to be prideful in a world like this, not sexual degenerates unless they also had humanoid forms. He shook his head as his thoughts started to veer off into an area he had no desire to think about. The first thing William needed to do was try and find out what this place was. Then if there was a way out of here, the forest was a strange place. The treetops blocked out the sky, but somehow the sunlight shone brightly on the ground, as if all the leaves did was magnify the sunlight. Plus, the trees themselves were reasonably spaced out, as they were all planted carefully to avoid interfering with each other. Considering what William suspected this place to be, that might be precisely the reason behind the orderliness. He looked in every direction, seeing much of the same. It was as if someone got lazy and copy-pasted the surroundings. There was no way in hell that he would climb down the tree and get eaten alive by whatever the hells called this forest home, so one option was left. William looked up, finding that even though he already had to be 10 stories high at minimum, it seemed like there was more than double that height to reach the treetop. Then again, he was guessing since massive branches blocked most of his vision when he looked straight up. However, since all the trees seemed to look the same, the neighboring trees could be used as a reference. Luckily, those massive branches that blocked his vision could also be used as platforms to quickly climb to the top. William bent his knee slightly and jumped, almost yelping in shock when he rocketed up, nearly ramming his head into a branch several meters higher. Luckily, he had clamped his mouth shut to keep quiet, able to avoid alerting anything living close by that food was available. The coma must have put his control over his body out of calibration for a bit, but it was quickly fixed. William made quick work of climbing the rest of the way up, being surprisingly stealthy with his light steps, before he found himself balancing himself carefully on a small protrusion on the tree's trunk. William held on tightly as he warily reached his other hand into the thick blanket of leaves above him, waiting for something terrible to happen. When his fingers weren't ripped off, he mentally wished himself luck and pulled himself up. William thought he had grabbed onto something solid, but after he lifted himself into the thick blanket of leaves, he saw that all his hand was resting on were the leaves themselves. His grip on the tree's trunk tightened exponentially in fear of falling through. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and reached out with his foot to lightly step on the floor made of leaves, frowning when it felt like it was solid. He dug his fingers into the grooves of the trunk to ensure it wouldn't slip before using all of his strength to stomp his foot in the same spot. There was a dull thump from the foot landing firmly on the tightly packed leaves, but other than that, nothing happened. William couldn't even see an imprint of his boot on the leafy floor. He had no idea how this was possible when that was almost the exact spot where he had climbed into this area. Fact, most of these leaves had nothing supporting them underneath, no thick branches, and now that William thought about it, the leaf floor seemed to just exist, as if it was separate from the trees themselves. And speaking of the area, he had been too fascinated with how the leaves acted like a solid platform to pay much attention to his surroundings, something that infuriated William while also making him wonder when it would bite him in the ass. He shook his head and focused on examining the surroundings. Much like the forest below, it was surprisingly well lit, considering there was a ceiling made of leaves that looked identical to the floor. Or was it not surprising because of the similarity? Either way, it would take another climb of 20-ish meters to reach the ceiling, but he was in no rush to do so. William noticed that all the trees he had seen below were also here, with their trunks extending past the leafy ceiling. However, there wasn't much present other than that. Compared to the forest floor, this place was dead. Other than the sounds William caused himself by moving his hands on the trunk or his feet stepping on the leaves, it was utterly silent. William swore that he could hear his own heart beating if he paid close enough attention, and it was starting to beat faster. He tried to shake off the sudden nerves before realizing he might be stuck in this place. If a full-powered stomp did nothing to mark the leafy floor, there was almost no hope of returning to the forest. There was the option to use his impact boots, but even if it did work, all it would accomplish was falling to his death. Before his thoughts could spiral out of control even more, William tried something simple before falling into the rising panic. He simply attempted to retrace his steps with the way he climbed up. William didn't see how it could work since the spot where he stomped his foot was only inches away from the trunk. However, his eyes grew wide when his foot sank into the leaves. William didn't stop to wonder why and carefully climbed down, a broad smile on his face when his whole body was out of that leafy hell. He let go of the trunk and jumped onto a platform-like branch before letting out a strained chuckle. Whatever that place was, William thought he would rather deal with that reborn thing instead of having to hear his own panicked thoughts magnified. As silly as it sounded, it heavily reminded him of the void once he stopped being distracted by the floor and took in the surroundings. He wiped his sweaty forehead with the back of his palm and sat down, intending to relax and perhaps get some cultivation in, when he heard a faint, scratching sound that seemed to be getting louder steadily. The panic that had finally been subsiding suddenly returned with a vengeance. William inched closer to the edge of the platform like Branch and peeked, pulling back immediately before he was discovered. That damned reborn had returned, and it was pawing at the branch that had been his bed when he was in a possible coma. William didn't dare to dawdle with his next decision. He immediately reversed his belief that he would rather deal with the monster than go back up. William climbed up into the green leaves that covered the forest as quickly as possible while trying to avoid catching the reborn's attention. He had been sorely mistaken about how massive the beast was when he had previously seen it, and there was no doubt that it could eat him in one bite. Thankfully, the sound of the monster's scratching and sniffing was muted the instant his entire body was above the leaves. This time, instead of panicking, William was happy to hear his heart beating rapidly. That meant he was still alive. After all, what was a little panic in the face of being eaten alive in one bite? William clung to the trunk for a few seconds as he took another look around, wondering if he should try his luck and stay here for a day or so until the reborn left, only then realizing that there was no reason that it couldn't follow him up here. He crushed his fear and finally let go of the tree trunk acting as his lifeline, carefully stepping on the floor with no safety. William exhaled when he didn't fall to his death. Still, he didn't linger long due to that relief. He had to get away from this spot. Before that, he used his nails to leave the deepest cut possible, which ended up being a tiny scratch. Still, that should be enough for him to tell this tree apart from others. William's first few steps were slow, wary of experiencing a sudden free fall, but when that never happened, the slow steps quickly changed into sprinting. Though it wasn't quite an all-out sprint, he was still trying to be mindful of new dangers that might be hidden in this strange place. Surprisingly, to William's happiness, there was no danger to be seen. Just an endless green floor, a similar ceiling, and the massive tree trunks that acted like pillars with significant gaps in between. The only thing that accompanied William was the sound of his own breathing, the slight movement of his feet landing on the leaves, and his rapidly beating heart. It felt like his thoughts were repeating to fill in the complete silence. He didn't stop until he could sense the fatigue creeping up on him. He moved to the closest tree trunk to lean on and rest. William took deep breaths, trying to keep it as silent as possible while staring in the general direction he ran from. If that thing followed him up, there was no way it could move about silent enough that he couldn't detect it, not with how quiet this place was. When William could hear nothing that suggested danger was nearby, that should have been enough to finally let his mind rest. However, something was niggling in the back of his mind, warning him that this place still wasn't as safe as it seemed. Maybe it was his already present uneasiness at the eerie quiet, but he was quick to accept that feeling and listen to his impulse. William could either climb back down to the forest or see what could be beyond the leafy ceiling. Both were similar risks since he had no idea what was waiting for him on either side. He wanted to wait until he recovered most of his stamina, but he thought he caught the slightest of movements in the distance. It wasn't the reborn that he was sure of since the movement came from one of the tree trunks in the distance. William thought it looked a little greener in color compared to the dark brown trees that seemed far more common. Still, at this distance, it could simply be the color of the green leaves that made up the floor and the ceiling tricking his eyes. That didn't mean William would stay here and hope he was right that it was a trick. He immediately tried to climb down to the forest, but cursed loudly in sheer panic when his feet met a solid floor. He tried a couple more times to see if there was another spot that would allow him to leave, but they all had the same result. Since climbing down wasn't an option, William would see if he would have better luck climbing up. All he knew was that there was no way he would be staying here. Perhaps he could find a better environment to relax until enough time passed. William half expected that he would be blocked again, but to his relief, that didn't happen. His first thought as he pulled himself up was being thankful that there wasn't another ceiling made of leaves. The second was that the sky was white, not that it was covered in white clouds, but the entire sky was just a blank, plain white. William couldn't see a sun anywhere as a light source, which was likely why he could stare directly at the white sky without straining his eyes. That didn't mean he wanted to continue looking. There was something unnerving about the blankness above him for someone used to a soft blue. Even a leaf ceiling might be preferred over it. On the bright side, the trees on this level finally looked normal. They were no longer pillars of wood shooting upward into a layer of thick leaves, but actual trees that existed in the typical sizes he had seen in the Tianxia Empire. Some even had something that looked like spirit fruits hanging off the branches. Of course, William had to remind himself that what he saw was like the tip of an iceberg. This was only a fraction of the actual size of these trees. It was apparent that he was no longer in the Tianxia Empire, and that the spatial storm had brought him to another dimension, or so William hoped. These places generally had some sort of time limit before the people inside were kicked out. Of course, this was going by his expert knowledge from his past life. It would be fantastic if he could find Princess Jin, since she likely knew something with the way she readily gave into the vortex. Still, Considering how large this place seemed to be, finding her would be a miracle. As for Renbo, the less said about him, the better. Besides, while the kid wasn't as strong as him, William knew he had a far greater chance of surviving this place if his storage pouch survived the journey. In fact, William could see the annoying brat relaxing in luxury while waiting for this place to kick them out. Or it could also be possible that the girl-crazy kid would be killed by Princess Jin. It was a coin flip in his mind. William smiled as the wind blew softly, taking his mind off the irritant. It only added to his liking of the place. It seemed safe at first glance and wasn't dead like the level below. Besides, the floor was made of green leaves. He could almost trick himself into believing it was simply grass. As for why William thought it was safe, the system came into play with that. Even if he couldn't see a spirit beast hiding from him, the blue text identifying it would be hard to miss. It wouldn't have mattered if he could read what it said, but the simple fact it was there signified a spirit beast existed. William scanned the closest tree with spirit fruits again for any sign of blue text as he carefully made his way over, more than ready to activate his boots to run away at full speed unless the spirit beast was near his level. Then it would be fighting time. Fortunately, there was no need for that paranoia as nothing happened. William was staring at the shimmering, emerald-green fruits casually hanging off the branches like they were common apples. He had read about these in the books Li Xinyu provided him. Dragonheart plums, they were called, something that could only be nurtured with the resources of a sect the size of the Jade Healing sect, but even then, it would number in the low double digits every few years. This single tree seemed to have more than that ready for the picking. However, that wasn't what William was shocked about. He looked away from the fruits above his head and peered at the trees surrounding him as far as his eyes could see. While every tree didn't have dragonheart plums hanging off its branches, there were plenty that did. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a conservative estimate of the number of fruits would be in the thousands. It was convenient, and at the same time, terrifying. Someone owned this realm. Everything was set up like a private garden, just like the garden owned by the Jade Healing sect, except on a much more massive scale and with ridiculously rare spirit plants, if the dragonheart plum was anything to go by. Something even seemed to block the spirit beasts from the forest floor from entering this area. If someone was trying to protect their harvest, it certainly made sense why it was set up like this, though that did bring up questions about why he was let through. Perhaps William got insanely lucky with finding one of the few entrances, and then finding another to reach the top level. He chuckled to himself at that thought. His luck wasn't high enough for something so fortunate to happen. Maybe when it was at Li Xinyu's level, it might be possible. William licked his lips as he looked back to the dragonheart plums hanging above him. He wasn't very hungry with all the fruits he had stuffed himself with, but he would gladly bloat himself to eat one of the plums. They were each the size of William's head, and the soft pulse emanating from the center indicated how ripe it was. If he remembered correctly, the pulse came from the golden core of the plum, and it was usually visible when the fruit was cut. The fact that he could see it at this distance told of the centuries that had passed without anything in this realm being harvested, or at least the plums on this specific tree. William wasn't worried whether the dragonheart plum would be effective enough to improve his attributes. He was worried about how much his impurity would increase. Impurity, stage 133, 3 days remaining. While it seemed low, there was no doubt that eating just one of the dragonheart plums would make the impurity shoot well into stage 2. In fact, it would be overkill for his current level, though it would instantly max all his attributes except for luck. The convenience factor was high, but the consequence would be reduced experience points for weeks at minimum. Without knowing how long he would stay in this dimension, he risked it possibly lasting for the entire duration. William supposed that was something to worry about after getting some dragonheart plums. He would rather have it just in case. He looked around, once again checking if he was the only living thing in the area before hopping lightly. The next second, he jumped high enough to reach a deep groove on the trunk a few meters above the ground. It was still incredible to William that he could do this purely with his physical power. With a silly smile, he quickly climbed the tree to reach the branches within a few seconds. Not long after, he crawled on a branch to reach the dragonheart plums. However, when William tried to pluck them, he discovered a problem. It refused to be plucked, no matter how hard William pulled. He hesitated for a moment before pointing his palm at the stem. If he couldn't pluck it, he would attack it until it broke off. William thrust his palm with wisps of chi flowing off it, fully expecting to lose some health when his attack was stopped by the stubborn stem. However, his palm sliced through the stem cleanly. William was lucky he didn't let his surprise distract him from catching the dragonheart plum. His free hand quickly grabbed it, and the fruit was immediately pulled into his spatial stone, storing it securely before his attention moved to the other dragonheart plums on the branch. William wouldn't be greedy. He would only take all the spirit fruits on this individual tree. That alone would be more than 20 treasure-quality fruits that would make any cultivator salivate. A small cultivator like William himself would be more than satisfied. Besides, it would hopefully show his non-greediness if the owners of this dimension were keeping an eye on it. Who was he kidding? William knew it likely wouldn't matter if he took one tree's worth or the entire dimensions. If Lan Yin, a cultivator from a kind sect, killed a mortal like an ant for being presumptuous, whoever owned this dimension would do the same to him. The only hope was that this little thievery went unnoticed. William spent the next few minutes quickly harvesting all the dragonheart plums he could see on the tree, storing each one into his spatial stone with a growing smile. He should have known things were too easy. When the last one was about to be sliced off, a problem revealed itself. Leave the last one on the tree. William's heart sank as he realized how fucked he was if the one who spoke was hostile. Spiritual energy, 15,175.20 per hour. He had plucked 32 dragonheart plums, making him use up 5 spiritual energy with each fruit. He didn't even have enough to activate his impact boots for a possible escape if necessary. That's quite a waste of those dragonheart plums. William's eyes were darting around frantically as he tried to find the person talking to him. However, no matter where he looked, there was nobody to be seen. I understand that humans are known for their greed, but this is the first time I have seen one of you destroying everything without making use of it in some way. William kept searching for who was speaking, but was alarmed enough to spare some of his focus to check inside the spatial stone. As the voice claimed, the dragonheart plums were indeed losing the steady, bright pulsing that signaled how effective they would be. Still not taking them out, they are still salvageable. He agreed with the voice, but it wasn't like there was a plan to keep the plums on this branch. They would fall to the floor and be even more ruined. The stem keeping them attached to the tree was ridiculously strong, but the fruit itself was beyond delicate. "Senior, can I climb down, Senior?" The voice sounded amused. Where was this respect when you were stealing the dragonheart plums? Sweat dripped down William's face as he wondered if he could somehow stall for 10 minutes. That would be long enough to recover enough spiritual energy to activate his impact boots. Of course, that was only a stray thought he did not intend to follow through with. If Chin Yu, who was in the late stages of foundation establishment, could easily deal with William while the boots were activated, trying it with whoever was speaking to him would be laughable. "Little human, I gave you a pass with the stolen fruits, but don't think I will let you take more to replace what you are wasting. Take them out now." William immediately emptied his spatial stone of all the dragonheart plums, courageously or stupidly, grabbing 2 in his arms while watching the rest fall to the leaf floor with an aching heart. However, the expected impact of the falling fruits never came to be. His eyes widened in shock when they cleanly fell through the floor and disappeared. It's been a while since I tasted these. If only you didn't store them in that low-quality stone." If William wasn't sure what realm this spirit beast. He wasn't too sure, but the voice had been calling him human, which a fellow human generally wouldn't do. Anyway, the exact realm was still unknown, but with how casually his spatial stone was pretty much called trash, it was a good bet that nascent soul would be the floor. "I apologize, Senior," William said as he stayed put on the branch, doing a fantastic job of balancing himself while he felt certain doom in the near future. He was still trying to frantically think of a way to get out of this alive. "Why are you still up there? Jump down. There's nothing else on the tree for you to steal. I was not giving you a choice." He yelped when he felt the familiar feeling of his body being controlled by someone stronger than him. William made a quick decision in the desperation of the belief that he was about to die. What was the point of keeping his impurity in stage 1? As he was pulled toward the leaf floor with surprising speed, William gobbled up the massive, head-sized dragonheart fruit with a quickness that wouldn't have been possible if his life wasn't at stake. +10 strength. Max strength reached +10 stamina. Max stamina reached +10 agility. Max agility reached. Impurity status modified. Impurity, stage 2, 117 hours remaining. Trait added spirit plant addict, XP gain decreased 10. William would marvel at the massive increases later, but first, he needed to try and get back control of his body, as unlikely as it was. The best way to do that was by surprise, and it only made sense to make his attempt with everything used up, including his unused stat points. +3 luck. His impact boots were still unusable since they couldn't be activated, so all his hopes rested on his physical abilities. "Oh, you've gotten a little stronger. I was under the impression it took humans hours to digest these," and those hopes immediately died in their infancy when William's struggles did nothing to change his situation. He hadn't expected it to, but when his feet started to sink into the formerly solid leaf floor with no resistance, he didn't care much about logic. William's vision briefly went black before he found himself back in the familiar level he had left not long ago. Of course, he wasn't bothered by the identical leaf floor and ceiling this time, nor was he looking at the numerous pillar-like tree trunks spread evenly as far as the eye could see. Name, level, no. William was staring in shock at what might be the largest snake he would ever see in his life. He flinched when a forked tongue flitted out to taste the air in front of him before disappearing. Interesting, you are not of my master's sect. How did you come to this shard? William was still trying to comprehend how he missed seeing a snake that was hundreds of feet in length. Its body, with scales that were a mesmerizing shade of deep green, was intertwined between the trees, so even that might be an underestimation. I was brought here by a spatial storm, Senior. I did not try to seek entrance. Spatial storm, I see. William knew that relating human expression to a snake should be impossible. Still, he thought that it sounded a little worried. Speaking of which, he didn't know how it was talking to him. It wasn't like the mouth moved to form any words. Since you have given me tribute, and those plums are generally worthless to my master, I will forgive your transgression of trespassing into his personal garden. If you wish to visit again, bring me something of worth, and you might have another chance. Side quest available, find tribute satisfactory to the serpent. Reward, access the personal garden of this shard's master. Penalty, accept YN. William's heart, finally starting to calm from its previous panic beating, started to pick up speed again. It's time for you to leave. Your presence pollutes the surroundings. William gasped when he was dropped through the leaf floor, his first thought being that the snake decided to kill him anyway. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. He only dropped a few meters before he landed safely on a wide branch. He looked up, staring at where the massive snake should be past the leaf ceiling above him, and shuddered at how lucky he had been. Perhaps it should have been obvious that the only reason the spirit beasts from the forest floor didn't dare to enter that level was that peak-tier predator calling that place home. However, William had been blinded by the idea of safety, and when he reached the personal garden, plain greed. Speaking of what should be obvious, there was something William had to do before greed overtook him again. Side quest rejected. That side quest had an unknown penalty, and that was without considering that he had to find something a snake at that high of a realm found satisfactory. No matter how William looked at it, he was more likely to find death in the process, and if he somehow survived, but whatever he found was trash in the snake's eyes, death could still be the result. However, the stupidity of wandering into a precious garden did come with great benefits, and he wasn't thinking about the dragonheart plum clutched in his arms. William had just entered the second level of chi gathering, and he had already maxed out most of his stats. After just 2 more level ups, luck would follow. In addition, reducing the effectiveness of the dragonheart plums by storing them in the spatial stone was a blessing in disguise. Impurity, stage 2, 17 hours remaining. The impurity would have been much higher than that if the plum he had eaten was at full strength. All he needed to do now was wait a little less than a day for the recently gained negative trait to disappear. William intended to stay in this spot until it did. There was no reason to rush and lose out on potential experience points that could be gained. Impurity reduced. Trait removed, spirit plant addict. William was sitting cross-legged on the same branch that he had been dropped on by the snake. In fact, he hadn't moved an inch since he had become fully immersed in cultivating, instead of simply using it to gain experience. He slowly opened his eyes, with his breath still deep and steady, just like when he had repeatedly circulated his chi through his pathways. It was a state that would become very familiar to him in the future. William had been diligently cultivating without a break for over 17 hours, which revealed to him how effective it had been in substituting sleep and even warding off hunger. That wasn't normal. While cultivating was known to lessen mortal needs, it wasn't to this extent in the chi-gathering realm. In the end, he put the blame on the dimension he was in, or rather, the shard, as the snake called it. William glanced at the alert logs to see the number of experience points he had gained from cultivation. Cultivate in chi-dense environment, plus 68 XP. Trait activated 7 XP. That didn't sound like much, and it certainly wasn't enough for him to seclude himself like a hermit and cultivate in solitude. Still, if it was possible to replace sleep with this, it would be fantastic. Experience, 1748 2500. It would take over a week of constant cultivation to get enough experience points to level up. William tilted his head in thought as he actually considered it. If he really wanted to keep himself safe, it would be best to take this route. There were more than enough spirit fruits to sustain him for weeks, and he felt the spirit beasts wouldn't come near him with the snake above him. Then again, that same snake did want William to bring back something interesting as tribute. Perhaps it would be safer not to stay here. He stood up while patting off his robes, wondering what to do next. Without that bear to screw with his thoughts from overwhelming fear, William recognized something that should be true. With how freely that spirit beast was moving about the forest and how carelessly it made noise, it suggested that it had nothing to fear, as if it was the apex predator, unless that was simply William's hopeful wishes. Assuming that was true, walking the forest floor wouldn't be a complete disaster as long as he paid attention to that beast, or he could leap from one branch to another like a monkey, hopefully without overshooting and falling to his death. William didn't take long before deciding not to do something he had never tried. He could already see the inglorious death by tripping if he tried to jump around with attributes he wasn't used to. Unfortunately, he would likely have to leave the Dragonheart plum behind. While it was beyond precious, there wasn't much use he could get from it since the attributes it could affect were all maxed out. The most it could do was act as sustenance, which would be disastrous to his impurity levels, so that was out of the question. He thought of storing it in his spatial stone, no matter the degradation that would occur, but the chance of the snake still watching stopped that plan from going further. It might get angry that he was once again wasting the plum. After some hesitation, William said, "Senior, I won't be able to carry the Dragonheart plum with me. You seem to have N." He cut himself off when the plum floated toward the leaf ceiling above before disappearing through it. With a mental pat on the back for not making a rushed mistake, he nodded at where he thought the snake was and walked to the edge of the wide branch. Nothing seemed to be waiting for a delicious meal to fall from the sky, so that was a positive. William moved closer to the tree trunk to make the jumps to the branches below more predictable. The distance between each branch had to be around 15 feet, but he made quick work of them. After 30 or so jumps, William landed softly on the forest floor, looking around warily to ensure the beast wouldn't pop out of a nearby bush. It was impossible, of course, mainly since the spirit beast was far too massive to hide anywhere, but better to be foolishly paranoid than cluelessly killed. Besides figuring out if anything was hiding nearby, William recognized how bare this forest was regarding anything valuable. While most spirit fruits would be useless to him, not all were so sensitive that they weren't storable in his spatial stone. That had been his plan, but he didn't expect it to fail before he could even try. Then again, it made sense on second thought. If the paradise he somehow wandered into was the personal garden of the owner of this dimension, these trees were the primary source of what was being grown. Why would any nutrients be left on the forest floor for anything else to grow? William sighed in resignation at the thought of not being able to gain any free stat points in the form of spirit plants. Since that probably wouldn't be possible, it was time to hunt. Not that beast that could swallow him in one bite, but something that was more his style. Perhaps a lovely little sky hare would reappear, offering itself as a sacrifice. William would be glad to go on another killing spree if he could find them again, especially since he now knew that none could be left alive for his own safety. Of course, he wouldn't be lucky enough to find the bunny-shaped experience points, so he would settle for some deer or a sloth, and if not those, perhaps some friendly sheep. Those were nice hopes to have as William trekked through the seemingly endless forest. He kept an ear out for possible dangers, but after hours of walking endlessly through the similar sights of spaced-out trees and sparse bushes in between, it got to a point where he almost wished for something exciting to happen. Moreover, William started worrying that this entire dimension was simply this bland forest. It wasn't enough to leave the depths of his mind to become something he focused on, mainly since the snake did imply that it was possible to find something that could impress it down here. He sighed and picked up his running speed, but not enough to deplete his stamina. He wondered if there was a status for how much stamina he was consuming, since he was currently going by an approximation of how his body felt. William darted past a few trees with the barest hint of his focus on the system, expecting to hear an alert of the new information added, just like it did with spiritual energy, but unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed when nothing happened. He put that aside and continued to run as fast as he could without being careless, before stopping when he finally felt his stamina deplete faster than it recovered. While William wasn't sure how long it had been since he had tried to run his way out of the forest, he knew countless miles had been covered since the start. But it seemed to William like he had made no progress. For the life of him, he couldn't tell if he was in a different spot since everything looked the same. The trees, the bushes, the endless forest as far as the eye could see, it was all as if he was running in circles. William's breath hitched in realization at the last thought. He had seen arrays in use and knew it was versatile beyond imagination, so it wouldn't be too much of a shock if he actually was running around in circles. Maybe he had fallen into one the moment he landed on the forest floor. That possibility made William's heart chill. If this was an illusion he was stuck in, he was basically a sitting duck for anything wanting to snack on him. It might also be why it seemed like the forest was utterly dead. While William didn't expect the situation with the scarcity of spirit plants to change, he certainly expected some encounters with spirit beasts. The issue now was that William had zero clue of how to get himself out of this mess if his assumption of being stuck in an array was true in the first place. A lightning berry dropped to the ground before William walked away, slowly picking up speed, until it reached the manageable sprint that he was in previously. He was heading in an almost straight line from the berry, something he was being doubly sure of by focusing on the direction he was running. William knew nothing about how to break out of arrays other than his superficial knowledge from reading novels in his old world. The extent of that knowledge was things like chi sensing, mental fortitude, and other vague nonsense. William understood that the people writing those novels didn't bother to go into details, and for the rare ones that did, he skipped over them to get to the action scenes, something he dearly regretted at the moment, especially since he saw something familiar on the ground. William slowed to a stop and stared at the lightning berry mocking him by reappearing. This made his guess of being stuck in an illusion array a reality. Before he bumbled around and tried the vague tricks he recalled reading in the old world, there was one more direction to try. Up. There was a chance that the trap might only be effective if he was on the forest floor. William made a light jump, reaching the lowest branch easily before following it with 2 more jumps in quick succession, easily covering around 50 feet in length. Or so he thought until he glanced down. He was still on the branch closest to the forest floor, as if he hadn't made the following jumps at all. William wondered what this looked like from outside the array. He could feel that he was using up some stamina when running or jumping, so it could be possible he was doing all his actions in one spot like an idiot, or something worse, like the array being able to affect his mind into thinking he's been tiring himself. William froze, feeling that there was something he was missing. It was just at the edge of his thoughts, but frustratingly far enough that he couldn't grasp it. However, what he did get was a sharp pain shooting through his head. Now he knew something was wrong. Headaches, while beyond annoying, couldn't hurt to the point where the world went a little blurry. At least, not anymore after he had become the punching bag of this world. Of course, it might be possible that William had just gained some sort of brain damage due to the array keeping it from his sight. Still, if that was the case, this was already the end, so he didn't worry about it. Besides, William felt that he might cause himself some brain damage since trying to think about what he forgot only increased the pain he was feeling in his head. Not that it deterred him, since more pain meant he was on the right track, at least in his mind. William flinched when it felt like the headache had increased to a new level before frowning when something warm trickled down his nose. He touched his lips before glancing at his finger, seeing blood covering the tips. William could feel his heart trying to beat out of his chest before he eventually collapsed on his knees, legs buckling under the combination of the ever-increasing pain and loss of strength. But even with that, William finally remembered what he was forgetting, mainly due to the nosebleed. The blood should have been accompanied by a loss of health, but the system didn't show him an alert. It meant whatever was happening was part of the illusion. However, what that truly meant didn't register in William's pain-filled mind as he tried to pull up the system logs. The moment he looked at the unreadable message, the world literally shattered like glass around him. It was strange, feeling the mind-bending pain disappear instantly as if it had never existed, but that wasn't a focus for William. He was more concerned about the world that suddenly came into being around him. There had been plenty of times when fear was the only thing William could feel. The worst instance he could think of was when that higher-leveled sky hare was snarling at him mere feet away. However, the current situation easily set a new level. Name, reborn level 54. The beast was right next to William, and while it was moving around like it was disoriented, it was big enough that every step it took as it wobbled around lightly shook the ground. It must have been a miracle that he hadn't been crushed under its foot. Being this close to the beast let William see that the reborn indeed was some odd dragon-bear mix. It had dark red fur with tiny spikes that seemed to increase and decrease in size with each breath, while the underside of the beast was covered with pale yellow scales that protected what should have been its weak spot. The reborn looked indestructible to a weak cultivator like himself, and he made sure to avoid getting in the way of its stumbling steps, but not too far, because of another thing that added to this already deadly situation. He wanted to stay relatively close to this deadly spirit beast. Surrounding William, or the reborn, on all sides were diminutive creatures resembling a sleek, shadowy canine with luminescent yellow eyes. Their fur was as dark as the deepest black, seemingly absorbing all the light around them and likely making them almost impossible to track in the dark. Luckily for William, it seemed like this dimension would always be filled with sufficient light. In the time he had been here, the night never made an appearance. Name, Shadowpack Hunter level 23. There were far too many to count. All William knew was that he would get ripped apart by these things if he strayed too far from the reborn. Every time he stepped too far away, a few pairs of glowing eyes moved from the massive spirit beast to him, waiting for a chance to pounce. He needed to escape, and the first thing to do was use Observe on one of these things. 5 spiritual energy. William noticed the reduced health and spiritual energy, suggesting that these Shadowpack hunters might have had a fight with the reborn. It could also be possible that these things might have pushed the reborn into the trap. The thought of the massive spirit beast wandering into it was ridiculous unless it wasn't native to this forest. He sidestepped again to avoid the stumbling reborn and took out a lightning berry from his spatial stone before throwing it past the mass of Shadowpack hunters, hoping he could see some of them distracted by it. Unfortunately, none of them batted an eye and continued to stare intently at the reborn. William knew he couldn't continue to depend on deterrence to keep his life, especially since it wouldn't stay as calm as this forever. Since they were watching the reborn closely, it meant they were waiting for the right time to attack. He had no intention of being in the middle of that. He glanced up and noticed the branch closest to the forest floor had been ripped off the tree. It had been intact before William had fallen into the illusion, so again, he wondered how he hadn't gotten injured in the fight that obviously happened around him. William gauged the distance of the next closest branch and immediately realized that he needed to use his impact boots. With his agility a little higher than the Shadowpack hunter he used Observe on, he wanted to rely on his natural physical skills to escape, mainly because he was terrified that in the aftermath of using the boots, the crater he would leave behind would take the reborn out of the illusion. Apparently, it was a risk he would have to take. If everything worked out, perhaps he could even act like a vulture and take out whoever was weakened in the aftermath of the fight. William kept an eye on the reborn as he activated his impact boots and jumped. The ground trembled as he left behind a small crater, rocketing well past the branch he aimed for. He heard a hair-raising roar echo through the forest as the reborn was indeed taken out of the illusion. Still, as much as he wished to observe what was happening, when the Shadowpack hunters started yipping in panic, he was frantically trying to find which branch he could grab a hold of so he wouldn't fall right back into that fight below. William grunted as he threw a chi-infused palm at the underside of the branch he was flying towards. It was either that or smack into the branch face first. If he survived this day, he would definitely remember how much of a boost the impact boots now gave him. He winced when his palm broke through the wood and lodged itself in the branch. The sudden jarring stop rattled his body, but the goal was accomplished. He was no longer flying recklessly with little control. William was surprised to see that he didn't lose any health, but he sure as hell felt that his hand was throbbing in dull pain. Luckily, he could look to the system if he should care about it. The decision was that he shouldn't care. The problem now was that he was hanging precariously, with only his embedded palm keeping him from falling back into the snarls and yips that were constantly being let out below him, though it was far fainter than William expected. He looked down, eyes widening at the sheer distance between him and the forest floor. The massive reborn was back to being the tiny dot it was when he first saw it when he woke up. Of course, now that he knew it was covered with dark red fur, his eyes could see the hints of that color. Even at this distance, William shuddered at the rage he could hear in the reborn's roars as it flung the attackers away. The Shadowpack hunters didn't seem to be deterred by the destruction they were facing. However, he had to admit it was impossible to see them entirely. William knew they hadn't run away in fear because of the plentiful pairs of luminescent yellow eyes that moved ever closer to the reborn every second. He even tracked the ones that had been launched far away by an attack, but they seemed to rejoin the pack a few seconds later. William shook his head, trying to ignore the brawl and get his feet on top of the branch instead of dangling in the air. Then he could worry about what to do about that fight he inadvertently started. He kept his palm spread to keep it lodged inside as he easily moved his body close to the branch while trying to use the grooves to grip it with his free hand. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could grab that he trusted to release his lodged hand. William didn't want to waste his spiritual energy, but he supposed saving his own life couldn't be called a waste. He thrust his free palm with chi surrounding it, embedding it deep enough into the branch to be confident enough to pull out the other. With how wide the branch was, William had to repeat it 3 times before he was able to reach the end and firmly grip the top edge. With a little grunt, he pulled himself up and sighed in relief when his feet were back on firm ground, well, on a firm platform-sized branch, but it was the same thing, really. William glanced up, surprised that he was already halfway to the leaf ceiling. If he could jump this high, though it was with some external boost, he wondered how far of a drop he could just walk off casually. Of course, it wasn't anything he was going to try at the moment, but definitely something he needed to figure out to know the limits of his body. He flinched when the reborn let out a roar that was louder than any of the others before, and this one seemed to be for a different reason. It still sounded savage, but a sort of desperation was added to it. William frowned as he looked over the edge. He had no idea why he thought he could understand the beast's emotions simply by the roars it let out. However, his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. The reborn was utterly covered in Shadowpack hunters, as in, William couldn't see that hint of red fur anymore. All he could tell was that the reborn was latched on by so many Shadowpack hunters that the deep black fur of the canine-like beasts massed together enough that it seemed to darken the light around them. William winced when the reborn roared again, but he could tell it was significantly weaker this time. He observed the movement of the Shadowpack hunter covered reborn slow before finally coming to a standstill. He could barely believe what had happened, even though he was a witness to the entire thing. The reborn seemed as invincible as can be up close, but it was taken down by a pack of far weaker beasts. William stared in fascination at the shifting mass of pitch-black fur before stiffening in fear with countless glowing yellow eyes suddenly appearing. They seemed to all be staring right at him. His first instinct was to duck out of view, but with how seamlessly they seemed to work together to take down the reborn, Losing sight of these things might be the worst possible thing to do. He remembered the agility of the one Shadowpack hunter he had observed and was confident he could escape if he had enough of a head start. William knew that his escape route would involve jumping between branches, the exact thing he wanted to avoid, but that risk was better to take than get eaten alive like that reborn did. He and the Shadowpack hunter continued to have the staring contest with hundreds of feet between them, seemingly determined not to be the one that blinked first. William brought his spiritual energy levels in front of him to check what he had left. Spiritual energy, 131, 175, 20 per hour. He had used 50 spiritual energy in the process to get on this branch, so he could tell the approximate time that passed by how spiritual energy was recovered. William quickly figured out that it was only 10 minutes. Those glowy-eyed things killed that reborn in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. William shuddered again as he began forming an escape plan. This staring contest reminded him of what the Shadowpack hunters did with the reborn when it was stuck in the illusion array. If the next step was similar, then they would soon be attacking, though how that was possible with the distance between them, he didn't know. Nonetheless, William strained all his senses to pay attention to his surroundings while taking quick glances at the distance of the branches to the other trees. As long as he didn't become careless, he should be able to easily cover the distance with his natural physical ability without using spiritual energy. The most important thing was to get as close to the leaf ceiling as possible. If worse came to worse, he would take his chances with the seemingly amicable snake guarding the personal garden of this dimension's master. William's ears twitched when he heard something that didn't sound like the normal sounds the forest had made so far. It was like the world moved in slow motion as he cracked the branch under his feet with the force he used to push away. Right where his head previously was, a Shadowpack hunter flew by with claws outstretched. Its glowing yellow stared right at him as it bared its teeth. William already saw it was up here alone, either as the lone distraction or for something else. Either way, he wouldn't let it go by with its life intact. With a bloodthirsty grin that was out of place on William's usually neutral face, he launched an attack without a thought of holding back, wanting to slice through the beast, bisecting it for daring to attack him. The chi-infused palm landed successfully on its soft stomach, making the Shadowpack hunter let out a pained squeal as it was launched by the force of William's attack. It slammed into the opposite tree before falling a few hundred feet and crashing on a branch near the forest floor. Plus 450 XP. The experience points were good to get, but William was more concerned about how the Shadowpack hunter didn't die immediately after his attack. From what Chinyu told him, his attacks were strong enough to take down things above level 30. That concern was chased out of his mind when he glanced back at where the hunters had massed. They were gone. The only thing left seemed to be the skeletal remains of the reborn, the flesh stripped off cleanly to the last piece. William's heart started to thunder in his chest as he immediately made to follow his escape plan. Without hesitation, he ran to the edge of the branch and jumped. William's heart skipped a beat when he landed far too close to the edge of the branch he aimed for. However, he didn't slow down. He immediately jumped again, this time correcting the amount of force he put into it. The escape plan worked as intended and far more smoothly than William ever expected. He tried to travel in a straight line, hoping to find an exit from the forest. Still, rather than depending on what might need a miracle, he slowly worked to make his backup plan possible. Every few jumps, he climbed higher and higher till he was as close as could be to the leaf ceiling. William felt that he must have been jumping at the ridiculous pace for well over 10 minutes, enough to the point where it was becoming almost as easy as breathing. It allowed him to have thoughts other than focusing on not falling to his death. Spiritual energy, 138, 175, 20 per hour. He almost tripped over his feet in surprise, nearly falling to his death after the self-praise when he saw that he had recovered 12 spiritual energy. Almost 20 minutes had passed since he started to flee. That should mean William was safe from the chasing Shadowpack hunters, unless they somehow had better maneuverability on the treetops than he did, which would simply be unfair. Still, it wasn't anything that he would say was impossible, especially since he had seen what they were capable of. Plus, the fact that the lone Shadowpack hunter he killed had somehow climbed the tree surprised him. He still didn't know how that had happened. William's confidence in navigating from branch to branch without disaster falling on him grew enough to glance around, making sure there weren't any signs of glowing yellow eyes on his tail. There weren't. It could be possible that the things had given up the chase, and it might even be wise for William to slow the pace to be more careful about his surroundings. After all, what was there to suggest that spirit beasts only lived on the forest floor? Still, he would take his chances instead of risking possible capture followed by having his flesh ripped apart. The hope was the presence of the snake's domain, so close would deter most spirit beasts from getting close. William continued to flee at the same pace, looking more and more at the surroundings at possible danger instead of focusing on the act of fleeing itself. It was an unexpected boon that he would gladly take. Moving this quickly while barely paying attention to his actions could be helpful in a fight. He didn't linger on the thought of stopping until he felt his stamina starting to be exhausted. While he did slow down considerably, almost to a walking pace, taking leisurely jumps to the next branch, he still had no intention of taking a break, and it was no longer solely because of his fear of the Shadowpack hunters. In fact, William was confident he should be safe from them unless they could use spiritual energy to supplement their inferior stamina. Of course, this assumed they all had similar stats to the only spirit beast he had used Observe on. Nonetheless, Shadowpack hunters were no longer the encouragement for William's insistence to keep moving. In the far distance, almost at the edge of what he could make with his eyes, there was a change in the usual forest scenery. Instead of the tree trunks that seemed to be endlessly appearing at the limits of his vision, William saw something that he almost thought was a trick of the light. He wanted to speed up but recognized that he needed to conserve stamina for any emergencies that popped up, namely, if those Shadowpack hunters somehow caught up to him. Besides, reaching the area he was eyeing wouldn't take much more than 30 minutes at this pace. The closer William got, the more obvious that the forest came to an abrupt end. However, what lay beyond the tree line confused him more than anything. It immediately went from a forest of trees that boggles the mind to sandy dunes taller than most mountains. If this was in the real world, William would have wondered how something like this was possible, since it shouldn't be able to exist naturally. However, this dimension was likely made artificially, the sheer ridiculousness of which just registering in his mind. William landed softly on the branch of the last tree before the start of the desert, and that was quite the literal description. He looked down at the ground and saw the green forest floor immediately turn into sand, as if someone had drawn a line and declared it to be that way. In fact, for all he knew, that might be exactly how it happened. William hesitated to climb down the tree, mainly because he would be easy pickings for anything stronger than him with nowhere to hide in the desert. He wanted to wait and see if he was still being chased before deciding his next move. With the flatness of the desert before the sand dunes towered on the horizon, it would take him well over an hour to cover the distance at a full sprint. Not only was that foolish to do, but it was also impossible. William's stamina was still closer to empty than full from his constant jumping. He leaned against the tree trunk, intending to relax as his stamina recovered. The more he stared into the endless desert, the worse the idea of leaving the forest became. All William could see was sand, with more sand waiting in the distance after trekking through the sand. With it being a desert, he supposed that made sense, but that only made him want to avoid the place altogether. While the forest was dangerous, at the very least, there were spirit beasts that he could hunt for experience points, likely some spirit plants that could be more beneficial for higher cultivation, and most importantly, it didn't have endless sand everywhere. William figured the one thing that didn't seem to exist was the dry heat a desert was known for. It likely wouldn't do much to affect him since he was no longer mortal. Still, he was trying to think of positives, along with the endless bashing he was putting on this sandy hell. Unfortunately, it was the only thing he could think of. William's mental whining was broken when he heard a faint sound below, making him turn his focus to it. The sight made him add a second positive to the desert. There didn't seem to be any Shadowpack hunters to chase him relentlessly. A couple trees away, on a branch that was a few levels below where William was currently standing, there was a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring directly at him. It seemed to be alone, but he wasn't going to wait around and see if it would soon be joined by the whole pack. William firmed his resolve and bent his knees slightly, intending to take his chances with the snake instead of trying to run away again. It was already a miracle that he hadn't met a situation that would have meant death on his way to the forest's edge. He had seen plenty of spirit beasts that looked up to observe his frantic escape from the forest floor, some of which looked even more ferocious than the reborn. While they made no move to take action against the first human they likely had seen in a long time, he wasn't about to test his luck again. William jumped and reached the leaf ceiling easily, not minding the angry growls from where the Shadowpack hunter stood. In fact, it sounded like the growl came from multiple hunters, not that he looked to check. He was only focused on getting himself into the snake's domain. Well, that was the plan until he was blocked from entering. William immediately dropped back to the branch, shoved away the crushing panic rising, and plotted his next plan. He had hoped that he would still have access, but it was likely that the snake had taken it away. William's eyes darted at the branches in reach and tried to see which would be the best to take until he realized a few seconds later that the growling had stopped. He frowned at the Shadowpack hunter, now joined by a few friends, as it silently stared at him. To test the theory forming in his mind, he jumped again, quickly reaching the leaf ceiling and almost instantly making the growls come back with a vengeance. William didn't intend on trying to enter the next level, so when he started to fall back down, he kept his eyes on the hunters. The growls lessened as he dropped closer to the branch before disappearing when he landed. "Looks like you don't want me to go up," William muttered to himself. That's what he thought until he saw the multiple pairs of yellow eyes move up and down in unison. Can I go back in there?" William was pointing into the forest, and when he saw the yellow eyes move side to side, it was confirmed they knew what he was saying. That didn't comfort him, especially when it seemed that the whole pack had caught up. The branch the hunters were standing on seemed like a black void. No wonder the reborn fell so quickly to them. William hesitated before pointing at the desert silently, already knowing the answer. The yellow eyes moved up and down. William wasn't happy. That was understating it, but without making himself sound like the largest coward to ever exist, the best way he could describe his feelings was unhappy. How about a compromise? I'll stay on this branch and won't move an inch. The growls that started immediately told William that this wouldn't be an option he could consider. He supposed he could always do as the hunters wanted and head out into the desert. While his stamina had recovered, and he was at his peak state, the insistence of these things with him leaving the forest was highly suspicious. William was thinking of the Shadowpack hunter he had killed. If they were as intelligent as he suspected, he wouldn't put it beyond them to decide that a fate worse than death would be the price for the killing. After all, it wasn't like the whole pack could feast on his body like they did with the reborn. He was far too small for them to get any satisfaction from his flesh. Least that was his thinking. In all of the previous times that William had encountered some type of decision he had to make, he had always chosen the path that would give him the best option of living, or if his life wasn't at stake, try to side with whichever would make his life easier. It wasn't so easy this time around. If William tried to stay, then it would result in death by Shadowpack hunter. If he headed off into the desert, there was a chance for continued life, but he still didn't have much. He eyed the yellow eyes again and realized something. They refused to move any closer to him. It could be possible that this was another situation where they were waiting for a perfect moment to attack him, but with how opposed they were to his presence in the forest, that patience should have been exhausted when it seemed like he was about to escape into the snake's domain. "I'm going to stay right here," William said with a shrug, trying to seem relaxed with his decision. Though with spirit beasts known to have better senses, it wouldn't surprise him if they could hear his heart beating rapidly in his chest. William finally saw the Shadowpack hunters do something other than simply stare at him. However, this somehow made him even more nervous. They turned to stare at each other for a few seconds before seeming to come to an agreement. He stiffened when the eyes were back on him. Almost by instinct, William jumped, just in time to see sharp teeth snap shut where his legs previously were. It was a testament to the harsh training he was put through that his following reaction was not to gape in shock, but to try and turn the Shadowpack hunter into meat paste. A pained yip was heard from the spirit beast's mouth when William's foot smashed into its back. He could feel the bones crack from his attack, but with the beast still not dead, William didn't hesitate to use his other foot to finish the job. Plus 450 XP. Level up 5 stat points added. William's attacks launched the Shadowpack hunter off the branch, its limp body flying far enough to land in the desert. That was until he saw something that might be why the pack seemed reluctant to come close to him. The dead body of the hunter disintegrated into nothingness under William's astonished gaze. He quickly glanced at the ground and saw it was around the same place where the forest turned into a desert. William turned his attention back to the pack as his feet landed on the branch. Now he was beyond confused about what their intentions were. Since none of them followed their recently slain brethren to attack him, they had just sacrificed one of their members to tell him why they wouldn't come closer. Or at least, that was the reasoning William could come up with. There was also the chance that the whole chase through the forest for this purpose, simply to get him out of here. Of course, William still considered ignoring what the hunters wanted from him and letting them come at him individually. If he could get himself easy experience points just like he did with the Sky Hares, that would be perfectly fine with him. Since he apparently shouldn't ever get his wish, the Shadowpack hunters bared their teeth at him. They seemed ready to attack in unison, as if they saw through his intention. The first thing William intended to do if he ever got out of this place was to find out what the hell made him an open book. He could accept higher realm cultivators seeing through him, but spirit beasts that were basically at the same level, that was too much. All right, fine, William gave up with a raise of his hands. I'll leave. Under the watch of countless glowing yellow eyes, William made quick work of getting to the forest floor. He stood right at the line and glanced up again, seeing that they were waiting patiently for him to step over into the desert. William just hoped he wouldn't disintegrate like the dead hunters he had kicked over the line. It would all depend on his luck, he supposed. Speaking of luck, he remembered that he had unused stat points. Plus 5 luck. That took William's luck attribute to 38, close to the max it could be, until he reached the 3rd level of chi gathering. He dearly wished that something could break through his attribute limits, or else he would be left with a truly ridiculous amount of unused stat points and nothing to use them on. William stopped delaying when he saw that a few of the hunters had moved closer to his position with their teeth bared. After taking a deep breath, he stepped over the boundary with a wince, fully prepared to lose his foot. Thankfully, he could sigh in relief when his foot sank slightly into the sand. William was able to instantly feel a drastic change in the weather. Instead of the comfortable warmth he felt less than a few feet behind him, he was blasted with the full force of everything that made the desert a terrible place. Even with his cultivation, William felt the insanely high temperature combined with the utter lack of humidity. It shouldn't have felt as terrible as it did. Still, there was something unnatural with the desert besides the fact that it was inside a separate dimension. William instinctively turned around to head back into the forest, no matter what those spirit beasts thought of it. However, his jaw almost dropped in shock when all he saw was more desert. It was like the forest had been a figment of his imagination, which he knew couldn't be true. After all, he still had all the benefits gained from eating the dragonheart plum. William looked around, trying to see if anything hinted at him to head in the correct direction, but other than the sand that he could see close by, all he could see was more sand, except in the form of massive dunes in the distance on all sides. No matter where he looked, it was all the same. His throat felt strangely dry when he realized that he would need to rely on his luck to guide him, and that was something he wasn't keen on. He was no Li Xinyu to be favored by the heavens. William quickly checked his spatial stone, reassuring himself that there was plenty of sustenance that would keep him alive even in this inhospitable environment. That meant all he had to worry about was whatever dangers lived within the sand. He hoped there would be none, but in all likelihood, what would a dimension like this be without dangers everywhere? Since William would need to rely on his luck, he decided to just use the wind to make his decision and walked toward the direction it was blowing.